In the afternoon, the Dothraki Great Grass Sea was cloudless, and the lush grass and trees were curled by the scorching sun. The wind blew through the grass, making a rustling sound. The birds and animals on the grass sea hid in the shade and took a nap out of boredom. Only the rodents on the grass sea came out in this hot afternoon to find the fat tubers and fruits hidden in the lush grass to fill their hungry stomachs in order to avoid being hunted by natural enemies. A muffled sound of boom boom came from the distance, and the little animal looked at the blue sky through the grass. He stood there in confusion, holding the half-eaten grass root. As the thunder-like sound approached, it was mixed with the barking of dogs and the sound of cow horns. The feeling of the ground shaking became stronger and stronger. The little animal slid back to his safe cave with the tuber in his mouth. After the sound startled the birds and animals that were taking a nap, the thunder sound came and went quickly. The little animal poked its head out of the cave in confusion and looked around in fear. Another series of muffled sounds, mixed with the roars of humans, came from afar. This time, the sound lasted much longer than the first time, and the earth shook for a long time like an earthquake. In the blue sky, flocks of startled birds watched the two groups of cavalry on the ground, whistling and chasing. The horses' hooves stepped on the grass like a tide, unstoppable, and split the vast wilderness. The group of riders being chased was about 50. They wore pointed helmets on their heads, and the long red cherry on the helmet fluttered in the wind. They were covered with chainmail made of small rings, shining in the sun. The leading rider would pick up the horn in his hand and blow it from time to time. When the horn stopped, the riders behind him turned around collectively, drew their bows, and shot arrows. Arrows flew off the bowstrings and bit the riders in pursuit. They had no protective gear on them, only leather jackets painted with pigments. The enemy riders hit by the arrows fell to the ground with a groan, and more than 20 people fell off their horses in an instant. The companions of the fallen riders roared and shot their bows and arrows. The rain of arrows fell to the ground helplessly under the obstruction of the wind. Obviously, the pursuers were the overlords of this sea of grass, the Dothraki. They lived in a tribe called Kalasa, which was led by the most courageous warriors, Khal. Each Kalasa would be divided into several parts, called Khas, each led by a Khal. When the Khal died, a new Khal would take power, or the Khas would disperse and reform a Kalasa, and the previous Khal would become a new Khal. The pursuers were entrenched in the southeast of the Dothraki Great Grass Sea, on the north bank of the Skazadan River, near the Lazaran area, and were originally under the command of Hago Khal. Hago Khal's Kalasa was killed in a fight with other Khals, and the Kalasa split. Hakako led his own Khas and went south to plunder the Lazaran people. The Dothraki, who lacked siege equipment, had no choice but to attack the caravans patrolling outside the city. Half a month ago, they plundered a strange caravan, whose only goods were a lot of wool. The guards with long red cherry blossoms on their helmets killed several scouts in the Khazri, and Haka was about to lead his roaring warriors to capture the other side as slaves. Those guards with gorgeous weapons ran faster than wild dogs in the wild. After robbing the strange caravan, the roaring warriors sent out to search for prey began to disappear one after another in the past half-month. Today, Hakako gathered all the roaring warriors in Khazri, more than 3,000 horsemen, and vowed to catch these rats in the gutter. When he woke up from his memories and was about to knock on the horse's belly to speed up, "Hakako, those people in iron clothes, their horses will get tired," the roaring warriors around him called out, calming Haka, who was in a manic state due to the raging anger. "Yes, those damn cowards. Chasing. I will chop their meat into meat paste and feed wild dogs." Haka's cold words squeezed out from his teeth. Less than 10 miles away from here, behind a small mound, Charlotte was sitting cross-legged on the ground. In the 1-meter-high grass, the shade of the leaves blocked the scorching sun in the afternoon. Charlotte looked at the system panel in his mind with a comfortable expression. The groups of red dots in the panel map were about to enter a pocket array composed of white dots. Charlotte picked up the pointed helmet placed on his leg and put it on his head. He raised his leg to mount the warhorse, a majestic black warhorse, and raised the lance stuck in the ground. The red triangular flag on the lance stretched in the far wind. His arm swung the straw pole and the spearhead drew an arc. He shouted, "Assemble!" Haka led his roaring warriors and chased for another quarter of an hour. When he saw the 50 riders in front of him stepping onto a small mound, they stopped running and were close at hand. "Kill them all!" Haka shouted angrily and took the lead to rush to the mound at full speed. There were rows of wheelbarrows in the towering grass, and the sharp spearheads of the spears were inserted diagonally on the carts, aiming at Haka under the cover of the grass. The spearheads, with a cold gleam, were like the fangs of a venomous snake, with a desire for flesh and blood, quietly waiting for the prey to come. Bang, chi, bang! The collision was completed in an instant. The roaring warriors seemed to have hit an invisible wall. They fell to their deaths one after another in the midst of blood and flesh flying everywhere. Hakako, his body was hung on the spear. His weak hands tried to pull out the spear stuck in his chest. The dark red blood dripped onto the grass along the straw. As the blood flowed away, he felt the vigorous vitality in his body dissipate. The bloody foam on his mouth vomited out with his breath. Obviously, the spear had pierced his lungs. The roaring warriors behind him were blocked by the figures of his companions, and they were still rushing forward to urge their horses. The roaring warriors in front saw the miserable situation of the front team and slowed down to bypass them from both sides. Chaos broke out in an instant. The desolate horn sounded. The crossbowmen on both sides, who had been waiting for a long time, lifted the camouflage in front of them. They stood up straight and pulled the trigger. The crossbows flew away, and the strong force penetrated the armorless and crowded roaring warriors one after another. The crossbow arrow was so powerful that it penetrated 2 people's bodies in succession before the tail of the arrow trembled on the body of the second person. The roaring warrior who was penetrated by the crossbow arrow had a blood hole as big as the mouth of a teacup on his body, and his internal organs poured out of the blood hole. He reflexively tried to block the hole with his hands. Blood flowed out of his naked body along the seams of his hands, and he fell silently to the ground. The warhorse under him was stimulated by the huge pain and went crazy. Regardless of the control of the rider, he kicked his hooves randomly, instinctively wanting to escape from this terrible place. The front row of crossbowmen wore ring mail inside and plate armor outside, wearing pointed helmets on their heads. Their faces were covered by visors, and leg armor and arm armor were all available. The only thing on their bodies was the slender observation hole and breathing hole on their faces. The Iron Men threw down the crossbows they had fired, picked up the long halberds with cold light, and stepped in neat steps. Rows of heavily armored soldiers, holding long halberds in their hands, advanced like a forest. Behind the heavily armored crossbowmen were longbowmen wearing ring mail inside and leather armor outside. Under the command of each team leader, the archers drew their bows and shot in unison. The arrows drew a beautiful arc and fell into the chaotic group of roaring warriors like raindrops. When the armored soldiers on both sides began to slaughter, Charlotte rode to the highest point of the mound and put down his armor. He slowly urged his horse, and the 250 heavily armored knights behind him followed closely. The iron hooves wearing horse armor changed from slow to fast, and the formation was like a sharp arrow. With Charlotte as the arrow, they rushed towards the oncoming roaring warriors. The slope of the mound gave the warhorse a faster acceleration. The only sound between heaven and earth was the boom-boom sound of the horse's hooves hitting the ground. Charlotte held the gun in one arm, breathing steadily, and his body rose and fell with the running of the warhorse. He put down the lance. The lance was like a knife, and the sound of the wind, whir, whir, blew past his ears. As the spear tip swung, it turned into a ray of light in the eyes of the 2 roaring warriors, and lightly passed through their necks. Blood spurted out of their necks like a spitting water gun, turning into 2 blood-colored sprays. The roaring warriors were terrified and wanted to use their hands to stop the passing life, but it was obviously a futile effort. The body gradually became stiff, and one fell off the horse and was crushed into minced meat by the passing iron hooves. Charlotte led the heavy armored cavalry and rushed into the roaring warriors, who were in a state of stopping due to the crowd. The wailing of humans before death, the neighing of war horses before death, and the sound of iron clashing. Where the cavalry passed, a pile of broken limbs and arms were left, and the ground was in a mess. The heavy armored halberd warriors on both sides marched in neat steps, and the battle was in a white-hot stage at the beginning. The halberd warriors either chopped or stabbed. Indifferently and efficiently, they harvested the lives of the roaring warriors on horseback. The flying limbs and the spraying blood plasma composed an elegy for life. The light cavalry, which had lost its speed, had no choice but to be slaughtered in the face of the heavy infantry. The fierce roaring warriors jumped off their horses with roars. They raised the Dothraki scimitars in their hands and rushed towards the approaching heavy armored warriors fearlessly. For the roaring warriors on the Dothraki grass sea, turning around and running away was a shame. After dying bravely, their souls can ride on burning fire horses and run among the stars. Wearing a painted leather jacket and with a bare chest, the roaring warriors carried Dothraki scimitars. They used all their strength to chop at the armored soldiers desperately. The scimitars scratched the plate armor, sparking a spark, and they closed their eyes in despair. As the footsteps of slaughter moved, the armored soldiers on the left and right gradually surrounded them. The archers also put down their longbows, drew out the one-handed swords hanging on their waists with their right hands, and picked up the small round shields placed behind their backs with their left hands, locking their left arms with the shields. They lined up on the left and right of the heavy armored halberd warriors and joined the encirclement. Charlotte also led the heavy armored knights at this time, brutally crushing the crowd, crossing the entire battlefield, leaving a bloody passage behind him. The knights who broke through the formation followed Charlotte and jumped off their horses. Bang! Ka! The heavy armor made a dull sound as the iron boots stepped on the grass. The heavy cavalry centered on Charlotte instantly turned into heavy infantry and rearranged in a neat battle line. Charlotte raised the spear in his hand, ran 2 steps quickly, and threw it out. The extraordinary strength gave the spear an absolute speed, and it pierced through the 3 roaring warriors at the end of the team in the blink of an eye. The protruding weight ball at the end of the spear caught the body of the roaring warrior and slid 2 steps with the 3 bodies before the spear tip was inserted into the grass. The 3 bodies were neatly stacked together, supported by the spear shafts and tilted on the ground. Throwing the spears, the 3 roaring warriors died strangely in the blink of an eye. The Dothraki who witnessed this situation shuddered. 2 knights handed over 2 two-handed giant swords with a blade length of 1.4 meters and a handle length of 20 centimeters. Charlotte held them in his left and right hands. The other knights had already drawn their giant swords hanging on the saddle and advanced like a wall. The sword light flashed a deep and cold light under the sunlight. The heavy cavalry charge and killing made Charlotte's blood boil. A breath spread in his chest. He shouted, "Kill!" He did not follow the knights in formation and rushed into the enemy alone. Charlotte is 1.88 meters tall, and his body has evolved through the system, turning the 2 swords in his hands into a scythe of the god of death. With the huge strength of his arms and the sharpness of his long sword, any creature in front of Charlotte is cut into 2 parts. Dancing with the 2 swords as fast as lightning, his footsteps follow his body, and the heavy armor on his body makes Charlotte a human god of death. In just a short moment, dozens of roaring warriors died under Charlotte's sword, and the roaring warriors formed a circle around him. The roaring warriors, facing Charlotte, roared in fear, and the fear of the roaring warriors could be felt from the distorted roar. As the killing continued, the sun gradually set in the west, and Charlotte, who was covered with blood, laughed heartily. Ha! He rushed into the crowd again, cutting the Dothraki with his 2 swords like mowing grass. Many roaring warriors who were cut in half wailed and wanted to stay away from Charlotte, the demon, a little further. The internal organs in their abdomens and chests were separated from their bodies as they crawled with their hands and dragged on the ground below the waist in a bloody mess. The green intestines were dragged into long strips. As they crawled, the wailing gradually became inaudible, and only the body gradually stiffened in the unconscious twitching. This scene was miserable. Charlotte's whole body was soaked in the blood of the Dothraki people, and like raindrops, it slid down the armor and fell to the ground. The sunlight from the sky shone on his body, emitting a red and yellow halo. In such a dense battlefield, a large open space was magically vacated in the center of the battlefield. Charlotte stood in the middle, and the Dothraki stood in a circle around him at a distance of 3 meters, trying their best to stay away from him. But the crowded crowd outside pushed them to get closer to him. After 2 unparalleled harvests, the sense of pleasure made the anger suppressed in Charlotte's chest gradually dissipate with a long exhalation. White steam, like a long sword, spewed out through the breathing holes on the mask. Charlotte put down the 2 long swords, took off the armor, took a deep breath, and a long roar resounded throughout the venue. "Put down your weapons, I'll spare your lives," Charlotte said in Dothraki. At this time, a frightened, irrational, roaring warrior rushed towards Charlotte with bare hands and crying. The fear made his Dothraki scimitar lost somewhere. Charlotte did not use his long sword, and also grabbed the Dothraki who dared to rush towards him with bare hands. The strong arms pinched the neck of the attacker in the blink of an eye. The Dothraki's face flushed instantly with fingers like iron hoops. He opened his mouth wide to breathe, and no matter how hard his hands tried to pry open, Charlotte pinched the arm around his neck. But Charlotte's arm on his neck did not move at all. The arm lifted the Dothraki halfway up like a rag doll. The Dothraki kicked his legs weakly. The fear made him completely incontinent. The stench spread from his crotch. This was the first real attack Charlotte had suffered since the start of the battle. Charlotte held his breath tightly, and his hips drove his arms to swing, throwing the Dothraki in his hand to the person in front of him. The place in front of him was hit by a cloud of dust. The person who was hit was struck by lightning, with bones and tendons broken all over his body, vomiting blood foam, and fell to the ground weakly on the person behind him. "Who else? Who else?" Charlotte looked around and roared loudly throughout the audience. Under Charlotte's gaze, the Dothraki took a step back in unison. No one dared to look at him. Under such a powerful force, the battlefield was instantly silent. Then his soldiers shouted in unison, "Victory, victory, victory!" The faith of the Dothraki people cannot overcome the fear of the disappearance of life. As the sound of the first weapon fell to the ground, the surviving Dothraki roaring warriors threw away their weapons and prostrated themselves on the ground. Charlotte looked around proudly, and the golden sunset sprinkled on Charlotte, covering him with a golden holy garment. Thanks to the clever ambush, the advantage of armor, and Charlotte's heavy cavalry charge, none of his warriors were injured or killed. This is the difference between armor and no armor. In any normal war in the ancient world, well-trained armored warriors would often be slaughtered against nomads without armor. "Camille, take the cavalry to bring over the old and weak Khas and slaves of the Dothraki people." "Yes, Lord of Aslan." Camille is a lean and strong figure, 1.8 meters tall, with sharp eyes and spirit. He is usually responsible for the training of archers. "Kojero, clean up the battlefield and prepare to set up camp." "Yes, Lord of Aslan." Kojero was a burly man, 2 meters tall, and he looked like a bear in armor. He led the heavily armored soldiers. "Gian Matteo, be on guard." "Yes, Lord of Aslan." Gian Matteo was well-proportioned and strong, 1.85 meters tall, with sharp eyes and extraordinary archery skills. After that, they each took action. The heavy cavalry took off their vests and external plate armor, joined the archers, and rode to where the Dothraki came from. There were 5 heroes under Charlotte's command. This time, Khas, who was fighting Hakako, brought 3 people with him, and the remaining 2 guarded Aslan Castle. These soldiers and heroes all have their own thoughts, not like computer AI. They have memories from childhood to adulthood, and the memories given by the system make them loyal to Charlotte. If Charlotte ordered them to kill their wives and children for no reason, they would also rebel. At this time, the sun was setting, and the grassland was shrouded in golden silence. The mountains in the distance were covered with the colorful clothes of the sunset, and the milk-white clouds on the horizon also turned as red as flames. Charlotte took off his helmet, sat cross-legged on the small mound, looked at the sunset in the sky and murmured, "It's so beautiful." Under the evening breeze, The bloody smell after the life and death struggle in the daytime was also blown away by this gust of wind. Ding! System prompt. A perfect ambush victory was achieved. Honor value plus 320 and a chance to draw a lottery. System message. You have perfectly retaliated against a provocation against you, and no one can bully you. If there is any, ask the big sword in your hand first. Charlotte was overjoyed when he heard the news. Honor value can be exchanged for various materials in the system mall, and treasures can be obtained by drawing a lottery. Honor value is easier to get than drawing a lottery. You can get it by completing the tasks released by the system from time to time. The lottery only comes once a year, and the system is so generous this time. Is it encouraging me to kill more people? Concentrating his consciousness on the system panel in his mind. Host, Charlotte Aslan, Lord of Aslan's A320, military strength, castle guards 25 LV6, heavy knights 150 LV5, heavy sergeants 300 LV5, elite longbowmen 300 LV4, elite horse archers 354 heroes. Camille Aslan, male, Kojero Aslan, Anya Aslan, female, Roland Aslan, male, Gianmatteo Aslan, male, hero 150, gold year, LV6 45 gold year, LV5 35 gold year, LV4 30 gold year, Warhorse feeding 2 gold horse year. The annual pension includes equipment maintenance costs, weapons and equipment, and horse costs are calculated separately. Skills, physical fitness, extraordinary, proficient in languages, map knowledge, 100 miles, swordsmanship, proficient, riding, proficient, spearmanship, proficient, hand-to-hand combat, proficient, beginner, entry, proficient, extraordinary, superb. Treasures, Aslan Castle, system materialized entity, universal textile processing factory, sufficient labor and materials, 100 pieces day, terrain transformation card, oasis 20 hectares, terrain transformation card, lake depth 5 meters, width 50 meters, length 100 meters, small sun disk, placed high to absorb sunlight, coverage radius 1,000 meters, adjustable temperature 1030, endless kettle, contains 50 me through day. Honor value 320, wealth 55 and 65 gold, lottery 1 time. After reading the panel, Charlotte sighed and muttered, "How did I end up in the Red Wasteland?" It turns out that 5 years ago, Charlotte traveled to the Red Wasteland. Charlotte, a 15-year-old weak high school student, was starving and thirsty in the desert. To survive, she had to activate the system, and to activate the system, she needed to materialize the castle. The castle is the external entity of the system, and once it is materialized, it cannot be moved. The tragic Charlotte could only start from hell. After 5 years of struggling in the Red Wasteland, she only achieved this little. The soldiers under the mound were guarding the prisoners, cleaning the battlefield, and facing the wounded and dying Dothraki. They would make up a sword. The roaring warriors pulled out the arrows from the corpses and collected the broken spears. The roaring warriors, who used to be unruly, collected the Dothraki scimitars that once belonged to them and put them on the carriage beside them. Dejected, she did what little girls do. The system has no storage function, and supplies and equipment can only be transported by carriage and horses. Charlotte was not going to let go of these broken weapons of the Dothraki howling warriors. Take them back and sell them to the Lazarin. No matter how small an ant is, it is still meat. In this medieval world, iron is not cheap. The weather is hot, and they are worried that the dead bodies will cause epidemics. After all, they have to camp here for a night. Charlotte asked the captives to dig a big pit, throw the dead bodies of the howling warriors directly into it, and then fill it with soil. The armored soldiers pulled the living war horses aside and added the salt they brought to the water to replenish the fatigue of the war horses after galloping at high speed. The Dothraki people are really good at raising horses. Most of their war horses are tall and majestic. Maybe they ate all the weak horses themselves. The war horses of this batch of Dothraki howling warriors have smart eyes and steady personalities. Such horses are suitable for use as war horses. Charlotte didn't understand why the Dothraki people didn't raise other animals until he saw the Dothraki grass sea. There are such incredibly fertile grasslands. There are many herbivores on the grasslands, and there are also many carnivores. The labor cost and risk cost of herding sheep seem to be really higher than herding horses. Horses are taller than sheep and react faster than cows. It is less likely to get lost in the tall and dense grass, and the chance of escaping when encountering dangerous carnivores will be greater. Charlotte is thinking about it. If this is developed into arable land, how rich it will be. Charlotte, who is tortured by the drought in the Red Wasteland, is jealous and resentful. The injured horses are also properly placed, and they can be used as draft horses after the injuries are healed. The horse carcasses are directly peeled off and properly placed. When Camille brings people back, the old and weak and slaves will be asked to nitrate the horse skins. The horse meat is put into a large iron pot, edible wild vegetables are put in, and a handful of salt is put together to take a nap. Not long after, under the power and whip of the armored soldiers, the Dothraki captives cleared a clearing. The captives used the wooden stakes on the wagon and the wheels of the wagon to form a simple camp. At night, the sky was full of stars above the sea of grass, and several bonfires were lit in the camp. Around the bonfires, leather tents were set up horizontally and vertically. The soldiers held torches in teams and patrolled the camp back and forth. Several simple watchtowers were erected around the camp. There were 2 open spaces, large and small, surrounded by wooden railings at the edge of the camp. On the smaller open space were the Dothraki roaring warriors who were defeated in the daytime. There were less than 1,000 of them, all tied up with coarse hemp ropes. Linlu did not give them food for dinner, but only fed them a little water. They were so hungry and thirsty that they were tied up in groups of 10. In the evening, Charlotte gave them 2 choices. 1, work for Charlotte for 5 years and you will be free. 2, a dagger. In the daytime, the fear of bloody killings made them choose to work for 5 years. Tonight, with a glimmer of hope for the future, they are all more honest. Of course, Charlotte will not tell them that the workplace is to mine in the Red Wasteland, and Charlotte said that he has not seen anyone who has been mining for more than 5 years and is still alive. Yes, there are iron mines in the Red Wasteland, and there are 4 open-pit iron mines. At the beginning, Charlotte relied on the skill map knowledge to search for a long time in the vast wasteland before finding the Bone City. And there is also a spring in this city. The other 3 cities are Whip City, Scorpion City, and Spider City. Because the springs are exhausted and supplies are difficult, Charlotte did not station them. These 4 cities were once captured by the Dothraki and have not been inhabited to this day. In the past few years, Charlotte has sent all the captured bandits, horse bandits, robbers, mercenaries, slave catchers. These residues were sent to the Bone City for mining. It is conceivable how difficult it is to get out of the mine in the vast desert. On the big open space, there were Dothraki women and children. The elderly were all abandoned. It was their own will that the grassland women obeyed the conquerors. There were also the slaves they had plundered, most of whom were the Zalaran people they had robbed during this period. The Dothraki were going to sell them to the slave owner called Great Lord in Marine. When Camille led this group of people back when there was only a little afterglow of the sun in the west, the system prompt sounded at the same time. Ding. Mission. As an upright and kind lord, how can you allow the use of slaves? You must liberate them. Reward. Honor 20. Charlotte stood on the mound and announced that they would be given freedom. Those who have a place to go can leave on their own, and those who don't have a place to go will be given a job. The voice followed the red-bottomed, black-patterned Oriental dragon seal flag behind him, which rang fiercely with the evening breeze, spread throughout the venue. Charlotte's appearance was revealed under the flag, with sword eyebrows and starry eyes, a straight nose and thin lips, a face like a crown jade, and black and fluffy hair, swaying in the wind like a lion's mane. His tall and strong body, covered with plate armor, was stained with blood after the fight. The afterglow fell behind him, and his black eyes were like a deep spring watching them, like a demon on earth. As the system trained and evolved, the higher his physique, the more perfect Charlotte's appearance became. This attracted him unconsciously when he looked in the mirror. However, his good looks also had their advantages. It made his subordinates more convinced of him, and strangers had a good impression of him, which was a relatively high starting point. There are many people who like good looks everywhere in ancient and modern times, both in China and abroad. He often went to the Lazar area to purchase wool. Most of the Lazaran people who had just been rescued in the crowd knew Charlotte's flag. They prostrated themselves before Charlotte, their faces flushed, tears streaming down their cheeks. Their joy was filled with gratitude. Their emotions were beyond description, and their incoherent praises finally unified into "Praise Aslan! Praise Aslan!" After hearing Charlotte's speech, the slaves who had been plundered and enslaved by the roaring Dothraki warriors were shocked and delighted. They also called out to Charlotte in various languages to praise Charlotte. Ding, mission completed. Reward, honor value plus 20. With the cool breeze at night, Charlotte rested her head with her hands on her head and looked up at the starry night sky. The wind blew, and the sea of grass swayed, like the sound of waves hitting the beach. The wild dogs, attracted by the bloody smell left in the daytime, were illuminated by the light of the campfire, wandering in the distance restlessly and occasionally making "oh-oh-oo" sounds at the full moon. The moonlight of the full moon was like a veil, covering the grass, the treetops, and the grass hills. At night, the faint little flying insects danced freely among the grass leaves, and the tip of the nose gently sniffed the fragrance of the green leaves on the grass. In this quiet and vibrant landscape painting, the depression brought by the killing during the day is also slowly dissipating. Soon the aroma of food wafted over. Kohero, who had not yet taken off his armor, walked over with muffled steps, holding 2 wooden plates in his hands. "My lord, dinner is ready." Charlotte sat up, raised his hand to take it, blew on the broth, tasted it, added crushed black pepper and white sugar, and the smell was rich and tempting. Grab the oatmeal bread on the side, put it in the honey pot, dip it in honey, and put it in your mouth. The fragrance of the broth, the sweetness of the oats, and the happiness of chewing it carefully instantly filled your body. "Thank you for your hard work, it tastes great. Will you keep watch for half the night tonight?" "It is my honor to serve you, sir." "Yes, I will keep watch for half the night, sir. If you have no other instructions, I will go on night patrol first." Kohero replied. "It's okay, go ahead." The freemen were divided into teams of 30 people, each with a pot, and they were asked to take food and cook it themselves. In order to chase the footsteps of the roaring warriors, the freemen in the freemen's camp had migrated for a day. They only had a little porridge made of rye and wild vegetables for breakfast. They didn't eat anything at noon, and they were already starving. They stared at the person who was cooking the food, and their eyes moved with the chef's hands. The horse meat, rye, and wild vegetables in the iron pot were turned by the chef's spoon, giving off a rich aroma. The fragrance drifted, accompanied by the sound of the freemen swallowing their saliva, tormenting every freeman. The younger children were even more excited, and their eyes were blurred with tears. As the chef sprinkled a handful of salt and stirred it twice, they knocked on the edge of the pot and shouted, "Line up!" At the command, the crowd formed a crooked queue in an instant. The child in the middle was squeezed and screamed. As a spoon and a bowl passed by, the chefs added water and boiled another pot. "Thank you, Lord, for the food you gave us. Bless him." Every free man had red eyes and whispered while eating. After all, before becoming a slave, there were not many times when they wanted to eat a bite of salt and meat. Wild vegetables and wheat husks are their usual meals. Compared with the free people, the Dothraki roaring warriors were much more miserable under the laughter and joy. They smelled the aroma of food in the air. They were tied up and squirmed like caterpillars, trying to get closer to the fragrance. After the meal, everyone rested. Amid the snoring, only the armored soldiers would insist on being alert until their turn to rest, so as to protect the safety of everyone. Charlotte made a round of inspection before going to bed and left a message. "Be alert at night." The soldiers firmly replied, "Don't worry, Lord." In the early morning, before the dew had dissipated, the soldiers, freemen, and captives formed a long snake formation, winding forward between the green carpet and the hills. The archers on both sides whistled past, acting as scouts, always on guard. 2 days have passed since leaving the ambush battlefield. The team is about to leave the Great Grass Sea and enter the Laza area, where the hilly landforms begin to appear. The streams between the hills are flowing, and the world is no longer green. The unknown flowers by the stream are blooming with a sweet scent, and bees and butterflies are immersed in licking the sweetness. Because it is close to the great grass sea, even though the pastures here are better, the dazzling people still dare not graze here, and there are few people. Along the way, the red-bottomed black dragon flag flutters in the wind. In the era of cold weapons, flags are needed to command battles. During the march, the soldiers lined up too long and needed to use flags to indicate the direction, otherwise the rear guard would fall behind. It was also a way to show their identity. Charlotte wore a black cowboy hat, a round-necked lining made of linen and cotton, a red and black thin cashmere high-necked long windbreaker, straight khaki breeches, a copper-buckled cowhide belt shining with golden light, and high-top riding boots tapping on the black warhorse named Wuzui. With a tall figure and handsome appearance, Charlotte directly raised the medieval aesthetic to modern times. This set of clothes was made by Charlotte based on the clothes of movie actors in his previous life. It was really as showy as it could be, which was a huge shock to these Lazarin people who had never seen the world. Behind him, Gian Matteo was also wearing a red and black casual clothes, lagging behind him on the mount half a body length, gesturing at the map. Cojero was too heavy, so he could only sit in the carriage behind, responsible for guarding armor and supplies. Long-distance marches, wearing armor is too heavy for horses, and the same is true for people, so along the way, only the archers were divided into 3 teams to take turns wearing armor and go out to guard and scout. "Sir, 80 miles away, there is a Lazarin village called Rothan." "Yes, 80 miles? Just in time for lunch, let's stop there to rest." When the sun was shining, the hills and plains were covered with endless red maple forests. The village, composed of low thatched houses, was hidden in the red maple forest. The red maple leaves and red maple on the ground and roofs appeared bright red under the scorching sun. Rothan village means red village in Lazarin language. Passing through the red maple forest is a tributary of the Skezadon River. The Green River water meanders through the hills and plains. Around the village, sheep are looking for green sprouts on the ground in the woods between the hills and on the river banks. The Lazarin people are semi-nomadic and semi-agricultural. After collecting maple, sugar, the Lazarin people here go to the town to exchange daily necessities with merchants. Cavalry, be alert. Set out again when the sun is not so strong. The scouts rushed out, occupied the high ground, and kept alert all around. On the top of the hill, under the awning set up by the free people, Charlotte sat on a horse with a golden sword. A middle-aged Lazarin man knelt down to worship Charlotte, his face mixed with excitement, awe, and gratitude. "The Supreme God bless you, great Lord Aslan. This village is hidden in the maple forest and has not been discovered by the Dothraki. Only a few unlucky people who went out to graze their sheep and did not have time to escape were captured and made slaves. After being rescued and set free by Charlotte, they spread the kindness of Lord Aslan everywhere. The female free people by the river picked up dead branches, fetched water, and set up pots, preparing to cook lunch. Soon, curling green smoke drifted away. The male freemen unloaded the carriages on the draft horses and pulled them to the river to drink water. The soldiers washed the dust off the horses. It was a busy scene. After leaving Rotang village, after 4 days of marching, they exchanged some supplies with the villages and towns they passed by and dealt with the tattered spoils of the Dothraki without much disturbance. During this period, some freemen left together. There are nearly 2,000 freemen who are ready to follow Charlotte. They have no place to go after their homes were looted. Mission, resettlement of freemen, reward, honor value plus 20 points. Charlotte is preparing to expand the outpost village near the Red Wasteland in Laza. The outpost was originally a small outpost for Charlotte's caravan to enter and exit the Red Wasteland to replenish and store supplies. 50 miles southeast of the small outpost, there is an open-pit coal mine near the Red Wasteland. Charlotte arranged for the system to lead the people to collect coal there and store it in the outpost village. Arrange these freemen who follow him to live there and expand it into an outpost town. Originally, there was a spring in the outpost and a well was built. The outpost village is located between two small mountain ranges, with green trees and granite on the mountains. There are two small rivers formed by streams in the mountains, and the clear river water converges into a river flowing in front of the village. There are many thorn bushes by the river, but the soil is okay. After leveling the ground and digging ditches, you can farm and graze. After exchanging items with honor points, the supplies will only appear in Aslan Castle and need to be transported to the outpost village by livestock. The lottery treasures are also in the castle. Charlotte arranged a team of elite rangers to take the endless kettle back to Aslan Castle first, deliver the letter to Anya, and ask her to arrange people to transport the supplies. Looking through the system mall, I started to exchange 500 oxen, strong oxen honor value, 10 gold, 50 strong oxen, 100 plows, 1 honor value, 10 gold 100 plows, 120 tons of flour, 10 of flour honor value, 10 gold, 10 tons of flour, 500 sets of farm toolkits, 100 set of toolkit honor value, 10 gold, 100 sets of toolkits, 6 tons of salted meat, 1.5 ton of salted meat honor value, 10 gold, 1.5 ton of salted meat. I also exchanged some high-yield agricultural seeds, grapevines, high-yield forage seeds, fertilizers, etc. from the system, spending 250 gold. Charlotte looked at the 360 points of honor on the system and couldn't resist the urge to spend. Warrior enhancement can consume a lot of time for training and enhancement, or it can consume honor points to quickly enhance the system, to enhance 50 elite longbowmen, 50 sharpshooters. LV4, LV5 enhancement consumes 50 honor points, and enhance 50 elite archers, 50 vanguard cavalry. LV4, LV5 enhancement consumes 50 honor points. As the system enhancement progresses, the bodies of the soldiers covered by their clothes become stronger, and their combat skills are simulated over and over in their minds. Their newly added armor and weapons are also materialized in the castle, and they need to return to Aslan Castle to collect them. 260 new soldiers were recruited. A group of people walked out of the castle, accompanied by their families. Each soldier had 6 to 7 family members, 1,950 more people. The system starts the lottery. In Charlotte's mind, a treasure chest shone with golden light and opened with a tremor, and an object that looked like a flashlight appeared. You have extracted the universal material cutter. The longest cutting distance is 5 meters. Energy 100 cent month. Host, Charlotte Aslan, Lord of Aslan Castle, Protector of the Free People of Outpost Town. Wealth 55 and 375 gold. Subjects 10,305 system. Subjects 1,185 free people. Military. Castle Guards 25 level 6. Heavy Knights 150 level 5. Heavy Armored Sergeants 300 level 5. Sharpshooters 50 level 5. Vanguard Cavalry 50 level 5. Elite Longbowmen 250 level 4. Elite Cavalry Archers 300 level 4. Recruits 260 level 1. Heroes Camille Aslan, male. Kogero Aslan, male. Anya Aslan, female. Roland Aslan. Gian Matteo Aslan, hero 150 gold year. Elva 6 45 gold year. Elva 5 35 gold year. Elva 4 30 gold year. 2 gold horse year for feeding a warhorse. The annual pension includes equipment maintenance fees, and the costs of weapons, equipment, and horses are calculated separately. Skills Physique, extraordinary. Language proficiency. Map knowledge, 100 miles. Swordsmanship, proficient. Riding, proficient. Spearmanship, proficient. Hand-to-hand combat, proficient. Beginner, entry proficient. Extraordinary, superb. Treasures Aslan Castle, system materialized entity. Universal Textile Processing Factory, sufficient labor and materials 100. Horses, day. Terrain Transformation Card, 20 hectares of oasis. Terrain Transformation Card, lake depth 5 meters, width 50 meters, length 100 meters. Small sun disk, placed high to absorb sunlight, covering a radius of 1,000 meters, adjustable temperature 10 to 30. Endless Kettle, contains 50 millithrees day, universal material cutter. Up to 5 meters cutting, energy 100% month. Time passed quickly. 3 months had passed since Charlotte arrived at Qianshao town. With the help of the system leaders, the free people dug ditches and used the excavated soil to build several brick kilns and burn a large number of bricks. Because the soil contains iron, Water was used during the firing process, and the bricks were blue, while the tiles were red when they were directly poked into the kiln. Using bricks and tiles and adhesives from the system mall, rows of blue, white, and red two-story residences were built. The town is distributed in a well-shaped pattern. In the middle of the well, there is a square building built with granite from the mountain. It is 100 meters long and 50 meters wide, covering an area of 5,000 square meters. There are circular arrow towers at the four corners, and the castle is distributed in a stepped pattern with a dish-shaped balcony on each floor. There is a treasure universal material cutter, which makes it easy to cut granite. It is planned to build 3 floors. The first floor is for town offices and meetings. The second floor is for storing weapons and equipment, and the third floor is Charlotte's residence. Now the construction has only reached the top of the first floor. The craftsmen of the system burned some colorful and fragile glass as windows. For a person who has not graduated from high school, I only know that glass comes out of quartz sand at high temperature. I don't know anything else. I can only let the people slowly study it. The colorful glass makes the building very bright and beautiful, and the granite wall makes the hall very cool. The upper left corner of the tic-tac-toe is the blacksmith shop and smelting furnace. The upper right corner is the Universal Textile Processing Factory, and the military camp is between them. Residential areas are built on the left and right sides. The lower left corner is the warehouse area, and the lower right corner is the wine production workshop. The middle is used as a trading area. That's right, Charlotte moved the Treasure Universal Textile Processing Factory to Qianshao Town. After all, the oasis is too small and it is not convenient to replenish raw materials. The wall is built along the mountain. The base is made of granite as the foundation. A circle of city walls is built on the foundation with blue bricks. The circular closed arrow tower is against the city wall. The wall is 3 meters thick, and the wall height is irregular, ups and downs. The wall with white below and blue above is built along the mountain, which looks magnificent. The entire outpost town was built for a population of 50,000. After the outpost town wall was built, a system prompt sounded. You built a town. Reward. Soldiers stationed. Castle guard 10 level 6. Heavy Knight 50 level 5, Heavy Sergeant 100 level 5, Sharpshooter 25 level 5, Vanguard Cavalry 25 level 5, Elite Longbowman 100 level 4, Elite Ranger 100 level 4, Veteran 130 level 2, total 540 Sergeants for defense. Mayor Roland Aslan, Warrior Commander Camille Aslan, Recruits LV1 Veterans LV2, Longbowmen, Shield Infantry Rangers, Elite Longbowmen, Elite Infantry with Crossbows, Elite Rangers. 4 Heavy Knights, Heavy Armored Sergeants with Crossbows, Sharpshooters, Castle Fods. The warriors brought their families, as well as the families of the system's civilian craftsmen. More than 5,000 people moved into the outpost town. In the past 3 months, the rescued Zalaran people spread the word about Lord Aslan's kindness and bravery throughout the Lazar area, and Lazaran nomads came here one after another to seek refuge. The system's civilians, free people, Lazaran people who requested refuge, and the caravans that came to trade made the outpost no longer so empty. In the trade zone, people were bargaining enthusiastically. Merchants with various accents were gesticulating and spitting, making a lot of noise. The golden and silver light passed back and forth in the hands of the merchants. Charlotte stood on the city wall and watched the scenery outside the city. The original confluence of the rivers has now become a lake. The people built dams upstream of the 2 small rivers to widen and deepen the confluence of the small rivers. The clear river water gathered in the lake, passed through the ditch, and flowed to the edge of the ditch where the fields were deeply plowed. The wheat fields were crisscrossed under the outline of the ditch. It was the poplar blossom season of wheat. The white flowers were hidden among the green wheat leaves, stretching their enchanting figures in the breeze. Beside the wheat fields were patches of pasture grass. These purple flowers were alfalfa. After being deeply plowed by the heavy plow, they grew very vigorously. Some short-term beans were planted next to the pasture grass. Led by the system leader, the freemen happily picked up sickles to harvest grass. After the harvest, The herdsmen used horse plows and ox plows to plow the grass again and spread manure. The white windmill has been built by the lake, and it is unusually tall under the reflection of the lake. In the sheepfold, horsefold, and cattlefold surrounded by wooden fences in the distance, the freemen are using steel forks to pick up handfuls of grass and put them into the trough. They open the pockets on the cart and use wooden spoons to scoop up beans that the livestock like to eat. They take out another small bag, grab a handful of salt, and smear it on the edge of the trough. In the cowshed, the little girls are using wooden buckets to gently squeeze milk from the cows, and their ruddy faces are full of joy. Everyone is busy and doing their work in an orderly manner. At this time, in the temple of the Lazaran people, two figures are discussing Charlotte in the sacrificial hall full of candles. Question: have you found out clearly? Who is Lord Aslan? Answer: I only know that he often comes to the Laza area to buy wool from our people. I heard that the lambs of the Most High God said that he has thousands of armored knights. I heard that Lord Aslan has black hair and black eyes, handsome looks, and gorgeous clothes. Question: does he have any ill will towards us? Answer: the lambs said that he is very brave and kind. Question: where is his base? Answer: there is a town called Outpost Town near the Red Wasteland. Recently, many of our people have gone there to ask for his protection. I heard from the merchants that he is very fair. The person who answered swallowed his saliva and said, but I heard that his real base is in the Red Wasteland. The person who asked the question replied in silence, in the Red Wasteland? He also scolded, nonsense. There is only drought and death there. The person who answered bowed respectfully. May the Most High God bless you, and may the High Priest be wise. Pay attention to their movements. Go down, I'm going to pray. After saying that, High Priest Lazaran waved his hand, knelt down in front of the supreme holy object again, and silently recited the prayer. As the conversation ended, Charlotte's reminder sounded, your reputation for bravery and kindness is widely spread in the Lazar area, and you will be rewarded with 300 honor points. Charlotte looked at the system panel in surprise. What does this mean? This honor point is very generous. System recruits 600 new soldiers. The honor points are decisively spent. Increase the number of people in the territory by 42 to 50. Currently, the system has 455 people in the territory and 3,210 free people. Lord, a call came from a distance, and a tall, fat figure ran over here with a big belly. Ha, Roland, you are finally here, and those annoying government affairs finally say goodbye to me. Charlotte laughed happily. Roland walked a few steps to Charlotte and replied helplessly, Lord, good afternoon. In the morning, ding, ding, ding. As the tower bell rang, Shirley lifted the soft cashmere quilt. She sat up dazedly. Her soft black hair was a little messy, and she shook her little head. A bunch of hair stood up high and swayed back and forth with her head. She rubbed her eyes sleepily. Big eyes, a straight nose, and a pink face. Her long eyelashes were instantly wet with the sound of yawning. She found that Bonnie, who was in the same dormitory, was still lying in bed, so she stood up and stretched her legs to the wooden slippers placed beside the bed. She dragged her shoes and came to her friend's bed and patted her friend next to her. Bonnie, get up! Bonnie, the roommate, hummed twice and was silent again. Looking at her friend who was staying in bed, Shirley decided to use her trump card. She came to the foot of her friend's bed, lifted the quilt with both hands, and pulled it down suddenly, pulling out the quilt. Bonnie, who was without the quilt, turned her body on the bed and made a sound. Get up quickly, wash your face and brush your teeth, and have breakfast. Today's breakfast has your favorite baked egg tarts, Shirley said while tidying up her small bed. Egg tarts, egg tarts, egg tarts, Bonnie said confusedly, swallowing her saliva. If you don't get up, there will be no more, Shirley said faintly on the side. Bonnie was awakened by Shirley's voice. Ah, no, delicious egg tarts! She got up directly with a carp somersault. On the cobblestone road in the accommodation area, Bonnie pulled Shirley's hand and kept saying, hurry up, delicious egg tarts! Shirley shook her head and quickened her pace. Shirley, how did you know that there are egg tarts today? Bonnie asked. Yesterday, it was my turn to clean the canteen, and Aunt Sally told me. After thinking for a while, she said, Yesterday, a lot of coconut sugar was shipped to Aslan Castle, and the warehouse was almost full. The Lord ordered the canteen to make more desserts recently. Bonnie was overjoyed when she heard it. Wow, that means there are egg tarts recently. Long live the Lord, long live the Lord. After saying that, she shouted with shining eyes. The two young girls laughed, and passers-by looked at them along the way and all smiled knowingly. The canteen is a place for children without parents to eat. The caravans from Qianshao town go out to trade, and from time to time they bring back some orphans without parents. After breakfast, Bonnie, with her belly bulging, walked with her feet in a splayed step and smacked her lips from time to time, obviously savoring the delicious breakfast. Shirley couldn't stand it anymore. That's enough. Lady Anya said that we girls should be dignified, can't be like those stinky boys. After hearing what Shirley said, Bonnie returned to normal. Shirley, what is our task today? When Shirley heard the question, she patted her forehead helplessly. Did you not look at the task board carefully yesterday? Bonnie smiled bitterly. That I went to practice archery yesterday. Hey! I want to be a knight like Lady Anya, and then sighed. Lady Anya is so amazing. Shirley nodded in agreement. Well, Lady Anya is the best, and then taught Bonnie a lesson. You just passed the math class. How can you become Lady Anya? Hearing this, Bonnie was struck by lightning and squeaked, I worked hard, and cried with a sad face, but math, it's too difficult. Listening to the crying of her friend, okay, really, you've defeated me. She quickly changed the subject. Today we have to go to the ranch to help with milking in the morning. The caravan is busy going out recently, so we don't have to go to class in the afternoon. We have to go to the warehouse to help count the supplies. No math class? Bonnie opened her eyes wide instantly, her eyes flashing, and she was filled with joy. The math class will be moved to after dinner, the devil's voice came from her side. Bonnie was silent instantly. Looking at her friend's depressed expression, she laughed out loud, ha! Her petite and tender body couldn't stop twitching with laughter. In the pasture in the early morning, white clouds hung high in the sky, and the warm morning sun sprinkled on her body. The cows were led out of the cowshed and ate quietly. The grass under them, the juicy grass juice on the grass, slipped from the corners of their mouths from time to time. Shirley squeezed the milk seriously and gently, and the white milk was put into the milk bucket under her. Soon the milk bucket was filled with white milk. Shirley picked up the milk bucket and came to the big bucket beside her. Her short body could not reach the big bucket directly, so she stepped on the wooden ladder beside her, lifted the small bucket, and poured the milky white milk into it. Dairy products are not easy to preserve and need to be heated and sterilized to make cheese. The cows are milked 3 times a day, and all the children in Qianshao town need to help. The most comfortable time is to finish milking in the early morning before the sun is not so scorching. The most tiring time is in the afternoon and at night. Shirley is already 9 years old. She has a little secret that she has always kept in her little heart. She secretly likes the Lord and wants to be by his side like Lady Anya. So she has been imitating Lady Anya's words and deeds, wanting to be as good as Lady Anya, so that she can always be by his side. Soon before the sun is too scorching, the cows were milked. There are 1,200 cows in Qianshan town, 900 of which are producing milk, 500 are in the full milking period, and 400 are in the fading period. A cow in the full milking period produces about 40 kilograms of milk a day, and a cow in the fading period produces about 10 kilograms of milk a day, totaling 24 tons of milk a day. The townspeople consume about 8 tons of fresh milk a day, and the ratio of fresh milk to milk powder is about 8 times. After finishing the ranch work, the 2 sisters held hands and returned to the dormitory to rest. When Qianshan town was first established, there were many people in the house, 2 people in one room, unlike the later people who had 4 people in one room, and no one was assigned to live together. There are 2 small wardrobes in the room, which contain clothes distributed by the Lord and clothes bought by the 2 sisters with their saved pocket money. The currency of Essos is measured by the weight and purity of gold and silver. 1 pound of gold coins with a purity of 22K can be exchanged for 20 pounds of silver coins, and 1 pound of silver coins can be exchanged for 4 cows or 2.5 bulls. The weight of gold and silver coins in different places varies, so you have to be good at calculating when doing business. For example, in Westeros, 1 pound of gold can be exchanged for 72 gold dragons. This is also determined by the weight of the gold coins. This exchange method is common in free trade cities, thanks to the result of Braavos lending everywhere in the trade cities in Westeros. A unified currency helps the prosperity of trade, but it also allows Braavos to master the right to mint gold coins. For example, in Westeros, 1 gold dragon, 30 silver moons, 210 silver deer, 470 copper stars, 1160 copper cents, 23,520 copper plates. Such an exaggerated ratio of gold dragons to copper plates is a serious economic imbalance. In addition to the rigid system for thousands of years, the Stark family in the north has ruled for tens of thousands of years. I don't know if it's bragging. The right to mint gold coins was taken away, and taxes needed to be converted into gold coins to pay off the debts of the Iron Vault, so the gap between gold dragons and silver coins is getting bigger and bigger. Such a cruel financial system has caused a large number of people to go bankrupt and King's Landing to become a refugee camp. It has also caused a large outflow of gold from the Lannister family of West Mirror. No matter how many gold mines there are, they are useless. Just like a certain big country now, if it controls the currency for trade settlement, it will control the whole world. In the afternoon, Shirley and Bonnie came to the warehouse area. In front of the tall, longhouse-shaped warehouse, there was a long line of 4-wheeled carriages parked. 2 tall draft horses stood in front of the carriages, chewing the horse bits and snorting from time to time, quietly waiting for loading. 2 small bodies quickly passed through the convoy and ran to the warehouse door. "Uncle Shack! Uncle Shack!" 2 crisp sounds rang out behind a burly man. Shack's face was slightly dark, and his rough face was thick with beard and hair. He looked honest, and his eyes were shrewd. "Hey, Shirley, Bonnie, you are here to help today." As he spoke, he gently rubbed the tops of the 2 little girls' heads. He picked up the outbound record sheet hanging on the wall and handed it to the 2 little sisters, respectively. "Hey, today you are responsible for recording the outbound goods list and checking it." He took out 2 handfuls of dried dates from his pocket and distributed them to the little girls. "Thank you, Uncle Shack! Thank you, Uncle Shack!" Shirley and Bonnie thanked politely. Girls are still the best. Unlike the 2 bad boys in my family, who only know how to ride horses and learn swords every day, their handwriting is as bad as dog crawling, and they are also wooden-headed in arithmetic, Shack sighed. "Not at all. Little Shack brother is the most courageous in the class, and he is the best at riding and fighting lessons." Shirley complimented and said seriously, "Yes, yes." Bonnie held the dried dates in her mouth and nodded in agreement vaguely. Time became shorter and shorter with the empty car team, and the sun gradually set in the west. The 4-wheeled carriage was pulled by 2 horses, and the front wheels were equipped with steering gears for easy steering. The carriage bearings were fine steel ball bearings that Charlotte exchanged from the system. After being coated with oil, they rotated smoothly, which saved the horses a lot of effort. The last carriage full of goods left. Shirley and Bonnie compared the list with each other, wiped the sweat from their foreheads, and signed their names in the blank checker column after checking. Holding the list, they walked towards Shack, who was talking to the warehouse security guard. "Uncle Shack, the list is checked, already signed to confirm." "Shirley, Bonnie are great. Go eat and rest. I heard you have classes to go to in the evening." Shack praised while taking the list, and then took out 2 handfuls of dried dates from his pocket and handed them to the 2. "Thank you, Uncle Shack! Thank you, Uncle Shack!" Shirley and Bonnie took it and bowed. Shack looked at the 2 little girls, and the petite figure who was laughing and walking away sighed to the warehouse security guard, "Girls are still the best." The young warehouse guard nodded in agreement and said, "Yes, yes." Rubbing his hands, he said, "Lord Shack, have you read my transfer application?" Shack turned his head with a smile and looked at the young warehouse guard. "Don't worry, your transfer application has been approved." Go back tonight and say goodbye to your family. Come to the assembly early tomorrow morning and bring your armor and weapons." The young warehouse guard jumped up and shouted happily, "God bless the Lord! Long live the Lord! Thank you, Lord Shaq!" He shouted happily. "God bless the Lord! May the Lord's military fortune last forever." Shaq muttered in a low voice. At this time in the Aslan castle far away in the Red Wasteland, Charlotte was sitting at the main seat of the long table, cutting steak and listening to Anya's government report. Anya Aslan has a pair of big black eyes, serious expression, a straight nose, red lips like water chestnuts, long eyebrows like willow leaves, black and shiny hair tied behind her head, and a slender and well-proportioned figure, much like Anya Taylor-Joy, a movie star in her previous life. Don't underestimate her because of her slender figure. With the blessing of the system, she is superb in martial arts and her disguise skills are superb, comparable to the faceless men of Bravos. Anya said in a slightly hoarse and lazy voice, "Our Aslan Trading Company has established trading stations in Marine, Tyrosh, the Kingdom of the Three Daughters, Pentos, Bravos, and other places in Essos. In the suburbs of King's Landing in Westeros, we have built a giant trading town and cooperated with local noble families to conduct bulk cargo trade through agents. Tyrosh is located in the Stepstone Islands in the Narrow Sea. There are 3 kinds of colored snails on the island that can be used to refine pigments. The dye trade is developed and there are many pirates in the Stepstone Islands. It is speculated that pirates may be the Black Gloves of Tyrosh. Volantis is located at the mouth of the Rhone River. The plain delta impacted by the Rhone River is very rich. The naval fleet is very powerful, with a standing army of 100,000 people, controlling the lower reaches of the Rhone River and the Sehoru River. However, internal strife is serious, and internal conflicts often break out between the Tiger Party and the Elephant Party. The 3 daughter kingdoms are Myr, Lys, and Volantis. Myr is a coastal city located in the Myr Bay, while Tyrosh and Lys are island cities. Lys is located on the waterway of the Summer Sea. Wars often break out between Myr and Lys as a place of dispute. There are many mercenary groups there. Pentos is located in the bay in the middle of the west coast of Essos. Its trade economy is very developed. Its political affairs are controlled by many governors. The city is weak in force and was once defeated by Bravos. Its military power is restricted. It turns out that the city owners were kept in captivity by the governors for sacrifice. It is speculated that there are shadows of Bravos behind each governor. According to the intelligence obtained by the spies, the great lords of Myrine are jealous of our trade profits and are planning to increase port use tax on us recently, Anya said in a clear voice. Charlotte put down the knife and fork she used to cut the steak, chewed the beef in her mouth, picked up the red wine glass on the table, and drank the red wine in the glass. Putting down the empty cup, he picked up the wet towel beside the plate and wiped the corner of his mouth and asked, "What is the probability that these hyenas who want to pounce on us at the smell of rot will tear up the contract? Should we use assassination methods to deter them?" Anya asked. Charlotte scratched his chin and thought for a while. "No need for now. Let's observe closely who took the lead in proposing it and dig deeper. I always feel that something is wrong here." He frowned again and said, "Logically speaking, our trade has also brought commercial income to Marine, which is beneficial to both parties. Besides, the contract has been signed. If they break the contract, it will give me an excuse to cripple these damn slave owners." The maid standing by the long table stepped forward, gently filled the red wine, and skillfully removed the empty plate in front of Charlotte, bowed and left. Charlotte raised the wine glass, swirled the red liquid in the glass, sniffed the aroma of the red wine, put it in his mouth and tasted it carefully. He turned his neck and said, "Anya, help me massage my shoulders." "Yes, Master Charlotte." A scent of a young girl came over her. A pair of white hands with a hint of coolness kneaded Charlotte's shoulders. "Sss. The system summons 2,000 new soldiers. Ding, 2,000 new soldiers are summoned, accompanied by their families, and 15,270 more people are added. Under Aslan Castle, a noisy sound was heard. Anya has 15,270 people coming, including 2,000 new soldiers. You go and arrange them." Charlotte said to Anya behind him, At this time, Anya was already blushing with shame. "Yes, Lord." "Charlotte." After saying that, she hurriedly walked out of the restaurant, muttering softly, "Lord Charlotte, what a bad guy." Charlotte has a good body and good hearing. He laughed cunningly when he heard Anya's mumbling. After Anya went out, Charlotte looked at the lottery screen. System Lottery X2. The two treasure chests in his mind began to shake violently, and the lids opened under a burst of purple light. Purple light? Isn't the safe box golden light? Is it 2 consecutive draws? The system did not answer his question. Ding! You have obtained the Sea Emperor fleet blessed by the water god Poseidon. The fleet presents a 3-dimensional picture in the mind, and the little people on the ship are clearly visible. The fleet consists of 15 sailing warships. Never lost, favored by the sea. 1 first-class battleship has 850 people ship, 2 second-class battleships have 700 people ship, and 12 third-class battleships have 500 people ship. First-class battleship is 93 meters long. The hull is 69.3 meters. The gun deck is 57 meters long. The main pole is 62 meters. There are 104 guns, and 850 people are on board. Looking at the 15 black and red hulls, white sails, and the red-bottomed, black-patterned angry dragon seal on the sails, Charlotte felt that he owned the whole world. System prompt. The rules of the world are different. Gunpowder can only be used in system buildings. In addition to fully loading gunpowder on the ship, it needs to be exchanged for 1 ton of honor points after use. Oh, it's really expensive. 1 honor point is enough for the main gun to fire 6 shells at once. It's really good, but it's too expensive. Ding! You have obtained the ship home port. Looking at the 3-dimensional image, the Port Coastal Artillery Castle Bridge Dock Shipyard, everything is complete. It's really a pillow when you are sleepy. I was just pinching the port, and now I have the port and warships. Is the system forcing me to fight those slave owners to the end? Then I looked at the map and was stunned at the mouth of the Skahazardan River. Marine is located on the south bank of the Skahazardan River. The north bank is full of towering seaside cliffs. Not many people live there. If we attack Marine now, Yunkai, Astapor, Tolos, Aurelia, New Gis, these city-states of the ancient Giz Empire will definitely send troops to help Marine, and maybe Volantis will also send troops. Charlotte muttered as he looked at the map. Fortunately, the battleship Homeport Treasure does not select the terrain for use, so we can first inspect the terrain of the north coast before making a decision. Host Charlotte Aslan, Lord of Aslan Castle, protector of the free people of Outpost Town. Wealth, 86,750 gold. Citizens, 29,825 system citizens, 16,438 free people. Military, Castle Guards 25/6, Heavy Knights 150/5, Heavy Sergeants 300/5, Sharpshooters 50/5, Vanguard Cavalry 50/5, Elite Longbowmen 250/4, Elite Horse Archers 300/4, Veterans 260/2, Recruits 2,600/1. Heroes, Camille Aslan, male, Koharo Aslan, Anya Aslan, female, Roland Aslan, hero 150 gold year, Lev 6 45 gold year, Lev 5 35 gold year, Elva 4 30 gold year, Warhorse feeding 2 gold horse year. The annual pension includes equipment maintenance costs, weapons and equipment, and horse costs are calculated separately. Skills, physical fitness, extraordinary, language proficiency, map knowledge, 100 miles, swordsmanship, proficient, riding, proficient, spearmanship, proficient, hand-to-hand combat, proficient, beginner, entry, proficient, extraordinary, superb. Treasures, Aslan Castle, system materialized entity, universal textile processing factory, sufficient labor and materials 100 pieces per day, terrain renovation card, 20 hectares of oasis, terrain renovation card, lake depth 5 meters, width 50 meters, length 100 meters, small sun disk, placed high to absorb sunlight, coverage radius 1,000 meters, adjustable temperature 10 to 30, endless kettle 50 mithri day, universal material cutter up to 5 meters, energy 100% month, Sea Emperor fleet, unmaterialized, ship home port, unmaterialized. At this time, hurried footsteps sounded in the hall, and Anya walked in with a secret letter. Lord Charlotte, urgent news that the Dothraki have invaded the Laza area. We have a caravan trapped in the town of the Lazaran people. Anya narrated quickly. Is it that calls again this time? These Dothraki bastards are the dregs of hell, the worms in the cesspool. Charlotte cursed angrily. According to the tongue caught by the caravan scouts, it was the Khals who defeated Hakar Khal, the cause under Menno Khal. Their Khals are called Dora Khal. They command more than 10,000 Khas and more than 4,000 roaring warriors. They don't have siege equipment, so it shouldn't be easy to capture the town of the Lazarin. Gather the troops and set off now. You should stay behind at Aslan Castle this time. Charlotte picked up the remaining wine on the table and drank it all. In the oasis outside Aslan Castle in the Red Wasteland, the people were busy preparing supplies, shouting and neighing, and doing their own things in an unsteady manner. The surrounding torches illuminated the surroundings. This time, Charlotte was still going to take Camille, Kojero, and Gian Matteo with him. Anya stayed behind at Aslan Castle, and Roland stayed behind at the outpost town. After 2 days of rapid march, the team arrived at the outpost town, took a short rest, replenished supplies, joined the soldiers in the outpost town, and headed for the town of Lazarin. The sun was shining brightly, and an offensive and defensive battle was going on the wall of the Lazarin town. Shaq, wearing heavy mail armor and a chestplate armor, the armor surface was shining in the sun. Back and forth on the town wall, he shouted, "Don't be afraid, these Dothraki scum can't come up. The letter for help to the Lord has been sent out quickly. After holding on today, I will treat you to wine and meat." He raised the bow in his hand, without aiming, and drew the bow and shot the arrow based on his feeling. A long arrow flew 200 yards and accurately shot into the mouth of a Dothraki who was shouting. The sharp arrow pierced from the back of his head, and the bright red blood, mixed with milky white brain matter, dripped to the ground along the arrow. Seeing the captain so brave, the caravan members on the wall were immediately in high spirits. In the manor in Myr, Viserys, with a bruised face, waved his half-sword in a frenzy, roared like a beast, and stared at the flower garden that was chopped to pieces by his half-sword with his red and lifeless eyes. Viserys had just used the golden dragons he had exchanged for the crown of his mother, Queen Rhaella, to entertain the leaders of the Golden Company, wanting to ask them to help him restore his country. But after eating the feast he had carefully prepared and enjoying the beautiful prostitutes of Myr, he was humiliated. He remembered that the leader of the Golden Company, Tristan Rivers, had just called him the Beggar King in a mocking manner. In shame and anger, Viserys, who was thin and emaciated, punched Tristan Rivers to teach him a lesson and was beaten up. In the past few years since the death of Sir William Darry, he and Daenerys were driven out of the Red Keep by the slaves and guards. In order to survive, they even went to beg for the crown that they had not sold. Today, for the sake of restoring the country, he chose to give up his mother, Queen Rhaella's crown, but what he got in return was mockery and punches. Thinking of the past, he avoided the assassins sent by the usurper to hunt him down. Those who asked for help, the Sea Lord of Braavos, the Prince of Tyrosh, the Governor of Myr, various business tycoons, the disdain in everyone's eyes and the mockery in their words, he had to rely on flattery to exchange for food, and the humiliation in his heart tortured Viserys. The Iron Throne was like a distant curse, gradually destroying Viserys's mind. Before he was 8 years old, he was still a noble prince in King's Landing, the Red Castle. After he was 8 years old, he fled to Dragonstone with Queen Rhaella and experienced the helplessness and fear after Queen Rhaella's tragic death. Then he was driven out of the Red Castle in the countryside of Braavos. Viserys, who had just turned 19, was desperate. At this time, a cowardly figure, hiding behind the column, poked his head and looked at him. Viserys, who had lost his mind, felt a sense of shame and anger rising in his heart, followed by a surge of rage. "Even you are laughing at me." He wanted to teach those who looked down on him a lesson, and he wanted to make those who had mocked him pay the price. Under the tyrannical breath, the crackling sound of the belt, and the crying and begging of little Daenerys. Yes, his wrath of the sleeping dragon was awakened by little Daenerys again, and the price was her scars all over her body. The weak punched the weaker, and this kind of thing was obviously not the first time. In the silence of little Daenerys, Viserys was no longer so crazy. Dragging the scarred little Daenerys, he walked back to the room with heavy steps, licking his wounds like a wounded little animal. No one would sympathize with her. No one would care about her anymore. After the death of Sir William Derry, everything changed. Viserys began to talk to her with a whip and wrath of the sleeping dragon. She was never told the story of the Valyrian Dragon Kings again. Little Daenerys didn't understand what happened, why the servants in the Red Castle would drive them out and not let them live in the Red Castle. The clothes touched the wound, causing a pain. She had a secret. Whenever she was whipped by Viserys and slept again, there was always a pair of terrifying huge eyes looking at her in her dreams. Under the gaze of these eyes, her wounds always healed very quickly, which scared little Daenerys. She felt that she might be crazy. Such a strange thing happened to her. She didn't dare to tell Viserys, fearing that he would think that she was fooling him and arousing the wrath of his sleeping dragon. Daenerys has long platinum hair and purple eyes. Although she is still young, her beautiful figure has already appeared on her young face. I believe that her appearance when she grows up will overwhelm all the men on the continent. The long-term exile has made her thin. After experiencing a life of displacement, she learned to cover up, which is a gift from God to her. She used cowardice to cover her beauty and used sorrow to cover her face. She didn't dare to straighten her back, which would attract greedy eyes from all around. At a young age, she understood that the more beautiful things in the world are, the easier they are to be destroyed. The Red Castle of Braavos and Viserys' Valyria story, these few sweet memories, have been ruthlessly destroyed. She was afraid that showing her beautiful self would bring bad luck, and this was the only way she could think of to protect her from harm. Daenerys, with tears hanging from her eyes, fell asleep like this. In her dream, she felt the gaze of those huge eyes again. The degree of tyranny in those eyes made her feel scared. Those eyes revealed ruthlessness, coldness, greed, and rage, like a beast that wanted to prey at any time. Poor little Daenerys. She couldn't describe these eyes in any language in the world. She tried to think of Valyrian, the common language of Westeros, which didn't have such adjectives to vividly describe these eyes. Fortunately, these eyes wouldn't hurt her like Viserys did, which made her feel a little happy. Daenerys couldn't feel it in her sleep. In her body, a heat flow hidden deep in her body flowed through her bone marrow, bones, blood vessels, flesh, and skin. It quietly restored her scarred body. After the heat flow was over, it hid back in her body like a tired bird returning to the forest. The city of Myr was still noisy, in the largest brothel in the city. Tristan Rivers and his brothers in the Golden Group were teasing and playing with the plump girl in their arms. The mercenaries of the Golden Group, who had just finished the banquet hosted by Viserys, were loudly talking about the beggar king, Viserys' self-importance, and wanton mockery, which became the best toast to the wine and barbecue. This made them forget that they were also losers, with a disgraced reputation and no one to rely on. Today, this group of ghosts, liars, thieves, and losers, found a long-lost placebo in Viserys. This made them all blush and excited. A group of pathetic people, Illyrio Mopatis, holding the tender body of the girl in his arms, quietly observed the carnival of this group of losers and gave his evaluation in his heart. The fat Illyrio Mopatis, with a big belly, leaned on the bench and sipped the red wine handed by the girl from time to time. The red liquid flowed down the corners of his mouth and slid onto the gorgeous clothes in front of his chest. 10 fat fingers were full of rings, and various huge gems were inlaid on them, with different colors shining brightly. "Since you are going to support Viserys, why do you want me to humiliate him?" Tristan Rivers asked in confusion. "If a person who falls off a cliff has a vine in his hand, he will hold it until the end of the world," said Illyrio Mopatis. "Tsk." Tristan Rivers made an ambiguous sound after hearing Illyrio Mopatis' answer. Outside the town of Lazalan, Dolaco was asking a Dothraki without a braid. "It was the people with this kind of flag who defeated Haka," Dola asked with disdain. The Dothraki kneeling on the ground replied in panic, "Brave Dolaco, it was the people holding this kind of red flag with black stripes who defeated Hakako. Cowardly Haka was defeated by these people in iron clothes, which is a disgrace to us Dothraki roaring warriors." The Dothraki kneeling on the ground, wiggling his mouth, didn't know how to answer Dola's words. This Dothraki was also very lucky. When Charlotte led the heavy cavalry to charge, he was knocked unconscious and fell to the ground. He was not trampled to death by the horse's hooves. After he fainted, he was stabbed but not in the vitals. He was thrown into the corpse pit and happened to be on the top layer. When filling the soil, the Dothraki captives were lazy and only filled a thin layer. When he woke up on the third day, he was not eaten by wild beasts. Later he was captured by Dorakas and became a slave in the Great Grass Sea. If we want to evaluate the most lucky person of the year, this Dothraki will definitely be on the list. The kneeling Dothraki begged Dora, "Dorako, please give me a scimitar. I will defeat these people living in stone houses for you, dig out their hearts and give them to you." Dorako glanced at him and made an unknown sound. "If you can kill 2 people in iron clothes, I will pardon you and let you become a roaring warrior again. I will give you 2 hearts." The lucky man stood up after kneeling, and a Dothraki roaring warrior next to him took out a scimitar and gave it to him. Facing the main force of the Dothraki on the north wall of the town were the caravan members. There were more than 300 of them, divided into 2 teams. Among them were 20 elite longbowmen, 30 elite rangers, 50 veterans, and 200 freemen in leather armor. The freemen hid under the wooden vines that protected them from arrows, holding their bows, and nervously passed through the low crenelles to observe the horseback warriors under the town wall. The wall was only 3 meters high, and some horseback warriors stepped on the horse's back and jumped up with the momentum of the warhorse. Long-term mental tension will accelerate the fatigue of the body. The siege of the town has been going on for 5 days. Dorako, on the Great Grass Sea, learned the patience of grassland animals when hunting. He felt that he had more strategies than other Dothraki people, and even his Menokal was not as smart as him. Today was the time to show his fangs, crack the hard shells, and taste the juicy flesh inside the hard shells. After 5 days of intimidation, I believe the prey's ability to resist will be greatly weakened, just like the scene of night lions hunting bison on the Big Grass Sea. Under the scorching sun, the Dothraki roaring warriors gathered into a scattered formation. Dorako raised the Dothraki scimitar in his hand and said to the town of Lazarin, "Kill all their men, rape their women, and ravage their children." Wah! The Dothraki roaring warriors behind him made a burst of ghostly howls. Dorako rode out, and the roaring warriors behind him followed closely. The Dothraki people's superb riding skills were fully demonstrated at this moment. The messy formation but orderly galloping in their respective positions. The speed of the horses was accelerating. When they were 80 yards away from the town wall, crossbow arrows shot out from the top of the city. Dorako cunningly let his mount lag behind the roaring warrior next to him by half a body length. He successfully dodged the crossbow arrows flying towards him, while the roaring warrior next to him fell to the ground with a muffled groan. Dorako was cunning and cruel. He knew that the crossbow arrows of people wearing iron clothes were slow to string. As long as he dodged the first wave of attacks, he could use the scimitar in his hand to cut their throats with the help of the speed of the warhorse. At a distance of 50 yards from the town wall, the leading roaring warrior stood on the saddle with both feet, bent his front and back legs, squatted down, held the reins of the warhorse in one hand, raised the scimitar in the other hand, and looked forward. He wanted to jump up first and show his bravery in front of his khas. Closer, closer! He could see the face of the prey on the town wall clearly. What puzzled him was that the face of the person on the town wall did not have the fear that the prey should have. This made him, who was suspicious by nature, slightly slow down the speed of his horse's hooves and the order of jumping, which also saved his life. Shaq and 20 elite longbowmen and 30 rangers quickly drew their arrows and shot at the Dothraki, roaring warriors who were approaching in the front. The 51 people seemed to be guided by lasers and perfectly harvested lives. At this moment, the lucky Dothraki warrior on the left side of the Dothraki roaring warrior accidentally glanced to the side. Under the rising heat from the ground, it twisted into a red and black cloud and was rapidly pressing towards them. In the red and black distorted picture, there were flashes of dazzling cold light, accompanied by the vibration of the ground and the sound of heavy objects hitting the ground. Shallow formed a wedge shape with the heavy cavalry behind him, holding his long spear at an angle. The black and red flag on the spearhead fluttered in the wind, making a crackling sound, and the speed gradually increased. The warhorse under him was covered with a black and red saddlecloth. The vest on the horse's head and chest reflected the metallic light under the sunlight. The heavy cavalry uniformly laid down their spears when the roaring warriors were 30 yards away, and the spearheads flashed with cold light with a desire for flesh and blood. The fully armored knights, with a shocking momentum, crushed into the Dothraki from the side, and the heavy cavalry was divided into 3 teams, and the first to charge. The heavy cavalry was like a huge wave hitting a sandcastle on the beach, destroying everything in front of them with ease and comfort. The vanguard cavalry led the rangers and followed the passage created by the heavy cavalry, passing through it. The sabers cut through the flesh and blood of the roaring Dothraki warriors like cutting tofu, bringing about a bloody storm. Charlotte let go of the reins with both hands, and then the black horse under him was in tune with his mind, leading him to gallop among the Dothraki. The fine steel spear in his hand, with the waving of both hands, drew a visible spear shadow. The 4 basic spear techniques of point, stab, sweep, and collapse showed extraordinary power in Charlotte's hands. Wherever he rode, figures either fell to the ground with a groan or flew off the saddle and fell to the ground and died. After piercing through the Dothraki formation between the blood rain and the minced meat, he ran 100 yards to regroup and then broke through from the other side again. After 5 rounds of charging back and forth, the Dothraki collapsed and fled. The horses under the knight's crotch snorted and panted in the scorching sun. The intense exercise and the weight of the knights made them very tired. Even after systematic reinforcement, they could not withstand the terrifying weight of the horse armor and armored knights. The scattered Dothraki roared warriors, and they ran north under the pursuit of the vanguard knights and rangers, trying to cross the wooden bridge upstream of the Skazadon River and return to the Dothraki Great Grass Sea. The cunning Dorako was shot in the eye and brain by the sharpshooter Shock when Shiloh launched a heavy cavalry charge. In front of the wooden bridge over the Skazadon River, infantrymen who had been lined up for a long time lined up and waited for the prey to come. The neatly lined heavy-armored soldiers holding crossbows in their hands lined up in front of the battle array. The longbowmen behind the team held their bows, with black and red arrow feathers stuck in the mud in front of them. Behind the archers, veterans and new recruits held round shields in their left hands and placed their right hands on the handles of the one-handed swords hanging on their belts. More than 1,300 Dothraki roaring warriors who were surrounded knelt down in despair and surrendered under the attack from the front and back. Ding reward honor valued for saving the town of Laza. Ding reward honor value 400 for defeating the Dothraki. 2 system prompts sounded. Charlotte had already arrived near the battlefield last night, hiding in the hills 10 miles away. He had been gathering his strength until now, and hit the Dothraki hard on the side of his waist. The remaining enemies who fled outside the town were handed over to Camille to deal with, and Charlotte rode towards the town with Gian Matteo. Lord, Shaq in the town led the caravan to the town gate to greet Charlotte. Behind Shaq, some Lazarans also came forward to greet him. May the Supreme God bless you, respected Lord Aslan. Thank you for saving the shepherds of the Supreme God. No need to be polite. I also want to thank you for letting my caravan temporarily shelter in the town, Charlotte said, waving his hand. At night, in the town of Lazarin, a bonfire dinner was being held, and the warriors who had no missions were toasting with the Lazarans. Drinking the red wine in the caravan and the goat milk wine provided by the Lazarans, the brave Lazaran girls threw themselves into the warriors and served these brave warriors diligently. The worship of the strong is universal in any world, and the warriors handed in a perfect answer sheet with their own strength. Outside the town, the Dothraki captives were tied up, smelling the aroma of meat and wine coming from the town. The rescued slaves were also set free by Charlotte. In the town's meeting hall, Charlotte and several Lazaran leaders and priests sat in the upper seats. There was a long wooden table below. Camille, Cogero, and Gianmatteo were talking loudly with the chiefs of the small Lazaran tribes around them. The table was filled with golden roasted lamb chops, various fruits, and alcoholic drinks. Charlotte was eating the food in front of him, taking a bite of lamb chops and a sip of wine, and chatting and laughing with the Lazaran leader beside him from time to time. Torches and candles were lit all around, illuminating the banquet hall. Lazaran people were playing their unique musical instrument, something that looked like a pottery shun. The girls hummed along with the sound of the shun, a distant and desolate tune. The Lazaran men also sang long tunes. The sound of the xiao, the female voice, and the long tunes seemed to be telling stories from ancient times. The combination of them instantly gave people goosebumps. Charlotte was also attracted by the singing. The sad and passionate melody seemed to be telling the tragic experience of the Lazaran people and their unyielding and optimistic hearts. Listening to the singing, Charlotte unconsciously fell into memories, thinking of The Last of the Mohicans that he had heard on Blue Star and hummed unconsciously. The singing in the hall gradually quieted down as Charlotte hummed. Charlotte was deeply immersed in his memories and did not notice the movement in the banquet hall. He was only immersed in his own memories, humming louder and louder along with the melody in his memories. The same desolate and vicissitudes of life melody caused the Lazaran people in the banquet hall to sing along. The Lazaran priests in the banquet hall had been observing Charlotte, listening to Charlotte humming different tunes, but the emotions contained in the songs were the same. This made the Lazaran priestess wonder who Charlotte was. With black hair and black eyes, she had a unique appearance. She had never seen anyone who looked like Charlotte. Charlotte's oriental appearance, blessed by the system god, was as handsome and extraordinary as all the readers, and a mysterious temperament emanated from the inside out. The melody in the memory ended, and Charlotte stopped humming. The quiet sound in the hall made him a little embarrassed. So he raised the wine glass in his hand and shouted, "Drink to win!" Everyone in the hall also raised their glasses and shouted, "Lord Aslan, long live!" The banquet hall was noisy again. After eating and drinking, a Lazaran came up with a tray covered with wool cloth and put two colorful stone-like balls on the plate. One was red and black, and the other was white and gold. The two stones had a scaly appearance. "Thank you, Lord Aslan. You saved our town and saved us from the slaughter of the Dothraki. The Lazaran are poor and can only express their gratitude with these two dragon egg fossils. I hope, Lord Aslan, don't despise them." At this time, the voice of the Lazaran priest sounded. Charlotte heard the words of the Lazaran priest, smiled and shook her head and said, "We are also neighbors. Anyone with a sense of justice will lend a hand when they can. High Priest, you are welcome. I am very satisfied with this gift." Charlotte reached out to take the tray and stroked the uneven dragon egg fossil. When Charlotte's palm touched the dragon egg fossil, the system prompt sounded. Host touches the sleeping salamander, fire elemental elf, awakening condition. Place in the fireplace of Azencastle and bake for 30 days. Charlotte was ecstatic, put down the dragon egg fossil without any expression on his face, and asked with a smile, "High Priest, I wonder where this dragon egg fossil was obtained." "I went to Xia a long time ago, and the priests of the Supreme God got it accidentally," the High Priest replied. "I don't know if there are any more dragon egg fossils. The color is very beautiful. I like it very much. If there are any, I am willing to buy them for 1,000 golden moons," Charlotte said casually. "I'm sorry. I only got these two after so many years of being the lamb of the Supreme God," the High Priest said apologetically. Charlotte shook his head, pretending to be indifferent. "No need to apologize. They are just two beautiful stones. If you get more, you can send them to the outpost town and I will buy them at the price." Then he thought about it and shouted, "Gianmatteo, go get 5,000 golden moons and give them to the High Priest." Without waiting for the High Priest to refuse, he turned to her and said, "First of all, thank you. The High Priest's dinner. Secondly, I want to thank you for your protection of my caravan, which saved me from financial losses. And thirdly, I want to thank the High Priest for the gift. Finally, it's a small thought, and I hope the High Priest will accept it. Our caravan will often pass through the town of Laza in the future, and I hope the high priest can help us," Charlotte said softly. After hearing Charlotte's words, the high priest no longer refused and said with a smile on his wrinkled face, "Respected Lord Aslan, your name of kindness will resound throughout the Lazar region." After hearing what the high priest said, Charlotte laughed, raised his glass and said solemnly, "I wish Aslan and the Lazaran people's friendship will last forever. I wish Aslan and the Lazaran people's friendship will last forever." And the banquet hall also echoed. The joyful atmosphere in the banquet hall reached its peak. The system's voice sounded ding. Gain the friendship reward of the Lazaran people, 1,000 honor points. More than 30 days have passed since the end of the banquet with the Lazaran people. Charlotte hurriedly set off the next day, preparing to return to Aslan Castle to hatch dragon eggs. He really wanted to experience riding a dragon flying across the blue sky and white clouds. If there is a chance, all men should want to experience once the feeling of riding a dragon into the blue sky. Today is the day when the dragon egg will hatch. Charlotte, Camille, Kojero, Anya, Roland, and Gian Matteo are standing by the fireplace, ready to witness the moment when the dragon hatches. The 2 dragon egg fossils have long lost their stone texture after being baked for a month. Floating on the surface of the eggshell is a substance that looks like enamel, which emits a hazy, colorful light under the illumination of the flame. Charlotte, Camille, Kojero, Anya, Roland, and Gian Matteo, 6 people, with 12 eyes, stared at the dragon egg in the fire intently, attracted by the beautiful appearance of the dragon egg. At this time, the system sounded ding, drop blood on the dragon egg that is about to hatch. You can contract the young dragon so that the flying dragon and the human mind are connected. System prompt. After the host contracts the young dragon with the hero, he will obtain the characteristic, not afraid of fire. Charlotte said the dragon egg contract method displayed by the system and asked them to discuss one person to come out to contract. "Have you discussed who will contract the dragon first?" Charlotte asked Camille, Kojero, Anya, Roland, and Gian Matteo. Anya didn't say anything, just stared at the 4 people with her big eyes. "Anya will contract first, and we will contract after we find other dragon egg fossils." Kojero touched the back of his head and said naively, "Agree! Anya will contract first." The remaining 3 agreed. After hearing their words, Anya retracted her big eyes that were staring at the 4 people. In the end, Anya took advantage of her gender and contracted with the dragon first. Charlotte and Anya each drew out the daggers hanging on their waists and cut their palms. Blood dripped on the surface of the dragon egg along the cracks of their palms. Charlotte chose the red and black dragon egg, and Anya chose the white and gold dragon egg. As the blood dripped, the dragon eggshell gradually began to crack, and the blood seeped into the eggshell along the cracks. Charlotte and Anya withdrew their palms, took the white gauze handed over by Gian Matteo, and wrapped the wounds on their palms. The dragon egg that had undergone the blood-dripping ceremony was taken out of the fireplace and placed on 2 trays filled with soft sand on the long table in the hall. "After the system contracts the dragon egg, the color of my hair and eyes will not change, right?" Charlotte suddenly asked. He was very satisfied with his black-haired and black-eyed appearance and did not want to change the color. System prompt. The host's method of contracting the fire elemental spirit is to bind with the origin of the fire elemental spirit through deep analysis of the system, and it will not change the host's appearance. The Valyrians use sacrificial magic to change their own bloodline. The method of contracting the fire elemental spirit through bloodline magic is too rough. Seeing the system answer his question with a little arrogance, the 2 dragon eggs became bigger and bigger as time passed. With the shaking of the egg body, a young dragon with red and black lines appeared on the red and black eggshell with a squeak, creak sound. The young dragon broke through the eggshell and poked out its head. The dragon body shook off the eggshell fragments on its body with the swing of its body and wings. Hiss, roar! The young dragon roared, and the young dragon tried to open its wings. The roars seemed to be announcing its birth to the world. Following the roar of the red and black young dragon, the young dragon in the platinum eggshell next to it also broke through the eggshell. Like the red and black dragon, the dragon with white and gold lines all over its body also began to roar. After roaring for a while, the dragons began to look around. Charlotte stretched out her hands in front of the dragon with black lines in red. The dragon tilted its head and sniffed the smell of Charlotte's hands. A familiar and intimate smell floated in the dragon's heart. He sniffed again in doubt. It was a familiar smell, and a sense of closeness arose spontaneously. The dragon spread its wings, stepped back, and jumped on Charlotte's outstretched hands. Hiss! The dragon made a close call to Charlotte, the human who brought it a sense of closeness. Looking at the cute appearance of the dragon in her hand, Charlotte also looked at it closely with love. As if sensing Charlotte's emotions, the dragon made another excited cry. When Charlotte and the dragon looked at each other, a spiritual connection began to connect. Both Charlotte and the dragon were more and more aware of the emotions of the creatures in front of them. As the eye contact continued, Charlotte could clearly feel the young dragon's hazy consciousness, like the consciousness of a newborn baby. The young dragon also perceived Charlotte's thoughts more clearly. "Sumu," Charlotte whispered. "Your name is Sumu." Charlotte repeated affirmatively. "Hiss-ga," the young dragon Sumu responded, feeling the young dragon's joy. The young dragon Sumu seemed to be very satisfied with this name. In the hall, there were Sumu and Hiss-ga of the young dragon, and the call and response sounded in the hall without thinking. Flashing light. Anya also named the young dragon with white background and golden lines in her hand. The young dragon Flashing Light also gave Anya face and responded to Anya's call like the young dragon Sumu. In the call and response, Charlotte felt that the young dragon Sumu was hungry and shouted, "Bring up the prepared food." The maid standing by brought the prepared, charred meat and placed them beside Charlotte and Anya. The system prompted the feeding method and roasted it into charred meat. High-strength liquor, volcanic flowers, and silver arrow grass juice were added. These foods can make the young dragon's body stronger. Under the gaze of the 6 people, the young dragon was solemn. The young dragon flickered with light, flapped its wings one after another, jumped off Charlotte and Anya's palms, and came to the charred shape on the tray. The 2 front paws with wings folded in front of the body, stretched out its long neck, sniffed the charred food that attracted them, and found that there was no problem, so it started eating. The charred meat was roasted like a cutting machine under the sharp teeth of the young dragon. It took a bite without chewing and directly raised its neck to swallow it. Soon the 2 young dragons ate the same volume of food as their bodies. After eating, they looked at their masters and made hiska-hiska sounds, hoping for another portion. Charlotte felt the young dragon Sumu's desire for food and smiled as he took another plate of charred barbecue and placed it in front of the young dragon Sumu. Hiska! The young dragon Sumu gave Charlotte a cheerful cry and buried his head in swallowing the food. The young dragon Flashing Light didn't have such a big appetite. When Anya put down the second plate of barbecue, he only ate a few bites and flew to Anya's towering chest. His 2 hindpaws stepped on the towering chest, and his winged front limbs grabbed Anya's front collar and just hung on Anya. After a while, the young dragon Sumu finished the second plate of food, raised his neck and roared, and a cigarette came out of his mouth. He flapped his wings and flew onto Charlotte's shoulders, put his neck under his wings, and the claws on his hind legs and winged front limbs tightly grasped Charlotte's clothes and fell into a quiet sleep. Just when Charlotte was happy about the hatched dragon. King's Landing, the capital of the 7 kingdoms, is located in the continent of Westeros. King's Landing is a port city, and the Blackwater River outside the city flows endlessly to the Blackwater Bay. There is a castle in the city which sits on a high hill. The walls of the castle are built of light red stones. The people of Westeros call it the Red Castle. The current owner of the Red Castle is Robert Baratheon. Because of his fiancée from the Stark family, he was seduced away by the married prince of the Targaryen family. The patriarch of the Stark family took his eldest son to ask the Mad King in King's Landing, but the prince returned his daughter to no avail. He abused the Mad King, so the father and brother of his good brother Ned Stark were grilled by the former King Aerys Targaryen II, who was known as the Mad King. Mad King Aerys Targaryen II ordered the arrest of Robert Baratheon and Ned Stark. The two angry brothers chose to rebel with the help of their adoptive father, Jon Arryn, the Duke of the Vale. The Stark family in the north, the Arryn family in the Vale, and the Baratheon family in the Stormland married the Tully family in the Riverlands and united the power of the four major families. Finally, on the Three Forks in the Riverlands, Robert Baratheon used his giant hammer to kill the Crown Prince Rhaegar Targaryen with one hammer, and then the four major families marched into King's Landing. After Jaime Lannister, the White Knight, the eldest son of Tywin Lannister, the Duke of Westmere, killed the Mad King Aerys Targaryen II, the Lannister family rebelled. So the coalition of the four major families took King's Landing without bloodshed. Since Robert Baratheon's grandmother was from the Targaryen family, Robert also had the right to inherit the kingdom of Westeros. So Robert, who liked to drink and visit brothels, became king. He was also called the Usurper by the world. It had been 12 years since he occupied King's Landing. He was brave and strong at the beginning, but under the influence of alcohol, barbecue, prostitutes, and lovers, he became a fat man who would pant after walking a few steps. In the tall Maegor's Tower, the king's bedroom could overlook the whole view of King's Landing through the balcony. At this time, in the ruins of the Dragon Cave in the Rhaenys Hill, which was separated by a city, there was a slight conversation in the dark environment in the secret passage. The usurper has sent another wave of assassins to get rid of the brother and sister, a sharp and sweet voice sounded. Under the weak flame of the torch, a bald head appeared in the shadows under the illumination of the fire. The people in King's Landing would definitely call out his name, our Minister of Intelligence, Octopus Spider Varys. Oh, our usurper king is looking at the poor brother and sister, which is a good thing for little Aegon, a teasing voice sounded. Through the faint light, there is a middle-aged man with a huge belly. The huge gem on his finger reflects the light of the torch in this dim environment. He is the governor of Pentos, Illyrio Mopatis. You have been observing the two siblings for so long. What kind of people are they? Varys asked. Oh, one is arrogant, cruel, and cowardly, a brainless waste, and the other is a timid little girl, two tricksters of the Red Dragon family. Why do you care about them? Illyrio Mopatis asked puzzledly. Don't be careless, don't be careless. Accidents can happen at any time, Varys whispered. Don't worry, I will pay attention. Illyrio Mopatis replied. What new information do you have here? Our king's hand, the Goshawk of the Valley, has begun to approach the secrets of the Lion siblings. This is not in line with the plan. Little Aegon is not strong enough. Varys was a little irritated. And Littlefinger on the Nine Fingers Peninsula has been making frequent moves recently. I don't know what he is planning. My little bird can't get close to his brothel. Illyrio Mopatis cursed. This rat hiding in the gutter, selfish bastard, always brings us trouble. Obviously, he ignored himself, who was also hiding in the dark and playing tricks. Do we need to arrange for the Faceless Men to get rid of him? No. He is the Minister of Finance. Sending out the Faceless Men will bring unnecessary trouble. What we need now is to hide ourselves. With this ambitious man around, maybe we don't need to do much. It's just that we need more time now, Varys said slowly, and then remembered something and asked, How is John Clinton now? He has left the Golden Group. He now goes by the alias Griffin, and he is now taking care of little Aegon. Illyrio Mopatis said with a smile. Hearing what Illyrio Mopatis said, Varys said solemnly, Finally, something happened that was in line with the plan. Be careful not to let him know the truth. Illyrio Mopatis put away his smile and said affirmatively, Don't worry, he will never know the truth. By the way, in recent years, Essos has been full of trading posts called Aslan Boutique. The goods they provide are very exquisite, woolen cloth, silk, sugar, tea, various handicrafts, and among them there is a kind of tableware and vase made of beautiful stone called porcelain. The trade volume is large and the profit is very lucrative. Illyrio Mopatis said enviously. They also have trading posts outside King's Landing. Now a city is almost formed around the trading posts. They employ a large number of bankrupt poor people to work and cooperate with the nobles in Westeros to earn a lot of gold dragons. Do you have any information about them? Was very confused. I had never heard of this trading company before when I was wandering around Essos. If it was established in the past few years, there must be several big men behind it. It would be good to make friends with them. I haven't heard of it before. It suddenly appeared in the past few years. I heard that their base is in Slavers Bay, but the goods in Slavers Bay are either bed slaves or slaves. How can there be so many exquisite goods for sale? This is very strange. Illyrio Mopoptis was puzzled. Do you need to arrange some people to go to Slavers Bay to get some information? Illyrio Mopoptis asked. We have no conflict of interest with them. Just wait and see. Now we should focus on the continent of Westeros. There is no need for any extra actions. Slavers Bay is too far away from us. Okay, see you next time, my forever friend. See you next time, my friend. Illyrio Mopoptis and Varys said goodbye to each other and walked out of the secret passage separately. The two people's footsteps were like cats, silent and silent. If the people of Braavos saw the way they walked, they would definitely shout, "Water Dancer." 3 months have passed since the dragon eggs were hatched, and the dragonlets have grown from chicks to hens. Charlotte and Anya were training their own dragonlets, and the dragonlets followed their instructions. The hatching system helped the dragonlets to be smarter than those hatched by the Valyrians. Under Charlotte and Anya's training, the dragonlets would not attack humans without their instructions, which made them feel very relieved. As the training was over, the servants brought the fresh meat and placed it on the porcelain plate. The dragonlets solemnly occupied the larger porcelain plate, and the dragonlet ate. Glittering flew to the slightly smaller porcelain plate, and each of them spewed out a long, thin flame from their mouths. The flames spewed out by the dragonlets solemnly had a little black and red in color, and the flames spewed out by the dragonlet, glittering, had a white and gold color. The dragon flames were very hot and carried magic. Even with the characteristic of not fearing fire, Charlotte and the others would not get too close. Not afraid of fire only means they are not afraid of ordinary fire. They cannot bear magical fire like dragon fire. Watching the fresh meat of the dragonflies that had spewed dragon fire quickly turned into charcoal, the two dragonflies were stronger than the dragonflies of Valyria after the feeding method provided by the system. They could spit dragon fire in 1.5 months, and their bodies grew very fast. The red and black dragon Sulam was slightly larger than the platinum dragon Shimmering Light, and they ate more. Lord Aslan, are you going to Meereen today? Anya asked, standing by and looking at the two dragonflies. Charlotte nodded. Yes, we need a port of our own. And then said angrily, this group of slave owners, vampires, idiots, greedy imps, worms in the cesspool, who deserve to go to hell. A string of curses spewed out of Charlotte's mouth. It was obvious that the slave owners of Meereen had torn up the contract and increased the port usage fee. This forced Charlotte to hastily finish the training of the young dragon. If it weren't for the fact that the young dragon needed to establish continuity with its own rider in 3 months after birth, Charlotte would have sent troops to attack Meereen long ago. Although it would certainly suffer heavy losses, this breath had to be vented. As the 3 months passed and the connection was firmly established, Charlotte didn't want to wait for more than a day and had to materialize the port and warships. Slap the faces of those slave owners, thinking that they couldn't ship goods without your port? I have the system god to follow. Let you see what it means to change the world and what it means to be a bay miracle. As Charlotte was enjoying himself, the 15 noble lords of Meereen were meeting in the Great Pyramid's meeting hall, and the theme of the meeting was Aslan Trading Company. We tore up the contract. This will damage the reputation of our Meereen, and reputation is priceless. An old lord of the Carl family expressed his views. A lord of the Resnack family sitting next to him also nodded in agreement. We Meereen rose in the slave bay by fair trade, which violated our rules. A middle-aged leader of the Rihata family who was sitting opposite him smiled and said, "They are not here to buy our slaves. We just increased the port usage fee a little bit. But we have signed a contract after all. Breaking the contract is terrible." Another leader of the Marek family expressed his opinion. "Their goods bring a lot of profits," said the leader of the Lorak family. "They can only go through our port," said the leader of the Zak family. They employ a lot of free people to work for them. They have a high reputation among the free people, and they also set the slaves they bought free. As soon as the leader of the Yazan family said this, everyone was silent. Unless they don't set the slaves free and give us 50% of the profits from the goods, they can use the port of Marine, said the leader of the Daznak family with the final word. Agree, the representatives of the other 14 families agreed, one after another. Charlotte took an inland canal boat and finally arrived at the mouth of the Lakazadan River after 10 days of sailing. He landed on the north bank. The north and south banks were about 15 kilometers apart. Looking at the south bank, Milan was located on a sandy cape. 15 kilometers apart, looking at the shadows on the opposite side, there was a beach and flat land on the south bank, and the north bank was full of rocky cliffs, steep and precipitous. The long black and yellow sea cliff coastline extends along the north bank of the Lakazadan River to Toros, and there is no place in the middle that can be used as a port. But think about it. If there is, it would have been occupied by someone long ago, and it would not be Charlotte's turn. Fortunately, Charlotte has a system. There is a small seaport about 10 kilometers along the coastline. The surrounding land is relatively flat. There is an unnamed small river that enters the sea from here. The system materializes the port and the warship. As the system materialized, a thick fog floated around. In less than a while, the fog dissipated and a beautiful deep-water port appeared in front of us. Charlotte looked at this beautiful and majestic harbor from the three-dimensional map in his mind. The wide coastline is wide inside and narrow outside, with stone bridges extending into the sea. There are rows of docks neatly arranged next to the spacious factory buildings of the shipyard on the shore, towering gantry cranes in the unloading area, and warehouses everywhere. There are stone-cast coastal defense turrets on both sides and lighthouses towering above the sea. On the shore, a red-bottomed black-striped flag was erected on the top of the castle on the high hill. The gun barrels on the castle platform crossed and faced the sea. The entire castle, the outer wall shone with white stone light. The lawns, fountains, squares, and green trees in the castle grew lushly. Outside the castle walls, there were neat rows of red-tiled and white-walled markets, iron street lamp racks, streets, fountain squares, and sidewalks on the road, all covered with green vegetation, and the road surface was a stone slab, neatly cutting the entire port city. Underground drainage and sewage facilities are complete, and the river has been widened and passes through the city. The stone bridge over the river is arched. There is also a circle of walls outside the city. The wall is irregular in shape. There are battlements, horse walls, and artillery platforms on the wall. The weapons are distributed in a cross shape. There are also 15 ships, painted with black and red ship paint, white sails, and dense gun ports on both sides of the hull, with the muzzles closed, quietly docked on the bridge. Charlotte took the lead and walked into the city. The city garrison captain, the mayor, the tax collector, the castle steward, the fleet warship commander, the captain, the first mate. A large group of people stood at the city gate to welcome Charlotte. The castle steward lagged behind Charlotte half a step and led everyone into the castle. Charlotte decided to hold a dinner party today. There were people in twos and threes on the road. The harbor city, which can accommodate a permanent population of 100,000, now has only more than 30,000 and less than 40,000 people in the city. The land is large and the population is small. Harbor City soldiers, 1,000 musket, 800 artillery, 8,250 fleet soldiers. There are 4,500 craftsmen in the city. The total population of the city is 39,762. Mostly fleet soldiers are bachelors, poor sailors. System display panel host, Charlotte Aslan, Lord of Aslan Castle, protector of the free people of Outpost Town, Lord of Harbor City. Wealth, 15,470 gold. Citizens, 69587. System citizens, 26438 free people. Military, Castle Guards, 25 of 6, Heavy Knights, 150 Luv 5, Heavy Sergeants, 300 Luv 5, Sharpshooters, 50 Luv 5, Vanguard Cavalry, 50 Luv 5, Elite Longbowmen, 250 Luv 4, Elite Horse Archers, 300 Luv 4, Longbowmen, 860 Luv 3, Shield Infantry, 1200 Luv 3, Rangers, 800 Luv 3, Veterans, 2250 LV 2, Special Arms, 1,000 musket garrison, 800 artillery, 80-50 fleet soldiers. Heroes: Camille Aslan male, Codero Aslan male, Anya Aslan female, Roland Aslan, Gian Matteo Aslan male. Hero 150 gold year, Elv 6 45 gold year, Elvo 5 35 gold year, Elvo 4 30 gold year, Warhorse feeding 2 gold horse year. The annual pension includes equipment maintenance costs, weapons and equipment, and horses are charged separately. Skills: physical fitness, extraordinary, proficient in languages, map knowledge, 100 miles, swordsmanship, proficient, riding, proficient, gunmanship, proficient, hand-to-hand combat, proficient. Beginner, entry, proficient, extraordinary, masterful. Treasures: Aslan Castle, system materialization entity, universal textile processing factory, sufficient labor and materials 100 pieces day, terrain transformation card, 20 hectares of oasis. Terrain transformation card, lake depth 5 meters, width 50 meters, length 100 meters. Small sun disk, placed high to absorb sunlight, coverage radius 1,000 meters, adjustable temperature 1030. Endless kettle, 50 meter 3 day. Universal material cutter, up to 5 meters, energy 100% month. Sea Emperor fleet, ship home port. It has been 3 weeks since Charlotte materialized the harbor city. The Aslan Trading Company, established in Marine City, has also moved to the harbor city. On the Rakazadan River, inland transport ships with white sails are sailing on the Rakazadan River, transporting a large amount of materials to the harbor city. On the gravel-covered road of the Kaiser Pass, 4-wheeled carriages pulled by draft horses pass through the Kaiser Pass one after another, forming a long team and winding towards the port city. Along the way, the calls of the sailors and the driving of the horsemen resounded throughout the desolate hills and mountains of Giscari. The great lords wanted to know where this group of people were going, so they sent slaves to secretly track their relocation. So the great lords received an astonishing news that a port city magically appeared at the north bank of the Lakazadan River, which was full of sea cliffs and rugged rocks. The great lords who just received the news severely whipped the slave who told them the news. The great lords who received the news again laughed at the slaves for being slaves and not telling lies, and then rewarded them with a whip. The great lords who received the news for the 3rd time were half believing and half doubting, because no slave dared to deceive them like this. The great lords who received the news for the 4th time could not hold back their curiosity, and finally walked out of their tall pyramids to see the miracle city that the slaves had mentioned. After seeing it, the great lords were so shocked that they forgot to speak. The tall city walls, the majestic castle, although not as tall as their pyramids, the tallest pyramid in Marine is 266 meters high, and the huge warships. This series of buildings that appeared out of thin air and the red-bottom patterned flags flying on the castles made them at a loss. Who on earth was this Aslan who could create such a wonder on the rocky sea cliffs? A sense of fear rose in the hearts of every great lord. It is the principle of all wise people to be in awe of things that they do not understand. The great lords are no exception, although they are greedy and tyrannical, but they are not stupid. It is a foolish act not to take action before knowing everything. Although building a city within their sphere of influence is a provocation to them, they still suppressed the urge to send troops to attack and prepared to collect more intelligence first. And Charlotte has been waiting for the slave owners in Marine to send troops to attack him and secretly sent spies to keep an eye on the dynamics of Marine. In the Castle restaurant in Harbor City, a clean-shaven man with a medium build, neat clothes and a straight back is reporting a work briefing to Charlotte. His name is Rodrigo Aslan, the mayor of Harbor City. Lord Charlotte, all the staff and materials of the trading companies in Marine have been moved into the harbor city. The trading companies no longer depart from the port of Marine, and the profits have increased by 5 cents. Outside the city, we are improving the land, digging ditches, and preparing to implement the 3-field rotation farming method, implementing half grazing, half cultivation, half rest. This method is very suitable for the land environment around the harbor city. The sandy land is very suitable for the growth of potatoes and cotton. We teach the Myrine slaves who surrender to us to farm, distribute seeds, livestock, and land use rights, and establish 3 settlements outside the city. In the past week, the number of slaves who escaped from Myrine City has reached 3% of the slave population of Myrine. Using the trawling method, food is not a problem in the short term, but a large amount of grain needs to be stored. We use the salting method, which greatly facilitates the production of edible salt. The Myrine freemen who used to work in the trading company also moved to the harbor city with their families, which also attracted some freemen to settle here. Rodrigo Aslan finished his statement slowly and unhurriedly, with his hands folded respectfully in front of his lower abdomen. After listening to the report, Charlotte put down the lobster in his hand, picked up the wet towel, wiped his mouth, and wondered, why are the slave owners in Myrine so calm? Because the news of our acceptance of slaves has spread. The slave owners have recently burned many slaves who tried to escape, Rodrigo said. The spy reported that the slaves in Myrine are planning a riot, which is a good opportunity for us to take over Myrine. However, we will also become the public enemy of Slaves Bay. It is recommended that we should not take over Myrine directly now. Rodrigo offered his own advice. We still have to fight. If we don't show our muscles, those hyenas don't know what awe is. Connect the slaves, divide the secondary nobles in Myrine, and give those high and mighty masters a real beating. The rescued slaves can be supplemented. The agricultural manpower in the harbor city is insufficient, Charlotte said humorously. The Great Pyramid of Myrine, representatives of the 15 great lords' families, are having a fierce discussion in the meeting hall. Recently, the slaves have been very restless. We burned countless slaves to death in the punishment square. Although we stopped the slaves from escaping, I can feel that they are ready to move, said the great lord of the Caroler family. According to the reports from the spies hidden among the slaves, a group of strangers are instigating a slave riot, said the great lord of the Graza family. The lesser nobles are also not honest and often plot something in secret, said the great lord of the Hazaka family. These lowly lesser nobles have always wanted to gain more power. This is a provocation to us, said the great lord of the Kantek family. It must be the conspiracy of those damned Aslan people, said the great lord of the Lorak family. Don't worry too much about those lesser nobles hiding in the dark trenches. We need to hire some mercenaries now to prevent the slave riot from expanding. If too many slaves die, our wealth will also be greatly lost, said the great lord of the Murek family. We have already contacted the Storm Crow group, the Cat group, the Spear group, and the Windblown group. The hiring fee will be shared equally by the 15 families, said the great lord of the Marek family. Do we need to send an envoy to the North Shore for negotiations? Said the great lord of the Reznak family. When the representative of the Reznak family asked this question, the hall exploded instantly. The spit flew and the fierce debate and discussion ignited the quiet venue. They are encroaching on our land and robbing our property, but we have to negotiate with this greedy man. We need to send troops now to let this bitch's son of a bitch see the consequences of provoking us. The representative of the Rahata family shouted loudly. We haven't figured out the enemy's strength yet, so we need to be patient now. After we find out clearly, the shackles will accompany that damn Aslan for the rest of his life. The representative of the Yazan family. After the fierce discussion, 7 votes agreed to send envoys to negotiate, 5 votes opposed to negotiation, and 3 abstentions. Then let's act separately. Those who go to negotiate this time must carefully find out the truth. The great leader of the Doznak family made the final summary. A stage play is being performed in the fountain square of the harbor city. The Slave Bay region was the territory of the ancient Geese Empire thousands of years ago. At that time, the ancient Geese Empire had a large population, fertile land, developed commerce, and a strong military. The ancient Geese people, who originated from the Giscari Hills, were brave and good at fighting. Facing the colonial invasion of Valyria, they bravely resisted and were not afraid of death. Although Valyria defeated the ancient Geese army with dragons, and the ancient Gis emperor also died bravely, the tough character of the hill people made the ancient Gis people continue to resist. During this period, a large number of ancient Gis civilian heroes emerged, and the heroic civilian heroes died one after another. The continuous rebellions in the ancient Gis region made the dragon kings of Valyria angry and decided to completely eradicate the ancient Gis people. They sprinkled salt and sulfur on the arable land on the plains of the ancient Gis Empire. This vicious method left the corpses of the ancient Gis free people all over the ground, and let those despicable Gugis nobles, traitors, and informers be responsible for managing the Gugis Empire. The surviving Gugis civilians were all reduced to slaves. The destruction of the plains arable land, the death of a large number of people, and the Gugis heroes were betrayed by traitors. The once powerful Gugis Empire has become the current slave bay, and those nobles, traitors, and informers have become the current great lords, virtuous lords, and good lords. The pitiful Gugis civilians, the despicable Gugis nobles, these adapted stage plays of Gugis resisting the conquerors have been intensively performed in Harbor City recently. In the sad, high-pitched, or helpless speeches of the actors, accompanied by the music of sadness and excitement. Every performance can win a large number of people who share the same hatred of the enemy. The former slaves and now the free people of Harbor City have red eyes, clenched fists, blue veins on their necks, and flushed faces, which shows their anger. Among the crowd, the noble Hizdar Zolorak was quietly watching the stage play. From the creaking sound of his teeth and his clenched fists, one could see his anger. Being angry, he remained calm and rational. After all, this was not Myrene. The mobs that looked at him with hatred everywhere frightened him a little. If it weren't for the Harbor City garrison in gorgeous black and red uniforms, he was sure that these mobs would rush up and tear his body apart regardless of everything. At the urging of the garrison, he left the square and followed the receptionist to the castle. Sis! With the hissing of snakes, the free people issued a provocation of contempt and hatred to their former masters. Hizdar Zolorak took the initiative to accept the task of negotiating in Harbor City. He wanted to observe the mysterious Lord Aslan up close, but after watching the stage play, he knew that there would be no peace between the two sides. From the atmosphere of the Harbor City, he could clearly feel that the mysterious Lord Aslan was like a lion crawling on the ground. As long as the time was right, he would launch a fatal attack on his prey at any time. The prey was the city of Myrene and their great lord families. As the population of the system's subjects and freemen under Charlotte's rule increased, he also summed up a few methods. First, find a stronghold to establish a gathering place. Second, delegate power to the people under his command, allowing them to give full play to their talents. The senior and middle levels are mainly held by the system's subjects. Third, establish a strict monitoring system. Fourth, do not plunder others and make your team just. Charlotte felt that by abiding by these 4 points, he could conquer the whole world in this world full of slaves. Standing on the high platform of the castle, looking at the buildings lined up in the Harbor City, the increasingly prosperous market, the port area, and the merchant ships from all over the world, carrying goods in and out of the port in an endless stream. A sense of satisfaction welled up in his heart. He had been in this world for 6 years. From the difficult struggle to survive at the beginning to the little achievement now, he was just a weak high school student, but now he is a muscular man. This is due to the help of the system and his own efforts. The system does not directly improve his body, but it is like digitizing the body, which can be steadily improved during exercise. His body, which had just been trained with a two-handed sword, was covered with beads of sweat. The maids were holding a towel and carefully wiping the sweat off his body. These maids were all family members of the system warriors. In the memory given by the system, they were very loyal to Charlotte. Slave Bay is located in the tropical latitude zone. The weather is divided into rainy season and dry season. Now it is in the dry season and the weather is a bit hot. After wiping off the sweat, Charlotte sat leisurely on the recliner, overlooking the whole city. He wore a pair of black and red, wide-leg pants, a white cotton and linen short-sleeved shirt, a pair of flip-flops, a black cowboy hat, crossed his legs and swung a red wine glass in his hand, taking a sip from time to time. He didn't care at all. The negotiators sent by Myrine were not even willing to meet him. According to Charlotte, it was unlucky to meet these dying people. The sun gradually set, and the evening breeze blew away the summer heat of the day. There were more people on the market street. The small vendors tried hard to sell various handicrafts to pedestrians. The girls walking back and forth were carrying baskets. The oysters on the baskets were fat and juicy. From time to time, passers-by took out a few copper coins to buy a few and eat them raw. The children were holding wooden swords and playing the game of knights and robbers, chasing back and forth with a small pot that came from nowhere. Ships from all over the world were pulled neatly to the dock by small boats at the port. On the gantry crane, the unloading workers shouted in unison, unloading the full ship of goods, and then the four-wheeled carriages on the roadside transported the goods to the warehouse area for storage. Captains and sailors went in and out of bars and brothels on the street, going in hungry and thirsty and coming out satisfied. The girls' business was very prosperous. In the living area, smoke rose, and the aroma of bread and fish soup spread. The voices calling children to go home for dinner rang out on the street. Children playing night games scattered, and some children who didn't want to go home were dragged away by their mother's love. The most lively place was the Fountain Square, where the stage play, Heroes of the Ancient Geese Empire Rebellion, was performed one after another. The actors performed the heroes' unyielding and the traitors' cunning vividly, which also aroused the resistance of the free people. A burst of fragrance came. Charlotte's dinner was ready. Golden roasted boneless fish, red sea crabs, huge sea shrimps, and milky fish soup. Charlotte couldn't wait to come to the dining table, cracked the crab shell, picked up a small spoon and scooped a full spoonful of crab roe, put it in her mouth and tasted it carefully. The salty and fragrant taste bloomed in her mouth, making Charlotte half close her eyes. Pick up the shelled sea shrimp, dip it in some sauce, take a bite. The white shrimp meat bounces between the teeth. The freshness of the shrimp and the spicy taste of the sauce are felt by the tongue at the same time. After tasting a mouthful of milky fish soup, a comfortable moan came out of Charlotte's throat. Under Charlotte's tough attitude, the negotiations ended in failure because Myrine unilaterally tore up the contract and needed to pay compensation and cede land. Hisdar Zolorak returned to Myrine and recounted what he had seen and heard in the harbor city. The angry great lords were actively preparing for war and were ready to strike first. The major families sent out their family guards, summoned the beast-faced army inside and outside the city, organized the slave army, and prepared siege equipment. For 2 months, the city of Myrine was filled with a tense atmosphere. The foreign mercenaries laughed at the employers hiding in the pyramids, saying that they were a group of cowardly snails. The mercenaries hired by the Great Lord arrived one after another. The first to arrive in Myrine were the 3,000 Unsullied that the Great Lord urgently purchased from Astapor. They arrived in Myrine first on a transport ship and sailed under the stars at night. The Great Lords were very satisfied with the Unsullied marching in neat steps. Following closely behind were the 3,000 Cats Regiment infantry, led by Bloodbeard. They were originally employed by Yunkai for a long time and were closest to Myrine. This time they came here to make a quick buck. Bloodbeard was savage and tall, with a fiery red beard and long braids, and his personality was very cruel. The Windblown has a mixed force of 2,000 infantry and cavalry, led by the Tattered Prince, who is over 60 years old. He usually rides a gray war horse with strips of robes from people he has killed hanging behind him. He is cunning and good at seizing opportunities, a typical rogue. The last mercenaries to arrive were the Long Lancers with 800 cavalry and the Crows with 500 warriors. They arrived at about the same time. The leader of the Long Lancers was called Gilo Reha. People said he looked like a shoemaker and spoke unclearly. If you underestimated him, you would be in big trouble. He liked to play the pig and eat the tiger. The Crows had 3 leaders, namely Plondanagisan, Baldsalo, and Dario Naharis. The arrival of these well-equipped and powerful mercenaries finally put the lords at ease. While the lords were busy mobilizing for war, Charlotte also received a report from the spy. In the castle hall, Charlotte sat at the head of the long conference table, with officers of all sizes sitting on both sides. On the left was Rodrigo, the mayor of the port city, and below him were Alessandro, the commander of the Sea Emperor fleet, Silvano, the captain of the garrison, and their deputies. On the right were Camille, Cojero, Gian Matteo, and their deputies. Rodrigo spoke first, with the original garrison of Harbor City with 1,000 musketeers, 800 artillerymen, and 8,250 fleets. We are not afraid of any enemy attack. In the castle and the warships, the gunpowder will tell any enemy that this is a mistake. Gian Matteo said immediately, Harbor City has more than enough defense, but less offense. Lord Aslan should not stop at defense. Charlotte smiled and nodded when he heard Gian Matteo's words. You know me well. These damn slave owners in Marine must pay for their actions. I will never give up until I hit them hard this time. That's why I urgently transferred you here. According to the reconnaissance during this period, Marine has 80 Carrack-style sailing ships and 120 Caravel-style sailing ships with combat effectiveness. In addition to the 12-ship Sea Emperor fleet, we also have 10 Carrack-style sailing ships and 30 Caravel-style sailing ships, which can easily destroy the enemy's fleet, said Alessandro, the commander of the Sea Emperor fleet. Marine slave owners have hired a large number of mercenaries to join this war. The ground forces include 3,000 unsullied infantry, 3,000 Cats infantry, 2,000 windblown infantry and cavalry mixed forces, 800 long lance cavalry, 500 storm crow warriors, 25,000 beast-faced army, 7,500 slave owner family guards, 15,000 slave soldiers, and the total enemy strength is 56,800 people. Camille said about the intelligence he had obtained. We have 150 heavy cavalry, 200 heavy armored soldiers, 40 sharpshooters, 40 vanguard cavalry, 200 elite longbowmen, 250 elite archers, 800 longbowmen, 1,000 shield infantry, 700 rangers, 2,000 veterans, 3,000 freemen, and other troops stationed in the outpost town and Aslan Castle. The total number of troops that can go out of the city to fight is 8,380. Taking the initiative to attack is not good for us. Gian Matteo paused, drank a sip of water, and continued. Field battle is not good for us. It is recommended to defend and counterattack. With the defensive advantages of the castle garrison and the city wall, and the powerful attack power of the fleet, we can block the Lakazadan River after the enemy crosses the river, defeat the enemy fleet, and trap their ground forces. We will take the opportunity to attack the empty Milan city, Gian Matteo suggested. Second, Rodrigo was the first to express his opinion, followed by a chorus of seconds. Charlotte finally nodded in agreement and said, since everyone agrees to this plan, everyone should prepare for it and cooperate with each other. After thinking for a while, he stretched out his palm, raised his index finger, pointed to the sky and said, I have given this action a name. It is called Operation Thunder. We will shake the world like thunder. Meeting adjourned. After the castle meeting, Hisdar Zolorak came to the harbor city again. This time he came to challenge, and this time Charlotte met him in the castle reception hall. The decoration style in the castle hall is unique, luxurious but not vulgar, and classical. It is elegant but noble, and the magnificence is difficult to describe in words. On the black marble floor of the castle, which can clearly reflect the human figure, the bright red cashmere carpet is laid directly on it, extending from the hall to the aisle and extending to the castle gate. The colorful oil paintings on the walls and dome of the hall are telling epic stories. A few meters apart, wooden strips with strange patterns were erected on the wall, sandwiching transparent glass double windows. The thin, transparent white gauze curtains on the windows were tied with long black and red tassel ropes and swayed gently as the windows opened. Ornate candlesticks were hung by the windows, covered by transparent glass covers. When passing the reception room, the spacious stone corridor was lined with full-body armor, and the thick armor plates were shining with silver light. Luxury was reflected everywhere in the castle. On the large round arched windows, wooden strips fixed transparent glass. Sunlight shone into the hall through the transparent glass, and the bright hall reflected golden light everywhere. Hisdar Zolorak quietly watched the hall, with envious and greedy eyes brewing in his heart. During the time he was waiting for Charlotte, he had already thought that when he captured this place, he would use this place as his own palace, away from the pyramids that he once thought were luxurious. Compared to this castle, his pyramid is like a slave's residence. Respected Lord Aslan, Hizdahr-zo-Loraq saluted Charlotte, who was sitting on a high-backed chair under the round arch window, as Charlotte's footsteps came in late. The high-backed chair was placed on a pedestal made of white marble, forming 6 steps above the ground. At both ends of the steps stood knights wearing gorgeous armor, wearing red-bottomed black dragon-patterned cloaks and holding swords on the hilts hanging at their waists. "Well, what are you doing in our harbor city?" Charlotte asked knowingly. "I'm sorry, respected Lord Aslan. The castle you are in is the land of our marine city. We hope you can leave our land," Hizdahr-zo-Loraq replied. "What if I don't leave?" Charlotte asked deliberately. "War will come, Hizdahr-zo-Loraq." "Ha!" A burst of laughter came out of Charlotte's mouth, and then he said, "Then you can also help me convey a message to those rats hiding in the gutter. You have the final say on when to start the war, and I have the final say on when to stop the war." "As you wish." Hizdahr-zo-Loraq handed over the declaration of war, and the guard took the declaration of war, then saluted and turned away. The day after Hizdahr-zo-Loraq handed over the declaration of war, in the early morning at the gate of Marine, there was a chaos of people shouting and horses neighing. The army under the city wall lined up one by one and walked onto the ships docked at the ferry. Under the guidance of various flags, they boarded the ships and crossed the Rakazadon River, landed on the north bank, and established camps one by one. 10,000 people are endless, 56,800 combat troops, and a large number of slave helpers. On the north bank, there are crowds of people shouting and cursing. From the early morning when they started crossing the river until it was dark, the combat team finally crossed the Rakazadon River. Charlotte, who was observing the enemy from a distance, looked at the chaotic army of Milan City. A bold plan emerged in his mind. If he attacked at night, would he be able to defeat them directly? He returned to the harbor city and called Camille, Jacoro, Gianmatteo, Rodrigo, Alessandro, and Silvano to discuss whether he could give them a hard blow at night. Except for the free people who are night blind, the other warriors can see at night. Tonight is a full moon with good vision. The enemy camp is located in the radiation range of the harbor city. After testing, gunpowder can be used there, said Silvano, the captain of the garrison. Charlotte was overjoyed when he heard this. He originally thought that the firearms troops could only be used in the city, but he didn't expect it to be used in the radiation range of the city. "We have prepared fire ships. When the Sea Emperor opens fire in the hilly area of the Rakazadon River, they will place fire ships and rush to the ferry," said Alessandro. After a pause, he continued, "Their camp is located within the range of the Sea Emperor. The small pound cannon can hit the center of their camp directly, and the large pound cannon can penetrate their camp. Send the vanguard cavalry in the first half of the night, and the elite archers and rangers will be responsible for continuous harassment of the enemy. In the second half of the night, except for the free militia and 500 veterans in the harbor city, the remaining troops will advance to a distance of 300 meters from the enemy. The artillery position will be built on a small hill 350 meters away from the enemy, and 300 people from the musket garrison will be responsible for protection. After the field artillery sounded, the fleet immediately started firing. After completing 4 rounds of firing, it stopped attacking the ground forces and directly attacked the enemy warships. As Charlotte's orders were issued, the vanguard cavalry, with the elite archers and rangers, were divided into 2 teams and began to engage in a crazy dogfight with the mercenary scouts at night. The cavalry, with a system rating of LV3, LV4, and LV5, had strong combat effectiveness and cleared out the scouts sent by the Marine Army with a record of 0 combat losses. Under the cover of night, with the help of Charlotte's map learning skills plug-in command, he and Camille each led a team of cavalry to thoroughly strangle those who dared to leave the camp at night. The enemy soldiers who walked out of the camp soon turned into heads and were thrown into the Marine Army camp. Under the deterrence of this terrifying atmosphere, The slippery mercenary scouts began to play badly, and all lay down regardless of military orders. The slave owners could only send the Unsullied out of the camp. The light armored infantry suffered countless casualties under the precise lob shooting of the archers. The slave owners did not want to waste the expensive Unsullied in vain, so they had no choice but to call back the Unsullied and guard the camp tightly. As heads were thrown into the camp one by one in the first half of the night, the whole camp was filled with a tense atmosphere. The slave owners had no choice but to light bonfires around the camp, and the light of the bonfires pointed the direction for the artillery. Tension will accelerate fatigue. In the second half of the night, the army of the harbor city silently entered the designated position, quietly waiting for the attack order. The sleepy night watchmen of the Marine Army camp did not know that death was waiting for them. With the sound of a strange trumpet, the field artillery opened fire one after another. The huge sound was like thunder, and the hot bullets bounced in the Marine Army camp. 120 12-pound field guns fired deadly iron balls at an elevation of 5 degrees, leaving a ground of broken limbs and arms wherever the balls passed. The Sea Emperor fleet at the mouth of the Lakazadan River swung the ship horizontally and lowered the dense gun windows. All the shipborne guns of the 15 giant ships had more than 1,300 guns, half of which were facing the Marine ground forces. Under the cold moonlight, the gun barrels flashed with dim light, like the death warrant of the god of death. The flames sprayed out from the muzzles with the whistle of death and fell into the camp of the Marine Army. Field guns and shipborne guns were distributed at an angle, and the shells were fired at an angle. The high temperature of the shells ignited the camp of the Marine Army, and flames rose in the wind. The sleeping soldiers were in chaos, running around without a mind, and the war horses were also startled by the huge noise, breaking free from their restraints and whistling in the camp. The screams of humans after being injured, the neighing of war horses. The soldiers who had never seen artillery thought they were punished by God, all ran around like headless flies and howled in fear. The soldiers who still had reason hurried to the ferry, wanting to leave this hellish place. The crowds fighting for the ferry were facing each other with knives, and the slick and brutal mercenaries were even more so. While they were fighting for the ferry boat, the fireboat upstream, loaded with a full boat of flammable materials, rushed into the ferry at a very fast speed, and the flames rose instantly. The kerosene with sugar added is like the hellfire attached to the bones. Just a little bit of it will burn the skin and flesh, and no matter how you beat it, it will be useless. Under this dimensionality reduction attack, the cold weapon soldiers who are still using swords, guns, bows, and arrows are like lambs to be slaughtered. After 4 rounds of shooting, the fleet swung the hull and aimed the muzzle at the warships of the Marine. The fire appeared again. Without any surprise, the enemy fleet was easily smashed by the artillery fire. The field artillery on land gradually raised the muzzle elevation as the bombardment progressed. The infantry was in the middle, and the cavalry on both sides pressed the formation. The musketeers, following the drummer's call, marched in neat steps towards the enemy. After a burst of white smoke, there was only a pile of corpses in front of them. The white smoke looked particularly enchanting against the moonlight. The shield-bearing spearmen, with a shield in one hand and a long spear in the other, formed a square formation, calling out the trumpet and marching in formation. The archers behind them followed behind them. When they encountered the enemy gathering, they released a neat rain of arrows. Sharpshooters and elite archers fired at the armored soldiers of the enemy, and the arrows could always accurately penetrate the gaps in the enemy's body and penetrate into the flesh and blood of the enemy. The heavily armored warriors carried long spears in their hands, stabbed or chopped at the enemies who dared to block their progress, and slaughtered all creatures that hindered their progress. Charlotte put on thick armor and led the heavy cavalry to charge. The crowd was ready to gather, and the light cavalry behind him reaped the lives of the enemy wantonly behind the heavy cavalry. As the killing continued and the front line advanced, the Marine Army was squeezed into the Rakazadan River. There were fluttering figures everywhere in the river, like schools of fish caught in a fishing net. This is not a war. This is a massacre. As the killing continued, time gradually came to dawn. On the eastern horizon, a fiery red sunrise shot out, and a faint blue smoke floated on the charcoal-black wood of the unburned ships on the river bank. The surface of the Rakazan River was full of corpses. The Marini's warships in the distance had also become a piece of waste wood. The shore was full of kneeling enemy soldiers. Because there were too many prisoners, they called in the freemen to guard and tie them up. The armored soldiers were holding weapons, staring at them with eager eyes. Any soldier who dared to raise his head would be struck by a sword. The remaining Unsullied on a small area on the river beach formed a semicircle formation, guarding several members of the Great Lord's family. The musketeers raised their muskets and pointed them directly at them. "Surrender or die!" Charlotte stepped forward and shouted loudly. "Surrender! Surrender! We surrender!" A member of the Great Lord, surrounded in the middle, begged for mercy loudly. At the request for surrender from the members of the Great Lord's family in Marine, the last resistance position on the north bank of the Rakazadan River surrendered. Lead the armored soldiers to defeat the enemy that is 10 times larger than yourself, and get the title 10 times enemy, and reward honor value plus 2,000 ding. Defeat the Marine Army, reward honor value 5,560. Defeat the Marine Fleet, reward honor value 1,000. 3 consecutive system prompts sounded. A member of the Great Lord family, who was protected in the Unsullied army, respectfully presented the Unsullied command whip. After Charlotte raised his hand to take the Unsullied command whip, the remaining 565 Unsullied were received by Charlotte. A member of the Great Lord family was released and asked to take a letter of surrender back to Marine. The side that was engaged in the battle last night suffered 3% of casualties, including 86 casualties of veterans, 21 casualties of rangers, and 42 casualties of shield infantry. 18,035 enemy personnel were captured, and 38,765 were killed or wounded, most of them drowned in the Lakazadan River. The mercenaries suffered heavy casualties. When they were trying to seize the ferry boats last night, Bloodbeard's Cats and Prince Tattard's Windblown had a fierce fight. After the fireboats set the ferry on fire, the 2 leaders disappeared. Only 1 leader of the Storm Crows survived among the 4 major mercenary groups, the lucky Dario Naharis. The slave helpers did not suffer much loss. After the battle started, they knelt quietly on the ground until the free people in the rear came forward to receive them and escorted them to the rear after identification. At this time, panic was spreading in Marine. The huge artillery bombardment on the north bank last night and the screams of dying humans were clearly heard by the Great Lords living in the pyramids across the wide Rakazadan River. The Great Lords stood on the top of the pyramid and looked at the Rakazan River. The flames of the Marine military camp on the north bank were soaring into the sky, and the warships on fire everywhere on the river surface all showed the army's tragic defeat. In the early morning, the sun appeared, and the wreckage of their own warships on the river's surface was scattered all over the river. In the huge Great Pyramid meeting hall in the center of Marine, the noise seemed to be about to lift the spire of the pyramid. I have said long ago that not abiding by the trading rules will only bring disaster to Marine, but you did not listen to my advice. The great master of the Marek family roared angrily, as if to reduce the fear in his heart through his words. The reason why Marine can stand in the slave bay is that we abide by the spirit of the contract. Look at what we have done. The great master of the Reznak family loudly shirked responsibility. You didn't object when the troops were dispatched, the great master of the Rahata family said angrily with spit flying. In the meeting hall, there were voices of blame, accusations, and scolding, which continued until the member of the Great Master's family, who was released, walked into the meeting hall. The Great Masters could not wait to circulate the surrender letter in their hands. The letter had 3 requirements. 1. Compensate Aslan for the loss of 100,000 pounds of gold or equivalent materials. 1 pound of gold is worth about 144 gold coins. 2. Hand over the main culprit family that planned to launch a war against Aslan's territory and the harbor city. 3. Recognize that the Rakazeden River and the North Bank are Aslan's protection area. Attachment. Make a decision within 3 sunrises and sunsets. There is no reply after 3 sunrises. Aslan's army will launch an attack on Meereen. After reading the letter, the Great Lords all glanced at their family's allies. The Great Lords of Meereen are divided into 3 factions. One is the conservative faction, which is the Dove faction. One is the radical faction, which is the Hawk faction. And the last is the middle faction. It can also be said that they join whichever side has the greater power. The Great Lords of Meereen are mainly governed by hawks, but doves occupy most of the seats. The ruler of this world, the Great Lord of the Daznak family, is a typical hawk. The Great Lord of the Daznak family knew that the end of his family had come. He looked pale at his allies, the Great Lords of the Rahada family, the Yazan family, the Lorak family, and the Zak family. His allies looked away from him, with a sense of surviving a disaster in their eyes. The betrayal of his allies and the huge fear made the Great Lord of the Daznak family cold all over, and his eyes fell into a dead silence. In the silence of the venue, the old Great Lord of the Karl family, the representative of the Dove faction, shouted loudly, "The guards block the venue and no one is allowed to enter or leave." Then he said seriously, "We must make a decision. We have no other choice. There are no extra troops in Meereen. The whole city is full of slaves who are ready to move. Only by sacrificing a few people can we save the majority." The Great Lord of the Karl family was a little excited. Power was like a kind of magic gushing out of his dry and old body. His drowsy and decayed body, which was drowsy due to old age, instantly became energetic. He had long been looking forward to ruling Meereen. As long as he overthrew the Great Lord of the Daznak family this time, he would be able to successfully become the chief of the Great Lords of Meereen. In the past, the Great Lord of the Daznak family united with those fence-sitters of the centrists to get the chief position. Now the chief position is like a ripe, juicy, and tempting red fruit, right in front of you, and you can easily pick it with your hands. At the signal of the Great Lord of the Karl family, the Great Lord of the Reznak family said, "Yes, all mortals have to die, and for the greater good, necessary sacrifices are worth it. We can't sacrifice ourselves for the mistakes made by a few people," said the Great Lord of the Marek family. The doves spoke one after another, awakening the Great Lord of the Daznak family. After seeking allies in vain, the will to survive burst out in his heart again. "Aslan is a hungry lion. He will not let go of Meereen, this piece of fat meat," the Great Master of the Daznak family said earnestly. "Handing me over will not bring peace to Meereen. He can't keep his promise. We still have a 3,000-man family guard. He can't enter the tall city of Meereen. Lord Aslan abides by the spirit of the contract. Everyone in Essos knows this. As long as the contract is signed, he will abide by it," the Great Master of the Kalar family said affirmatively. "Last night's magic weapon was like thunder punishment, and our walls couldn't withstand it. Second! Second! Second!" After the Great Master of the Kalar family finished speaking, a series of seconding voices rang out. "You will be crawling with maggots all over your body. After you die, your soul will be devoured by the harpy." With the Great Master of the Daznak family cursing like a night owl, he was taken away by the guards with his hands tied behind his back and locked in a cage under the Great Pyramid. The Great Lord of the Karl family trembled with his old body and walked to the seat of the Great Lord of the Daznak family just now and sat down. He looked around at the other Great Lords with a smug look on his face. "We need to arrange people to go to the north bank of the Rakazadan River to negotiate the contract with Lord Aslan. If anyone in Meereen now has the best impression of Charlotte, the Great Lord of the Karl family must be ranked first." In the ruins of the Meereen military camp on the north bank of the Rakazadan River, more than 18,000 captives were divided into teams of 100 people, and each team of 100 people was guarded by 10 soldiers, cleaning up the dead bodies on the ruins. The mud on the ground was mixed with dark red blood, and there was a strong smell of blood and filth, mixed with the smell of barbecue from the river ferry from time to time, and the smell of charcoal after burning wood. These smells combined into a strange smell, which was spreading throughout the ruins of the camp. The seriously wounded and dying were ruthlessly covered by the soldiers, and the dying whales stopped instantly. The captives looked at this scene, stunned, and couldn't help but speed up their actions. The fragments of human body parts on the ground were thrown into huge corpse pits. The war horses were pulled aside to be fed, and the injured horses were treated by veterinarians. The weapons and armor discarded on the ground were also uniformly put into the four-wheeled carriage parked nearby, according to their use and purpose. At the edge of the ruins of the Marine military camp, in front of the main tent of the camp, with a red background and black stripes, Charlotte sat on the main chair with a golden sword, and on both sides were the generals who were summarizing the gains and losses of this battle. Charlotte listened to the general's discussion while checking the system panel. Host, Charlotte Aslan, Lord of Aslan Castle, Protector of the Free Folks of Outpost Town, Lord of Harbor City. Honor value 868. Wealth, 162180 gold landlords, 69438 system dwellers, 35746 free folks, military strength. Castle guards 25 level 6, heavy knights 150 level 5, heavy sergeants 300 level 5, sharpshooters 50 level 5, vanguard cavalry 50 level 5, elite longbowmen 250 level 4, elite horse archers 304, longbowmen 860 level 3, shield infantry 158 level 3, rangers 779 level 3, veterans 264 level 2, special arms 1000 musket garrison, 800 artillery, 82 and 50 fleet soldiers. Heroes: Camille Aslan male, Kojero Aslan male, Anya Aslan female, Roland Aslan male, Manbeto Aslan male, Rodrigo Aslan male, Alessandro Aslan, Silvano Aslan male hero, 150 gold year, L-Fee 645 gold year, L-5 35 gold year, Warhorse feeding 2 gold horse year. The annual pension includes equipment maintenance costs, weapons and equipment, and horses are charged separately. Skills: physical fitness, extraordinary, proficient in languages, map knowledge miles, swordsmanship proficient, riding proficient, gunmanship proficient, hand-to-hand combat proficient. Beginner, entry proficient, extraordinary, masterful. Treasures: Aslan Castle, system materialization entity, universal textile processing factory, sufficient labor and materials 100 pieces day, terrain transformation card, oasis 20 hectares, terrain transformation card, lake depth 5 meters, width 50 meters, length 100 meters, small sun disk placed high to absorb sunlight, coverage radius 1000 meters, adjustable temperature 10 to 30. Endless kettle, 50 millithrough day, universal material cutter, up to 5 meters of cutting, energy 100% month. Sea, Emperor Fleet, ship home port, Harbor City. That afternoon, the members of the Carroll family brought gifts and crossed the Lakazadan River to visit Charlotte. When they saw Charlotte sitting under the main tent, the members of the Carroll family hurriedly crawled on the ground, crawled on all fours to Charlotte's long legs, held Charlotte's riding boots with both hands, and kissed the tip of Charlotte's shoes with their mouths. Charlotte was disgusted by the treatment of the members of the Carroll family, and kicked the members of the Carroll family lightly. "Have your great masters agreed to surrender?" Charlotte asked the members of the Carroll family who were kicked to the ground. After being kicked, the members of the Carroll family quickly fell to the ground. In the tone of slaves, with a respectful and flattering tone that had never been expressed before, he replied, "Dear Lord Aslan, your humble servants have decided to surrender to the great you. Let me, the humble one, invite you to sign the contract under the city of Marine." Ha ha ha! A loud laugh came out of Charlotte and the generals in the big tent. Looking at these slave owners, crawling in front of him, a sense of pleasure rose in his heart. Now is not the time to destroy these slave owners directly. Charlotte has patience. One day, he will occupy the city of Marine. That day is coming soon. Now he will weaken them first and stew them slowly with warm water. The next day, Charlotte led the army across the Rakazadan River and assembled at the gate of Marine. At the gate of Marine, led by a withered old man, they respectfully presented the signed contract. The family guards of the great lords also put down their weapons and lay on the ground. Reaching out to take the contract from the slave owner, the system prompt sounded. "Conquer Marine. Reward honor value 10, looking at the contract with only the signatures of 14 great lords on it. Charlotte asked, "Is it the war provoked by the Daznak family?" The skinny and rotten great lord of the Karal family said respectfully, "Great Lord Aslan, this is the war that the vultures should eat the heart of, the war provoked by the Daznak family." "Where are the people?" The shamelessness of the slave owner made Charlotte very impatient, and he asked in short words, "Lord Aslan, we have already detained them for you. You can take them away at any time." The flattering words of the great lord of the Karal family sounded. As he spoke, a group of people from the Daznak family were brought up by the slave owner guards, led by the great lord of the Daznak family. His tongue had been pulled out, and he opened his bloody mouth and made an ambiguous woo sound. He was staring at the 14 great lords standing on the side with his red and vicious eyes, and his ferocious expression was full of madness. If you ask who the great lord of the Daznak family hates the most, the 14 great lords must be ranked before Charlotte. On the Blue Star, people from ancient times to the present, both at home and abroad, often hate betrayers the most, followed by their enemies. It seems that the same principle is also practiced in the other world. Charlotte didn't want to be hypocritical with these slave owners anymore, so he handed over the rest of the financial handover to his men to complete. With the members of the Daznak family, handed over by the armored soldiers from the slave guards, they rode towards the ferry of the Rakazadan River. 100,000 pounds of gold is worth 14.4 million gold coins. The great lords do not have so many gold coins, so they can only use slaves as collateral. Charlotte emptied the slaves in Marine, as well as a lot of handicrafts and food and other supplies. This time, the slave owners of Marine suffered a great loss, but it was gratifying that they got the manor of the Daznak family on the Giscari Hills. As the chief great lord of Marine, the manor of their Daznak family located outside Marine is also the largest and most numerous family. Although this feast of division cannot make up for the loss, it is also a thing worth rejoicing. It took a week for the slaves of Marine to be handed over. Charlotte first arranged for the people and free people to help them clean their bodies and provide them with sufficient food and clothing. During this period, the cancer among the slaves was repeatedly and carefully screened and sent to the prisoner camp to do heavy physical labor. Today, a week later, Charlotte held a memorial ceremony, a grand memorial ceremony for the warriors who died in the night raid on the north bank of the Lakazadan River. The urn was held by a cute, newly dressed former slave girl from Marine, now a free girl. With the armored soldiers leading the way, the free people walked along the sidewalk from the city lord's mansion to the newly built martyrs' cemetery. Da! The knights wore thick armor and rode majestic war horses, which took small steps to lead the way. Clang, clang. The burly bodies of the soldiers with their armor and weapons shining coldly followed closely behind. The garrison members who were not on duty, the fleet sailors, and the relatively thin but energetic free militia. All kinds of fully armed soldiers lined up in neat square steps from the city lord's mansion, stopped at the martyrs' cemetery, stood in a straight military posture and quietly sent off their comrades. Bang, bang! The salutes came from the field guns in rows. Bang, bang! The salutes from the warships on the sea and the port also echoed each other. This is also a military review. It is to deter the ambitious people in the Free People's team and to strengthen the sense of belonging of the Free People and let go of the uneasiness in their hearts. The memorial ceremony was held in a solemn atmosphere, and then the trial was held. After the judges of Harbor City went up to the platform and read out the crimes of the Daznak family for waging war against Harbor City, the members of the Daznak family were covered with black hoods and hanged to death amid cheers. The judges did not read out that they were slave owners, because freeing slaves was a private act of Aslan, and he could not publish it in public. When he was not strong enough, taking a small step ahead was wise, but taking a big step ahead was seeking his own death. He could not follow the code of conduct on the Blue Star in his previous life to demand this world that was still a slave system. In that case, he would become a so-called tyrant, like Qin Shi Huang Yingzheng and King Zhou of Shang on the Blue Star. They would only leave a nameless reputation, and no one would be grateful to them. One was the emperor who created the unification of China, and the other wanted to implement reforms to abolish slavery. People would only remember their mistakes. For example, King Zhou of Shang abolished slavery and no longer used human sacrifices as sacrifices. This decision greatly damaged the interests of those meat-eaters, so King Wu defeated Zhou. When the Shang army went south to quell the rebellion, the vassal states joined the rebel army of King Wu Jifa, marking the end of this reform. The phrase, "I don't believe in the people, I believe in ghosts and gods," clearly shows the social environment at that time. People would kill two people for sacrifice whenever they wanted. As a result, human sacrifice was still practiced in the early Ming dynasty. The most noteworthy point of the Qing dynasty was that it abolished the bad habit of human sacrifice. The history books of literati and Confucian scholars were no longer so credible after the Spring and Autumn period, and the spirit of Confucian scholars disappeared with the collapse of rituals and music. Just like the Westeros continent, they did not observe the guest etiquette and collapsed into a mess. Those who have not read A Song of Ice and Fire may not know the guest etiquette. I won't say much now. It's just the author's own little knowledge. Readers, please don't scold me. All the chaotic killings in the history of Blue Star, in addition to weather reasons, were more accompanied by the destruction of the system, such as land annexation. Charlotte is not alone. His subjects are people with flesh and blood and thoughts. He cannot sacrifice them at will in exchange for so-called freedom. He admits that he is not a good person. If there is no conflict of interest with the great lords of Meereen, he will not care about the lives of slaves. On the one hand, freeing slaves has system rewards, and on the other hand, it is also a way to liberate productivity. Everything is for profit. As the judge of Harbor City finished sentencing the members of the Dazzling family, Charlotte walked up to the podium, and a loud voice came out of his mouth. Thousands of soldiers under the podium repeated his words, and the sound spread throughout the city. From today on, you will have your own family, your own house, your own land, your own job, and you will be paid for your work. As long as you work hard and put in your sweat, you will have all of this. Charlotte paused and continued, "As long as you remain loyal to me and Aslan territory, as long as you abide by the laws of Aslan territory, no one can arbitrarily deprive you of your life and property." And finally, Charlotte concluded, "I promise, as long as you are loyal to me and our Aslan family, I and our Aslan family will protect everything you have." After announcing the release of the slaves, "Pava! Pava! Pava!" The shouts of the fathers soared into the sky, and the shouts began to shout from the free people rescued by Meereen, and the free people who escaped before also joined the voices. The shouts of tens of thousands of people spread across the Lakazadan River and faintly reached the pyramids of the great lords of Meereen. From this moment on, hundreds of thousands of slaves in Meereen became the subjects of Aslan. This declaration was also spread to all parts of the world by merchants from all over the world. After hearing it, the slaves were envious and called it the Sacred Aslan Declaration. The business tycoons called it the Fool Aslan Declaration. The great rulers, governors, princes, kings, etc. of the major city-states and regions were indifferent and thought that this man must have a brain problem to give up his property. When the urban civilians heard it, they said, "What does it have to do with us? It's a problem where to make money for today's black bread." When the rural farmers heard it, they said, "Aslan, can it be eaten? Oh, I know there is a big shopping mall in that city. This may be a topic of conversation in the tavern tonight. Tell me more about it." Middle Ages peasants were generally richer than urban civilians. Peasants had the most important means of production, land. In the eyes of rulers from all over the continent of Essos, slaves were just a kind of talking animal, wealth, and a tool to vent desire. In their eyes, slaves are not human beings. This kind of creature is not of the same species as them. As for the illegitimate children born to slaves, how is it possible? How can a lowly slave be pregnant with the seed of a noble master? It must be a lowly slave who took advantage of his inattention and made peace with other slaves to give birth to a hybrid. It must be like this. The children born by slaves are also slaves. Great master, I have another fortune." As Charlotte's declaration ended, the system prompt sounded. Ding, liberate slaves, reward honor value 42. Charlotte was very pleased to hear the system prompt. The honor value finally broke through, 10,000 at once, which is worth celebrating. Then he walked down the platform and ordered the castle steward Yernur, who followed him. "Hold a banquet in the evening, call the military generals and city management officials, and ask them to bring their families to the castle to attend the banquet in the evening." Yernur said respectfully, "As you say, master." After Charlotte finished speaking, he walked towards the castle with a smile under the escort of the soldiers. After returning to the Lord's bedroom on the top floor of the castle, he couldn't wait to consume. First, 132 honor points were distributed and exchanged for 132 tons of gunpowder to replenish the fleet's gunpowder reserves. Then all 10,000 honor points are used to summon new soldiers. 10,000 new soldiers appear in Aslan Castle and their families follow them. Ding, your system subjects increase by 76,040 people. Host Charlotte Aslan, Lord of Aslan Castle, Protector of the free people of Outpost Town, Lord of Harbor City. Wealth, 232,180 gold. Subjects, 146,284 system subjects, 181,457 free people. Looking at the system population and free people population, Charlotte was relieved. Finally, there was a population of a county on Blue Star in his previous life. As night fell, the lights in the castle in the center of Harbor City were also lit. The flames of the lights jumped on the transparent glass cover. The many bright lights made the castle look more magnificent than during the day, and it shone in harmony with the navigation lighthouse on the sea in the distance. The street lights in the whole city were lit up one after another, and the lights reflected each other, making the dim world brighter. The generals and officials of various port cities also took their wives and children and rode in open-top four-wheeled carriages. The rainproof roof was folded behind the seats and entered the magnificent castle one after another. The groom parked the carriage at the gate of the castle. The guests got off first, holding their female companions with one hand and walking into the door. Then the groom drove the carriage to the carriage parking area and boasted with a group of grooms. The generals of the naval fleet also had partners who were married to the people of the territory one after another. Only the generals from Aslan Castle and the outpost came alone. As time passed, all the guests gathered in the banquet hall. The musicians beside the hall were playing melodious music. The string instruments were crisp, melodious, cheerful, deep. The brass instruments were high-pitched, brilliant, magnificent, and full. When the sound was loud, it was powerful, and when it was soft, it was gentle and tactful. The rhythm and cheerfulness of the percussion instruments jumped in the notes. The timbre of the color instruments was as soft as the winter sunshine and the whisper of the nightingale, which made people intoxicated. It was as fierce as the roaring waves of the deep sea, which made people feel refreshed. Its addition enhanced the soul of the music. The magnificent music echoed in the venue of the banquet hall, echoing with the magnificent banquet hall. In the banquet hall, the men held up their wine glasses and formed small circles with familiar people, chatting in low voices. From here, we can see that their small circles are basically composed of one circle for the garrison members, one circle for the management officials, and one circle for the generals from Aslan Castle and the outpost town. The women sat on the sofas on one side, gathered together to chat about family matters or compare their clothes and makeup. They were the most fashionable group. The children were holding desserts in their hands, chasing and playing with each other, and their childish laughter came out of their mouths. Charlotte's subordinates were relatively young, and his children were relatively young. After, the staff arrived one after another, with the butler's voice, "Lord Charlotte is here." Charlotte walked into the venue with a slow pace. The originally buzzing banquet hall suddenly became quiet, and only the music was left in the hall. "God bless, Lord Charlotte! God bless, Lord Charlotte!" The men pressed their left hands on their right chests and bowed. "Lord Charlotte, good night! God bless, Lord Charlotte!" The ladies stood up one after another, slightly bent their knees and lifted the sides of their skirts with their hands, nodding their heads in greeting. Charlotte was like a street-cleansing beast. The children stopped chasing and playing and hid beside their parents. The older ones came forward and learned to perform the salute in the way of their own parents. Looking at these children, Charlotte smiled knowingly. No need to be polite. He took a glass of red wine from the tray of the maid beside him and raised the glass. God bless, Lord Aslan. Let's enjoy this night of victory and glory. Charlotte finished his toast and drank the red wine glass in his hand. The men also raised their glasses in their hands. Drink to victory. God bless Lord Aslan. God bless Lord Charlotte. The uniform shouts emerged from the mouths of men and women. The children also learned to be like adults, raised the fruit juice in their hands and shouted like adults. Drink to victory. God bless Lord Aslan. God bless Lord Charlotte. After that, Charlotte had a brief exchange with the men and women in the venue one by one. When communicating with the ladies, if he saw someone who was not so good-looking, he would compliment her on her hairstyle or hair. If he saw someone with outstanding makeup, he would compliment her on her gorgeous makeup. If he saw someone with carefully matched clothes, he would compliment her on her novelty. The ladies were very excited to receive Charlotte's compliments. The men also straightened their backs under Charlotte's compliments. The dinner came to an end with Charlotte's wit and humor. Charlotte was the lord and did not need to see them off. The butler Yelner saw them off. 2 months had passed since the end of the dinner. Charlotte saw that the harbor city was basically stable, and the great lords in Meereen were also very honest. Charlotte was going to inspect the situation around the countryside of the harbor city and then return to Aslan Castle. The hundreds of thousands of free people in Meereen were also properly settled with the efforts of Mayor Rodrigo and the harbor city management officials. Those with skills were assigned to corresponding positions, while those without skills were assigned to manors outside the city, where they were responsible for clearing wasteland for planting and feeding livestock. The city was now busy with manor farms everywhere. Building houses, water conservancy projects, and road construction were the main physical tasks done by the captives. Anyway, they were being used to death, so they were given a hope. After working for 5 years, they would be released to freedom without being paid, but with a little food every day. It took nearly 5.5 months from Aslan Castle to the harbor city. Charlotte was eager to return home, especially the little dragon Sumu, who had no idea how big he had grown. Boom, boom! The sound of horse hooves echoed between the manors outside the flat harbor city, and the dust was left in the air after the horses galloped by. Charlotte rode the black horse Wu Jui in the lead, and behind him was a sturdy knight carrying a red flag with black stripes. The tall flag seemed to have no weight in his hand. The flag made a crackling sound from time to time as he rode. Looking at the canals crisscrossing the roadside, the surface and sides of which were reinforced with stones and plaster, Charlotte roughly knew that the administrative officials in the harbor city were not lazy. Passing by one manor after another, there were early manors, and now it was time to harvest. The freemen were driving either ox plows or horse plows to harvest potatoes and other grains in the fields. There were also freemen holding sickles to harvest very lush pastures, preparing to harvest this crop and then plant the next crop. The cattle, horses, and sheep in each manor were all very fat and strong, and the freemen had smiles from the heart on their faces. Although these freemen were still very thin, they had no interest in life and looked like zombies, but they never appeared on their faces again. Instead, there seemed to be a bright look in their eyes, a look full of hope for life, from which one could feel their happiness. The fields of the manor were connected one after another, and the fields were neatly divided into 3 parts. One part was planted with crops such as potatoes. One part was planted with high-yield forage grass. The pasture was surrounded by a huge circle with wooden stakes. The sheep, horses, and cattle on it were happily eating the fresh and juicy grass on the ground. One part was planted with economic crops such as grapes. The grapevines were all over the brackets, and I believe that they will soon bear sweet fruits. These grapevines are high-yield, high-sweetness old vines exchanged from the system, which cost Charlotte a lot of honor points. The The sandy land is very suitable for the growth of crops such as forage grass, potatoes, and grapes. With the guano stone transported from the island as fertilizer, the fruits are very large, and there is no sign that the land has insufficient production capacity after it has just been reclaimed. After inspecting the manors around Harbor City, Charlotte set out on the road back after giving a few instructions to Rodrigo, Alessandro, Silvano, and other administrative and military commanders of Harbor City. 2 months ago, 5,000 recruits and their families were transferred from Aslan Castle and have also moved to Harbor City. Harbor City now has more than 70,000 people in the system, and the military strength of Harbor City, 1,000 musket garrisons, 800 artillery teams, 8,250 fleet soldiers, 5,000 recruits, 565 unsullied, and 3,000 free militia. On the way back, Charlotte did not take the Skezidin River but rode on foot along the sandy Kaiser Passage between the Giscari Hills. It is good to measure the map of the Giscari Hills at a close distance. The scouts wore chainmail inside and leather armor outside, and wore pointed helmets. As they galloped back and forth on their horses, the red cherry on their helmets and the red-bottomed, black-striped flags in their hands fluttered in the wind. The knights were divided into teams of 10 and went forward 25 miles to explore. The scouts had strong and sturdy bodies, and the horses under their crotches had muscular and that smooth muscles. Their long manes flew as their four hooves tumbled, and the cold light of armor and weapons flickered faintly in the dust. The wild animals in the hills were frightened by the majestic military force and scattered like birds and beasts. The warriors were uniformly dressed in black and red military uniforms, holding red-bottomed, black-striped flags, and either riding or walking, the winding military formations marched in the desolate and magnificent Giscari Hills. Occasionally, you would encounter the nomadic Zalaran herdsmen in the hills. They lived as a family unit along the hills and rivers, following the water and grass. The Zalalan people would not have migrated to this place originally, but because the Aslan caravan often passed through this road, the robbers and bandits in the hills along the way were wiped out. Unlike other caravans, the Aslan caravan would not rob them at will. Along the way, they would exchange goods with them for supplies. In addition, there were many rivers in the hills, and the lush vegetation was suitable for sheep nomadism. The red-bottomed, black-striped flag was very familiar to the Lazaran people. The herdsmen they met along the way knelt on the ground with a pious attitude and kowtowed and blessed the warriors who protected them from harm. It took the team nearly 7 days to get out of the sandy and gravelly Kaisai Pass and enter the Lazar area. More than 5,000 warriors plus a large number of horses and supplies made the team very long. When passing through the Lazaran town in the afternoon, the warriors replenished their water bags and rested. Charlotte also greeted the chiefs and priests in the town and started to set off in the afternoon when the sun was not so scorching, marching towards the outpost town. No, now it can no longer be called Qianshao Town, but Qianshao City. 5,000 new soldiers and their families were arranged to live in Qianshao City. After expansion, town has reached the scale of a city. The outer wall originally built along the mountain has become the current inner wall. A long circle of walls has been built on the flat ground outside the city. Now only the foundation of the city wall has been laid. Through the low wall on the foundation of the city wall, the neatly arranged residential houses, factories, warehouses, and trading markets inside the outer wall of Qianshao City are neatly divided into large and small areas by the stone-paved streets. The various workshops, blacksmith shops, and other buildings that were originally in the inner city have been moved out of the inner city. Flowers, trees, and paved roads have been planted in the vacant locations to form garden squares. The drainage and sewage ditches on the side of the road make the city very clean, and the green vegetation planted everywhere makes the city very refreshing and comfortable. Roland dug a series of canals from the surrounding mountains and led them to the outpost city. The outer city lake that was originally dug out for damming has now become the inner city lake. There is enough drinking water, but insufficient irrigation water is a problem. Only wells can be dug to use groundwater. Aslan Castle is located in the Red Wasteland. the land carrying capacity is insufficient. It can only accommodate a population of more than 10,000 people for a long time. Therefore, there are more than 1,000 soldiers stationed in Aslan Castle. From the outpost city to the north bank of the Lakazadan River, from the materialization of the harbor city to returning here, half a year has passed. The outpost city has become more prosperous, and the annual lottery is also increased once before leaving the harbor city. According to the rules of the lottery items summarized by Charlotte, where the lottery is likely to provide the treasures that are more needed at the time. Previously, Charlotte resisted the urge to draw in the harbor city and called the system lottery when he came to the outpost city. On the top floor of the castle that had just been built not long ago in the center of the city, in the Lord's bedroom, Charlotte concentrated his consciousness and looked at the shaking system treasure box in his mind. In a shaking, golden light appeared. Ding! You get the terrain transformation card Endless Fountain, a fountain that gushes all the time, drawn from endless time and space. Sure enough, there is a big gap between the gold lottery and the purple lottery. But it is not bad to have an extra fountain in the water-deficient outpost city. As the command to confirm the use of the treasure was issued, a three-dimensional image of the outpost city emerged in his mind. Charlotte placed the fountain in the outer city lake from a god's perspective, and a water column nearly 1 meter wide and 3 meters high gushed out of the lake. Under the setting sun, the surging spring water splashed out from the spring water. After being refracted by the sunlight, a series of colorful bridges emerged in the water mist. The rapid water flow caused the water level of the artificially excavated lake to rise a lot, and the waterways and ditches extending from the huge lake were drained everywhere. The originally flowing water, under the surge of endless spring water, instantly surged and turbulent between ditches and rivers. The water flowed gently and turbulently along the ditches and canals, rushing to the fields and manors outside the city with a splashing sound. The huge fountain suddenly appeared. After the water column sprayed to the highest point, the spring water was attracted by the gravity of the ground and fell on the surface of the lake. With the sound of the water falling, it made a splashing sound, attracting the footsteps of the residents along the lake. The residents were shocked by this beautiful scene and the sudden appearance of the miracle. They were stunned for a long time. A sudden shout of God bless, Outpost City led to the response of the onlookers, and the shouts of God bless, Aslan, God bless, Outpost City continued for a long time. The treasure Charlotte drew, terrain transformation card fountain, perfectly solved the water resource problem of the Outpost City. After resting in the Outpost City for 3 days, meeting with administrative and military personnel of all sizes in the city, and holding a banquet in the newly built inner city, the Castle Banquet Hall, Charlotte embarked on the journey back to Aslan Castle. A team of nearly 1,000 people marched on the desolate, arid, and dead red wasteland. The red wasteland is as its name suggests. The dry ground is tinged with a strange rusty red. The hills in the distance are covered with gravel after years of wind erosion. The dry riverbed in the wasteland is exposed on the horizon. The bottom of the riverbed is condensed earth and stone slabs. On the cracked, broken slabs, crisscrossing and flattened on the bottom of the riverbed, in the cracks of the ditch, some thorns and weeds grow tenaciously. In the smelly black water pit on the side of the road, the corpses of birds and beasts in the black mud are vaguely emerging above. Beside the stinking puddle, there are sporadic, gnarled, and twisted strange trees. The thorns and weeds on the ground are dead and yellow, and the sparse leaves are curled up under the scorching sun. The smoke and dust that roll up from time to time on the ground make the sky dim with a faint red. The desolate world also has its unique vitality. The drought-resistant animals in the wasteland are vaguely visible in the dust. The team of soldiers is moving along the ruts left by the caravan's wheels in this desolate and dead wasteland. Charlotte has always believed that the cruel environment can train human will. So during the march, he will meet the new soldiers who are arranged to train in the wasteland from time to time. These new soldiers are led by their respective captains and divided into teams of 10 people to stubbornly hone their will and brutalize their bodies in this desolate world. By the way, they can also protect the safety of the caravans. On the third day of the Red Wasteland March, in the vast rusty red, a color of life appeared in everyone's eyes: green. The Aslanberg oasis in the distance miraculously appeared in this land of death. Rows of poplar trees outside the oasis, like guards, stood upright to guard this land of life. Under the poplar trees, emerald green grass grew lushly under the shade of the trees. The emerald green grass spread from the roots of the poplars to the red wasteland for about 10 meters, as if life eroded death. Stepping onto the stone road covered with green grass among the poplar trees, a cool breeze hit me, just like drinking a sip of ice water in midsummer, making people shiver comfortably. The red dead world was perfectly blocked outside. The tip of the nose smelled the fragrance of the grass and trees, and the world in my eyes was replaced by green. The springs in the oasis are constantly gushing with clear spring water, gathering into streams, and the abundant water vapor makes the grass spread wantonly. The fatigue caused by 3 days of marching in the wilderness disappeared at this moment, just like the first snow in winter being illuminated by the sun. Wah wah! The streams around me are constantly flowing, and the water flows through the vegetation in the oasis. Walking further, a group of date palm trees appeared in front of us, with bunches of dates hanging between the branches, and the sweet fragrance filled the air. Passing through the date palm forest is a spice field, where various drought-resistant spices grow. Leaving the spice field, what comes into view is a grape field full of wooden frames, with thick vines covered with vines. Passing through the neatly arranged vineyards, what comes into view is a clear lake filled with water vapor. The sun shines on it, and a gust of wind blows over the water surface, creating a sparkling wave that flashes out from the water vapor. Through the sparkling water, cool spring water is constantly gushing out from tiny springs under the lake. The water plants under the lake are swaying freely as the gushing springs wash them. The overflowing lake water flows in all directions along the streams and ditches, and the water plants in the streams and ditches are swayed gracefully by the water flow. There is a green meadow beside the clear lake. On the fresh meadow, sheep, horses, and cattle are leisurely nibbling on the juicy food on the ground. There are houses of the people next to it. The houses are neatly arranged as if they were measured with a ruler. They are of the same height, width, and number of floors. The gray-white flat-roofed house is full of dried fruits. The front and back of the house are full of grapevines. Bunches of round and large grapes hang between the branches. Natural plant dyes such as henna are also planted next to it. A 10-meter-long, multi-arch stone bridge spans the lake. The lake is stretched. The bridge deck points directly to the Aslan City Gate. The square boulders on the tall wall are arranged in an orderly manner. The gaps between the boulders are barely visible. The wall made of white boulders exudes a hazy glow like jade. The shadow of the wall is reflected on the lake, making the wall majestic and elegant. Looking up through the high wall, the tall castle tower is clearly visible. The red-bottomed, black-striped flag on the top of the tower is stretched out in the strong wind. Hiss! Roar! A huge roar came from a distance. The horses under the knight's crotch were startled by the roar that seemed to come from ancient times. The horses were anxiously spraying sounding flutes. The iron hooves rubbed against the stone-paved ground and wiped sparks. Huh? The knights hurriedly soothed the horses under their crotch and stretched out their palms to stroke the horses' necks. In the blue sky, a young dragon with a red background and black stripes was swooping down from a height. It was the young dragon Sumu. Sumu, who had not been seen for half a year, spread his bat-like wings, hovered over Charlotte's head, and roared. From the mental connection, Charlotte felt the joy and confusion of Sumu. It was wondering why Charlotte had become smaller. While hovering, it was wondering to find the once broad shoulders. Where did the shoulders go? Where would I land without shoulders? This was what Sumu was most confused about at this time, beyond the joy of seeing Charlotte. Charlotte, who had a mental perception with Sumu, had a black line on his face and couldn't help twitching the corners of his mouth on his smiling face. No longer paying attention to the silly dragon Sumu, Charlotte just wanted to return to the castle at this time, have a good meal, take a comfortable bath, and finally enjoy Anya's personal massage. Disband with Charlotte's order, he no longer cared about his subordinates and directly kicked Wu Jue lightly in the belly. Wu Jue seemed to be able to understand Charlotte's eagerness to return home. With a tapping sound, he stepped on a brisk pace, slightly increased his speed, and ran towards the castle. "Anya! Anya, I'm back!" Charlotte, who had just stepped into the castle hall, couldn't wait to call the girl's name. No one answered the voice echoing in the castle hall. "Good day, Lord. Lady Anya is not in the castle. She took 2 dragons to train." The voice of the maid next to him sounded at the right time. "Training dragons? That's nothing. Go and tell the kitchen to prepare food. I'll go take a bath in the bath first. When Lady Anya comes back, tell her that I'm in the bath," Charlotte said as she walked. The maid who followed quickly replied, "Yes, Lord," and hurried away. Soon Charlotte came to the bathing pool through a long corridor. The pool was built in a pavilion in the back garden of the castle. The fountain in the garden was gushing water all the time. The spring water spread out of the fountain tower and flowed into the bathing pool. The water in the bathing pool flowed out from the ditch and watered the plants in the garden. Charlotte took off her clothes in the pavilion and stepped into the stone steps in the pool naked. A water ripple appeared on the calm water surface of the pool. The waves hit the pool wall and then turned back. The overflowing pool water flowed out of the ditch with a hua-hua sound, circled in the green garden, and flowed outside the castle. At this time, the footsteps of the maids sounded. They held toiletries, fruits, red wine, and drinks in their hands. Charlotte raised her hand to take the wine glass poured by the maid, sniffed the mellow aroma of the red wine, lifted the rim of the glass and put it in her mouth to take a sip. The water flowed over her body, taking away the fatigue of the journey. He took the towel from the maid, folded it, and placed it on the cushion behind his head. He leaned his back against the slope of the bath, took the driftwood tray and placed it beside him, raised his left hand and waved it gently. "Go down!" The maid bowed respectfully and quietly withdrew. He took the wine glass and took another sip, placed the glass on the driftwood tray, picked up the grapes on the other side, raised his hand and put them in his mouth to chew. The sweet flesh stirred between the teeth. The MSG was absorbed by the taste buds, and after being perceived by the taste nerves, the satisfaction was brought into the brain by the cerebral cortex for emotional processing. The wind blew through the green plants in the flower bed, making a rustling sound, accompanied by the chirping of birds in the green plants. Charlotte took a long breath and closed his eyes quietly, enjoying the tranquility of this moment. The sun was setting in the west, and Charlotte was sitting on the open-air platform of the castle. On the wide platform, stone railings with wonderful patterns carved on them stood around the platform. The wide platform is semicircular, with a radius of nearly 25 meters. This platform is located outside Charlotte's bedroom on the top floor of the castle. Standing by the fence, you can overlook the entire oasis. Sumu is lying next to it. Its attention has shifted from its own doubts about where did the shoulder go to other things, such as should it eat sheep carbon or beef carbon tonight. The disadvantage of mind connection perception is that when the distance is close, it will allow you to always sense the other party's intentions. Now, Charlotte senses that all he senses from the young dragon Sumu is some 2B thinking, which makes him very distressed. No, now it can't be called a young dragon. Its body size now does not include wings, neck, and tail. It has grown to the size of a bull. Sumu, who was born only 8 months ago, has grown very fast. The skin lines on his body, which were originally red and black, also show pieces of scales with red background and black lines. These scales are very beautiful when combined together, and with the increasingly ferocious face, it looks mighty and domineering. Hiss, roar. Sensing through his mind that Charlotte was praising him, Sumu roared with joy from his throat. When he stared at Sumu, a white and golden dragon flew in the sky. This was Anya's flashing light. Flashing light, which was about the size of a calf, flew to the platform and roared at Charlotte, as if to say hello to Charlotte. Then he stood on the platform by himself with his back to Charlotte and his eyes looking down. Charlotte was curious about what it was looking at, so he ran to the edge of the platform and looked down. Sure enough, Anya was riding a horse. Sumu, who was lying on the side, felt Charlotte's curiosity, stretched his long neck and poked his head over, wanting to see what Charlotte was looking at. Feeling the curiosity of Sumu, Charlotte decisively sat back at the dining table and ignored Sumu. He wanted to make it feel lonely. Not long after, Anya walked out from the door on the other side and walked towards the dining table. She lived next door to Charlotte and shared the same platform. After Anya sat down, the maids filed out of the room, put down the dinner in their hands, and poured red wine and juice. Charlotte picked up the wine glass and clinked it with Anya's juice glass, took a sip of red wine, picked up the knife and fork in his hand and cut the fat and juicy steak. A 5-pound steak was quickly cut into strips, and a steak covered with thick juice was forked into the mouth and chewed. The wonderful taste bloomed in the mouth, the tenderness of the steak and the richness of the soup, both just right. This time Sumu was not curious. He had tasted it when he was still a young dragon and found that it was not as delicious as charcoal like beef. This made it remember that only meat with a charcoal taste was delicious meat, and meat at other times was not delicious meat. What a simple cognition. Under Charlotte's raging wind and rain, a 5-pound steak quickly disappeared, and the maids brought another one. The strong physique brought a huge appetite. Charlotte would eat 3 steaks and a lot of grains at a time. As the steaks were eaten, the maid brought bread and soup. This soup was made with diced meat, dried fish, potatoes, onions, garlic, thyme, bay leaves, pepper, ground into powder, and a small amount of salt. The long cooking made the soup very rich. Charlotte broke off a piece of the long bread and put it into the soup to let the fluffy and dry bread absorb the soup, and then put it into her mouth and chewed slowly. The wheat aroma of the bread and the umami taste of the soup mixed together made Charlotte nod his head. After eating the bread dipped in the soup, Charlotte held up the wine glass and sipped the tea slowly. Compared with Charlotte, Anya's way of eating was much more elegant. The girl straightened her back, her arms and shoulders formed a 90 angle, her shoulders did not move while her arms swung, and her wrists cut pieces of meat and put them into her mouth elegantly. The posture was just right, and Charlotte was very envious. He had also learned it, but he felt that eating was so tiring that it affected his appetite, and affecting his appetite would affect his health. For the sake of health, he decisively gave up. Anya had a slender figure, a curvy body, delicate white facial features on her fair neck, and a slightly flushed face after dragon training. The hair on her head was a little messy on the high platform, which added a touch of charm. On her cold face, she was looking at the steak in front of her with a serious expression. In order to facilitate dragon training, she wore tight clothes, and her straight north further highlighted her assets. The clothes on her waist were tightly attached to her slender waist, and she could hold it in one hand. The tight pants revealed its roundness and tightness. Under Charlotte's fiery eyes, Anya finally finished her dinner, picked up the fruit juice on the table, and swallowed it slowly. Realizing that Charlotte was looking at her, Anya stared at Charlotte with her big eyes. Charlotte was so tickled by this charming look that he chuckled. "Hey, hey! That's right, for Charlotte, happy times are coming soon." As Charlotte chuckled, Anya reluctantly put down her knife and fork, picked up a wet towel to wipe her mouth and hands, and then came behind Charlotte. Her slender fingers rested on his shoulders, and she pressed Charlotte's shoulders with a little force. Her thumbs pressed against the back of his neck and scraped along his spine. A sense of comfort that went straight to his soul entered his heart. After half a year of feeling uneasy, a feeling of home emerged in his heart after he rested his head on the girl's chest. After Anya pressed for a quarter of an hour, a solemn roar came from the side. Yes, it was hungry too. It decided that it would eat grilled lamb charcoal today and grilled beef charcoal tomorrow. This silly dragon really doesn't know how to choose the time. The daytime in the Red Wasteland is always short. After feeding solemnity and flickering light, the sky darkened. At night, Aslan Castle is also brightly lit. The difference is that these are not the lights of candles, but the lights brought by the castle itself. The light of incandescent lamps shines on the candle-shaped lamps one by one. It is so incredible. The external manifestation of the system is so magical. The tall and wide castle radiates bright light from the inside out. The top lights on the top of the tower are like small suns, illuminating the outside of the castle. On the city wall, there is a light every few meters, and the wall reflects the light, emitting a bright yellow hue. The people brought out chairs and sat in the bright square in the city, watching the stage play on the high platform. The actors on the high platform performed hard, and vivid expressions appeared on their faces, or excited, flattering, or sad. Various tones came out of their mouths, and the children around them chased and played in the alleys. The soldiers were divided into several teams and patrolled back and forth in the oasis, always alert to the danger that might come. There was no conversation all night, and Charlotte went to bed early. Early in the sea, morning. The sunlight outside the window shone into Charlotte's bedroom. Charlotte, who was covered with a thin blanket, was awakened by the dazzling sunlight. Charlotte forgot to draw the curtains last night. The small sun disk on the top of the tower was like a central air conditioner, regulating the temperature of the castle. The comfortable temperature made Charlotte stretch his body comfortably. He opened the window and heard a sound from the high platform outside. Looking closely, it was Anya holding a huge two-handed sword that did not match her body shape, and she was waving it seriously. Every time the giant sword was swung, the airflow driven by the sword body could stir up the dust under the sword. Anya was wearing plate armor, with weighted iron rings and iron arms on her hands and feet. Her legs were crossed in front and back. She swung once, took a step forward, swung again, took another step forward, and then turned around and slashed and repeated the original action. In fact, Charlotte learned swordsmanship from Anya, because the first hero he summoned was Anya. If anyone in this world has been with him the longest, it must be Anya. Then Charlotte took the toiletries brought by the maid, washed them, put on armor with the help of the maids, and joined the daily exercise mode. After completing a day's exercise, Charlotte had breakfast with the maids, and then went to the garden bath to take a bath for a while. And then he patrolled the inside and outside of the Aslan castle with his hands behind his back. After patrolling the territory, it was lunchtime. Lunch was lamb chops with beet soup and baked golden bread. After eating slowly, Charlotte took the fishing rod and went to the lake to fish for a while. It was tea time. He sat on a lounge chair by the lake, and a large parasol helped him block the scorching sun in the afternoon. Holding a cup of black tea in a teapot, with ginger, fennel, and salt added to the tea soup, various spices mixed with tea leaves, Charlotte didn't know how she gradually got used to this taste. From time to time, she sipped the tea in the cup and then looked at the movement of the float on the fishing rod. The water vapor on the lake helped to block the sunlight, making the temperature by the lake very comfortable. Time passed, and it was time to train the dragon with Anya. She put away the fishing rod and released the fish she caught. She staggered to the castle and rode Black Horse to the dragon training site outside the oasis. Anya also arrived early with flashing light and performed various actions under Anya's instructions. Sumu on the side was bored and lying on the ground, looking at flashing light, who was directed by Anya to perform various actions with some envy. Noticing Charlotte's arrival, the joyful mood emerged in Charlotte's heart through the perception of the mind. Charlotte also began the dragon training moment that had been suspended for half a year. The sun gradually set in the sky. After finishing today's dragon training, solemn and flashing lights circled overhead and flew back to the castle platform. Charlotte and Anya also rode their horses back to the castle. It was time for dinner. Lord Charlotte's day was so plain and unpretentious. Half a month had passed like this. On this day, Charlotte was eating lunch alone. Anya usually had lunch in the government hall. There was a burst of hurried footsteps outside the restaurant. A guard ran in from the door. He came to the door of the hall, adjusted his pace and breath, and walked forward slowly. He held a box in his hand and saluted Charlotte. "Lord, this is a box urgently sent from Harbor City." "Huh? Sent from Harbor City?" Charlotte asked with a little surprise. "Anything else?" "There is also a letter which was delivered urgently," the guard replied. Charlotte put down the knife and fork curiously. Charlotte took the letter. The wax seal was Rodrigo's. He broke the wax seal, took out the letter, skipped the long greeting at the beginning of the letter, and jumped directly to the content of the letter. Originally, Charlotte instructed the trading stations in Essos to pay attention to the news of finding out and purchasing dragon egg fossils. Charlotte had no news in the harbor city for nearly half a year. The huge war compensation from Myrene City caused the Great Lords to lose a lot of money. When the 14 Great Lords divided the Daznak family's inheritance, they found a treasure house in the manor outside the Daznak Great Lord city. The 14 Great Lords decided to sell the Daznak family treasure house and some of their own less important treasures to make up for the shortage of funds caused by the huge compensation, so they held an auction. There are 2 dragon egg fossils in the Daznak family treasure house. For the Great Lords, or for the people in the known world, the dragon egg fossils that have not appeared for hundreds of years are just 2 beautiful stones. No one knows that Charlotte has hatched a dragon yet, and Rodrigo didn't spend much to buy the dragon egg fossil. When dragons appear in the future, it won't be so easy to find dragon egg fossils. Who doesn't want to be a dragon rider? Even if they can't ride, they don't want to let others ride. He came to the box, pulled out the latch on the box, and opened it. There were 2 gray dragon egg fossils inside. One was purple-red, and the other was dark green. Touch them. The system prompt sounded accordingly. Host touches the sleeping salamander, fire element, awakening condition, place in the fireplace of Aslan Castle, and bake for 30 days. Go call Camille Jacoro and Gian Matteo to come to the castle hall, Charlotte ordered. Roland was not in Aslan Castle. Yes, Lord, the guard saluted and replied and retreated. Not long after, Camille Jacoro and Gian Matteo came into the hall. Charlotte saw the 3 people coming in, and without waiting for them to salute, he said directly, "This time, Harbor City sent 2 dragon egg fossils. You can discuss who will hatch the contract first." The 3 looked at each other, and Camille saluted first and then said, "My lord, let them sign the contract first. I have a war horse." Camille has a lot of feelings for her war horse, but not so much desire for dragons. "Camille, thank you. I owe you one," Gian Matteo said, pounding his chest gratefully. Jacoro, "Me too. Thank you, Camille." While Gian Matteo and Jacoro were busy hatching dragon eggs. In a secret place in King's Landing, far away on the continent of Westeros, there was a bed covered with a curtain in the room. The sound of creaking was coming from the bed. After a while, the sound gradually stopped, and I looked inside through the curtain. A bloated and flabby woman. She had a pale face. Her cheeks were covered with powder, blue eyes, small lips, and looked stern. Old and bloated old woman. The only bright spot was the long reddish-brown hair that was fluffy and soft, flowing to the waist. If any nobles in King's Landing saw her, they would definitely recognize her. The wife of Jon Arryn, the Duke of the Eyrie, and the hand of King Robert Baratheon I. That's right, she is the current Prime Minister's little wife, Lysa Tully, the sister of the Duchess of the North Mirror. The 2 sisters, the elder sister married the Duke of the North, and the younger sister married the Duke of East Mirror Valley, and the Duke of the North is the adopted son of the Duke of the Valley. The man is short and of average build, with a small tuft of beard on his chin, dark hair, and a little gray in his hair. He was burying his head in the reddish-brown, fluffy, and soft long hair beside him, greedily sucking it. From his pair of gray-green eyes, he reflected his intoxication with this beautiful hair, a perverted, greedy desire. That's right, this is our 7 Kingdoms Chancellor of the Exchequer, Petter Baelish, nicknamed Littlefinger. Why is he nicknamed Littlefinger? Because he was born in East Mirror Valley, 5 Fingers Peninsula. And their family fiefdom is at the end of this island, with only a small rocky land, often with strong winds, and it is barren and desolate with no vegetation. The family castle is just an unknown castle, a tower. In the Westeros continent where birth is everything, their family is just a small, noble family at the bottom of the society. This is unforgivable for him, who is ambitious and has a smart mind since childhood. He is good at conspiracy and has a natural talent for money and trade. With the help of his lover, Lysa Tully, he was appreciated and promoted by the Duke of the Vale and the current Prime Minister Jon Arryn, and his position has become the current Minister of Finance of the 7 Kingdoms. But he is not grateful to Jon Arryn. He thinks that all these are obtained by his own intelligence. My dear love, my flower, what is our Prime Minister of the Seven Kingdoms and the Hand of the King busy with recently? Peter Baelish asked casually while playing with his brown-red hair. My love, can't you not mention that corrupt and damned old man at this time? A neurotic scream came from the stern and old face. That man who should go to hell! The dirty and festering old man! He took me away from you. I belong to you, my body. My soul, all of it belongs to you. And you want me to be with that old man and then open my legs to give birth to his child every time I feel that life is worse than death? How I wish Robert was our child, Lysa Tully said with another neurotic sob. Peter Baelish saw that the situation was not right and asked back, Oh, my love, do you still love me? Then, without waiting for Lysa Tully to answer, he spoke another round of false love. Words, do you think I'm not in pain? Every time I think of it, my heart feels like it's being torn apart. Darling, if you still love me, don't ask me this question again. Do you know? How I wish that every time I open my eyes in the morning I can see your flower-like smile at first sight. Every night, before I close my eyes, I can touch your sleeping face. Peter Baelish paused. He looked at Lysa Tully's red hair and said affectionately, Meeting you is my most beautiful encounter. Lysa Tully, who was immersed in Peter Baelish's love words, did not feel the strangeness of Littlefinger, but responded to his love words with a little nervousness. Oh no, dear, you know my love for you is like the volcano in South Miradorn. The rolling lava is as hot as my love for you. It burns my body and my heart at any time. He did not notice the cold light flashing in Peter Baelish's eyes, which was mixed with a little pain. Lysa Tully's voice was louder and more intense, while Littlefinger's voice was a little painful and reluctant. A strange smell became stronger in the secret room. Peter Baelish, who was sweating all over, looked at the curtain on the top of the bed with a dull expression and lifeless eyes, as if he wanted to study the pattern on it until the end of time. After savoring it, he wiped the sweat on Peter Baelish's chest carefully, which made Peter Baelish, who was in a daze, wake up instantly, and sweat broke out on his back. He quickly hugged Lysa Tully's body and said, You have been away for too long. It's time to go back. Robert will cry if he can't find you. Oh, my poor Robert. He has been in poor health since he was a child. It's all because of that damn old man with rancid thick water and his weak seed. It's him who made my poor Robert unable to get strong. This old man who should be tortured in hell. Woo! If it was your seed, Robert would definitely be very strong, woo? Lysa Tully cursed and sobbed loudly. Dear, time is running out. You should go back. Think about how sad Robert will be if he can't find you. Peter Baelish knew this time. You must not follow her words. Only a slightly serious tone can deal with Lysa Tully in this state. After saying that, he pushed away gently and firmly, and Lysa Tully hugged his body tightly. He got out of bed and picked up a towel to wipe the sweat on his body and said casually, Dear, when will that old man go back recently? I can arrange our next meeting. Lysa Tully half leaned against the head of the bed, her body soft on the pillow, and said, That damn old man, after coming out of the Prime Minister's tower recently, he often went to find all kinds of prostitutes. He is often busy until late, and I don't know what he is doing. His decaying body doesn't have that ability. Maybe he wants to prove to the world that he is still young. Cut, old man who should go to hell. Lysa Tully's words were full of contempt. Recently, we can meet often, my love. I can't see you. My heart is empty. Lysa Tully said to Littlefinger with morbid love. Oh, find a prostitute? Our Prime Minister? Does he still have that ability? Ha-ha! Is there anything else strange besides finding a prostitute? Peter Baelish followed her words. Lysa Tully said indifferently, He keeps muttering something. Yes, race, toughness, whatever. Don't worry about him, dear. When will we meet again next time? After listening to Lysa Tully's words, Littlefinger fell into deep thought, silently chanting, Strong race. Seeing that Littlefinger fell into silence and did not answer her words, she was a little angry, and then she roared sickly. What are you doing? Am I more important? Or is that damn old man more important? Lysa Tully's roar awakened Littlefinger's meditation, and he thought to himself, It doesn't matter. Your information is the most important. With a standard smile on his face, he smiled and said, Dear, how could it be? How can that old man compare to you? I was just thinking about the next meeting. The days without seeing you make me feel sick." After hearing Littlefinger's answer, Lysa Tully showed a girlish smile on her old face, got up with satisfaction, got out of bed, picked up the clothes thrown all over the floor and put them on. The two put on their clothes and walked to the door, and Littlefinger kissed Lysa Tully's forehead. "Dear, I really hope to see you again soon," Littlefinger said with deep affection, words that he didn't believe himself. Lysa Tully responded affectionately, "My love, I will always be yours." After a while of intimacy, Lysa Tully walked out of the secret room with a brisk and joyful step. Littlefinger kept smiling and looking at her affectionately until the moment the door closed. His face suddenly darkened, and his eyes flashed with anger, disgust, and nausea. It is located in the east of the Great Grass Sea of Dothraki, the northeast of the Painted Mountains, the west of the northern Skeleton Mountains, the southern grasslands of the outer river of the Rakazan River in the south, and the northern grasslands of the Mother of God in the north. Menocal's Khalasa roamed in this vast grass sea. At the same time as his Khalasa, there were also several tribes of Khals, and Hakakal was one of them. Last year, Menocal defeated Hakakal, leaving him with more than 30,000 roaring warriors and more than 80,000 Khalasa. After defeating Hakar, Khal Menor sent Hakar's Khaleesi to Vaes Dothrak to accompany other Dosh Khal. Originally, Hakar's bloodriders escorted her, but all of Hakar's bloodriders died in battle, so Khal Menor had to escort her himself. After the death of a Dothraki Khal, his wife would be sent to Vaes Dothrak. They were called Dosh Khal and were responsible for divination and sacrifice for the Dothraki people. In addition to his own headquarters, the Khalasar, he also had 4 Khas under his command, and Dorako was one of them. Khals and Khas usually roam separately. Too many people are inconvenient for nomadism and plundering, even in the Dothraki Great Grass Sea. Last year, Dora asked him to let his Khas go to Raza to plunder, and he agreed. At this time every year, each Khas would return to the tribute point to pay tribute. At the tribute site this year, the other 3 Khas's had been waiting for him to collect the tribute. But 2 months had passed since Dora's tribute time, and the damn bastard still hadn't come. The long wait made him irritable and angry, which made him feel a great humiliation. Since he picked up the Dothraki scimitar and became a howling warrior, no one had ever been able to humiliate him and survive. They all turned into bells on their braids to show that they had appeared in this world. Even the previous Khal humiliated him. So now the Khal has become himself and made him swear that when he sees Dora again, if the other party does not give him a satisfactory return, he will strangle him. Menocal didn't think about Dora being killed in the Laza area at all. The weak sheep people didn't have this ability, and the bastard Dorako had 4,000 howling warriors. He had only one thought now. This damn Dora betrayed me and joined another Khal. But I haven't heard of any Khal taking Dora's cause these days. Could it be that he went to the west to plunder near the free cities? A Khal who has been roaming in the west recently is very famous. His name is Drogo and he is very rich. He plundered many places. His father seems to be called Khal Balbo. He knows this person and has seen him in Vaes Dothrak before. Could it be that Dora, this bastard, heard that he could make a fortune in the west, so he took his Khas to join the Khal west of the Great Grass Sea? Menocal, who was in a state of wild imagination, did not think that the Khas of Dorako could be wiped out in the Raza area. Menocal was in his 30s, which was the peak of a man's physical fitness. He had bronze skin and scars on his bare chest, like a centipede, crawling all over his upper body. He was not wearing a painted leather vest at this time. His upper body was naked, with a bronze belt tied around his waist. His tall and strong upper body was painted with colorful paint, which added a sense of barbarity to him. His light yellow-brown eyes were full of emotionless colors, staring at anyone as if staring at prey. His black hair was tied into a long braid behind his head. On the black braid that had been oiled, there were many bronze bells hanging upwards from the end of the braid. The bells made a ding-ding-ding sound as he walked, which showed that he had killed many warriors. The sky gradually darkened, and footsteps were heard outside the tent. A Dothraki with a burly figure, wearing a painted leather vest, horsehair leggings, and a bronze belt around his waist, was heard. "Blood of my blood, is there any news about the bastard Dora?" Menokal asked the blood guard who had just walked into the tent. The blood guard who walked into the tent lay down on the fur cushion made of fur. "Still no news." Blood of my blood then grabbed the Khaleesi next to Menokal and started to work on him. Menokal's slaves brought up, "Migrate south, I want to find that bastard Dora." Menokal said with a sidelong glance, "Yes, blood of my blood." The blood guard raised his head and answered, and began his own venting journey again. Menno seemed to have seen nothing, and gradually Menno was also aroused and joined the battlefield between his Khaleesi and the blood guard. In the Dothraki customs, only horses cannot be shared with blood guards, but everything else can be shared, including wives, and abiding by customs is the principle of every wise call. Soon the panting and roaring of Menokal and the blood guard sounded in the tent. At this time, outside the Aslanberg oasis, in the dragon training field, 4 figures were training their dragons. There was a huge red and black dragon, and a man with flying hair like a black lion's mane was riding on it. Looking closer, it was none other than Charlotte. "Woo!" Excited shouts were coming out of his mouth. Solemn had grown to a size that could be ridden, while Flashing Light had only grown to the size of a bull, but it was not far from being ridden. Seeing Charlotte's ghost fox howling, Anya was very envious. The 2 little dragons of Jacoro and Gian Matteo had just completed the mind connection, and they would enter the stable period in a week. They were being directed by them, doing various actions to increase their tacit understanding. When contracting the dragon egg, Jacoro chose the purple-red dragon egg fossil. After hatching, it had purple-red lines all over its body, which was very beautiful. Jacoro named it the Fire of Life, a name he came up with after thinking hard for a long time. The purple-red color reminded him of hyacinth flowers, and the meaning of hyacinth flowers is, as long as you ignite the fire of life, you can share a rich life. This made him feel that he and his little dragon were integrated together, from which we can see that Jacoro likes this little dragon very much. It is understandable, who told him that he was tall, and every time he marched, he could only sit in a carriage to guard armor and supplies, and he also wanted to ride. Gian Matteo's dark green little dragon was not so particular, and he named it Ancient Green. Yes, it was so casual. He said that just like archery, the simpler the action, the more durable and labor-saving, the more powerful the bow and arrow. He hopes that his little dragon can be as simple and deadly as his archery. Charlotte's evaluation is, "It is simple, but you are too simple, and you don't respect other people's little dragons at all. Look at the names we 3 gave, Solemn, Flashing Light, and the Fire of Life. They sound tall and noble, don't they? Look at your Ancient Green again." Since Sumu could be ridden, Charlotte would always ride it to fly around in the red wasteland. Under the perception of the mind, the cooperation between him and the dragon was very tacit. There was a place like a cushion on the back of the dragon. There were bone protrusions next to the cushion that made it easy to fix the body shape so that both hands could grasp it. Of course, you can also install a saddle strap on the dragon, which is also easy to fix the body. This day, Charlotte once again flew against the wind on the back of Sumu. The sound of the wind blew past his ears, which made him feel like he was chasing the wind. Looking down from the sky, everything was so clear, which made him feel that he was in control of the whole world. The incomparable, wonderful feeling made him unable to describe it in words. It was completely different from the experience of flying on the blue planet in his previous life. It was an experience of letting go of oneself. And Solemn could feel Charlotte's excitement, so it dived, rose rapidly, circled, rolled. Don't roll, just kidding. He didn't tie the saddle today, and if he rolled, he would die. Happy times are always short. Solemn is still young. After flying for a whole morning, Charlotte sensed that Solemn was tired, so he commanded it to fly back to Aslan Castle. After feeding it the meat charcoal it loved to eat and letting it rest well, Charlotte walked to the restaurant contentedly to enjoy today's lunch. He didn't have time to eat breakfast because he was too excited. The excitement made him not feel hungry all the time. Now that he got off the dragon's back, The hunger surged up. Charlotte had just sat down and the maid brought lunch when Anya walked into the hall with a letter and said calmly and quickly, "Lord Charlotte, urgent letter. More than 30,000 Dothraki with roaring warriors are heading towards Laza." Hearing this, Charlotte sighed helplessly. These Dothraki people are so keen on looting. Wouldn't it be nice to just graze? They just want to die every day. Charlotte said speechlessly, more than 30,000 roaring warriors are considered a relatively large tribe among the Dothraki people. Which Khal is it this time? It can't be Menno Khal's Khalsa. The captured tongue said, they Menno did not receive tribute from Dora. Menno thought Dora insulted him, and now he is heading south to find Dora, ready to kill him. Anya replied helplessly, because she knew that Dora had been killed by Charlotte long ago. Notice, Camille, Gian Matteo, and Giacomo are back. The whole army is going to assemble in the outpost city. I will ride the dragon first, Charlotte said, and concentrated on the lunch in front of him. In the evening of the outpost city, the sunset on the horizon dyed the clouds around it, making the clouds as gorgeous as fire. The scorching sun gradually faded away, and the evening breeze blowing through the fields left a coolness, taking away the scorching heat of the day. Outside the city, manors were neatly distributed on the chessboard-like fields, and the emerald green grass was lush and growing wantonly. The wind blew through the grass leaves, flowers, and plants, and the fragrance of the grass and trees was carried to the distance. The herdsmen drove the herds of livestock back to their pens. The herds of horses on the grassland entered the huge horse pen under the leadership of the leader. The herdsmen cut the bundles of grass into short pieces, put in the fish and shrimp powder, and shelled wheat husks sent by the harbor city, added a small amount of salt, mixed with water, and put them into the livestock's trough. The nutritious feed made the livestock particularly fat and strong. The herdsmen brought buckets of water to the trough beside the trough. The clear and sweet river water was licked by the sheep, horses, and cows that had eaten the feed. The chickens and ducks on the ground pecked at the feed taken out of the trough by the livestock. On the boundless wheat fields, the golden grains exuded the aroma of mature wheat. The leaders lined up in a long queue, bent over and lowered their heads to swing the sickles in their hands, and harvested the mature wheat that exuded a unique aroma. The people's foreheads were covered with sweat, and beads of sweat dripped on the wheat like raindrops. The long hours of work made them raise their waists from time to time and thump the wheat lightly. The children behind them handed over the water bags in their hands at the right time. The water in the water bags was salted. After drinking the salt water, they bent down again to continue the action in their hands. The sickle cut through the bottom of the bundles of wheat straw, gradually gathered in the palm, and then tied them into rolls with wheat straw and placed on the stubble of the harvested wheat field. Bundles of golden wheat were collected by the people behind them and put into the carriage parked in the distance by the field. After the wheat pile on the carriage was gradually piled up, the groom drove the draft horse to the threshing ground. Piles of wheat were stacked next to the threshing machines. The children followed the adults, bent down to pick up the wheat ears left on the wheat field, and put them into the small backpack behind them. The funnel-shaped thresher was stepped on by people, and the circular shaft was driven to rotate at high speed. The wheat was put into the round shaft covered with dense short nails, and the grains on the ears were removed one by one. The golden wheat gradually piled up in the bucket below. The wheat in the bucket was poured into a bag made of linen. Bags of grain that had not yet been dried were piled up under the straw awning made of wheat straw, waiting to be dried tomorrow, so that the moisture in the grains could be taken away by the scorching sun. Next to the threshing floor was a huge, flat drying field. The earth cement made from volcanic ash and sand was spread on the ground. This kind of earth cement was not suitable for use as a carriage road. The weight of the carriage wheels rolling back and forth would crush the earth cement ground, but it was no problem to use it for bonding pedestrian roads and house walls. On the drying field, the wheat grains, which had been completely evaporated by the sunlight during the day, were pushed into a small pile by wooden pushers, and then shoveled into sacks and sealed, and then put into carriages. The wheat bags on the carriages were sent to the warehouses in the outpost city for storage. Some were sent to the mills located by the river. The windmills made of white canvas were spinning on the mills. The windmills drove the millstones in the mills to crush the wheat grains, and then they were collected into buckets by brooms. Then, a fine-mouthed sieve was used to sift out the white wheat flour, which was put into bags woven from fine linen. Bags of wheat flour were carried away by the people and put into small warehouses next to their houses. That's right, the people carried the wheat flour back to their homes. After the outpost city became self-sufficient, the free collective canteen was canceled. The orphans still ate in the small canteen with funds allocated by the Lord's mansion. The people with families usually made their own meals, and the adults without families cooked together or spent a little money to eat in the big canteen. After all, with the increase in the number of people, it was inconvenient to eat in the collective canteen. The cultivated land was also contracted out, according to the number of people. The people only had the right to use the land, but not the right to buy and sell it. A 30% tax rate was charged. Various farming tools and livestock were rented to the people. The amount was deducted from their annual harvest, and the Lord's mansion would purchase their output. The herds have not been distributed yet, but the outpost city spends wages to manage them uniformly. The golden wheat fields were harvested by the hard work of the people, leaving a short stalk of wheat roots flat on the cultivated land. The people who had finished their farm work were standing by the canal, untying the harnesses that bound the draft horses and letting the animals drink the river water from the canal to their heart's content after a day of hard work. They also washed the dust from their farm tools and hands and feet. The clear river water was led by canals to the farmland that needed irrigation beside the crisscrossing gullies. The people who returned from farming walked in groups of 3 or 2. The joy of the harvest was overflowing on everyone's face. They talked and laughed with each other about the recent fun things. The children seemed to have endless energy and were playing back and forth. At this time, a hiss-roar came from the horizon, like an ancient roar echoing in the world. The people looked up at the sky in fear. The setting sun made their vision a little blurred. A black dot was approaching quickly in the distant horizon. As time passed, the black dot slowly revealed its shape. It was a dragon. A red and black dragon flew straight over their heads and flew towards the outpost city amid the panicked shouts of the people. The children hid under the adults in fear and covered their eyes with their hands, as if this would prevent the dragon from seeing them. Their curiosity overcame their fear, and they stole a glance at the dragon flying overhead through their fingers. With the roar of the dragon, the soldiers in the outpost city were urgently mobilized. Led by their captains, they quickly ran to the designated defensive positions on the city wall and drew their bows and arrows. The huge crossbow carts were also pushed out from the hidden places of the defense towers of the city wall. The thick and long crossbow arrows were placed on the crossbow strings stirred by the winch and quietly waited for the triggering command. Charlotte rode on the back of Sumu and looked at the movement on the city wall below. He was very pleased to see the elite and decisive reaction speed of the soldiers urgently mobilized in the outpost city. In order to avoid unnecessary misunderstandings, he slowed down the dragon through the mental connection with the dragon and hovered in the distance of the city wall so that the soldiers on the wall could see his figure clearly. At the same time, he shouted, "It's me, your lord." An archer saw clearly that Charlotte was riding on the dragon and shouted, "Put down your weapons! Put down your weapons! It's the Lord! The Lord is on the back of the dragon." As the solemn circling near the wall, the armored soldiers saw Charlotte on the back of the dragon and cheered, "Lord, victory! Victory!" The armored soldiers spread the news happily that the person riding on the back of the dragon was their beloved and loyal lord. The cheers on the wall were also spread to the people in the city, and even greater cheers echoed in the city. The ruler of Aslan was getting stronger and stronger. Not only were the warriors brave and invincible, but the Lord also tamed the dragon that had disappeared for more than 100 years. A huge sense of pride lingered in the hearts of every free citizen. Charlotte let Summary land under the outpost wall. The dragon controlled its wings to glide down, constantly adjusting its body to balance its shape, flapping its wings to control its height, and its legs gradually moved away from the ground at the moment of contact with the ground. Dong, 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 dong. The dull sound of the giant creature stepping on the ground came out, and the two thick hind legs of the dragon ran on the ground outside the wall, and the open wings eased the impact of the body landing. In the dust, Charlotte slid down from the dragon's tilted wings. After Charlotte got off the dragon's back, it also lay on the ground to rest. The long flight must have exhausted it. Lord! Roland and a group of people stood respectfully in the distance and saluted and greeted. You go back and continue your work first. Prepare beef and mutton for me. I will feed it first and then go back to the castle. Charlotte nodded to Roland and the people behind him. Soon, servants carried bloody fresh meat and piled it on a flat ground next to the dragon. After the servants placed it, Charlotte waved his hand and said, "Go down, stay away." He also shouted to the many people surrounding the dragon, "You also stay away." The soldiers drove them away and made way for a larger open space. The servants breathed a sigh of relief. When placing the meat, they were too close to the dragon. Ordinary people felt great pressure when facing the dragon, but a strange feeling of excitement and tension lingered in their hearts. Together with the people who were eager to try in the distance, they watched this hideous and strangely beautiful beast. Charlotte turned around and said, "Dragon Flame," loudly to the behemoth beside him. Charlotte and Sumu had a spiritual connection, but Charlotte didn't need to speak out loud. Charlotte could also command tacitly, but our Lord felt that shouting out loud would be more imposing, so he shouted in front of the people. Sumu supported its body with its two folded wings, stretched its neck and opened its huge mouth to the top of the meat. A black and red flame gushed out from the dragon's mouth and gushed out onto the piled meat. The high-temperature flames containing magic splashed everywhere, and the ground around the meat gradually melted and crystallized. The meat quickly turned into a charcoal-like state. Sumu opened its huge mouth full of sharp fangs and ate the charcoal-like meat. Soon, the meat piled up around it was completely eaten by the dragon. Sumu filled its hungry stomach and let out a hiss roar, a satisfied roar. The huge roar startled the crowd watching in the distance and made them fall into pieces. The timid ones directly soaked their pants. After they came to their senses, they quickly covered their faces and ran away. They found that the embarrassment of the people around them aroused a good-natured laugh. After the roar, Sumu lay on the ground and raised a cloud of dust. From the spiritual perception, Charlotte felt that Sumu did not want to move anymore. After all, it had flown such a long distance. After instructing the guards not to let the people disturb Sumu to rest, he took the reins of the horse led by the servant in the distance and rode directly towards the inner castle. While riding on the wide horse trail in the outpost city, he thought about where to build a resting place for the dragon. It would be best to build a high ground to facilitate the flight of the dragon, or build a high tower. However, building a high tower is too time-consuming and there is not enough manpower. While thinking, he had passed two city walls. The castle in the inner city was located in the center of the inner city. There were only a few buildings around the castle, such as horse farms, warehouses, schools, and barracks. The establishment of the outer city has moved the residential areas and other buildings originally located in the inner city to the outer city. Lush green plants are all around the castle, and the winding river flows quietly among the green plants. The vegetation surrounding the castle is very pleasing to the eye. In the lawn and flower bed of the castle gate square, there is a bronze statue of Charlotte riding a horse and holding a gun. Only the hind legs of the two horseshoes of the bronze statue are on the ground, and the other two front legs are suspended in the air. The muscles of the bronze horse are carved to be smooth, full, and majestic. The bronze statue of Charlotte is very lifelike and very majestic. After this dragon ride, it seems that there will be another statue of Charlotte, riding a dragon, to be erected in the outpost city. It has been 4 days since Charlotte came to the outpost city, and thousands of soldiers from Aslan Castle also arrived in the outpost city a day ago. Originally, Charlotte was going to wait for Menokau to arrive in the outpost city, but on the second day after Charlotte arrived in the outpost city, the Lazaran sent people to the outpost city to ask Charlotte to send troops to rescue the Lazaran people. After yesterday's military discussion, everyone decided to take the initiative to fight. The tens of thousands of fully equipped soldiers were not worried about the risk of failure. They were mainly worried that after defeating Menokau, his roaring warriors would flee in all directions, and it would take a long time to capture them in the Laza area. So Charlotte was ready to fight Menokau alone. The Dothraki people admired the strong and then used the soldiers and dragons to intimidate the Dothraki people and force them to withdraw from the Laza area. Under the morning light, the dew on the green grass on the ground condensed between the leaves and dripped onto the mud as the ground shook. Under the morning light in the distance, the soldiers were arranged in square formations, neatly lined up in the open space in front of the outpost city gate. Charlotte was fully armored, holding a spear high and galloping in front of the soldiers. The guards behind him held high a red flag with black stripes. As the horses galloped, the flag made a crackling sound, and teams of soldiers shouted, "Victory! Victory!" After the oath-taking ceremony, scouts went forward to spy on the enemy, and the infantry soldiers took off their armor and placed it on the carriages to move forward lightly. The knights dragged the war horses and auxiliary horses. Teams of soldiers held high their flags and formed a square formation to move forward. The army of more than 10,000 people marched in an orderly manner. The four-wheeled carriages carrying various supplies slowly followed the soldiers under the drive of the grooms. The horses' hooves stepped on the morning light. Charlotte rode in front of the army. He had also taken off his armor and placed it on the carriage behind him. The scouts around him ran back and forth to give enemy warnings at any time. The solemnity above his head spread its wings and flew high in the air. It was very excited to soar in the blue sky and roared from its mouth. In fact, for Charlotte, who has a map plugin, he has walked through this area many times, and the map has been lit up long ago. He does not need scouts to run back and forth to report. He can also know the situation ahead. But in order to train the army to cooperate, he needs to arrange the standard tactical distribution for each expedition. It takes 2 days to march from the outpost city to the Lazaran town. On the road in the Lazar area, there are scattered rock carvings, and the bluish-white rock sheep statues indicate the direction of the road. The flags in the array were raised high while the soldiers marched, and the soldiers followed the flags of their respective regiments. The red-bottomed, black-striped flags and the red and black uniforms of the soldiers were intertwined, and the scouts galloping back and forth raised pieces of dust. The majestic and winding military force frightened passers-by, and the merchants traveling between the outpost city and the Lazaran area avoided it. After 2 days of travel, the army arrived at the town of Lazar. The priests and chieftains stood at the gate of the town to welcome everyone. The high priest looked at the dragon flying in the sky with surprise and complexity. She was sure that this was the dragon egg fossil she gave to Charlotte. She didn't expect Charlotte to hatch. But Charlotte didn't look like a Valyrian, mysterious person. This is what High Priest Lazaran said about Charlotte. After attending the welcome banquet held in the town of Lazaran, Charlotte built a military camp on the flat ground outside the town with a circle of wood. The wooden walls were set up with canvas tents. The town was too small to accommodate the 10,000-man army to station and train. The surface of the wooden wall was covered with a layer of wet mud to prevent it from being ignited by fire. After the military camp was established, the army rested and trained, quietly waiting for the arrival of the Dothraki. A week passed quickly, and Menokau's Kalasa finally arrived. After the scouts reported, the armored soldiers marched out of the camp and lined up neatly on the Dothraki marching road. The cavalry on the left and right wings lined up to cover the infantry and archers in the center. The central infantry was surrounded by a cross-distributed pointed wooden frame stag fence. The cavalry in the convex array was distributed outside the left and right stag fences. The vanguard knight served as the middle and high commander of the Rangers and was commanded by Camille. The heavy cavalry lined up behind him, quietly pulling the war horses. In the front of the center, Kohero led the heavy armored soldiers to patrol the queue, and from time to time he pulled the armor of the front row of armored soldiers to see if they were wearing them tightly. The crossbowmen in the infantry also lined up in an orderly manner behind the shields. The longbowmen in the rear army were hanging the bowstrings and adjusting the quivers for arrows to a convenient position so that they could quickly shoot deadly arrows. Gian Matteo was calmly directing something in the formation. To deal with the Dothraki howling warriors, the nemesis of any light cavalry is the crossbow. As long as the frontline armored soldiers can withstand the impact of the light cavalry, the arrows will definitely be a massacre for the unarmored cavalry. After waiting for a quarter of an hour, 34,000 Dothraki howling warriors, with strange howls from their mouths, galloped from afar, and the dust was stirred up by the hooves behind them. The barbaric and bloodthirsty Dothraki howling warriors did not take the iron-clad men in front of them seriously. They were not only good at playing Dothraki scimitars, but also unparalleled in their horse archery. If it were not like more than 400 years ago, when Temo Khal rode his horse to charge the spear infantry gathered at the narrow gate of Kohor city, he could have used horse archery to grind his opponents to death layer by layer like peeling an onion. Having heard the story of Temo Khal's failure more than 400 years ago, every Dothraki roaring warrior knew that they could not charge well-trained infantry in narrow terrain, which would not bring them glory. Menno Khal rode to the top of a small hill, observing the enemy formation arranged in a tight formation opposite, waving the Dothraki scimitar in his hand, and commanded a circle in the air. The huge team of Dothraki howling warriors instantly split into two groups of cavalry from both wings and rushed towards the cavalry arranged on both wings of the tight infantry phalanx on the opposite side. The Dothraki howling warriors urged their horses to scream "Woo-ha!" and waved their sabers and horsebows, and clamped the cavalry phalanx led by Aslan on both wings, like crab claws. The cavalry on both wings led by Aslan urged their horses to move from slow to fast speed. As the horses' hooves tumbled, the cavalry on both sides instantly entangled with each other. The warriors on both sides who were riding wildly first drew their bows and shot arrows, and the arrows rushed into the running team of the other side like raindrops. Bang, bang, the vibration sound of the bowstring being pulled. Swish, swish, the whistling sound left by the arrows passing through the air. The cavalry on both sides who were shot by arrows were completely different. The howling warriors fell to the ground instantly, while only a few unlucky ones of Aslan's cavalry fell to the ground after being shot in the vital parts. Apparently, the chainmail and leather armor of the Aslan cavalry effectively blocked the arrows of the Dothraki. The archery and bows of both sides were constantly exchanged, and with the rumble of the horses' hooves shaking the ground, the swoosh, swoosh sound of arrows rang through the two teams fighting each other. Seeing that the archery was at a disadvantage, the roaring warriors put down their cavalry bows, drew their sabers, kicked the horses' bellies with their feet to speed up, and wanted to chop the opponent with their sabers. The Aslan cavalry intentionally pulled the Dothraki cavalry on both wings, gradually away from their own infantry formation. Menno Khal watched the opponent's cavalry being driven away by the cavalry on both wings, raised the Dothraki scimitar in his hand, and chopped it in the air. The Dothraki in the front team separated a team of roaring warriors and rushed towards the Aslan infantry in the front row of the convex shape, trying to directly break through the opponent's infantry. The roaring warriors in the front row of the Dothraki received the order from their own Khal and rode out of the formation and rushed towards the enemy infantry behind the convex front stakes. The roaring warriors of the Dothraki rode fearlessly and crashed into the cross-placed stakes, trying to break down the wooden frames and use the scimitars in their hands to slaughter the ironclad men standing behind the wooden frames. Although people are not afraid of death, horses are wise and have high intelligence, looking at the sharp wooden spikes on the stakes and the long spears shining with cold light that protruded from the back of the stakes. When the horses were about to hit them, the madmen on their backs kept urging themselves to hit them, and they ran to the left and right without paying attention to the control of their masters on their backs. When the Dothraki howling warriors tried to control their horses to charge towards the fortress, the Aslan infantrymen raised their crossbows and pulled the triggers, and the arrows flew straight into the flesh in front of them. The powerful crossbow arrows pierced through two Dothraki howling warriors at the same time, piercing through the body of the first one, and the tail of the arrow trembled on the body of the second one. The archers in the rear formation shot out their arrows at the same time, and the rain of arrows instantly blocked the sun like a dark cloud. The parabolic arrows flew to the highest point and then fell down, raining arrows among the charging howling warriors. Bang, bang, buzz! The longbows and crossbows, bowstrings vibrated into one sound, and the huge sound, accompanied by the wailing of people before death, met in front of the Aslan infantry formation. Menokal looked at the howling warriors who were dead and wounded in front of the enemy's position, and the roar came from his strong chest. The scimitars spun twice above their heads and slashed down from behind. The two teams of roaring warriors rode their horses and separated the crowd in an instant. This time, the two teams of riders covered their horses' eyes with one hand and rushed towards the opposite infantry phalanx, with Dothraki scimitars in the other hand. Aslan's front row heavy infantry wore heavy full-body armor, and they were closely arranged together with huge floor-standing shields in their hands, shoulder to shoulder, standing still. Long spears protruded densely from behind the shields, and the spikes of the long spears were densely stacked and facing the roaring Dothraki warriors who were riding horses and charging. The collision happened in an instant. The warhorse was blocked by the roaring warriors and violently hit the stag fence. The crossbow arrows continuously shot at the horses that were charging in the front. The painful warhorse and the dead warhorse of the roaring warrior in front disrupted the rear formation of the horse charging. The dead warhorse bodies that were injured and jumping wildly in pain blocked the impact speed. The fierce fight reached its climax at this moment. The heavy armored soldiers in the front row spit out blood and withstood the charge of the war horses. The spearmen behind the shields stabbed the horseback warriors with their spears like venomous snakes. The roaring Dothraki warriors gathered in front of the convex formation were easily harvested by the longbowmen in the back. The long arrows with gorgeous tail feathers vibrated and pierced the flesh of the horseback warriors. The neighing of horses in pain and the wailing of humans sounded again in the Dothraki charging team. Arr! Menokal, who was extremely angry, spun his scimitar in the opposite direction. A team of roaring warriors was separated from the left and right wings of the Dothraki, joining the battlefield where the two wings were strangled with the Aslan cavalry. He wanted to defeat the cavalry on both wings of Aslan and bypass the armored soldiers in the front to launch a surprise attack from the rear of Aslan's infantry. Boom! The galloping war horses circled in an arc and galloped towards the two sides that were chasing and strangling each other on both wings. At this moment, Aslan's heavy cavalry, which was arranged in 3 rows on the left wing, also set out. The heavy armored cavalry rushed towards the enemy's right-wing support troops at a speed from slow to fast. The iron hooves of the war horses stepped on the heavy muffled sound, and the long spears in the hands of the heavy cavalry were raised horizontally, rushing towards the roaring warriors supporting the right wing with the force of thunder. Boom, bang, dong! The collision sounded when the heavy cavalry reached its peak speed. Although there were only 150 heavy armored knights, the powerful momentum they emitted overwhelmed the roaring warriors on the opposite side. The 3 rows of heavy cavalry were like farming the land, crushing through the formation of the Dothraki roaring warriors. Aslan's light cavalry on the left wing took the opportunity to put down the bows and arrows of the horse shooting and drew out the long swords, following the heavy cavalry to strangle the Dothraki roaring warriors who were dispersed by the heavy cavalry. The support troops on the right wing of the Dothraki howling warriors were about to join the flanking stranglehold. Hiss, roar! An ancient roar came from the sky, and it sounded in the sky behind the Dothraki. The war horses lined up behind the howling warriors became nervous and rioted. The Dothraki howling warriors in the array raised their heads and looked back. The Dothraki, who had only heard of the giant dragon, saw the power of the giant dragon for the first time, and the roar alone startled the herds of war horses into chaos. The giant dragon swooped down from the sky, and the scorching dragon flame spurted out of the dragon's mouth. The hot dragon flame spewed behind the Dothraki position. The howling warriors, who were spewed by the hot dragon flames, let out a shrill howl, and even the war horses were covered with flames. Soon they turned into charcoal and died. The horses of the roaring warriors in the rear, who were not hit by the dragon flames, kicked and jumped in shock, trying to throw off the riders on their backs and flee. No matter how the knights on horseback tried to appease them, they could not stop. The formation of the Dothraki roaring warriors was in chaos, with horses running back and forth everywhere. Fear rose in the hearts of the roaring warriors. The rear of the Dothraki roaring warriors is a giant dragon that spews flames. The roaring warriors thought of this at the same time, and the battlefield was paused instantly. Charlotte controlled the giant dragon under his crotch to spit dragon flames along the Dothraki formation. The places burned by the dragon flames were surrounded by raging flames, and the flames surrounded the roaring warriors, who were crowded together. The Dothraki howling warriors, who were fighting with Aslan's army, instantly broke away from their opponents and hid in the distance with the howling warriors, who had just escaped from the gap of the flames. They looked at the dragon above their own howling warriors with horrified eyes. The Aslan cavalry did not pursue them, but just kept an eye on them. Charlotte controlled solemnity to hover over the heads of the Dothraki. There was a fierce Dothraki howling warrior in the Jedi, and when he was about to shoot the dragon above his head, a loud Dothraki voice sounded in the sky. "Menno! Single!" The Dothraki howling warriors only then realized that there was a man riding on the dragon's back. The man had black hair like a lion's mane, and the loud voice was from him. "Hiss!" A series of earth-shaking roars sounded above the heads of the Dothraki. Facing this invincible figure, the howling warriors put down their bows and arrows. After seeing the Dothraki put down their weapons, Charlotte let the dragon land between the two formations. The dragon flapped its wings to adjust the distance, glided down to the ground, and retreated back to touch the ground, making a dull sound of dong dong dong, and the dragon landed. At this time, a loud voice sounded on the dragon's back. "Menno! Single challenge!" While shouting, it slid down the tilted dragon wings, walked to the front of the roaring warriors, pulled out the greatsword hanging on his back, and inserted the sharp two-handed greatsword into the ground in front of him. After Charlotte issued the challenge, the roaring warriors turned their heads to look at their calls. Everyone knows that as the strongest warrior of the roaring warriors, the call must accept the single challenge from the enemy. If he does not accept, he cannot be the call of the roaring warriors. "There is a man riding a dragon who wants to fight me in a duel." Menno Khal was stunned for a moment. After the anger surged in his heart, he was secretly happy. As a Dothraki Khal who had killed countless people and was skilled in martial arts, those who dared to challenge him had their throats cut by the scimitar in his hand. The last person who dared to challenge him, Hakka Khal, had died under his scimitar. This man riding a dragon actually dared to challenge him in a duel, which made him a little happy. If he killed this man, wouldn't this dragon be his? The Khal riding a dragon would become the most powerful Dothraki Khal in history. Menno Khal held the Dothraki scimitar in his hand, pushed away the roaring warriors blocking the way, and walked out of the crowd. 3 blood guards followed closely behind Menno and came to the front of the battle and looked at Charlotte. Charlotte held the bottom of the handle of the two-handed giant sword stuck in the ground with one hand, stretched out one hand, and raised his hand to point it. Menno Khal and the blood guards behind him said in an extremely disdainful tone, "You all come together." As a warrior who had experienced many battles, Menno would not be angered by Charlotte's tone, but would humiliate him severely before knocking him down. A blood guard behind him could not stand Charlotte's contemptuous words, and with a roar of "Ah roar," he quickly approached Charlotte with a scimitar and slashed Charlotte's head with a slash, trying to kill him. In front of Charlotte, The Blood Guard's movements were slow motion, like a video freeze. In order to achieve the effect of deterrence, Charlotte did not even move his greatsword. He directly flashed close and pinched the opponent's arm, holding the scimitar with one hand, breaking his hand bones with a snap, and the crisp sound of the scimitar resounded throughout the quiet duel venue. Without waiting for the opponent to scream, he caught the scimitar that fell from the opponent's hand, cut his neck with a knife, and kicked him with a kick, with a clean and neat movement. Menno watched his blood guard die in Charlotte's hands in the blink of an eye, and the solemnity in his eyes filled his whole body. The remaining two blood guards looked at each other and rushed out to attack from both sides. Dothraki duels usually involve one-on-one duels. The fact that two blood guards could attack at the same time showed that Charlotte's killing shock was successful. The two swords crossed and chopped at Charlotte. When they were about to approach Charlotte, they were filled with ecstasy. Just as they were happy to kill Charlotte, Charlotte took a step back and pulled out the two-handed giant sword stuck in the ground. He slashed through the waists of the two men. In an instant, the two men were split into four, and their upper bodies were directly separated from their lower bodies. The internal organs in their stomachs fell to the ground. The two men were stunned for a moment, and shrill screams came out of their mouths. The whole audience was silent. The strong vitality of the two blood guards prevented them from dying for a while, and wailing continued to come out of their mouths. The shocked, roaring warriors were silent, and even the sound of their breathing was reduced a lot. Charlotte looked up and saw Menno stretched out a hand, his thumb across his throat, making a provocative gesture of cutting his throat. Menno watched Charlotte attack twice and instantly kill 3 blood guards. Those who could be his blood guards were all top-level Dothraki howling warriors with strong martial arts, but they were killed so easily. Anger and fear intertwined in his heart. Menno tightened the Dothraki scimitar in his hand and approached Charlotte with flexible and light steps. Charlotte no longer wanted to waste time, raised the two-handed giant sword in his hand, crossed his front and back steps, and slashed directly at Menno. The burly and fierce Menno raised the scimitar in his hands with both hands, trying to swing Charlotte's two-handed giant sword, and then stepped forward to wipe Charlotte's neck. This was his trick for many years of single combat. Many powerful howling warriors died under his simple and practical trick. But this time was very different from the past. The unparalleled power of the giant sword made Menno's hands tremble as he tried to resist. He could hardly hold the scimitar in his hand. He knelt on one knee as if struck by lightning. Dang! The sound of the collision between the scimitar and the giant sword echoed in the venue. Menno's numb arms could not lift at all. The giant sword swept across his left chest, and Menno's body was split in half by the two-handed giant sword. Hiss roar! The roar of the dragon also sounded at this moment. The roaring warriors in the front row who witnessed the tragic death of their own and blood guards were all shocked and moved and took a step back. Surrender or single duel. Charlotte held the two-handed giant sword in one hand. Hiss roar! The dragon spread its wings and roared behind Charlotte. The roaring warriors fell into a strange silence, and their figures retreating together showed that they were really deeply shocked by Charlotte. When Charlotte was suppressing the Dothraki in a secret room in King's Landing in the distant Westeros continent, the flickering candlelight was faintly lit, and in this dim environment, the faces of people shrouded in shadows were set off. A figure under the main seat said, "Lord Baelish, the Prime Minister wants to increase our tax rate to repay the debt owed by the Iron Throne to Braavos. Lord Arryn, strictly crack down on smuggling business and increase the search of cargo on ships entering the port." "Our business is greatly affected," said another shadow. "My lord, we must fight back and cannot let our business be affected." "We can't let our Prime Minister break the rules at will, my lord. If we don't take action, the consequences will be serious and our losses will be very great. We can't let those high-ranking dukes and kings deprive us of our property at will." In the midst of the chatter, the shadows in the secret room expressed their opinions. "Quiet! Quiet! My companions, the worst moment has not come yet. Don't worry, no one, can arbitrarily deprive us of our interests, said Peter Baelish, who was sitting in the main seat. His words were full of determination and affirmation, and the shadows sitting below him quieted down. Peter Baelish saw that the crowd had quieted down again, and then spoke again. If this is done, the 7 kingdoms will be devastated. This continent will become an abyss of chaos, and the old high and mighty adults will fall into the mud. Only by uniting together can we become the biggest winner in this chaotic hell. Will you always be loyal to me, loyal to our common interests? Peter Baelish asked passionately and seriously. Lord Baelish, we are always loyal to you. Yes, sir, you will always be our leader. We support you. After all the shadows in the secret room expressed their loyalty, Peter Baelish smiled and nodded, raised the wine glass in his hand and whispered, "For the greater good." The echoes rang out, "For the greater good. For the greater good. Roar, woo-ha." A huge tent was set up in the center of a huge camp. In the open space in front of the huge tent, a challenge was being staged. The crowd watching around was excited and made strange noises. Built on the north bank of the Zakaradon River, most of the tents in the camp were built with thatch, and a few leather tents built with animal fur were located in the center of the camp. These roaring warriors who originally belonged to Menokal were conquered by the invincible power of Shiloh. In the Dothraki concept, only the strongest roaring warrior can tame the wildest warhorse, and the strongest roaring warrior will serve as the Dothraki Khal, and the Dothraki who challenged the previous Khal successfully will be re-supported as the Khal. Although Shiloh was not a traditional Dothraki, he rode a dragon, had black hair and an oriental look, and was regarded as a unique Dothraki by the Howling Warriors. So after the duel with Menokal, Menos Kalasa quickly split, and about 7,000 of the Howling Warriors chose to surrender to Shiloh. In order to stabilize the surrendered Dothraki Howling Warriors, Shiloh did not make things difficult for the Dothraki who were unwilling to surrender and let them leave on their own. He asked them to swear to the horse god that they would not plunder the Zara area. After the oath was made, they cut off their braids and placed them at Shiloh's feet. After cleaning up the battlefield, Shiloh took the Kalasa who surrendered to him and moved to a place with lush pasture on the north bank of the Lakazadan River. Charlotte planned to manage Kalasa according to the method of Genghis Khan, the hero of the grassland in his previous life on Blue Star. He would copy the ancient Mongolian system of Blue Star, liberate the slaves in Kalasa, recruit warriors from them, and divide them into a system of feudal households of 10, 100, 1,000, and 10,000 households. The transition from the slave society of the Dothraki to the feudal society formed a layered affiliation, which provided the lower-level roaring warriors with a channel to rise, thus consolidating the rule of the Shiloh military group. Shiloh's system was warmly supported by many elected heads of 10 households, heads of 100 households, and heads of 1,000 households. After all, in the traditional Dothraki roaring warriors, the rulers were only a few rulers such as the Khal, the Bloodguard, and the Bandits. The roaring warriors at the bottom did not have much power. These heads of households who successfully challenged and became heads of various classes would be the cornerstone of Shiloh's rule over the Dothraki Kalasa. The Dothraki people only had their own language, not their own writing. Shiloh forced the use of simplified Chinese characters from the previous life as writing. The writing taught in the school of Aslan territory and official correspondence also used simplified Chinese characters. Then, according to Genghis Khan's Zasa code, Charlotte also created the Aslan code, which was also engraved with words on a copper plate and distributed to each head of household. Each head of household managed the tribes and servants assigned to him according to the code on the copper plate. After many days of selection and challenge, the head of household has been determined. Now the selection is still in progress for Charlotte's guards, and the challengers are Camille, John Matteo Jacoro, and their subordinates. As long as someone can hold on to them for 10 breaths, he can be elected. Charlotte's guards have higher treatment and more servants than the 1,000 heads of households, so the selection is more popular than the head of household selection. Since ordinary Dothraki roaring warriors do not have a fixed partner, They themselves do not know who their sons and daughters are, and the Keshig army cannot be selected. However, in order to have their own blood around the Khal in the future, the Dothraki people have found the objects they used to have sex with and formed fixed partners one by one. So the families that were originally only available to each Khal appeared in the lower-level Dothraki group. Under Charlotte's two-handed giant sword, all the disobedient roaring warriors fell under Charlotte's sword. Vanguard knights, elite archers, and rangers joined the household head system. These elite warriors won the imitation of many roaring warriors. Under the choice of carrots and big swords, the system improvement went smoothly, and some things that Charlotte did not expect were also happening naturally. For example, the habit of the Dothraki people not wearing armor has changed greatly under the leadership of many Vanguard knights, elite archers, and rangers who joined the household head system. It is human nature to worship the strong, and the Dothraki people's admiration for the strong is beyond imagination. These riders with superb martial arts and superb riding and shooting have become the objects of imitation for many roaring warriors. The riders' words, deeds, behaviors, and habits are imitated by the roaring warriors, and wearing armor has become a trend of becoming stronger. The more common things are, the less people will look at them, and the rarer things are, the more people will cherish and love them. In order to reflect the idea that wearing armor is a powerful roaring warrior, and to form the idea in the minds of the Dothraki people, Shiloh did not distribute armor wantonly, but only the heads of households were qualified to wear it. The entire Khalasa lower-level roaring warriors were filled with envy and admiration for wearing armor. The Dothraki heads of households who got armor, with the envious eyes from all around, had to dress neatly and show off in the Khalasa group every day. This unprecedented, incomparable sense of vanity and satisfaction made them immersed in it and unable to extricate themselves. In this atmosphere, the original Dothraki roaring warriors thought that wearing armor was a cowardly idea, but now they have changed their mindset to think that roaring warriors without armor are weak, and those who can wear armor are strong. The selection of the guards was in full swing. Camille, Gianmatteo, and Jacoro stood in the center of 3 open spaces. Each of them wore a set of exquisite leather armor. The leather armor was a mixed color with wonderful patterns of red and black. The golden copper buckle belt was engraved with beast patterns. The armor skirt that hung down and hem fit the tall and sturdy or strong and upright body. The red-bottomed black-patterned cloak was tilted on the armor, and the red tassel on the protruding front of the pointed helmet fluttered in the wind. The Dothraki roaring warriors who watched the selection all around had red eyes and jealousy and envy bursting in their eyes. This set of exquisite leather armor was the standard armor of the Khal's guards. The roaring warriors who thought they were brave came forward to challenge one by one. The continuous round-robin battles made Camille, Gianmatteo, and Jacoro a little breathless. After the 3 heroic men drank the kumis from the servants, they looked at the roaring warriors around them calmly. Their calm eyes showed unparalleled confidence, and a strong aura rose from the 3 of them. When they looked at them, everyone lowered their heads and dared not look at them. Aura is not obvious in ordinary people, but it will appear in some high-ranking leaders, murderers, business tycoons, etc. This is an external manifestation of spiritual consciousness. The stronger the will, the more it will unconsciously emanate. After a strict selection, only 60 of the more than 7,000 roaring warriors and liberated former slave warriors entered the guard team. These guards wore a full set of armor, stood upright beside Charlotte, and faithfully performed their duties. In the challenges of the past few days, the Khalasa tribe was conquered by the powerful force of the 3 men. They honored Charlotte as the invincible Khal, Camille, Gianmatteo, and Jacoro as the invincible blood guard. Charlotte, who was busy integrating and reforming the Khalasa tribe, did not know the changes in the world after he hatched the dragon. The free trade city of Pentos, located in the west of Essos, is located in a bay in the narrow sea and faces the Westeros continent across the sea. There is a huge red temple in Pentos. This is the Temple of R'hllor. In the past year, the red-robed monks have become more and more pious. The reason is that the pious red-robed monks in the temple can feel the divine revelation of R'hllor that has disappeared for more than 100 years through the flames. Since the disappearance of the Targaryen dragon more than 100 years ago, the divine revelation of R'hllor has also disappeared. Recently, the devout red monks were able to vaguely feel the power of R'hllor, which made them very excited. However, the divine revelation was intermittent, as if blocked by a mysterious force. The red monks vaguely felt the unclear divine revelation. Every night of this year, the red monks would light fires in the temple, chant prayers, and pray for R'hllor to grant them divine revelation. The followers often stared at the flames, hoping to catch a glimpse of the future. The red monks thought that they were not devout enough to serve R'hllor, so they secretly held a series of fire sacrifices and even self-burning ceremonies. Many believers were burned to death, but R'hllor's divine revelation was still vague. After the crazy behavior of R'hllor's followers was learned by the governors of Pentos, they all began to secretly investigate the cause, but found nothing. This made the governors very worried. After all, the madness of R'hllor's followers was well known to the world. For the pampered governor, uncontrollable religious beliefs were a terrible and uncontrollable force. Every mature ruler knows clearly that ruling requires religious beliefs, but cannot rely on them. Our governor Illyrio Mopetis has a courtyard as a base next to the huge red temple. The courtyard is surrounded by a 12-foot-high brick wall, and the top of the wall is full of sharp iron spikes. The courtyard brick wall is divided into 3 venues with 3 gates connected. The main gatehouse is the main way in and out of the house. There is a hidden ivy garden in another one, and a marble pool stands in the center of the garden. In the pool stands a naked boy statue. The statue is handsome and elegant. It is made of painted marble. The hair of the statue is dyed with golden paint. It holds an assassin's dagger in its hand and poses in a fighting posture. There are 6 cherry trees planted around the pool. The garden behind the house is very large. The 3rd gate is the kennel at the back door, where huge mastiffs bark all day long. The entire courtyard is strictly guarded by the unsullied eunuchs, guarding the 3 gates. Today, Viserys and Daenerys were invited by Illyrio Mopetis to live in this base. Illyrio sat on the main seat in the main hall. Viserys was holding his head high in a proud manner, and Daenerys was bowing her head. She took the bread and salt placed on the tray by the servants, picked up the bread, dipped it in a little salt, put it in her mouth, chewed and swallowed. "Thank you very much, the legitimate heir of the 7 kingdoms, for staying in my humble courtyard for a while," Illyrio said with a smile on his face, and nodded his fat head to welcome. "Thank you for your kind invitation, Lord Governor. When I take back the Iron Throne of the 7 kingdoms, I will make you the hand of the king of the 7 kingdoms." Viserys replied with his head held high. 10,000 thanks. I am able to be a guest here, Lord Illyrio," Daenerys said stutteringly. Illyrio said with a smile, "It is my honor to host the legitimate ruler of the 7 kingdoms, King of the Andals, the Rhoynar and the First Men, Protector of the Realm, His Majesty Viserys and His Royal Highness the Princess." The arrogant Viserys and the submissive Daenerys did not notice that Illyrio, who was sitting high in the main seat of the hall, with a smile on his face and a peaceful face, had an unsheathed dagger on his legs. After ending the guest rites, Illyrio led Viserys and Daenerys to visit the entire courtyard. Everyone passed through the doorway connecting to the main building and came to the guest residence in the garden. Illyrio said respectfully, "My beautiful princess, you will live here. This is a small residence that can directly overlook the sea, with white marble paving, copper lamps, and white gauze hung on it as door curtains and curtains, fluttering in the sea breeze. For her who has been wandering with Viserys for a long time, this residence is really perfect, and she thanked from the bottom of her heart, 'Thank you, Lord Illyrio.' For Viserys, who had seen the tall and luxurious red castle, this residence was horribly simple. She said to Daenerys with a helpless look on her face, 'You rest here. I have something to discuss with Illyrio.' After saying this, Viserys headed away. Illyrio beside him nodded to Daenerys, turned around with a slightly meaningful smile, and followed Viserys' steps to leave. Daenerys, who is 12 years old this year, will be her 13th name day in a few months. She has begun to show a bit of a woman's figure. The small buds on her chest and the increasingly round buttocks are reminding people around her that the thin little girl is about to become a girl. Illyrio is fortunate that Daenerys's first menstruation has not yet arrived, and Viserys has not yet enjoyed the young Daenerys, so that his subsequent plans can proceed smoothly. Viserys and Illyrio walked to the garden viewing platform and stood, facing the Bay of Pentos and watching the busy ships coming in and out of the port. Illyrio said in a flattering tone, "Your Majesty, Lord Viserys, King of the Andals, the Rhoynar, and the First Men, Protector of the Realm, your humble servant implores you." "My loyal Illyrio, future Hand of the Seven Kingdoms, please speak," Viserys replied with a smug look on his face. "Countless families in the Seven Kingdoms are looking forward to your return. They live in fear under the oppression of the usurper, without any honor. As long as you lead an army and set foot on the land of Westeros, just like the great conqueror, His Majesty Aegon Targaryen, countless knights will flock to you to offer their loyalty. You will take back the Iron Throne snatched away by the usurper. Now your name is spreading everywhere in King's Landing and the Seven Kingdoms. Under Targaryen's rule of more than 300 years, civilians, nobles, knights, and merchants are all waiting and calling for your return." Illyrio paused, then with the most sincere expression, the most affirmative tone, he said the last sentence. "All you lack now is an army that belongs to you." Illyrio's words made Viserys' blood boil. With red eyes, he asked anxiously, "Where can I find this army?" "Illyrio, my loyal future Prime Minister of the Seven Kingdoms, Hand of the King, you need to help me. The Golden Company? That group of shameless mercenaries, damned ungrateful people, scum and dregs without any honor, they can't help me," Viserys said with anger and loss. Illyrio shook his head. "No, the Golden Company is just a group of mercenaries. Mercenaries have no faith in honor. They only value the golden coins." Then he said with a little temptation, "In the continent of Essos, the most powerful cavalry is the roaring warriors of the Dothraki. As long as you pay a little price, you can gain their loyalty." After that, Illyrio turned away in silence. Our governor knew that as long as Viserys was kept hanging, he would agree to anything under the temptation of the Iron Throne. On the vast Dothraki Sea of Grass, the red morning sun rises below the horizon. The cool morning breeze blows away the fog of last night. On the boundless Sea of Grass, a long team is advancing along the traces trampled by the hooves of the scouts. Unlike other Khalasars, this Dothraki Khalasar has only roaring warriors and a few hairless people and herbal women following. The old, weak women and children are arranged to graze on the north bank of the Lakazadon River. The direction they are heading is the Dothraki base camp, Weiss Dothraki. Needless to say, this is the Khalasar belonging to Shiloh. A huge figure in the sky flew over the winding team and cast a shadow. This figure is Shiloh's mount, the dragon Solemn. Aha! Every time a giant dragon flies over the heads of the roaring warriors, it will cause a burst of ghost-like cheers. This is their expression of their pride in their own khals and the powerful Khalasars they are in. They firmly believe that they are the most powerful Khalasars in this large sea of grass, and no other Khalasar can compare with them. At this time, they are about to escort Menno Khal's Khaleesi to Dosh Khalin. Although Charlotte has changed the system of the Dothraki people, some customs of the Dothraki people are very stubborn. For example, because all the blood guards of the previous Khal have died, the current Khal needs to escort the wife of the dead Khal to Dosh Khalin. Charlotte agreed to it at the request of the tribesman, so as to fill the gap of his system skill, map acquisition. By the way, take a look at the scenery of Weiss Dothraki and the World Womb Lake under the Holy Mother Mountain, and listen to the roaring warriors say that the World Womb Lake is the most beautiful place in the world. The long team is surrounded by scouts composed of system cavalry and Dothraki people. This time, when going to Vaes Dothrak, Charlotte did not lead the infantry forward. After the reorganization of the 1,000-household system, the Roaring Warriors have greatly improved their discipline and organization compared to the original scattered ones, and their combat effectiveness has also been greatly improved. They are no longer the mob they used to be, but can gather and disperse like a wolf pack, under the leadership of the heads of households at all levels, and their combat effectiveness is also more tacitly coordinated during the march. The migration of more than 13,000 roaring warriors is just a drop in the ocean in this boundless sea of grass. Mortals cannot compete with the power of nature. Originally, there were only more than 7,000 roaring warriors who surrendered to Charlotte. After the slaves were released, more than 6,000 more were selected. Charlotte's entire Colossa has 13,000 household heads, 1,360 household heads, and 1,367 household heads. The 100 household heads and 1,000 household heads are basically system cavalry. When Shiloh was integrating his people and changing the system, the Dothraki, who were defeated by Shiloh but were unwilling to surrender, spread the legend of Shiloh like a hurricane across the great grass sea of eastern Dothraki. A dragon-riding Khal defeated Menno Khal. Yes, Shiloh's people called him the Invincible Khal, and the great grass sea of eastern Dothraki called him the dragon-riding Khal. Scouts galloped past, attracting merchants from all around to hide in the distance of the road. They did not dare to block the scouts' way at all. These merchants from the free trade cities had paid protection fees to the Khals on the Great Grass Sea. Otherwise, they would not be able to get here. A figure rode over from a distance. "Khal, there is still half a day's journey to the Horse Gate," the scout reported. Since there were no old and weak people following the team, the march was very fast. It originally took 3.5 months to get from the Zakaradon Outer River to Vaes Dothraki, but now it has been less than 2 months, and they are about to reach their destination. "Well, you did a great job," Charlotte nodded and praised. Hearing Charlotte's praise, the scout in front of him blushed instantly. The roaring warrior scout, who was almost trembling with excitement, replied loudly, "Great invincible cow, you will ride the world's steed and gallop under this sky. No one can stop you. We are the eternal scimitar in your hands." Not long after riding, 2 huge bronze horse statues appeared in the distance. Their hind legs stood upright on the white marble platform, their front legs jumped high, and their 4 hooves met more than 100 feet above the road, forming a pointed arc. Riding under this horse gate, these 2 huge bronze buildings shocked Charlotte. It was indeed a magical fantasy world. After entering the horse gate, there was nothing that Charlotte could look at twice. There was a wide road leading directly to the Virgin Mountain, and the road was covered with green grass. On both sides of the road were placed various looted statues of gods, including the Supreme God, the Red God, the Black Goat God, the Faceless God, the Stranger, the Harpy, the Weeping Lady, the Hooded Walker, etc. Charlotte even saw the 20 male and female gods of love on the summer sea, and the statues of the 7 gods of the Westeros continent. It was unknown where these Dothraki people had looted them from. The entire Vaes Dothraki occupied a huge area, but it was full of broken stone piles and thatched houses. The whole city gave the feeling of being dilapidated. "I don't know what's wrong with these Dothraki people. There must be craftsmen and architects among the slaves they looted, but they don't know how to arrange them to build the city. Maybe they have been divided, and there is no one with great prestige to lead them. This person could be me." While Charlotte was daydreaming, under the guidance of his roaring warrior, they came to a pyramid built of messy stones. A circle of huge tents made of animal fur, thatch, wood, and stone were built around the pyramid. This is the temple of Dosh Khalin. Dozens of Dothraki women, old and young, stood at the door of the tent. It seemed that they were Dosh Khalin, standing in front of the tent to welcome Charlotte's arrival. "Respected dragon-riding Khal, welcome to you," said the oldest woman in Dosh Khalin with her mouth full of teeth. "It's my honor to meet you. If you need anything, please tell me. I will try my best to satisfy you," Charlotte said politely. He pointed to the 5 boxes sent by his roaring warrior and kicked open the lid of one of the boxes. The golden color came into view. "This is my small gift to you." Dozens of Dosh Khals were full of joy and blessed Charlotte. "Your fame will spread to every corner of the Dothraki Great Grass Sea. The horse gods bless you." "The horse gods bless you too," Charlotte said with her head tilted to the side after the courtesy. "This is Khaleesi of Khal Menno. I sent her here." "Thank you for sending her here," said a younger Dothraki woman among dozens of Dosh Khals. "It seems that she is the Khaleesi of Khal Hakar." After that, several eunuchs and servants took Khaleesi of Khal Menno into the tent next to them. "Respected Dragon Rider Khal, please allow us to divine for you once to express our gratitude." The oldest Dosh Khal invited Charlotte into the tent to divine for Charlotte. In this world with extraordinary power, Charlotte also wanted to see what these witches would say. Then Charlotte watched a shamanic ritual that was very similar to the one in the old forest in the northeast of Blue Star in his previous life, except that this ritual was a little bloodier than the one on Blue Star. The blood-red horse heart was placed on the dark red altar for sacrifice. Charlotte was not asked to eat the horse heart raw. One of the oldest Dosh Khaleen, after rolling his eyes, told Charlotte that he would ride a world horse in the future. His horse was as fast as the wind, and the cars behind him covered the entire land countless, and the arak in his hand was as sharp as reed. Charlotte resisted the urge to roll his eyes. This guy thought he was Daenerys. In the evening, the vast lake surface of the World Womb Lake was dyed a dim yellow by the setting sun. The sound of shasha came into my ears. The dense reeds by the lake swayed gently in the evening breeze, and the white fluff was floating between the sky and the earth like a long dragon with the footsteps of the wind. Pebbles on the beach near the lake under the rippling microwaves appeared in front of people through the clear lake surface. The pebbles were mixed with colorful glass, emitting charming light under the water. Looking into the distance along the lake beach, the center of the lake in the distance faintly exuded a gem-like blue, which showed that the World Womb Lake was indeed bottomless. The Notre Dame Hill in the distance was reflected on the lake surface, and the birds in the water swam leisurely on the lake surface, causing ripples. The clear green lake water was illuminated by the setting sun, and the dim yellow light scattered everywhere. The World Womb Lake was like a graceful beauty who lifted her veil and appeared in front of us. This beautiful scenery seemed not to be the scenery that should exist in the world. Charlotte stood by the womb lake of the world, and the fresh air with a sweet smell came into his nose, which made him take a deep breath. The fresh smell of the lake seemed to cleanse his body and mind, making people intoxicated. Charlotte, who had removed all the restraints on his body, stepped into the lake naked, and the clear and cool lake water spread all over his body. Charlotte couldn't help but lie quietly on the lake with his arms open. The surging waves washed away the fatigue of the long journey in the past few months. With his eyes slightly closed, he watched the clouds burning in the sky. The rustling sound of the reeds by the lake, swaying in the wind, the chirping sound of birds, and the rushing sound of the waves on the lake hitting the shore. The sense of comfort that blended into this world floated in Charlotte's heart. Although the womb lake of the world is a holy place for the Dothraki, ordinary Dothraki cannot bathe here. Only Khal and Khaleesi can bathe in this Dothraki holy lake. In the whole lake, only Charlotte was quietly wandering under this beautiful scenery. In the distant legend of the Dothraki people, the first warrior on horseback in the world rode out of the womb lake of the world. In addition to the two important moments in the life of the Dothraki, when Karak, the son of the Khal, became the Khal, and when Khaleesi got married, they could bathe in the womb lake of the world and receive the blessing of the horse god. When Charlotte was bathing in the womb lake of the world and was intoxicated by the beautiful lake view, the legend of Charlotte riding a dragon, Khal, was spreading far away in the free trade cities and the continent of Westeros. In the meeting hall of the Red Castle in King's Landing, our King Robert, the guardian of the Seven Mirrors, was sitting on the Iron Throne made up of countless swords. "What kind of bastard is this damn dragon-riding Khal?" King Robert sat on the Iron Throne and asked the Minister of Intelligence, Eight-Clawed Spider Varys, loudly. According to merchants traveling between the free trade cities, it was a Khal war on the Dothraki Great Grass Sea. It is rumored that this dragon-riding Khal, riding a giant dragon, defeated another Khal with 40,000 elite roaring warriors. A shrill and sweet voice came out of Varys' mouth. "Dragon, dragon, dragon! Isn't the Targaryen family who deserves to go to hell the last dragon rider? Didn't the dragon become extinct more than 100 years ago? Robert frowned and asked in confusion on his fat face. My respected majesty, yes, according to the Red Castle books, the Targaryen family moved to Dragonstone before the ancient Valyria was engulfed by the volcanic eruption. The Targaryen family's dragons are the last family in the world to own dragons. After the dance with the blood dragons in the era of Aegon III, the dragon's disaster, after the last giant dragon died, all the dragons hatched afterwards were disabled dragons and died one after another. When the Mad King was in power, wildfire was used to prepare to hatch dragon eggs, but it did not succeed, Varys replied respectfully. Since the dragons of the Targaryen family are extinct, where did this dragon rider Khal come from? Is he a Valyrian? King Robert leaned forward with his big belly and asked. According to intelligence, Khal Rider has black hair and black eyes and is handsome, but he does not have the platinum hair and purple eyes of Valyria. Varys bowed and replied. Petyr Baelish, the Minister of Finance, who was standing beside Varys and, listening, walked to the Iron Throne and added, It is said that he is very rich, and his trading stations are spread all over the city-states of Essos. There are also their trading stations outside King's Landing. Robert's fat face showed a look of sudden enlightenment. That's what it's called. Yes, Aslan Trading Station. Petyr Baelish smiled and nodded. Yes, Your Majesty. They sell all kinds of exquisite goods in the Seven Kingdoms, and their goods are spread all over the homes of all nobles in Westeros. Robert nodded with relief and said, I know this. I have a set of tableware they call porcelain. It is said that their flag is a red background with black dragons. Just as King Robert relaxed his brows, Littlefinger's faint words came out of his mouth. Red background with black dragons? Blackfire? This bastard is a Blackfire? Robert was in a very bad mood instantly. Varys's shrill voice came from Littlefinger. Your Majesty, Aslan's dragon flag is not the same as Blackfire's flag. Shut up, Targaryen's bastard. All of you deserve to die. Robert angrily cursed at Varys and turned to the white-robed knight standing by and ordered, Tell the gold-robed knight to close the Aslan trading station and arrest everyone inside. A white-robed knight beside him bowed and was about to leave. Barristan the Fearless, the chief of the White Knights in the Kingsguard, who was standing on the other side, saluted and said, Your Majesty! Aslan Trading Post employs many civilians in King's Landing. Arresting the staff of the trading post without reason may cause chaos. Then arrest their stewards, close their trading post bases, and confiscate their goods. Robert thought for a moment and said, Barristan, Your Majesty, their trading post is related to the livelihoods of many civilians around King's Landing. Closing the trading post and arresting people without reason is not honorable and has no glory at all. Hearing Barristan's answer, Robert's fat face flushed, and he shouted angrily with his eyes wide open, Barristan, that's Blackfire! Blackfire, the bastard of the Targaryen family. Their flag is just similar to Blackfire, not Blackfire's flag, Barristan argued. Remember your oath. Obey the orders issued by your king. The object of your oath, Sir Barristan, Robert said coldly with narrowed eyes. Barristan opened his mouth, speechless and stunned in the same place, and finally saluted helplessly and said, Yes, Your Majesty. At this time, Jon Arryn, the Prime Minister of the Seven Kingdoms, who had arrived late, walked into the meeting hall in a vigorous manner. Your Majesty, even if they are Blackfire, they are also the mortal enemies of the Red Dragon. The enemy of the enemy is our ally. Enough of my king's hand. This damn government is really not as good as the beauty in the brothel. White robes, execute your king's orders. After saying this, Robert left the Iron Throne directly and walked towards the brothel outside the Red Castle. After Charlotte bathed in the womb lake of the world, she was at the sacrificial site of the starry city of Vaes Dothrak. The servants gave Charlotte's loose hair a hair treatment and oil, then tied it into a long braid and hung a small bronze bell. After I unify Dothraki, I will definitely abolish these shitty rituals, Charlotte muttered with resistance on her face. With colorful paint on his bare chest, he wore pants made of horsehide and horsehair, a bronze belt around his waist, and sat on a stone chair carved out of stone. Witnessed by the Dosh Khalim, after his roaring warriors presented their gifts, the Dosh Khalim performed another incomprehensible dance, and the ceremony of Charlotte as the Khal finally ended. After the ceremony, Charlotte couldn't wait to leave Vase Dothrak and embarked on the journey back. The Dothraki Great Grass Sea is covered with various grassy vegetation, and about 2 million Dothraki live on this grass sea. The vast area and sparse population have not seen any human habitation since leaving Vase Dothrak. There are only a variety of grass plants that cannot be named around, and various wild animals hidden in the grass. Oh, woo! The riders spread out in teams and made strange noises while galloping on their horses. Woof, woof, woof! The barking of hounds was mixed in between. The whistling of the riders and the barking of the hounds instantly frightened the wild animals hiding in the bushes. A group of fat and strong sheeplings jumped out of the bushes. The riders raised their bows and arrows and shot the arrows in one go. The arrows shot into the sheeplings like meteors. The frightened sheeplings hung with arrows and ran desperately for a distance, then fell to the ground and twitched. The antelopes that were not shot in the vitals could not run far. The triangular diamond-shaped arrows would cause the prey to continuously tear the wounds while running, causing the prey to bleed profusely. This arrowhead, specially used for hunting, was a must-have weapon for the Dothraki. There were self-reliant and brave roaring warriors who wanted to offer the fur of leopards, lions, and other carnivores in the grasslands to their khals, and they rode their horses back and forth to search for these cunning carnivores. After each hunt, Charlotte would reward the top 10 heads of households, or the roaring warriors who presented him with the fur of huge carnivorous animals, or the roaring warriors who hunted the most prey, which made other riders very envious. Every time they camped and rested during the Great Grass Sea March, the riders were all eager to hunt a sufficiently ferocious prey and then add glory to their own households in front of other heads of households. This kind of hunting is to drive away the wild beasts around to make the camp safe, and also to obtain fresh meat. Hiss, roar. A roar of a giant dragon came from the sky, and the giant dragon that was released to have fun solemnly returned. The golden disk falling in the west of the sky faded the dazzling light of the day, and the vast and boundless great grass sea was filled with a layer of dim yellow by the bright red sunset. Flowers mixed between various grass leaves glowed with colorful brilliance. Red, white, yellow, blue, purple, and all kinds of wild flowers made the green grassland more beautiful than a garden. A huge black shadow passed over the roaring warriors. Oh, hoo-ha! Every time the riders saw this shadow, they would scream. With the glow of the sunset, the riders who went out to hunt came back on horseback. Bonfires were lit in the camping grounds surrounded by numerous four-wheeled carriages. The riders passed through the gaps between the carriage boards and rushed into the camp. The camp was filled with the smell of blood and barbecue, and people were everywhere peeling and roasting food. The furs of various prey on the large sea of grass were placed on the open space in front of Charlotte. The riders waited for Charlotte's judgment with burning eyes. Charlotte squatted on a green rock, either selecting the fur of the most ferocious prey or selecting the fur of the prey that offered the most. The roaring warriors around who offered furs were either excited as Charlotte selected them, and their straight backs were even taller, with proud expressions on their faces. The roaring warriors who were not selected were dejected and left the crowd with unwilling faces. The guards standing behind Charlotte took out leather armor and sabers made of fine steel one by one. Charlotte took the equipment and weapons from the guards and distributed them to the winners. The winners took them with awe and excitement, and with the help of their companions around them, they put on the exquisite leather armor given by Kau himself and hung the long arc sabers on their belts. The red cloak hanging diagonally on the leather armor fluttered in the evening breeze on the grassland, appearing majestically in front of the people around. These roaring warriors in armor knelt on one knee to salute and then retreated. They were eager to walk around in the camp and receive the envious and jealous eyes cast on them from all sides. A huge sense of satisfaction filled their hearts. After 2 months of long journey, the group returned to the Dothraki old and weak camp that they had chosen. A huge camp surrounded by wooden railings appeared in front of everyone, and tents were neatly built inside the wooden railings. White smoke rose from the long chimneys on each tent. The tents of Kalasari were no longer thatched, but semicircular tents made of canvas and animal fur. The weeds in the sea of grass around the camp were also cleared and planted with large tracts of high-quality pasture grass. These pasture grasses are similar to the ryegrass, alfalfa, royal bamboo grass, corn grass, etc. on the lawn of the garden in the previous life. These pasture grasses, rich in crude protein, are sweet, crisp, and juicy, and have excellent palatability. They also have the function of preventing wind and consolidating soil and protecting soil fertility. In the huge camp, a white and gold dragon was hovering in the sky. It seemed to notice Charlotte's team and was swooping down at high speed. Flashing light roared and swooped down towards Charlotte. The roaring warriors around him had never seen this dragon before, and they all put their arrows on and prepared to shoot. "Put down your weapons. We are one of them," Charlotte shouted, and the system riders who were incorporated into the household head system also shouted excitedly, "Miss Anya is here!" And it is the flashing light of Miss Anya. "Awu!" The roaring Dothraki warriors put down their bows and arrows, waved their hands, and shouted excitedly. Flashing light flapped its wings and landed not far from Charlotte. The dong-dong sound of its strong legs stepping on the grass reached the ears of the tribesmen, triggering a wave of ghosts and wolves howling. Excitement and pride filled the hearts of every roaring warrior. After the dragon stopped, Anya slid down the tilted wings and walked quickly to Charlotte, saluting and greeting. "Lord Charlotte!" While the girl was saluting, Charlotte quickly jumped off her horse, waved one hand, and said, "Disband!" The guards rode their horses to convey Charlotte's instructions. The roaring warriors behind them made a woohoo sound, saluted Charlotte from a distance, and then rushed into the camp. After turning around, he said to Anya with a happy face, "When did you come here? Is Aslan Castle okay?" "Lord Charlotte, don't worry. Everything is fine in Aslan Castle," Anya said with a smile after seeing each other again after a long time. The two walked side by side towards the camp on the soft ryegrass that was like a grass carpet. "Lord Charlotte, there are 3 garrisons like this. The annual rotation and domestication of livestock is conducive to the growth and supply of forage. We burned the native grass vegetation around the garrison and planted forage that is more suitable for livestock," Anya said, pointing to the surrounding grass while introducing the changes in the garrison. "We also changed the single structure of the Dothraki people, who only raised and grazed horses. Now there are more dairy cows, long-haired sheep, pigs, chickens, ducks, and other diverse livestock and poultry on the pasture. This is conducive to the diversity of ranch farming and disease resistance. Recently, we have also arranged people to open up wasteland and prepare to plant beans and grains. The soil and terrain on this side of the Lakazadan River are very suitable for wheat and grain planting." Anya paused, pointing to the figure in the distance who was plowing the land with a horseplow, and said, "After harvesting this season's beans, the beans contain plant protein that is very suitable for livestock feeding. After making the soil more fertile, we will arrange people to plant grains and various economic plants." Charlotte nodded as she listened to Anya's introduction. Sure enough, with our butler here, everything can be in order. The outer river of Lakazadan is located in the subtropical part of the Essos continent. It has sufficient sunlight and abundant rainfall, which is very suitable for growing various crops. The entire garrison was artificially raised. The drainage canals in the camp were neatly distributed along the garrison. The water flowed along the camping rivers around the garrison and flowed into the outer river of Lakazadan. Following Anya's introduction, the two walked into the garrison. The wide road was paved with coal slag after the burning of honeycomb coal. The gray coal slag roads neatly divided the round tents into a vast field. Along the avenue that runs north and south along the garrison, the calls rang out. The women and children of the roaring warriors in the families shouted the voices of their men and fathers. It was noon at this time. White smoke came out from the round exhaust pipes on the tops of the tents. Obviously, the Dothraki women were making lunch in the tents. Charlotte walked curiously towards a tent on the side of the avenue, and the curtain door opened to reveal the scene inside. The whole tent was very similar to the yurts on Blue Star in the previous life, with an inner frame made of wood strips and a felt cloth made of canvas and animal skins sewn on the outside. The whole tent was round at the bottom and pointed at the top, about 5 meters high and about 18 meters in circumference. There was a large skylight on the top. When it rained, a round piece of felt cloth was used to cover the top to prevent rain from falling into the tent. There were also several small windows with curtains opened on the felt walls around, and bright light shone directly into the tent, making it very bright inside. There was a long, low-legged bed in the tent, with a straw mat woven with thatch placed on the bed. On one side of the straw mat were some boxes, which contained clothes, quilts, animal furs, and other items. A small square table was placed on the low-legged bed, on which was a long-mouthed copper kettle and several wooden bowls and plates, which contained some meat, cheese, and other food. A roaring warrior with quick legs and feet was eating the meat on the wooden plate with his bare hands. He also poured milky white tea from the copper kettle into the wooden bowl and drank a mouthful of the tea-scented tea. A Dothraki woman was squatting beside the coal stove on the other side. The smoke from the coal stove was discharged from the chimney, connected to the tent. The spoon in her hand kept stirring the oatmeal porridge in the pot. The shadow at the door of the tent attracted the attention of the people in the tent. They looked up at the curtain door and found Charlotte and Anya standing at the door. He hurriedly put down the things in his hands, walked quickly to the two people, knelt on his knees and shouted, "Khal, Khaleesi, the horse god bless you." Anya heard someone call her Khaleesi, and her pretty face instantly turned red. "Ha!" Charlotte noticed Anya's change and laughed unconsciously. "Get up." "I'm just taking a look," Charlotte said after waving her hand with a hearty laugh, then walked into the tent and looked around, and then grabbed the tent to see if it was sturdy. After walking around the tent, she patted the young roaring warrior on the shoulder and said, "Take good care of your wife, and don't hit her, okay?" The young roaring warrior's face flushed with excitement. "Cow, I will. Take good care of her. I swear on the horse god." "Okay. Protecting your wife and loving your children is what my Khalasari should do, and this is what a good roaring warrior should do," said Charlotte, nodding with satisfaction. "You guys continue to eat and rest," he said, and walked out of the tent with Anya. The young roaring warrior behind him looked at Charlotte's back with excited eyes, and the women looked at Charlotte with respect and piety. If you ask who in the entire tribe respects and loves Charlotte the most, these Dothraki women may be the most enthusiastic. In the Bronze Law of Khalasari promulgated by Charlotte, there is a rule that you cannot beat your wife casually. The lower-level Dothraki roaring warriors in the past had no concept of family, so they were very rude to the women of Khalasari, and beating, scolding, and abuse were very common. With Charlotte's rule, this phenomenon has been greatly improved. The roaring warriors who disobeyed and violated the Bronze Law were cut into 2 pieces by Charlotte's 2-handed giant sword. Under Charlotte's carrot sword, no one dared to violate the Bronze Law. This brought a different kind of peace and tranquility to the originally violent Khalasa, and the Khalasa women who had never experienced such a life cherished it very much. The promulgation of the Bronze Law made Khalasa well organized and far away from the chaos of the past. Grass farming and livestock breeding also brought a more prosperous life. It was absolutely impossible for the Dothraki howlers at the bottom of the society to have a bite of meat from time to time like now. Only the Khals, blood guards, sons of the Khals, Khaleesi, and the Khors could eat horse meat and blood sausage at any time. The sons of the Khals have been eating protein-rich bodies since childhood. They are generally taller and stronger than other Dothraki howlers. The chances of taking over the next Khal are also huge. The Khals have the help of blood guards, and it is rare for the howlers of Khalasa to usurp the position of the previous Khal. Therefore, Menno Khal was able to usurp the position of the previous Khal, and he was also a very capable person. Other Dothraki people at the bottom of society could only eat some wild vegetables from the Great Grass Sea, as well as oatmeal and mare's milk obtained from looting. Hunting animals was not always fruitful. Improved pastures were grazed at 3 fixed locations each year. This highly efficient breeding method greatly exceeded the previous nomadic method and also reduced the hardship of nomadism in the Great Grass Sea. In the camp, The aroma of barbecue and oatmeal began to spread in the camp. "Lord Charlotte, do you want to take a bath first or eat something first?" Anya asked, standing beside him. Smelling the aroma of food, a feeling of hunger began to spread. Charlotte touched his stomach and said, "Let's eat first. I feel a little hungry." Under Anya's guidance, the two walked straight to the giant tent in the center of the camp. In front of the tent, 10 black-haired and almond-eyed maids were waiting outside the tent early. They stood in 2 rows respectfully. When they saw Charlotte and Anya coming, they bowed neatly and saluted. "Kal, Khaleesi!" Charlotte nodded to the maid, raised one hand and waved it, saying, "Bring the food." Then she walked into the big tent, which was divided into 3 places by a curtain door. A red felt carpet was spread on the wooden floor of the main hall. A huge couch covered with white lion skin was placed on the main seat in the center of the hall. On the left and right sides were several low tables and some cushions for people to sit cross-legged. As Charlotte sat on the couch, the maids brought a low table and placed it on the long couch and put a wooden plate full of food on the low table. After the salute, they stood silently at the side of the big tent, quietly waiting for Charlotte to call. The several guards who followed Charlotte were also guided by the maids and arranged to eat in the tent tied to the side of the big tent. Behind the main hall of the big tent was a bedroom for rest, and another side connected to the bedroom was used as a bathroom. There was a large wooden barrel in the bathroom, and the maids were carrying buckets of hot water to pour it into it. Charlotte, who was not afraid of fire, began to like taking a bath with boiling water. Anya picked up the long-spouted copper kettle, poured a bowl of milk tea and placed it in front of Charlotte. She took the milk tea in front of her and put it into her mouth and took a gulp. Sound came. After drinking the milk tea, Charlotte let out a long breath. Without saying anything more, she grabbed a piece of lamb chop and dipped it in a little seasoning that was very similar to wild leeks pickled in the big grass sea, and put it in her mouth to chew. The freshness of the lamb, the spiciness of the seasoning mixed with the salty taste of salt made Charlotte, who was hungry, have a big appetite. Anya held her cheek and tilted her head, watching Charlotte wolfing down the food with a smile in her eyes. An unconscious smile hung on the beautiful face of the girl. The food on the low table was quickly eaten up by Charlotte like a whirlwind. After eating, Charlotte burped for a long time, glanced at the girl who was laughing foolishly with her head tilted, and looked at the girl in confusion. What was so funny about her thinking? Cough. A cough woke up the silly girl. Charlotte pretended to hit her shoulder, looked at the girl, and then looked at the bathroom with hot steam. Even a blind person could see Seema's intention. The girl who was awakened by Charlotte seemed to have her little secret seen through, and her pretty face was flushed with pink. Anya pouted angrily, glaring at the bad man in front of her with a fierce look. "Humph!" A delicate hum came out of her upturned nose. "Ha!" Charlotte was amused, and a long string of laughter came out of his chest. Looking at the girl's expression, although he was curious about what she was thinking, he felt inexplicably happy after teasing her. "Anya, come and rub my back quickly. I haven't had a good hot bath for a long time," Charlotte called out to the girl as she walked towards the bathroom. Ordinary maids could not serve Charlotte in such a hot bath. The girl's fair face was red. She waved her fists at Charlotte's back twice and then followed her into the bathroom. Charlotte, who had taken off all her clothes, stepped into the wooden barrel that was emitting scorching steam, letting the boiling water directly cover her whole body. She took a deep breath and dived directly into the boiling hot water. After consuming the oxygen in her chest in the hot water, she poked her head out again and exhaled the waste gas in her body. A sense of transparency swept over her whole body. She could not feel the heat in the wooden barrel at all, but only a warm feeling spread throughout her body. Anya pulled up her sleeves and stretched out her arms with a white luster. She kneaded Charlotte's shoulders vigorously. She seemed to remember Charlotte's teasing just now and increased the kneading strength. Hey, be gentle! Kneading the dough! Feeling the girl's inexplicable anger, Charlotte had no choice but to cooperate with the girl's sudden increase in strength and shouted loudly. The girl behind her then dissipated her shame and anger and began to help Charlotte massage seriously. Our lord, finally enjoying his arms on the edge of the barrel, slowly closed his eyes, feeling the thin layer of calluses on his shoulders left by the girl's long-term sword practice. The steward who pays attention to maintenance always takes good care of the skin of his hands after practicing martial arts, so her calluses are not rough. Following Anya's massage package, Charlotte called out the panel to check the host. Charlotte Aslan, Lord of Aslan Castle, protector of the free folks of Outpost City, Lord of Harbor City, donor value 4,236, citizens 146,280, system citizens 265,796 free citizens, military strength 25 castle guards LV6, 150 heavy knights LV5, 300 heavy armored sergeants LV5, sharpshooter 50 LV5, vanguard cavalry 50 LV5, elite longbowmen 250 LV4, elite horse archer 300 LV4, longbowman 1110 LV3, shield infantry 2200 LV3, ranger 1800 LV3, veteran 985 LV2, special arms 1000 musketeer garrison, 800 artillery 8250 fleet soldiers, 4000 free folk forces, Dothraki roaring warriors, 13,000 heroes, Camille Aslan male, Kajarej male, Anya Aslan female, Roland Aslan male, Gian Matteo Aslan male. Skills: physical extraordinary, language proficiency, map acquisition 100 miles, swordsmanship proficient, riding proficient, spearmanship proficient, hand-to-hand combat proficient, beginner, entry, master, extraordinary, superb. Treasure: Aslan Castle system materialization entity. The system soldiers who were damaged in several battles were strengthened and upgraded with honor points, and the damaged personnel of each team were supplemented. The remaining honor points were retained for use when supplies were insufficient. After all, there were more than 40,000 troops and a population of over 400,000, a huge ratio of soldiers to civilians, and the tax rate on cultivated land levied by Charlotte was not high compared with the rulers of the known world. Fortunately, there were caravans and systems to support it. For Charlotte, when the business in the territory prospers, the collection of customs duties and commercial taxes will be the big head. The grain trade in Charlotte's territory can only be traded with the Food Reserve Department under the Government Affairs Office. The perfect storage system is supervised and managed by dedicated personnel, which can store grain well and will not spoil easily. If it is placed in the warehouses of the people in the territory, it is easy to cause mold and other unnecessary waste. Every year, the Government Affairs Office will calculate the reasonable price and submit it to Charlotte for approval, and then purchase it uniformly to prevent such things as low grain prices hurting farmers and abundant grain hurting farmers. The farmers in the territory are now willing to keep the harvested grains and other food for their living needs, and then sell them to the government office for gold, silver, and copper coins. After the farmers have money, they can buy and sell goods, and these properties can be recycled, and the commercial taxes collected in the meantime can also be increased. In the previous life on Blue Star, Charlotte heard such a saying that the money that is recycled is the real money. Charlotte now deeply agrees with this saying. Recently, our Lord has arranged for Rodrigo, the mayor of the port city, to conceive and create a banking system to make the economy in the territory more active. After taking a hot bath, Charlotte felt refreshed. The black hair on his head was tied into a Taoist bun and pinned with an ebony stick. He was wearing black and red 3/4 wide-leg pants and a white cotton and linen short-sleeved shirt. He was lying on the couch in the big tent with his legs crossed, holding a bunch of grapes in his hand, putting them in his mouth and tasting them slowly, feeling indescribably leisurely and contented. The huge call tent blocked the afternoon sun, and the breeze from the grassland blew into the tent. The air was mixed with the fresh air of grass and trees, and the ambergris lit in the tent, making the tent very fragrant and cool. Anya knelt on the side of the couch, gently pounding Charlotte's raised legs with both hands and mumbling something in her little mouth. Hey, what are you mumbling? Be serious! Don't just pound, pinch twice, the Lord ordered. Humph, you must have cheated just now, said Anya, the chief steward of the Aslan territory, the young dragon knight and the maid, biting her tiny silver teeth and humming. Who? Cheating? How is it possible? It's your own poor chess skills. So-and-so must be willing to admit defeat. Ah! Charlotte squinted comfortably and said slowly, Humph, you win every time. Impossible. The girl muttered in a muffled voice. Charlotte, who was sharp-eared, said in a mean way, What? You want another round? Hey, don't say I didn't give you a chance. Let's play another round after this massage. If you lose again, I'll continue the massage at night. Ha, come on. You just won by a narrow margin just now. I have figured out your routine. Don't even think about beating me again. I will let you massage me after I win. Anya wiped the sweat from her forehead excitedly, and her hands unconsciously increased the strength of the massage. Hiss! Hey, be gentle. Why are you so excited? You act like you can win, which is impossible. Your chess style has been firmly grasped by me. You can't beat me. Baji! Baji! Charlotte gently waved her left hand with a proud look on her face, and at the same time, she picked up the grapes with her right hand and put them into her mouth and chewed them again. Honest and reliable Lady Anya, who was willing to accept defeat, frowned and pursed her lips while doing the kneading work seriously. It turned out that Charlotte had just pulled Anya to play a game of chess on the blue planet in the previous life. The two chess losers fought for a long time, and finally our Lord won by a narrow margin. The Lord, who was enjoying the service of the girl in the Khal's tent, had no idea that because of the color and shape of the flag. The trading post on the continent of Westeros was closed by our seven-mirror guardian King Robert Baratheon I, and the staff were arrested and all the goods were confiscated. A letter for help after a long sea voyage finally arrived at the harbor city after the trading station was closed for more than 4 months. Rodrigo, the mayor of the harbor city, arranged for riders to ride 5 horses and galloped towards the Lakazadan outer river garrison. At this time, in the Red Castle dungeon in King's Landing, Westeros, the dark, damp, and rotten dungeon was being tortured. Several skinny and tortured Aslan trading station staff members allowed the whip to whip their scarred bodies without saying a word, and looked at the dungeon guards who were whipping them with long whips with the eyes of seeing dead people. As the crackling sound of the whip whipping the flesh rang in the dungeon, the more the executioners whipped, the more hairy they felt, and they unconsciously put down the whips because of the eyes of the people in front of them. It's been more than 4 months. This group of foreign Aslan trading station personnel all silently endured various punishments in the dungeon. He had never seen such willpower and their amazing martial arts. When the Gold Cloaks closed the Aslan trading station more than 4 months ago, he also participated in that operation. More than 500 Gold Cloaks participated in the capture operation. Except for the sudden attack at the beginning, the Gold Cloaks shot and killed several unprepared people with bows and arrows. The remaining team of less than 10 people in the Aslan trading station reacted quickly. They relied on the narrow terrain in the fortress to fight and defend, killing a large number of well-trained and well-equipped Gold Cloaks. In the case of food and water shortages, the trading station was firmly defended by these people for 5 days. The commander of the capital, garrison, Sir Janos Slynt, ordered to set fire to burn these people to death. In the end, it was the Prime Minister who came over and swore to guarantee their safety with the family glory of the Arryn family, and explained the misunderstanding between the two sides and let them go. Only then did they lay down their weapons and surrender. The reason for torturing and beating them was because Sir Janos Slynt was venting his anger at them for defending against the siege of 500 Gold Cloaks for 5 days. This incident made Sir Janos Slynt a joke in the aristocratic circle of King's Landing. Since the closure of Aslan Trading Post, many poor people in King's Landing who had no one to rely on have attacked the patrolling Gold Cloaks. In the slums of King's Landing, Flea Bottom, there were always loud curses against King Robert. Although such attacks and curses had existed before, which noble would care about the complaints of a group of poor people? Our king would not care, as he only had the tournament, barbecue, wine, prostitutes in his mind. As for other things, what did he care about? The previous attacks and curses were just whispers in the Flea Bottom. Only this time, these poor people dared to attack and curse loudly in such a high-profile manner. It happened only after the arrest of these foreign merchants. This huge change, like an invisible force surging in King's Landing, deepened the uneasiness of the dungeon guard. In the past few months of torture, these people only answered with an incomprehensible sentence: "Whoever offends Aslan will be punished no matter how far away he is." According to the translation of the scholars who had contact with Aslan trading station before, blood debt must be paid with blood. Those who offend Aslan will be hunted down to the end, no matter how far away they are. This uncompromising family oath, coupled with the fearlessness of these foreigners, makes people's backs cold when they think about it. The Red Castle Guard, who was born as the second son of a minor noble, is more certain that this arrest may bring a huge disaster to Westeros and King's Landing. At this time, a dense sound of footsteps sounded outside the dungeon. The executioners put down their whips and looked at the dungeon door. The Prime Minister came to the dungeon with a group of guards. "Lord Aaron! Lord Aaron!" The people in the dungeon saluted and greeted him. "7 layers of hell! Who told you to torture them like this? You damn bastards! You are bringing shame to my family." The Prime Minister of the 7 Kingdoms, Jon Arryn, cursed loudly. The dungeon guards pursed their lips and dared not answer. On one side was the hand of the king, and on the other was their immediate superior, so no matter how they answered, it would be wrong. "Sir Slint, I won't tell you anything. Just move your damn stone feet and go find a meister to heal their wounds and move them to a cleaner cell." Seeing that the guards in the dungeon did not answer him, how could the old and shrewd Jon Arryn not know where the problem was? However, the Prime Minister, who might have to take action recently and use the commander of the Capital Guard, did not say much. The caravan members tied to the crosses grinned silently, staring at our Prime Minister of the 7 Kingdoms with wolf-like eyes. This aggressive look made our king's hand feel a little cold. This look was not a look of weakness, but a fierce look from the heart. The Prime Minister was old and experienced. He had overthrown the Iron Throne of the Targaryen family before. Although he would not be easily frightened by a look, he was preparing to do something big recently. If it was confirmed, the 7 Kingdoms would fall into civil strife. He did not want to fall into a bigger misunderstanding because of the misunderstanding with these foreigners and attract the legendary Dragon Khal. "I have no right to let you out of the dungeon, but I can ensure your safety," Jon Arryn said to the wounded people. "You started the killing, but we have the final say on when it ends. When the war really comes, I hope you can be as fearless as you are now. Some powers are unimaginable to you." The leader of the Aslan trading station stationed in Westeros coldly answered the words of the Prime Minister of the 7 Kingdoms. "Maybe you are strong, but after all, you are far away from the continent of Westeros. I don't think your Khals are capable of coming here. I heard that you Dothraki are afraid of the sea water." Jon Arryn shook his head indifferently. "Ha! Khal! You don't know what kind of person your opponent is." A long string of laughter came out of the leader's mouth. Pausing for a moment and looking at the old man in front of him who was still smiling, the leader, who realized that he was being tricked, was silent and stopped talking. "We are not enemies. Everything is just a misunderstanding. When His Majesty the King comes to his senses, you can leave this dungeon." Duke Arryn still smiled on his old face and said slowly, "Really? Misunderstanding? Recall. Leave. Not an enemy? Ha ha! What a big joke. Your injustice and dishonesty are really impressive. Blood debt needs to be repaid with blood," the leader replied with a teasing look. Although the leader didn't know why the Prime Minister of the 7 Kingdoms came to soften his words, he didn't want to let go so easily. If he let go of this blood feud so easily, not only would he be sorry to the Lord, but he would also be sorry for the several men who died for no reason. He firmly believed that after receiving the letter for help, the Lord would definitely help them get justice. Even if they all died in this dark and damp dungeon, they couldn't weaken the backbone and pride of Lord Aslan. While the Prime Minister of the 7 Kingdoms in the Red Castle dungeon was trying hard to reconcile with these foreign merchants, a murder plot about him was going on in a dark underground secret room in King's Landing. It was still the same bed, still the same 2 people, the rolling curtains, the swaying bed frame, all of which indicated something. After a long time, the clouds dispersed and the rain stopped. Petter Baelish held Lysa Tully's red hair in his hands. "My beloved treasure, what has made you so anxious?" Baelish said with a face full of affection and tenderness, looking at Lysa Tully. "Oh, my love, that old man who deserves to go to hell wants to send little Robert to Dragonstone to be raised by Stannis Baratheon. Ooh, this old man with a foul-smelling thick liquid, he wants to take my little Robert away. Ooh." Lysa Tully buried her head in Baelish's chest and cried. "My sweetheart, don't cry. Your tears will break my heart. What happened that made him suddenly want to let little Robert leave you?" Littlefinger comforted Lysa Tully softly, guiding her to tell the reason, although he had already noticed the truth. "That damned man with a foul breath and a rotten smell didn't tell me the reason, but just asked me to obey his orders. Woo! I curse him to the 7 gods. He has taken you away from me, and now wants to take my little Robert away. Little Robert can't live without me. His body is so weak. Stannis is a stone man. Woo! My poor little Robert. Little Robert will be scared. He still needs me to breastfeed. Without me, he will cry nonstop. Dear, help me. Only you can help me. I only have you." Lysa Tully sobbed and cursed, replying to Littlefinger's words incoherently, and finally looked up at Baelish with expectation. Hearing Lysa Tully's request, Baelish had a meaningful smile in his eyes. "My love, my most precious person, my flower, don't cry. Maybe we only need a little insignificant potion to make him change his position." No, I can't poison him. If I'm found out, the King and the Duke of the North will chop off my head." Lysa Tully shook her head violently, trying to get rid of this terrible idea. "Oh, my sweetheart, how could it be? This is just a weakness potion from Lys. It won't poison our Prime Minister immediately." Baelish pushed away Lysa Tully, who was shaking her head violently. He walked barefoot to a secret cabinet, opened the cabinet door, and took out a bottle of milky white liquid from it. "Shh, dear. It's just a weakness potion. It can make people weak unconsciously. No one will notice. Think about poor little Robert." Baelish gently stroked Lysa Tully's cheek, gently patted the back of the woman in front of him, and said softly. Then he put the milky white potion in his hand into Lysa Tully's hand and said, "Prime Minister, little Robert is the only child. If he is sick, you will not let him go to such a far place as Dragonstone." Hearing Littlefinger's words, Lysa Tully couldn't help but clench the potion in her hand and murmured, "Yes, you are right. Dear, you are the best way. Little Robert finally doesn't have to leave me. Add a small drop to the soup he drinks each time. Don't add too much," Baelish instructed. Lysa Tully, whose face began to bloom with a morbid smile again, pounced on Littlefinger's chest. "Dear, I want you alone to love me." The sound of fierce fighting in the secret room rang out again. In the secret passage of the Dragon Cave in King's Landing, our Minister of Intelligence was whispering with Governor Pentos. "We have met too many times during this period. Is that Dragon Khal related to Blackfire?" Varys asked anxiously in a shrill voice, no longer as orderly as usual. "According to the intelligence, there should be no relationship. The distance is too far, and it is difficult for our little bird to quickly send back accurate intelligence. The name of the Dragon Khal is Shiloh Aslan, and it is said that he rose in the Laza region. At present, we only know that they are powerful. In recent years, they have not only defeated the great lords of Meereen, but also defeated the Khals of Dothraki. It is said that they also have a weapon that makes a thunderous sound, which can easily destroy any enemy." Illyrio Mopatis answered the intelligence he had just collected concisely and quickly. "Then what about his dragon? In the known world, only families related to the Targaryen bloodline can tame dragons. Whether it is Volantis, Lys, Myr, these places with the remnants of ancient Valyria have never heard of hatching dragon eggs and successfully taming dragons," Varys asked himself unwillingly. "My friend, your mind is in turmoil. Perhaps we can use those 2 Targaryen red dragons to contact this Shiloh Aslan," Governor Pentos said cunningly, turning his fat eyes. Varys thought for a moment and said, "It can be considered, but this may also get out of control. Dragons are not invincible. We have dragon hunting crossbows. It's just a ferocious beast," Illyrio said confidently. In the Khal's tent at the Lucazaron Outer River Camp, Shiloh sat upright on a long lion-skin couch, flipping through the cotton letter in his hand. Camille, Cojero, Gianmatteo, and Anya, 4 people, sat cross-legged on the cushions at the bottom and passed around the letter for help in Shiloh's hand. The uneven cuts on the cloth showed that it was torn from the clothes temporarily. The dark red handwriting on the cloth was written in human blood, which showed the suddenness and urgency of the attack. Bang! Crack! Charlotte was furious and smashed the wooden table in front of him with a punch. The violent punch slightly released the rage in his heart. How dare those scum in Westeros attack our trading station for no reason? Cojero roared. The managers of the trading stations who were killed and captured were mainly from the infantry teams, he taught. Our trading station did not affect the interests of those nobles. On the contrary, they made a lot of money because of trade. We employed a large number of poor people to work, and the salary was enough for them to support their families. Their capital has become more stable because of our presence. However, our goods squeezed out the interests of some original merchant groups, but the political power of merchants in Westeros cannot influence the Iron Throne. Insufficient intelligence. I can't analyze more possibilities. Which link of ours has a problem? Westeros is too far away from us. If we want to retaliate, it is best to send assassins. Now our first priority is to rescue our captured warriors, Anya analyzed with a husky voice. Blood debt can only be repaid with blood, sir. Your order is the direction of our charge. Camille sat cross-legged on the cushion, his back straight as if he was riding on a horse. Cavalry horses are not suitable for long-distance sea voyages, and the main combat personnel sent to the Westeros continent should be mainly infantry, Gianmatteo said while cutting the long arrow shaft in his hand. People who are familiar with him know that when he is extremely angry, trimming the tail feathers of the arrows or cutting the arrow shafts can calm him down. They greeted us with swords and blood, and we must repay them with swords and blood. Charlotte slowly calmed down after listening to the opinions of the 4 people. Our trading posts are spread all over the continent of Essos. This time, we must respond to Westeros's provocation in the most ferocious and violent way. This is the only way to deter those hyenas who are hiding in dark corners and drooling greedily. Otherwise, other trading posts will no longer be safe. They will pounce on us as if they smell rotten meat. The primary mission of this expedition to Westeros is to rescue our brothers, and secondly, to deter those greedy carnivores. The combatants will mainly be the Emperor's fleet at sea, supplemented by a small number of elite infantry and archers. Anya will still be stationed in Aslan Castle. Camille, you will guard the Great Grass Sea garrison. Cojero, Gianmatteo, you will come with me. Tomorrow I will ride my dragon to Harbor City to arrange for the dispatch of warships and mobilize supplies for the expedition. You will select a small number of elite troops and assemble in Harbor City. Charlotte arranged the battle calmly like a volcano about to erupt. This revenge action is mainly based on naval warfare. The powerful Sea Emperor fleet will show the world a powerful force that should not appear in this world. In the sky outside the Harbor City in the evening, a black shadow was rapidly passing through the clouds. The whistling wind drove the corners of Charlotte's clothes to crack. Through the high-altitude clouds around him, Charlotte looked down at the manors and mills on the ground. The tall white windmills made of canvas were spinning against the wind blowing on the ground. The gullies and canals reflected scales of light. On the endless cultivated land were the backs of people bending over to work hard. The carriages on the wide roads were full of goods. Riding the giant dragon solemn from the early morning, Charlotte crossed the mountains, hills, rivers, forests, etc. The different landforms of the Essos continent showed Charlotte the magnificence of nature. The beauty of nature made Charlotte less impatient and angry, and a gradually calm mind began to occupy his heart. In the distance, the white boulders of the Harbor City were shining with the hazy yellow brought by the sunset. The dragon, sensing Charlotte's intention, slowly descended in altitude and circled down towards the castle in the city. Hiss, roar! The ancient roar resounded over the Harbor City. The residents of the city and foreign merchants all looked up at the sky where the loud noise came from. A legendary dragon was hovering over the castle and slowly descending. Ah, God bless the Lord. May he win. The Lord is here. Lord, it's the Lord's dragon. It's solemn. Ah, Lord. Various cheers came from the residents of the harbor city. Hearing the noise, other residents spontaneously ran out of their homes to join the cheers caused by the arrival of their revered Lord. All the residents of the harbor city, young and old, blushed and waved their arms wildly, wanting the flying dragon knights to see them, and uttered words of blessing and joy from the bottom of their hearts. The merchants who came here to trade were stunned by the figure of the dragon in the sky and the crazy cheers of the crowd in front of them. The merchants were shocked, and their usually shrewd minds went blank. First, a legendary giant dragon appeared before their eyes, with a huge body, strange and beautiful, scales, and a ferocious appearance. Second, the people in the harbor city revered their lord so much, worshipping him like the most devout believers of a god. It was simply unimaginable to have such a high-profile ruler in other places. As the dragon landed in the area of the inner castle that was specially designed for dragons to take off and land, the people whose sight was blocked by the high walls gradually stopped shouting. They excitedly discussed what had just happened, and words of blessing came from the mouths of the people. Rodrigo, the mayor of the port city, Alessandro, the commander of the fleet, Silvano, the captain of the garrison, and Yernul, the butler, stood at the edge of the dragon's landing area early, silently welcoming Charlotte's arrival. Charlotte loosened the saddle straps tied to her body and slid down the dragon's tilted wings to the ground. Rodrigo waved a hand, and a group of servants behind him carried fresh meat to the dragon's side, piling it into a small meat mountain. Solemnly waited until Charlotte and the servants who delivered the meat retreated far away, and then spewed out a black and red flame from his mouth, quickly roasting the meat. "My lord, Wanan! My lord, Wanan!" The four of them walked quickly towards Charlotte and saluted and greeted him. "Let's not talk about things first. Arrange the kitchen to prepare food. I rode the dragon all the way here and haven't had lunch yet. Then take a hot bath. My clothes are all wet on the way." Charlotte waved a hand and said, "It's arranged, my lord, Butler Yerner." On the bridge of the Sea Emperor, the sailors were like monkeys, crawling between the dense cables and masts. The main ship's navigation flag was hung high on the main mast. The communicators on the ship used double-handed flags to inform each other of the status of each ship. On the deck, the sailors were wiping back and forth with cloths. The bulging sails drove the warships to gallop at high speed on this blue ocean. The fleet was sailing on the bay. The weather was excellent. The breeze was gentle. There was not a single cloud in the sky. The sea was azure blue, and the sky was as blue as a piece of satin cloth of the same color, without a single flaw. Through the brass telescope, a long coastline could be vaguely seen in the distance. Charlotte stood at the bow of the Sea Emperor. The pointed bow cut through the waves. The azure sea water created two white waves that crossed the hull and merged at the stern to form a long white wave. Flocks of birds hovered above, occasionally piercing into the white waves like arrows, holding small fish and swallowing them into their stomachs. The salty and humid sea breeze blew in the face, lifting the corners of the clothes on the body, and the unique smell of the sea entered the nose. The dragon soared over the fleet, and from time to time it let out a roar. In order to save more energy, the dragon Sumu no longer flapped its wings casually, but used the buoyancy of the air to glide and fly. The entire fleet has 12 sailing warships, 4 clippers, and 50 carrack-style sailing ships. The clippers are slender and have sharp front ends. These ships built by the harbor city sail very fast like flying fish on the sea, and patrol back and forth as patrol ships. They are also used as material replenishment ships and ships for land combatants. Unfortunately, the cost is too high and the time is too short. The dock in the shipyard has only built and tested 4 ships. The ships sailed along the coastline and could occasionally encounter merchant ships on the waterway. From a distance, they saw 66 giant ships speeding and adjusted their sails to avoid them. Sailing on the sea is boring and dull. The only fun may be sea fishing. The ocean that has not experienced industrial civilization fishing can always bring unexpected fun to Charlotte. At this time, a tournament was being held in King's Landing, Westeros. This grand event of nobles and knights of the 7 kingdoms was held by King Robert Baratheon of the Seven Kingdoms to celebrate the 11th birthday of his eldest son, Joffrey Baratheon. 2 knights were wearing full-body heavy armor with gorgeous patterns, riding on both sides of the long wooden bar, holding their own shields in one hand and holding their wooden round-headed lances in the other hand. Boom, boom, sounded from the iron hooves trampling on the ground. Both sides galloped towards each other, trying hard to stab each other off the horse. The audience on the field cheered for their favorite and betted objects with all their strength. Joffrey Baratheon had flowing golden hair, green eyes, and handsome appearance. Although he was only 11 years old, he was taller than an ordinary boy. Sitting next to Prince Joffrey were his younger brother and sister, Princess Myrcella Baratheon and Prince Tommen Baratheon. Myrcella had milky white skin and golden curly hair, and her green eyes inherited the beauty of her mother, the Queen of the Seven Kingdoms. She would surely be famous in the Seven Kingdoms when she grew up. Tommen was a fat boy with golden curly hair and green eyes. He seemed not to be used to the noise in the venue and twisted his butt to leave this place. Prince Joffrey sat below the king with his back straight, with a smile on his face that was most suitable for the prince's status, taught by the etiquette nanny of the Red Castle. This smile was full of the nobility of the nobility. Every noble in the venue would nod to him, not to mention the noble girls who were just beginning to fall in love. Every time our Prince Joffrey looked at him, he would always cause these girls to exclaim and boldly express their love. But who could know that under this smile was a complex heart of stupidity, pathos, cowardice, morbidity, and cruelty? The little prince who longed for praise from his father, the king, once used a dagger to cut open the belly of a pregnant cat just to show his bravery to his father. The result was obviously known, and what he got in return was the rage and punishment of the fat king. The Prime Minister of the Seven Kingdoms, who was sitting not far away, was not attracted by the wonderful performance on the field at all. He looked back and forth between Prince Joffrey and the drunken King Robert with a serious face. John Arryn found the genealogy and history of the major nobles of the Seven Kingdoms, written by the former Grand Maester Melian in the library of the Red Castle some time ago. It recorded the characteristics of the children of each family genealogy. The old Prime Minister John coughed suddenly from his throat, and a slight feeling of fatigue hit his body and mind. The stranger is waving at me. My energy is not as good as before. As long as I arrange for little Robert, I will start to implement the plan. I will go to see Stannis in the evening. The cough and fatigue made John Arryn no longer observe the father and son. In the courtyard garden of Governor Illyrio Mopatis in the free city of Pentos, 2 figures were sitting on the flower-filled gazebo couch, and the maids were half lying on them respectfully. Our governor, with his hands full of gem rings, was restlessly moving around the maids beside him. "Respected Majesty Viserys, I have heard about the dragon riding Khal," Illyrio said with a false and humble smile on his fat cheeks. Viserys heard this and asked excitedly, "Is the rumor true? Did he really hatch a dragon?" "Yes, not only did he hatch a dragon, he also tamed it and destroyed the Dothraki Khal with 40,000 roaring warriors." "Impossible. Only the Targaryen family, or families with blood relations with our family, can hatch and tame dragons." "How did he hatch a dragon? He is the illegitimate son of the Targaryen family?" Viserys said with disbelief. "I may disappoint you. He is most likely not related to the Targaryen family," Illyrio said, waving his handful of precious rings. "Then what do you think this damned Dothraki barbarian is doing? Can he give me an army and a dragon?" Viserys cursed indignantly. Illyrio waved a fat finger back and forth and said, "No, no, no. Maybe we can get his dragon and army. Just pay a small price." "Oh, 7 hells, my future Prime Minister of the Seven Kingdoms. Please make your words clear and stop playing your damn puzzles," Viserys said with annoyance on his face. "Some time ago, the maid reported to me that Princess Daenerys had her first period," Illyrio said slowly with a lewd smile on his fat face. "You mean marriage? Impossible. Daenerys can only be my wife." Viserys, who had come to his senses, pushed away the maid beside him and roared with reluctance and anger. "My Majesty, you are the legitimate heir to the Seven Kingdoms. If you want to get something, you must pay for something else." Illyrio said solemnly with a mouthful of yellow teeth. Illyrio changed his original plan to marry Khal Drogo and wanted to marry Shiloh instead. The power of the Seven Kingdoms is strong. The usurper family married the Westmere Lion family and was even closer to the Duke of the North. There must be someone strong enough to help open their gap, and Shiloh's power is far greater than that of Khal Drogo. When the Seven Kingdoms fell into the quagmire of war and chaos, and everyone was eager for a savior, little Aegon finally came forward to be the key figure. "Lord, come on! Lord, I saw that big fish!" Amidst the noisy cheers, Charlotte held tightly in his hands the special fishing line made of steel wire and hemp rope. No, it can't be called a fishing line. It should be called a fishing rope. The thick and long fishing rope is as thick as an adult man's thumb. Squeak, squeak, bang, bang is the sound of Charlotte's feet rubbing against the deck, and the sound of the fishing rope in his hand being tightened by the pulling of both sides. The struggle of the giant in the sea and Charlotte's great strength are wrestling back and forth on this thick fishing rope. Since there is no elastic fishing rod made of special alloy, Charlotte can only use primitive lures to fish for the giant in the sea. The thick and long fishing rope is wrapped back and forth between Charlotte's arms, and the tight fishing rope is gradually tightened. The fish in the Gulf of Sorrow were very large. After half a day of pulling back and forth, the unknown sea fish finally lost the battle, and its body kept getting closer to the huge body of the warship as the fishing line tightened. A clever sailor took the opportunity to throw down a fishing net and successfully caught the big fish. With the joint efforts of everyone, the giant fish was pulled onto the deck. "My lord, this fish weighs at least 2,000 pounds. Nonsense! This is at least 2,300 pounds. The huge sea fish weighing nearly 1 ton, the length of 2 adults, was caught by Charlotte in this way." The sailors said to Charlotte with admiration, "Go and tell the chef to clean up this fish and add a snack at noon." Charlotte said to the arguing sailors with a sense of accomplishment. Rubbing the marks on his arms from the fishing line, he slowly walked towards the captain's room on the stern of the ship. Sunlight shines in through the transparent glass portholes in the building. The wide and bright red carpet is laid flat on the wall. The walls are painted with 3 kinds of hull paint in red, black, and gold. There are golden wind lamps hanging and fixed around. Various mahogany furniture in the room are firmly fixed on the floor. The epic oil paintings on the ceiling are magnificent. Fleet Commander Alessandro holds a square, compass, pencil, and other tools in his hands, and concentrates on drawing on the map spread on the table. As Charlotte walked in, the sound of footsteps on the floor reached Alessandro's ears. "My lord, good day!" Alessandro raised his head and saluted with a navy hat. Charlotte nodded and asked, "Well, where are we? How long will it take to sail to the Westeros continent?" Alessandro pointed to the nautical chart on the table in front of him and said, "My lord, our fleet is sailing along the coast of Slaver's Bay, and after replenishing fresh water supplies in Astapor, we will go south through the Gulf of Sorrow, bypass the ruins of the Valyrian Peninsula, and sail on the ocean current of the Summer Sea. After bypassing the southern peninsula of Valyria and replenishing fresh water at the Isle of Naas, we will sail north along the Summer Islands and enter the sphere of influence of the Free Trade City-State. Within the sphere of influence of the Free Trade City-State, we will need to stop at the coastal ports of Lys, Tyrosh, and Pentos to replenish fresh water supplies. It is estimated that it will take 2 months to reach the narrow sea between the continents of Essos and Westeros. After a pause, Alessandro gestured to the trade route between Westeros and Essos on the nautical chart. Most merchant ships on Westeros and Essos are sailing along the stepstones in the west coast of Essos, and their main defense direction is also in that direction. Our warships have large tonnage and high wind and wave resistance. With sextants, we can accurately locate the direction. We can cross the narrow sea directly from the port of Pentos and launch a surprise attack on the narrow sea fleet stationed outside Blackwater Bay and in the port of Dragonstone, which is under the command of the Iron Throne. My lord, our Sea Emperor fleet, with its fierce artillery fire, is fully capable of easily destroying the narrow sea fleet anchored in the harbor of Dragonstone. After that, The fleet will besiege Dragonstone or force Kings, landing to hand over our captured brothers. Alessandro finally summarized the battle plan for this time. Charlotte listened to Alessandro's answers and suggestions, and nodded in satisfaction. Your battle plan is very good. You are an expert in naval warfare. As the commander-in-chief of this battle, you can ask me directly if you need it. Hearing Charlotte's answer, Alessandro took off his hat and saluted again. At your service, my lord! While Charlotte and Alessandro were formulating strategic plans, far away in Westeros, our Prime Minister of the Seven Kingdoms was lying on a dying bed. The king, queen, and other dignitaries of the Seven Kingdoms gathered in the tower of the Prime Minister of the Red Castle. Outside the tower, scholars came in and out, and bowls of poppy milk were sent to Jon Arryn's mouth. The chubby King Robert, the guardian of the Seven Mirrors, stared with big eyes, messy black hair and messy black beard, and his face was full of ferocity. He questioned and roared at the pale and trembling Lysa Tully. 7 levels of hell. How did you take care of your husband? A few days ago, he was full of energy and watched the Knights' meeting held on Joffrey's name day. In just a few days, he became like this, you damn stupid woman. How did you take care of him? 7 levels of hell. Look at how weak and stupid you are. Why didn't the stranger take you away, but took away my hand of the king? King Robert kept cursing at the timid, cowardly, pale, bloated, terrified, and trembling Lysa Tully in front of him. King Robert, who was in great sorrow, did not realize that the fear and terror of our Prime Minister's wife were not caused by his cursing, but a shameless murder hidden in the darkness. Enough! She is the wife of the Prime Minister. At least she gave birth to an heir for our Prime Minister. Your abuse of a poor woman will not make our Prime Minister better. Queen Cersei Lannister, who was annoyed by the insults, could not help but blame our King Robert. After stopping the king from cursing, Queen Cersei half-hugs Lysa Tully and walks out of the crowd. The 2 women who walked out of the venue, the unstoppable joy in the depths of their eyes is bubbling out. Queen Cersei is happy that Jon Arryn, the cunning Prime Minister of the Seven Kingdoms, is finally dead, and their Lannister family will have more power in King's Landing. She didn't know that she almost lost her head. Lysa Tully is happy that no one knows. It was she who murdered the Prime Minister. Damn Lannister, damn stupid woman, His Majesty, who was interrupted by the Queen, muttered to divert the curse. As King Robert cursed, the high officials and nobles in the field all had different expressions. Stannis Baratheon, the Minister of the Navy, looked at the Queen's back with a serious face. Littlefinger Baelish, the Minister of Finance, hid in a corner that no one could see, and gave a meaningful smile. 8-clawed Spider Varys, the Minister of Intelligence, stood in the crowd without a sound. After our Prime Minister was fed poppy milk by the Maester, he lay flat on the bed like a last breath, with his hands raised high and his mouth shouting, Robert Strongcast, omitted. After shouting, the voice gradually became lower, and finally he murmured and died with his hands unable to lift up. The obese King Robert, hearing the Prime Minister's call, roughly pushed away the Maester in front of him and knelt directly in front of the bed. Miserable crying came from his mouth, crying like a 500-pound child. After the fleet left the intersection of the Gulf of Sorrow and the Summer Sea, it sailed for several days and was about to reach the supply point of Naz Island. The morning sky did not see the morning sun that appeared every day, but was gloomy. The waves on the calm sea began to surge and roll, and the shaking warships fluctuated with the swing of the waves. In the distance, the gloomy rain clouds and lightning were spreading towards the fleet. The gradually increasing wind force on the ocean reminded people that the ruthless moment of the sea was about to come. Ding, ding, ding! The small bronze bell on the warship was constantly sending out rapid and crisp sounds. The storm is coming. Boys, use ropes to secure your bodies to the mast. This can save your lives in critical moments. Ha! Real sailors dare to face the howling winds and waves. The boatswain on the deck shouted in the whistling wind, conveying and comforting his men. Don't be afraid! Secure yourself! Naz Island port is not far from us. Our fleet is fast enough to arrive before the storm really hits. The first mate shuttled between the holds, constantly comforting the crew. In the inner hold, The sailors and marines used hemp ropes to secure their bodies to the hull to prevent collisions and cause fearless casualties. In the gunroom, a gunner commanded his gunners to reinforce the gun carriage to prevent the hull from swaying and causing the heavy guns to roll and other accidents. The ropemen who managed the sails climbed swiftly between the sails and ropes in the howling wind, adjusting the sails to allow the fleet to avoid the hurricane at sea in the distance. The communicators waved the bright triangular flags in their hands and passed fleet information to each other. The navigators climbed up to the high observation tower, holding copper shell telescopes to observe the surrounding sea conditions, and knocked on the small copper bells beside them from time to pass information to the personnel below. The sailing warship cut through the waves, and the raindrops in the sky gradually grew larger, hitting Charlotte's body driven by the strong wind. "My lord, for your safety, please go into the cabin," the sailor advised. Charlotte shook her head. "No, want to be here. Together with you, we will face this storm together." The sailor who persuaded him understood the Lord's intentions and said no more. He handed over a hemp rope tied with a special sailor's knot, wrapped it around Charlotte's waist, and tied one end to the hull. Through the sails and ropes, I looked at the boiling sea. In the distance, the dark clouds were occasionally streaked with lightning, shining on everyone. After a long time, thunder rumbled in the distance. "My lord, Naz Island is not far from here. We can rush to a port there before the real hurricane arrives to avoid this storm," Alessandro shouted to Charlotte. Our fleet commander Alessandro's legs were as steady as a rock. He looked at the compass in his left hand from time to time, turned the rudder with his right hand, and adjusted it through the rudder rope. The ship turned to the direction of the mast and sail. He looked relaxed and comfortable, as if the storm in the distance was just a gentle breeze. The waves caused by the bow breaking through the turbulent waves continued to pour into the bridge deck, and then poured back to the sea through the drainage holes on the high wall of the ship. The fleet sailing in this raging wind and waves was as small as a boat in the lake. Hiss, roar. The giant dragon flew over the fleet and roared continuously, guiding the direction of the fleet ships and sailing through the raging waves. The giant dragon Sumu found the harbor of Naz Island early, and now flew back to guide the fleet to sail towards the harbor. Ha! Silently watching the fleet members fighting against the great power of heaven and earth, a sense of pleasure filled his chest, and he unconsciously let out a heroic laugh. The strong wind, rain, and waves poured into Charlotte's open mouth, and his laughter stopped abruptly. He glanced at the people around him awkwardly, and when he found that no one was paying attention to him, a heroic smile appeared on his face again. Amid the roars of the giant dragon, the fleet sailed for a while, and through the storm, a natural bay appeared in the distance. The bay arm resisted the waves on the sea, making the water surface in the bay calm. The ships of the fleet lowered their sails in an orderly manner and slowly passed the mouth of the bay and entered the bay. "Lower the sails, drop the anchors," the first mates on the warships shouted to the sailors. The white sails were rolled up by the sailors, and the huge and heavy anchors were put into the water. After the fleet had all retracted the sails and dropped the anchors, a stronger wind roared across the ocean outside the bay. The surging waves and winds were blocked outside by the bay arm. The waves hit the coast and created a huge wave of waves. The sea water on the ocean's surface surged through the bay mouth channel, making the huge warship sway unsteadily. The land combatants in the hold could not help vomiting repeatedly, and a sour smell filled the hold. The sailors on the deck tied ropes and kept busy with their work in the heavy rain. In the cabin of the poop building, the whistling wind rushed into the cabin through the gaps in the portholes, and the ups and downs of the waves drove the swaying hull. As the ship stopped steadily, Charlotte, who had put down his worries, felt a little nauseous, but his strong physical fitness allowed him to recover quickly. The hurricane outside Naz Island raged for a whole day, and finally the wind began to decrease in the early morning. As the wind decreased, the heavy rain gradually stopped. After the huge hull of the warship stopped swinging violently, everyone in the cabin walked onto the bridge deck. The fishy and wet sea breeze blew on everyone. The blue sky was cloudless like water, and a rainbow across the sky was left after the storm in the distance. The sea surface was like the face of a resentful woman, and it was sunny and happy at will. If it weren't for the uprooted vegetation on the shore reminding everyone, there would be no trace of yesterday's coldness and ruthlessness. Charlotte rode a dragon and soared over Nas Island early in the morning. Looking down at Nas Island from the air, the whole island was like a spoon, with an island on the spoon dividing the bay into two channels. The island was covered with dense vegetation and many flowers. Many butterflies flew out of the caves, and the scenery was very beautiful. After eating breakfast made by the chef on the ship, everyone took action. The shipwright replaced and repaired the planks and sails damaged by the strong wind and huge waves. The sailors worked together to lower the boats placed on the deck of the warship. The sailors rowed the oars and drove the boats to the market town on Nas Island to exchange supplies with the Nas Islanders. The people on Nas Island have outstanding looks, with flat round faces, dark skin, soft amber eyes that are almost golden, and curly black hair. They have a relatively peaceful personality and seem to be at peace with the world. There are many fruits and vegetables on the island, and most Nas people eat vegetables and fruits as their staple food. With a peaceful personality, outstanding appearance, and being so close to the slave bay, you can imagine what the consequences will be. From time to time, slave hunting teams travel through Nas Island, hunting Nas people and selling them to various city-states in the slave bay. Outside the market town of Nas Island Bay, the Nas people with bright black skin who got up early saw the huge warships docked in the bay and hid. After seeing the flag and family emblem on the ship, he ran to the seaside happily, calling out loudly, "Holy Aslan! Holy Aslan!" Obviously, our Lord Charlotte's Aslan declaration was brought to Nas Island. But think about it. Many of the slaves rescued by Marine are Nas people. After they made money in the harbor city, some of them returned to Nas Island through caravans and brought their families to live in the harbor city. While flying in the sky with the dragon, a bright light suddenly flashed on a quiet coast of Nas Island, attracting the attention of the dragon Sumu. Charlotte, who was in tune with Sumu, also noticed the abnormality on the ground and controlled the dragon to circle downwards and fly towards the place where the light came from. After the dragon stopped, Charlotte slid down the dragon's wings and walked towards the light, half covered by the sand and stones on the beach. A fist-sized gem emitting colorful brilliance lay quietly on the white sand. The radiance of this gem is not emitted by the light of the reversed sunlight, but radiates from the inside of the gem. When Charlotte took a few quick steps and her fingers touched the gem, a system prompt sounded in her mind. Ding! Magic gem found. The magic gem is placed in a metal solution, and the magic attribute can be added to the metal to enchant the corresponding attribute. System, you mean to add this gem to the metal solution and then let the dragon spit dragon flames. You can get a material with dragon flame attributes. Isn't this the legendary Valyrian steel? Host can understand this. Valyrian steel needs to be provided to analyze the metal material formula of the steel. System, I have a ring made of Valyrian steel. Can you analyze the material formula? Yes, as long as it is Valyrian steel, the material formula can be analyzed. Can the system detect if there are any other gems of this kind around? Already detected, there are no other magic gems around. After seeing the system's answer, Charlotte was a little disappointed that there was only one, and then she was happy and said to herself, "Isn't this the enchanted gem in the Blue Star game in the previous life? This must have been brought by the hurricane yesterday. God, my luck is too good." Charlotte did not stop and rode the dragon towards the battleship. Charlotte, who usually did not have the habit of wearing jewelry, put the Valyrian steel ring in the battleship's cabin. Because the dragon was too large to land on the battleship deck, Charlotte asked the dragon to lower its flying altitude and jump directly onto the battleship when it flew over the battleship. The busy sailors around took off their hats and saluted. Charlotte nodded and waved to greet the sailors on the deck all the way and hurried into the stern cabin to find the Valyrian ring. System analysis of the material formula of the ring. An invisible wave emanated from Charlotte's body. Ding Valyrian steel formula, iron, chromium, nickel, manganese, titanium, niobium, tantalum, diamond, nitrogen. There were dozens of alloy materials. Charlotte could only understand the first element. What were the others? Why was there nitrogen? Isn't this a gas? He picked up a pen and began to record the material formula, as well as the material ratio chart displayed at the back. After exchanging the honor points for the corresponding materials in the formula, Charlotte wrote a letter and asked the dragon Sumu to take the magic gem back to Aslan Castle and give it to Anya for smelting. The poor Sumu dragon became a male dragon. Looking at the figure of Sumu going away, Charlotte felt a wave of joy. I can also have Valyrian steel armor and swords. The system showed that the fist-sized magic gem could enchant more than 1 ton of Valyrian steel. The weight of a 150 to 175 centimeters two-handed sword is about 3 kilograms to 4.2 kilos. Yes, you read it right. The weight of a two-handed sword is not as heavy as it looks. The thickness of the full-body plate armor is different, and the weight is also different. The full-body plate armor used by the nobles for viewing etiquette is generally only about 10 kilograms. The weight of the full-body plate armor used in war is also different according to the height and body shape. Taking the full-body armor of 170 centimeters as a constant, it must weigh at least 25 kilograms to be used in war. The infantry armor of the Song dynasty in China weighed 28 to 33 kilograms. It is hard to imagine the scene of the ancients wearing 60 caddies of weight and fighting with weapons in their hands. So Charlotte prepared to make 9 half-body breastplates and 2 two-handed swords, and all other Valyrian steel was made into one-handed sword weapons. After staying on Naos Island for 3 days to repair the hull and sails, the fleet began to sail westward towards the Summer Islands. After the storm, the weather on the route was very calm. Merchant ships and pirate ships along the way fled far away when they saw the 16-ship giant ship and 40-ship smaller Carrack-style sailing ships, not giving the fleet a chance to rob them. Following the tropical currents of the summer sea, the fleet arrived at the port of Gaoshu Town on the northern end of the Summer Islands a week earlier than expected to replenish fresh water and vegetable food. When the fleet entered the port, facing the 16 huge warships, the people in the port talked about it. God of love, these warships are much bigger than the swan boats. Look at their sails, they are so white, and the paint on the boats is also very beautiful. Look at their bottoms, God of love, their bottoms are covered with a layer of copper. Where is this fleet from? Does anyone know them? Look at the emblem on the ship. Red background with black stripes and strange beast patterns. That's right, it's Aslan. It's Holy Aslan. What Holy Aslan? Tell us about it quickly. Cough, cough, my mouth is a little thirsty. Damn, this is the amber sweet wine I brewed myself. It's a bargain for you. Tell us about this holy god. Gurgle, gurgle, cough. Speaking of Holy Aslan, we have to talk about it. From a few years ago. A group of Summer Island natives wearing bright feather cloaks and dark skin pointed at the fleet and discussed it in their own local dialect. Far away on the King's Road in Westeros, a group of knights and a caravan meandered northward. The knights were flying the red-bottomed golden roaring lion flag of the Queen's family, Lannister, the gold-bottomed black-crowned stag flag of the King's family, Baratheon, and other escort knights were flying colorful family flags with different patterns. In a carriage that was slightly taller than the other carriages in the caravan, a chubby man in gorgeous clothes was hugging a maid, pouring wine into his mouth, with a hint of nostalgia in his misty eyes, and constantly muttering, "Lyanna, Lyanna." Far outside the Blackwater Bay, in the Round Table Hall on the top of the main building, the Stone Drum Tower, a bald and thin man was giving instructions to a man whose 4 fingers on his left hand, except for the thumb, were all missing a small part. "Sir Davos, I need you to spread the news along the coast that the 3 princes and princesses are not the king's children, but the products of the incest between the Lannisters." Stannis's cold face showed uncontrollable anger. The truth cannot be covered up. If the shameless and dirty Lannister family steals the throne, we can only use swords to retake the throne that belongs to our Baratheon family. "We need more allies, Sir Davos," Stannis said, staring at the Onion Knight Davos Seaworth. In the Eyrie in the East Mirror Valley, a raven was released into the sky and flew towards the north. After replenishing supplies in the summer islands, the fleet sailed northward through the ports of free trade cities. The ships finally arrived at Pentos Bay, the nearest port to King's Landing on the west coast of Essos. The sea breeze blew the white sails on the masts, and the fleet lined up and marched towards the port of Pentos. "Bless you, R'hllor. Where did these warships come from? Look at their main masts, they are at least 70 yards long," a merchant sailor anchored in the port exclaimed to the person next to him. "Yes, Red God, look at their side. They are at least twice as high as ours, and our ship is the tallest merchant ship in Pentos." "Seven gods, look at their speed. How can such a large ship sail so fast?" As the fleet anchored in the port of Pentos, countless exclamations rang out. After a long sea voyage, the personnel on the fleet were a little tired. Fleet Commander Alessandro planned to rest in the port of Pentos for 3 days before directly attacking the narrow sea fleet on Dragonstone. "By the way, let the guys on the ship go to Pentos to relax in batches." With tens of thousands of hot-tempered guys, it seems that the brothel owners in the city can make a lot of money again. Charlotte also got off the ship with the crew, ready to take a good look at the city and visit the business station personnel stationed in Pentos. Pentos was originally a trade outpost established by the Valyrians. As the Valyrian Empire continued to conquer the west and the central continent of Essos, the sphere of influence of the city of Pentos also took control of the territory that originally belonged to the ancient Andal kingdom. The Andals and the Rhoynar were forced to leave their living places and cross the narrow sea to set foot on the land of Westeros, which led to the current 7 kingdoms of Westeros. The original Pentos people were small merchants, traders, seafarers, and farmers in the Valyrian Empire. Only a few of them were of high birth, so they did not care about their bloodline, but would intermarry with the Andals, unlike the Valyrians in other free trade cities. Of course, the free trade cities here exclude Braavos, which was established by slave escapees from the Valyrian Empire. The current Pentos people are a fusion of the blood of the Valyrians and the Andals. Strictly speaking, they are the closest cousins of the Westeros people, so many of their customs are the same as those of the Westeros people, such as guest rights. Among the 9 free cities, Pentos is the most developed city-state in terms of trade except Braavos. Various merchant ships from various city-states in the known world are traveling and anchored in the port. The flags of various city-states are hung on merchant ships of different styles, and the farthest merchant ships even come from Ashai. Pentos is also one of the few cities that can reach Norvos and Qohor by land. Continue eastward along the Valyrian Road. The wide and flat Valyrian Road connects these 3 city-states. There are constantly merchant ships sailing in and out of the port. The busyness of the port alone, not counting the land trade routes, shows the level of trade development in Pentos. The walls of Pentos are made of rectangular bricks covering a large area. To the east of the city is a vast plain called the Flatland. Within the sphere of influence of Pentos, the fertile land and crisscrossing rivers are very suitable for agricultural cultivation. There are many manors and cultivated lands on it. The prosperous agriculture and trade have also attracted wars. In the past 200 years, Pentos and Braavos have fought 6 large-scale wars for the control of fertile land and waters. The long war led to the governors stripping the power of the Prince of Pentos, the ruler, and finally reduced him to an object of sacrifice and blessing. After the last war 91 years ago, Pentos sacrificed 4 princes within a year. It was not until a rare victory that the 5th prince persuaded the governors to make peace, and the 2 city-states signed a peace agreement. The agreement limited Pentos's military strength, including that Pentosians were not allowed to own more than 20 warships, hire mercenaries, sign contracts with free mercenary groups, or maintain any army beyond the city guard. This agreement made Pentos' military strength very weak, so the governors in the city worked hard to make friends with the powerful Khals on the Dothraki Great Grass Sea. They also offered various gifts and gold and silver to ensure that their Khalasars would operate east of the Rhoyne River and would not cross the Rhoyne River to plunder them from the west. This policy was also very successful, and the Dothraki on the Great Grass Sea never came to Pentos to plunder. There are also many Dothraki people from the Great Grass Sea who come here to play and enjoy themselves. These Dothraki Khals and Kaskos change their traditional clothes, put on silk clothes, spray perfume, live in luxurious manors and towers given to them by the governors, and enjoy the pleasures that the Dothraki Sea cannot enjoy. Although Pentos is known as a city without slaves, there are thousands of free slaves in the city. Except that they are not called slaves, these free people live the same life as slaves. Charlotte is skilled and bold. He wanders around the city alone without any guards. The city is bustling with people. They wear costumes and speak the common language with a strong accent, either selling or inspecting various goods. Most of the buildings in the city are tall, square brick towers. All kinds of houses with pointed or domed roofs are covered with tiles, and there are huge manors with high walls. When we walked to the center of the city, a huge red pyramid temple appeared in front of us. Many followers of R'hllor sat cross-legged in the square, praying and worshipping around a huge bonfire. There were also red-robed monks standing on high places, delivering doctrines to the followers. The rich people of Pentos on the road were wearing gorgeous clothes and luxurious jewelry. They were led by the Unsullied and slave guards. They lay on the sedan chairs carried by 8 free slaves. The servants held various utensils in their hands and followed behind the sedan chairs with their waists bent. There were also various small shops on the street that looked like barber shops on Blue Star in the previous life. Of course, these small shops did help people to trim their hair and beards, but they mainly took care of the beards of the Pentos people. The beards of adult male citizens in Pentos were dyed in various colors, and they were also tied into small braids after being oiled and hung on the chest. What a weird aesthetic, Charlotte couldn't help but complain. After wandering around until the afternoon, our lord felt a little hungry, so he wandered towards the trading station on the bay. The Aslan trading station in Pentos was transformed from a seaside manor. Only one main tower was retained for the staff to live in. The rest were flattened and transformed into rectangular warehouses. The station managers lined up in 2 rows at the door early to wait for Charlotte to arrive. Cojero and Gianmatteo were in front of the crowd at the trading station. I think they didn't have the leisure and elegance of Charlotte. The fleet commander Alessandro said that the Sea Emperor was his land, not a strange port of the fleet's home port. He wanted to be with the warship. "Good day, Lord. God bless you." The station staff were very excited to see Charlotte. They knelt on one knee and saluted under the leadership of the team leader. The greetings sounded at the same time. It seems that they have rehearsed. For these system warriors and the people, the system is their god, and Charlotte is the son of God. "Well, get up. You guys get up too. Thank you for your hard work." Charlotte stretched out a hand to lift up the leader of the trading station, and then waved to the people behind him to comfort him. "It is our honor to serve you, sir. We are willing to dedicate everything we have for the glory of Aslan." Everyone swore in unison. "Let's go. Go in first. I'm hungry. Bring the food of Pentos to me." Charlotte headed into the trading station. The leader took a few steps, half a body behind Charlotte, and stretched out a hand to guide Charlotte to the main hall. "Sir, Governor Illyrio Mopatis of Pentos came to our trading station some time ago and wanted to visit you through our trading station." The leader whispered beside Charlotte. "Governor, what does he want to visit me for?" Charlotte asked, puzzled. "Sir, this Governor Illyrio made his fortune by selling intelligence. According to my judgment, there may be some conspiracy that we have not yet discovered." "Interesting. He played a trick on me. He is in Pentos and we are in Slaver's Bay. The possible reason for his calculations is the King's Landing incident. Let's make some arrangements and inform him that I agree to his visit," Charlotte said, scratching his chin. In the evening, the breeze was blowing and the sun was emitting a soft glow that sprinkled on the earth. Charlotte held 2 one-handed swords in his hands and stood in the open space with his eyes covered by a black cloth. Gianmatteo, who was standing 20 meters away, was drawing his bow and arrow around Charlotte. The metal arrow was replaced by a ball of soft cloth. The arrow left a series of black lines in the air after being blessed by the bowstring and bow arm and flew straight to the direction where Charlotte was. Charlotte, with his eyes covered, tilted his head slightly, feeling the flow of the air around him, and suddenly raised the one-handed sword in his hand. Dang! A dull sound of the arrow wrapped in cloth hitting the steel sword was heard. As Gianmatteo increased his shooting speed, the two one-handed swords in the field were danced into two bright shadows, and the sound of ding-dong, ding-dong became more and more frequent. The people in the merchant station who were watching held their breath, not daring to make a sound for fear of disturbing the anti-arrow training of the Lord and Gianmatteo. Soon all the arrows in the quiver were poured out, and the arrow shafts with the arrowheads removed were scattered around Charlotte. "Ha ha, it's great!" Taking off the black cloth covering his eyes, a hearty laugh came out of Charlotte's mouth. "Sir, brave and invincible. Sir, unparalleled martial arts. Sir, brave." The onlookers watched this godlike sparring and cheered loudly. The guards took the two steel swords. Charlotte walked to the canvas awning and sat down on a long couch. After wiping the sweat off his forehead with the wet towels from the servants, he picked up the hot tea and the small cakes, unique to Pentos City, on the small round table beside the couch, and tasted them carefully. "My lord, Governor Illyrio wants to see you," Cajero said in a low voice, wearing half-body steel armor and stepping on a dull pace. "Oh, this cunning fox came so quickly. Bring him here. See what this intelligence dealer wants," Charlotte said with a smile. The greasy fat man with luxurious jewelry followed Cajero and secretly observed the guards in the trading station. These tall and burly warriors were wearing sophisticated armor and simple and gorgeous clothes. Their eyes were bright and alert. A fierce soldier with a fierce look on his face. Just like steel pillars standing upright in the aisles along the way, there were also patrolmen patrolling in unison, showing that these soldiers were strictly disciplined and well-trained. After passing through the guards with murderous faces, Illyrio was soon brought to Charlotte. Illyrio secretly looked at the man sitting on the couch from a distance. He should be around 20 years old, tall and well-proportioned with muscles, and his appearance was full of exotic style and very handsome. His long black hair was inserted diagonally into a strange bun with a black wooden stick. What attracted Illyrio the most was the clear black eyes of the man in front of him. His eyes were like the busy sky on a summer night, looking down at him as if they could see through people's hearts. Being scanned by these eyes, a feeling that could not be hidden surged into Illyrio's heart. At this time, the leader of the trading post called out the names. "In front of you is Lord Aslanborg, protector of the free folks of Outpost City, Lord of Harbor City, protector of the Lazar region, Dothraki Invincible Khal, father of dragons, son of the true god's protector, Lord Shiloh Aslan." The leader shouted out a long list of titles continuously, which made Shiloh want to grin. He smiled calmly at the greasy fat man in front of him. "Meet the great Lord Shiloh Aslan. I am Governor Illyrio Mopatis of Pentos." Illyrio was stunned by Shiloh's spirit and the long list of names from the leader, and greeted him respectfully with a salute. "Governor, there is no need to be polite, and take a seat. What do you want to do here?" Shiloh asked with a warm face. Governor Illyrio sat on the chair brought by the servants and replied respectfully, "I am here to see the great Lord Aslan today. There are three main things. The first is to visit the great Lord Aslan. This is the gift I prepared for you." Illyrio took out a gift list from his sleeve and handed it to the servant beside him. "The second is to negotiate with you to allow me to obtain the exclusive sale of Aslan products in the two inland free trade cities of Norvos and Kohor." Hearing the second request for the visit, Charlotte frowned slightly and said, "Exclusive agent? You should know the value of the goods we go to these two city-states through Pentos." "Great Lord Aslan, yes, I have investigated the value of Aslan's goods sent to these two city-states via Pentos. As far as I know, Aslan Trading Company does not have a trading station in these two inland city-states. All small merchants sell them in small quantities by land from." Fat and greasy face showed anger, and he said indignantly, "The shameless usurper of Westeros and his minions plundered your trading station like barbarians. This traitor who deserves to go to the seven hells has no sense of honor and shameless behavior regardless of his reputation. I spit on him." A long string of curses spewed out of our Governor Illyrio's mouth. Those who didn't know would think that his trading station was robbed. Charlotte watched the performance of the greasy fat man in front of him quietly and did not interrupt his chattering and superb acting skills. Seeing that Charlotte was still staring at him calmly, the performing governor had to stop his performance, and after respectfully performing a standard noble salute, he talked about the most important reason for this meeting. "Great Lord Aslan, I deeply sympathize with the attack on your trading station without reason. In Westeros, the usurper King Robert Baratheon is a shameless rebel. It was he who ordered the attack on your trading station, and the current legitimate ruler of the Seven Kingdoms of Westeros, His Majesty Viserys Targaryen, intends to marry you. Her Royal Highness Princess Daenerys Targaryen looks like a favorite of the gods. Her beauty will make the bright moon at night pale in comparison. The Targaryen family has ruled for nearly 300 years, and a large number of families in the Seven Kingdoms have been silently waiting for the return of His Majesty Viserys. If you can agree to the marriage with the Targaryen family and send troops to help His Majesty Viserys regain the Iron Throne, he will make you Duke of Stormland and Minister of the Sea of the Seven Kingdoms, and your merchant ships will be able to enter and exit duty-free in all ports of the Seven Kingdoms." Illyrio's fat face showed a seductive and enthusiastic expression. He spoke with passion and gesticulation, and from time to time he stole a glance at Charlotte's expression. To his disappointment, our lord had been watching his performance with a half-smile. This made him feel like a monkey in a circus, performing a crude farce. "Damn! This cunning Aslan!" Illyrio cursed inwardly. "He's a pimp," Charlotte thought inwardly. Charlotte silently felt the huge pendulum clock under his clothes. Could it be that he saw through my firepower that had nowhere to vent? Seeing that the fat and greasy governor gradually stopped his passionate speech, Illyrio looked at Charlotte with longing eyes, waiting for his answer. Charlotte finally spoke. "Targaryen, do they have any survivors?" "Yes, my lord. His Majesty Viserys and Princess Daenerys are staying in my manor," Illyrio answered carefully. After another long silence, under Charlotte's gaze, Illyrio, who was so nervous that his temples kept beating and sweat was pouring down his forehead, finally heard Charlotte's heavenly voice again. "Well, my people will notify you in a while. Well, I will go to meet them in person. You can arrange for me to meet them then." Hearing Charlotte's long nasal answer, the fat governor, with his chest and abdomen shrunk, finally let go of his heart. Illyrio breathed a sigh of relief and hurriedly bowed and left. Meeting with this Aslan was too stressful. It seemed that all the secrets in his heart were seen through by him, which made him eager to stay away from the person in front of him. Gian Matteo, who was standing next to him and listening, said, "My lord, he came here for no reason to connect you with the Targaryen family. This seems unreasonable. Why did you agree to meet him? This cunning governor made his fortune by selling intelligence. He must have some conspiracy in his plan. However, we will meet after we attack Dragonstone. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. From his performance, he is definitely not in the same group as Robert of the Seven Kingdoms. At most, he wants to kill someone with a borrowed knife. This is beneficial to us for the time being. Let's take advantage of him and see what unknown secrets he has hidden. It seems that he doesn't know a word. All conspiracies and tricks will disappear in the face of absolute power." Charlotte analyzed calmly. Time flies. 3 days passed in a flash. The holiday staff returned to the ship in an orderly manner. The fleet set sail to leave the Bay of Pentos on a sunny morning. After 3 days of full-speed sailing, the fleet crossed the narrow sea. Just like this, it appeared 10 nautical miles east of Dragonstone without any warning. 12 sailing warships were lined up in a straight line at the head. The sails swelled up under the sea breeze and drove the hulls, and quickly moved towards the anchoring position of the narrow sea fleet on the Bay of Dragonstone. Under the triangular sail of the bowmast of the Sea Emperor, Charlotte held a monocular telescope and observed the ship anchorage in the far distance. The Narrow Sea Fleet was unaware of the approaching danger. The ships of the Narrow Sea Fleet were closely packed in front and behind in the anchorage of Dragonstone Bay. The furled sails revealed the masts like a forest, and the masts stood densely in the bay. Charlotte carefully counted the number of ships in the bay through the monocular telescope. There were about 200 ships, 120 ships flying the black crown stag flag with a gold background, 40 ships flying the silver seahorse flag with a sea green background, 15 ships flying the seven-pointed star flag with a white background, 10 ships flying the white ram head flag with a gold horn, 10 ships flying the white crab flag with a scattered red background, and 1 ship flying the blue swordfish flag with a white background and silver swirls. In addition to flying the Baratheon family flag, the remaining ships also flew flags with obvious pirate style of the Stone Steps Islands. The table hall on top of the Stone Drum Tower, the main building of Dragonstone Castle, was filled with noisy noises. Looking through the window, a group of people in different costumes stood around a huge wooden table in the hall and were arguing fiercely. The huge tabletop was carved with a detailed map of Westeros. Stannis Baratheon, sitting high in the main seat, had a cold face and looked at the people arguing in the hall with complicated eyes. It had been nearly 2 months since Prime Minister Aeron died. After the Prime Minister's death, he left King's Landing without stopping and returned to Dragonstone to summon vassals everywhere, but only a few families responded to the call. Stannis was very sure that Prime Minister Aeron was poisoned by Lannister. Only he and the Prime Minister knew the dirty secret of the siblings. Just when the Prime Minister and he were about to reveal this dirty secret, Prime Minister Aeron died in disgrace under assassination. This made him see clearly the strength of the Lannister family in King's Landing. King's Landing no longer belonged to Baratheon, but to Lannister. Stannis, who had no evidence that the prince and princess were the product of incest between the Lannister siblings, could only secretly contact his vassals on Dragonstone and spread the news around the coast of the king's territory and the Stormlands. Without substantial evidence, I have a bad relationship with Robert. If I tell him the truth rashly, he will definitely not believe me. Stannis knew that it was impossible to defeat the Lannister family with these few families and the pirates and mercenaries from the Stepstones. He now needed an ally with weight and integrity. He was waiting for an opportunity to expose the dirty secrets of the Lannister siblings. What we need to do now is to accumulate our own strength, ensure the safety of myself as an insider, and then completely defeat the Lannisters. Stannis, whose thoughts were interrupted by the noisy voices in the hall, uttered a loud voice, "Silence!" As the voice fell, the round table in the hall suddenly became audible. Stannis glanced at everyone in the hall and said, "First of all, thank you for responding to my call and coming to Dragonstone. You have faithfully fulfilled the obligations of vassalage, and those families who have not kept their oaths will be punished accordingly when everything is settled. The loyal will get what they deserve." Hearing Stannis' words, Bal-Ammon of Sharphorn, Xeltigar of Crab Island, Sanglas of Wonderhaven, Lambton, who is a subordinate of Sanglas, Valerian of Tidemark, the 5 families loyal to Stannis Baratheon of Dragonstone, all showed joy. In their impression, Stannis is a dark, hard, strong, and iron-like character. He is usually strict with others and even more strict and demanding of himself. He lives like an ascetic. He will definitely fulfill what he says. Under the gaze of the 7 gods, we will abide by our oath and be loyal to you forever, the members of the 5 major families swore collectively. Hearing the oath, Stannis' cold and hard mouth showed a smile that flashed by, as if it had never appeared. Turning his head to look at the other side of the people wearing colorful clothes and without family decorations, he said, "Your efforts will also be rewarded with corresponding golden dragons. I hope you will abide by the contract." A dark-skinned man walked out of the colorful clothes, bowed and said, "Your Excellency the Duke, you pay the golden dragon. We offer our loyalty, and we will abide by the contract with you." Stannis nodded in acquiescence without comment. At this time, a muffled thunder came from a distance into the ears of everyone in the round table hall. Everyone in the hall looked at the sky outside through the narrow window on the wall strangely. The sky was blue and white clouds were floating above. Just as everyone was wondering where the thunder came from, a quick sound of bronze bells rang out, warning of an enemy attack. Along with the bells, muffled thunder, and faint screams, They entered the table hall at the top of the stone drum tower. While everyone was stunned, Stannis took the lead in rushing out of the round table hall and came to the open-air balcony of the stone drum tower, looking at the Dragonstone Bay in the distance. Outside the bay, where the Dragonstone Narrow Sea Fleet was anchored, 12 huge sailing warships were lined up at the exit of the bay. The front and rear hulls, connected in an arc, blocked the mouth of the bay, and countless flames sprayed out from the dark cylindrical long tubes on the sides of these giant ships, and a thick white smoke rose after the flash of fire. The muffled thunder came from these long tubes sticking out of the hull. In addition to the muffled thunder of boom boom, there was also the whoosh whoosh sound left by objects moving at high speed, which reached the ears of everyone on the open balcony. With the roar, wood chips flew from the warships anchored in the port, and the desperate and dying screams of humans reached the people in the tower. The wooden warships in the port were like fragile pottery, easily destroyed by these terrifying weapons. The water in the bay was like boiling hot porridge. Some ships wanted to sail to the port and engage in boarding battle with the giant ships lined up on the sea, but before the sails were completely lowered, they were sprayed into a pile of wreckage floating on the sea by these black iron pipes emitting flames and white smoke. A cold feeling instantly hit Stannis' whole body, and a sense of despair spread across his face, which had never changed. The flames and muffled thunder spewed out by these behemoths defeated all his desires and shattered all his hopes. Even the nails of his clenched fists pierced his palms without him noticing. Drops of blood dripped from the gaps between his fingers and fell on the black bricks of Dragonstone Castle. In the gun cabin of the Sea Emperor fleet, the chief gunner commanded the people to reset the guns. The gun brushes dipped in water cleaned the residual powder ash in the barrel. The watermarks left by the gun brushes were instantly evaporated by the high temperature of the guns. Bags of gunpowder wrapped in oil paper were loaded into the barrels. The long poles pressed the gunpowder bags and put cork pads on them. A dark iron ball was placed in the muzzle. The guns were pulled down by the pulleys with the 2 ropes tied to the barrels on the left and right. The gun body drove the round wheels of the gun carriage back into the ready position. With the command of fire, a pointed torch lit the fire port behind the barrel. The gunners of this cannon covered their ears and opened their mouths. A loud bang sounded from the muzzle of the cannon, and at the same time, a column of fire shot out from the muzzle. The round iron ball flew towards the ship anchored in the distance at a speed invisible to the naked eye. The side of the ship in the distance was easily penetrated by the round black iron projectile, leaving a huge gap in the smooth side plank. The broken wood on the plank flew towards the flesh and blood on the ship. Shrill cries sounded at the gap. The seawater sprayed and poured into this huge crack, impacting the personnel in the belly of the ship. Since these ships were built as a whole without airtight cabins, the sailors in the broken cabin looked at the blocking wooden board in their hands blankly. A huge column of water gushed out from the crack and instantly submerged the entire cabin. As the cannonball was shot out by the gunpowder explosion, the reaction force of the cannon guided the sports car to rush to the rear. The net rope behind the cannon car connected to the hull to prevent the cannon car from sliding backwards. Another round of shooting instructions was repeated under the command of the gunners. The guns in the cabin, filled with the smell of gunpowder, were firing in an orderly manner as if they were in normal training. There were also brave Narrow Sea Fleet galleys, which put down their oars and bravely rushed to the huge ship spewing hellfire at the mouth of the bay. However, before they got close, they were swept by double-headed chain bullets with circular rotating trajectories. The high-speed rotating, double-headed chain bullets cut across the deck of the ship like the harvester of the god of death, leaving a ship full of minced meat and broken masts and oars. The rowers in the cabin were killed by the reaction force of the long oars. The other rowers were dazed and slid the oars in their hands in fear. The hull was spinning in place, and finally it was torn apart by the concentrated fire of the artillery and drowned in the bay. This attack on the Narrow Sea Fleet of Dragonstone was like a dimensionality reduction attack. Charlotte and Fleet Commander Alessandro stood on the stern of the ship, holding a single-tube copper shell telescope, watching the narrow sea fleet in the distance shatter, catch fire, and drown under the fierce shooting of artillery. The narrow sea fleet on the sea was ignited by the hot projectiles, and the flammable oils and paints used to maintain the ships in the cabin accelerated the spread of the fire, and the raging flames reflected the redness of the bay. The people who jumped off the ship to escape in the sea in the harbor were boiling like fish caught in fishing nets, and desperate shouts and wails echoed in the bay. The artillery peeled off the narrow sea fleet anchored in the bay, layer by layer like peeling an onion, sinking and crushing one enemy ship after another. When the artillery began to heat up, the 12 sailing warships collectively turned their hulls, and another round of the grim Reaper began to repeat. Amid the roar of the artillery, all the ships in the bay were ruthlessly torn and destroyed, and the wreckage of the ships gradually sank and extinguished. "Sir, the enemy ships have all been destroyed. Should we rescue the enemy personnel in the water?" Alessandro asked. Charlotte looked through the monocular mirror at the Dragonstone castle built on the cliffs of Dragonstone Island and said, "Let's lower the boats and capture them so that they can build coastal defenses for us." Hearing Charlotte's order, Alessandro shouted to his messenger, "Raise half sail and slowly enter the port. Pay attention to the burning wreckage of the enemy ships. Adjust the angle of the artillery fire to drive away the enemy personnel on the coast. Let's lower the oarboats and rescue the enemy personnel who fell into the water." After hearing Alessandro's order, the messenger beside him saluted Charlotte and Alessandro and then retreated. Then the small bronze bell and trumpet sounded, and the guns in the gun cabin of the main ship of the Sea Emperor stopped firing one after another. Soon, the command flag was raised on the main mast of the Sea Emperor, and the gunfire of other fleet ships also stopped. Gunners worked hard to adjust the wooden blocks between the gun carriage and the gun body, and adjusted the shooting angle. The small paddle boats on the giant ship were put into the sea by the sailors. Teams of sailors and marines entered the small paddle boats through the rope nets on the ship and shouted, "Hey yo! Hey yo!" and rowed towards the narrow sea fleet personnel struggling in the water. If they wanted to resist, they would directly stab a spear on the paddle boat. If they did not resist, they would throw a sealed round wooden barrel and let them pull the hemp rope tied to the barrel and follow the paddle boat. On the beach, there were the army on Dragonstone Island and the fleet sailors who swam ashore close to the coast. When they saw the giant ship put down the small boat and prepared to land on the beach, they hurriedly arranged their formation under the whipping of their superiors, lined up in battle formation, and quietly waited for the enemy's small boats to approach. Driven by the sailors, the warships slowly approached the port beach and rearranged the shooting formation. After the gunners fine-tuned the muzzle height adjusted by the wooden block based on their experience, they quietly waited for the order to fire. Alessandro saw the dense crowd on the enemy coast, and after readjusting the position of the ship, he ordered, "Shoot the enemy guards on the coast." After the order was issued, the small bronze bell and trumpet sounded again. The fleet communication flag bearer picked up the small triangular flag and waved the flag's signal on the observation deck to convey the fleet commander's order to other warships. After the gunners in the gun cabin received the order to fire, the guns fired through the gun windows for the first time. The whistling round iron bullets, driven by the explosion of gunpowder, passed over the wreckage of the hull on the sea and hit the ground of the coastal port. The bouncing projectiles were like broken leg harvesters. They bounced in front of the tightly packed Dragonstone defenders, leaving a pile of broken limbs and arms. The splashing blood and wailing brought great fear. This blow was beyond comprehension, and lives were easily taken away by the mysterious weapon that emitted fire, loud noises, and thick smoke. This caused the defenders at the port of Dragonstone to abandon their weapons and equipment and flee in all directions. The collapse occurred in an instant. After the defenders in the port collapsed and fled, a row of oars transported Aslan's marines and supplies back and forth, landing on Dragonstone without any hindrance. Stannis, standing on the main tower of Dragonstone Castle, looked at the collapsed troops and closed his eyes helplessly. He knew that everything was over. His ambitions and all his plans were destroyed by this sudden enemy and the mysterious weapon that was like thunder. As the sound of the cannon stopped, the shocked people finally came back to their senses from silence. 7 gods! Where did these people come from? What are their weapons that spew fire and smoke? 7 layers of hell. These people are demons. They destroyed our fleet and slaughtered our soldiers as easily as slaughtering livestock. R'hllor, my ship, Lord Stannis, what should we do? What should we do? They are devils. They are demons. Damn you, I curse you, you damn demons! Shut up! Stannis roared after being awakened by the wailing and curses around him. His dark blue bloodshot eyes scanned the people around him, and a cold and strong look reappeared on his face. Under his eyes, filled with endless anger, everyone quieted down and lowered their heads, quietly waiting for Stannis' orders. We are being attacked by the enemy. I need you to pick up your weapons and gather the soldiers who have fled from the island. Dragonstone Castle was built by Valyrian stonemasons with special skills. These black stones are extremely strong, and the location is dangerous and easy to defend. As long as we stay in the castle, they can't attack. Now the critical moment has come. All mortals have to die. The enemy has already attacked. Guard the castle and protect us. Do your duty. Under Stannis' cold and hard words, everyone calmed down again. After saluting, they walked down the tower quickly to gather the scattered soldiers on the island. In fact, they didn't need to search everywhere. The surviving soldiers all gathered at the gate and corridor of Dragonstone Castle. The noisy castle gate was blocked by water, and panic was on everyone's face. Surrounded by seawater, the ships had been destroyed and they had nowhere to escape. They could only come to Dragonstone Castle to ask for help from their lord. Charlotte also took a small paddle boat to the land of Dragonstone. The busy soldiers around him were putting on armor from the unloaded supplies. Teams of them occupied the surrounding favorable terrain in an orderly manner, waiting for the arrival of the rear personnel. The rescued Narrow Sea Fleet crew members were guarded by the armored soldiers, digging trenches to clean up the debris on the harbor and carrying supplies from the ship. The sailors on the ship lined up in an orderly manner, with the muzzles of the muskets in their hands pointing at the closed gates of Dragonstone Castle in the distance. Before the sun set in the west, a channel was cleared by the port bridge, and the wreckage of the Narrow Sea Fleet ships blocking the channel was also towed to the deep sea by the ships. The supply ships in the rear quickly unloaded the personnel and supplies on the ship through the bridge. Hoo! Pa! The sound of whips hitting flesh rang out. This was the sound of the carpenters and armored soldiers on the ship using the whips in their hands to drive the captives. Under the threat of whips and sharp blades, the captives, under the command of the carpenter, finally built a wooden rammed earth wall with the wreckage of the ship on the shore before sunset. The wood soaked in seawater was wrapped with a layer of wet mud. A circle of inclined trenches surrounded the earth wall of the earth structure. Longbowmen and musketeers on the wooden watchtowers inside the wall were on guard against the gate of Dragonstone Castle in the distance. Tents were neatly built around the big tent in the middle inside the wall, and everyone sat on the ground in the big tent. My lord, according to the tortured captives, today is the day when Stannis, the Duke of Dragonstone, summoned his vassals. Our battle basically eliminated all the naval forces of the Dragonstone Narrow Sea Fleet. Gian Matteo couldn't help laughing. According to the intelligence obtained through torture, the Prime Minister of the Seven Kingdoms was poisoned by their queen. Stannis spread the news that the princes and princesses of the Seven Kingdoms were not the offspring of their King Robert, but the products of incest between the queen and her brother. Their King Robert took people to the North Mirror of Westeros. Now King's Landing is garrisoned by Renly Baratheon, the third son of the Baratheon family and the Duke of Stormlands. Before the attack, their fleet and castle guards had about 13,000 combatants. Some of these people were pirates and mercenaries from the Stepstones hired by Stannis. We captured 3,468 people. As there were too many debris on the sea, it is impossible to accurately count the number of killed people. Most of the personnel were on ships when the attack occurred. so about 6,000 people died in the shack. There should be about 2,000 combat-capable defenders of Dragonstone Castle. Alessandro waited for Gianmatteo to finish his report and said, "My lord, the enemy's castle is built on the cliff. Our fleet's large-caliber artillery has insufficient elevation angle and cannot directly attack the main body of their tower. The outer wall is built of huge black rocks. The thickness and hardness of the wall are amazing. Artillery shooting is useless against their walls. It is difficult for us to replenish gunpowder. There is no need to waste it on these stones. It is recommended to adopt a siege method," Alessandro suggested. "My lord, we seized a large amount of grain, pickled meat, and other supplies from the enemy in the warehouse near the bridge. We tortured the captured warehouse managers. These supplies were just delivered to Dragonstone Island in the past few days. The terrain and roads of Dragonstone Castle are not suitable for transporting goods back in the Forth. The narrow sea fleet did not move the supplies into the castle for the convenience of receiving supplies. The food in their castle can only supply them for 10 days at most. If we attack us by force, we will suffer heavy casualties. I second the proposal to adopt a siege method." After Kogero finished speaking, the three of them waited quietly for Charlotte's decision. "Da!" Charlotte tapped the short whip in his hand and pondered for a while, then said, "We must first clarify what our goal is in sailing thousands of miles to Westeros. The first point is to rescue our captured brothers, and the second is to deter those carnivores who are greedy and hostile to us." After speaking, Charlotte paused, and then slowly said, "Based on these 2 points, we first attack the Dragonstone Narrow Sea Fleet in order to strike at their defense of the Black Bay and allow our fleet to have its own bayport to settle down. Since the prince and princess are not king, Robert's biological children, and there are still a large number of bankrupt and impoverished Westeros people in the Seven Kingdoms, the ambitious people in the Seven Kingdoms will definitely plunge Westeros into the quagmire of war. Our original intention is not to capture Westeros now, and there is no need for us to overthrow their rule now. Attacking them is just to make the negotiations favorable to us. The main families that control the upper rule of the Seven Kingdoms are Baratheon and Lannister, Stannis' Dragonstone fleet, Renly Baratheon's Stormlands, and Robert's Crownland. However, it is unknown how many nobles in the Crownland support Robert now. The Lannisters' Westmere is very rich with gold mines. They also have a large number of well-trained armed personnel. Through the Queen, they control a lot of power in King's Landing. Release a prisoner and let him take a letter to Stannis. If he resists to the end, I may support Renly Baratheon and the Lannister family, but I will definitely not support him to become the guardian of the Seven Mirrors. It is up to him to choose to continue the meaningless bloodshed or to shake hands and form an alliance. I came to Westeros just to seek justice." After saying this, our lord felt that he was instantly great and glorious. That night, a captured minor noble returned to Dragonstone Castle with a letter of persuasion. "My lord, this is what they asked me to pass on to you." In silence, the young noble's second son of the Bar Emmon family branch of the Crown territory, under the gaze of everyone in the Round Table Hall, trembled and walked quickly to Stannis, half bent over, and respectfully handed over a letter sealed with wax with both hands. Without waiting for the guard to transfer the message, Stannis stepped forward and snatched the letter. He broke the wax and pulled out the rose-scented cardboard letter. The beautiful cursive Ondel characters appeared in front of Stannis. After quickly browsing the contents of the letter, Stannis' face was uncertain. The Duke read the letter in his hand again, word by word. After watching for a long time, his face changed from blue to red and then to white, and finally slowly softened back to the original coldness. He cursed softly from his mouth as if relieved. "This damn bitch!" Everyone in the Round Table Hall watched eagerly, and the complex changes on Stannis' face wanted to know the content of the letter. Hope and curiosity scratched everyone. "It's the Aslan Trading Company. Their leader wants to talk to me." After reading the letter, Stannis looked up and glanced at everyone in the hall and said. While speaking, he put the letter on the candle and lit it, and did not pass the letter to the people in the hall to read. "My lord, maybe we can negotiate with them. These Aslan people must have come because King Robert closed their trading company. All this is caused by the king's misunderstanding. The head of the Baal Ammon family said that their family did not suffer that much loss in this attack. As for the casualties of the conscripted sailors, it was not a big deal for them, the nobles of the fiefdom. With a command, there would always be hungry pariahs coming to serve them. Lord Stannis, the food in Dragonstone Castle may not be enough for us to last for 5 days, said Imry Florent, who was in charge of the logistics of the castle. He was the younger brother of Stannis's wife, Selyse Florent. Stannis, our Shireen is still in the castle. I also want to help you give birth to a son, but the Red God only gave us this one child. Although she is not perfect, she is still your only heir. Selyse Florent pleaded with a sharp voice. Selyse was as tall as Stannis, thin, with a pointed face, prominent ears, and a sharp nose. Her thin and tightly pursed lips, nasolabial folds on her face, and forehead wrinkles made her look very mean and harsh. Lord, the morale of the fighters in our castle is extremely low, and they are all on the verge of collapse. If we want to attack at night, the weapons that emit fire and thick smoke during the day will make a loud noise, and most of our people will run away, said Montford Valerian, Earl of Tidehead Island, uneasily. The one who suffered the most loss today may be this distant relative of the Targaryen family. In the War of the Usurper more than a decade ago, the then Earl of Tidemark, Lucerys Valerian, led the family members to support Rhaegar Targaryen. Unfortunately, Rhaegar was useless and was hammered to death by Robert in the Three Forks. Lucerys Valerian also died in that battle, which completely destroyed the family strength of the Valerian family, which had been sluggish since the Dance of the Dragons. You should know that during the reign of the Targaryens, their family had always served as the Sea Lord of the Seven Kingdoms. The scale of the port, town of Tidemark, shows how prosperous they were at that time. The ancestors of the Valerian family were also rich. At their most prosperous, their family wealth far exceeded that of the Hightower family of Old Town, the Lannister family of Westmere, and the Tyrell family of the Reach, the three families that are now famous for their wealth in the Westeros continent. After the Lannisters gave King's Landing to Robert, the Valerian family, led by Montford, chose to submit to the Baratheon family. After today's battle, their already weak strength was completely thrown into the abyss. My lord, a large number of our arrows, weapons, and armor were discarded and lost outside the castle. There are not enough weapons in the castle for 3 people. May the 7 gods protect us. Earl Gunther Sanglas, who wore moonstone ornaments on his neck, wrists, and hands, silently looked at the Duchess and said, "Ornaments made of moonstone are like crosses on the blue planet in Westeros." Earl Gunther Sanglas is a devout believer in the 7 gods. For him, today's loss is not the most important thing. The most important thing is that the Duchess Selyse Florent actually believes in the Red God R'hllor. My Lord Duke, we came for the Golden Dragon, and you hired us to deal with the enemies on the continent of Westeros. And now it is the Aslans who destroyed our ships and slaughtered our brothers. This conflicts with our contract. Salladhor Saan, who was dressed in bright clothes and had a dark complexion, paused and continued, "Yes, misunderstanding. These damn misunderstandings destroyed all my warships, especially my Valyrian and Thousand-Colored Bird. The 2 main battleships with a hull of more than 60 yards were all destroyed by the Aslans. You need to compensate us for this loss that is not in the agreement." Salladhor Saan demanded angrily. He was a good friend of Onion Knight Seaworth, a smuggler, a businessman, a banker, notorious pirate. "Yes, Salladhor is right. My Lord Duke, I hope you can make a reasonable statement for your breach of contract. This tragedy is not included in our agreement." As the pirate leader Salladhor Saan finished speaking, other pirates and mercenaries woke up from their daze and joined the ranks of claiming compensation. Bang, 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 quiet! Stannis, who was headached by the noise of these pirates and mercenaries, knocked on the armrest of the seat and shouted to stop. "I will give you reasonable compensation for your losses in the future, but that is not now," Stannis said with a cold face, staring at this group of profit-seeking people. Under Stannis's assurance and stare, the group of people slowly calmed down again. They were not quiet, but they could not be stronger than people. Most of their men were on the ship. After all, they only brought their men to the meeting. The ink on the contract had not yet dried, and they were so unlucky to encounter Aslan's artillery bombardment. A lifetime of hard work was burned, and the fact that they did not fall into despair was a sign of their strong psychological quality. In the world of pirates and mercenaries, the law of survival of the fittest is the most naked. If their former opponents knew about it, they would die without a burial place. All of you, please withdraw. I need to think carefully. Be careful about the night patrol at night. Stannis waved his hand and said to the crowd in the hall, "Yes, my lord." Everyone bowed and left the round table hall. "Stan," Selyse wanted to continue to plead, "you go out too." Stannis roared before she could finish her words. Knowing her husband's cold and hard character, Selyse did not say anything more and followed the crowd out of the round table hall. After the Duchess left, the door of the round table hall was immediately closed from the outside by 2 servants. Stannis was the only one left in the entire round table hall. The flickering candles made his face uncertain. On the sea east of Dragonstone, a red sun appeared on the deep blue narrow sea, and the sea surface shone with golden light amid the rippling waves. The morning glow was set off by the red sun and burned like fire. The fiery red morning glow was smeared between the blue sky and the golden sea surface. The early rising seagulls spread their wings and soared in this picturesque world. The salty, wet, and fresh sea breeze blew into Charlotte's nose. If it weren't for the ships and human debris that were hit by the tidal waves and landed on the beach at the port, the blood and gunpowder smell of yesterday seemed to have never appeared. Standing on the small mound at the port, quietly admiring this beautiful scenery, silently watching the captives driven by the soldiers with whips and sharp blades, cleaning up the mess left by yesterday. Charlotte was in a good mood watching the scenery, while Stannis sat alone in the round table hall all night. The Duke of Dragonstone, who had not slept all night, finally woke up from his meditation after the morning sun shone on him. He shouted hoarsely to the door, "Come on! I want to wash up, prepare a set of clean clothes for me, polish my armor, and send an envoy to tell those Aslan people that I agree to peace talks." Stannis put down his pride and had to admit that if he did not negotiate now, what awaited him would be a permanent separation from the Iron Throne. In his heart, Robert is now a fat pig controlled by alcohol and prostitutes, no longer the brave and wise Robert, and Renly is a weak coward with only a pretty face. The future of the Baratheon family can only rely on him alone. And the shameless and dirty Lannister brother and sister who usurped the throne of Baratheon by despicable means. If there is anything that supports him, I am afraid that the temptation of the Iron Throne and the Queen and her lover's brother are the biggest reasons. Everything is his ambition and desire for power. Squeak-ga! With the harsh sound of the wooden door hinges opening and closing after being damp, 2 guards came in from outside. One of them was carrying a basin of clean water, and the other was carrying a breakfast. Stannis scooped up the cold water in the basin with both hands and splashed it on his face, which had not slept all night. The cold, deep well water in Dragonstone Castle made his chaotic mind clear. He picked up the wooden-handled pig bristle toothbrush beside the basin, dipped a little white salt mixed with clove oil toothpaste, and cleaned the bad breath caused by a sleepless night. He wanted to face the foreigner Aslan in the best condition. Although he failed on the battlefield, he couldn't let the foreigner look down on the Baratheon family of Westeros. After a while of tidying up, Stannis put on the gorgeous clothes he never wore, put on the jewelry he never wore, and trimmed his beard short and neat. Well, he was bald, but he also combed the hair on his head. After finishing the cleaning, he slowly ate breakfast in the round table hall, which was just some wheat bread without gravel or sawdust and a glass of red wine. His vassals and pirate leaders all gathered at the castle gate and corridor waiting for his arrival. For these nobles, surrendering after defeat was not shameful, let alone such a war with no chance of winning. The sun was high in the sky, and in the middle of the crowd where the 2 groups were facing each other from a distance, under a pavilion built with white cloth curtains, there was a small round table with 2 high-backed chairs, and 2 figures sat opposite each other. Stannis had a cold face and quietly observed the young foreigner in front of him. The outer coat was a slim, long, thin windbreaker with black and red stripes, and a white cotton and linen mixed lining was worn inside. The hem of the lining was tucked into the brown and black trousers. A belt with brass accessories was tied around the waist. The feet under the wide-legged, tight-fitting trousers were wearing a pair of half-length leather riding boots. He was not wearing any jewelry, and his 2.5 swords were placed diagonally on the table, with the hilts facing the position where he was most likely to twitch. He was tall and strong, with smooth muscles like a shadow mountain cat in the mountains. He was handsome, and his black eyes revealed a different light. The foreigner in front of me is arrogant and very conceited about his martial arts, Stannis commented secretly. He didn't even wear armor during the negotiation. This young foreigner was as leisurely as in his courtyard at home. Isn't he afraid of my sudden attack? Your Excellency the Duke, I came here to seek justice. It is said that you are the most honorable person in Westeros. I am sorry to meet you on this occasion, Charlotte said with a faint smile. Stannis's cold face showed a hint of sarcasm and said, "Foreigner, put away your hypocritical courtesy. If you want to say these useless polite words, then this meeting can end." Charlotte was unmoved by Stannis's taunting and continued to speak slowly. "There's a saying in my hometown, life is like a candy with many flavors. You never know what flavor you'll get next time. Even though it's not satisfactory, that's life. Life is like a long river. If you travel along a narrow and blocked river, you're doomed to be trapped." Seeing Stannis gradually losing his patience, Charlotte stopped beating around the bush. "You are doomed to be unable to achieve anything great on Dragonstone. What is power? It is both far away and close to you. The 7 mirrors guarding King Robert now only care about wine and beauties, and he is surrounded by Lannisters. When the secret of the Lannister siblings is discovered by others, King Robert's final fate is beyond words. Countless ambitious people will be very happy to join this feast to divide the power in the hands of the Baratheon family. Renly Baratheon has the support of the Stormlands, and he will have more than 20,000 stormtroopers in an instant. What about you? What can you rely on then? Relying on the few weak vassals on Dragonstone who are loyal to them, and those pirates without honor, the output of this Dragonstone can provide you with an army of 2,000 at most. Oh, right. Originally, you also had the Blackwater Bay fleet, but it was a pity that they were destroyed by me. But even if you still have this fleet, what can you do? King Robert has no legitimate heirs, and ships and sailors cannot let you get the Iron Throne. Now you can only cooperate with me. As far as I know, Stormland has been invaded by storms for many years. Swamps and rainforests are everywhere in the territory. The land of Stormland is barren, and the people live in poverty and hardship, except for the solid city fortress of Storm City. Most of the noble lords in Stormland do not even have a decent family castle. They only have some long halls and towers as their noble castles, and they are often plundered by pirates on the Stone Steps Islands. I have a lot of goods that Westeros needs, and you will get them from me. I am the exclusive agent of Westeros. This will help you bring a lot of gold dragons and get what you want through these cute little ones shining with golden light. The lords of Stormland are not so loyal to Renly. Lead them to gain wealth and gain their loyalty and replace Renly's rule in Stormland. And you only need to pay this small island that you absolutely cannot hold on to. Yes, Charlotte wants Stannis to be his general comprador agent on the Westeros continent. In the huge and complex Stark family tomb corridor in Winterfell in the north, King Robert, the guardian of the 7 mirrors, came to a female stone statue under the guidance of Duke Eddard Stark, the guardian of the north. Ned, the queen of the 7 kingdoms, originally belonged to her. I have missed her every moment for so many years. Robert's fat face was red with eyes, and he gazed at the female stone statue in front of him affectionately, reaching out his hand to gently touch the cold stone statue's cheek. As Robert spoke, distant memories emerged in Eddard Stark's heart. "Ned, promise me, Ned, promise me." In the room filled with the fragrance of roses and the smell of blood, Lyanna's whispered words before her death rang in Eddard's heart. After coming out of the Stark crypt, a grand welcome banquet was held in the main hall of Winterfell. Cheerful music and dense candlelight, The hall was filled with the aroma of ale and barbecue. The north is barren, cold, and poor in production. This dinner to welcome the king is far less luxurious than the one in King's Landing, but the Duchess's dedication must have made up for these shortcomings. The day after the dinner was the traditional recreational activity of Westeros nobles, hunting. The ravens in the Tower of Winterfell brought 2 letters, one from King's Landing to King Robert, and one from the Duchess to the Eyrie. These 2 letters interrupted the joy of King Robert and the Duke of Winterfell, who were reunited after a long separation. King Robert, who originally planned to go hunting in the Wolf Forest, had to summon Eddard Stark, the Prime Minister of the Seven Kingdoms, who was forcibly appointed by him to discuss government affairs. This incompetent Stannis ruined the entire fleet, and Dragonstone was also robbed. "This is from Renly." Robert held up the letter in his hand and cursed. Duke Eddard took the letter from Robert, read it carefully, and said, "Aslan? Who are they?" The fat king looked at the newly appointed Prime Minister of the Seven Kingdoms with difficulty. "They are a trading company in Essos. I closed their trading post and detained their personnel some time ago. I didn't expect them to be so powerful that they crossed the thousands of miles of waves from the Slaver's Bay to Westeros," Robert said helplessly, and then paused and said angrily, "They are provoking. This is an invasion. They are invading our 7 kingdoms. We need to summon the vassals of the 7 kingdoms and drive these foreigners out of our 7 kingdoms." The Duke of the North looked at the king strangely. The north was too barren and cold, and the news was too isolated. He didn't know Aslan at all. Eddard Stark pondered for a while and said, "Stannis is still in their hands. He is your blood relative. First of all, we need to redeem him. As far as I know, the narrow sea fleet led by Stannis has many ships and strong combat effectiveness. When the Iron Islands rebelled, the fleet he commanded impressed me. He is not a weak person either. The enemies who can destroy Stannis's fleet in a short time and capture him must be very powerful. The first thing we need to do now is to collect their intelligence. We may suffer losses if we attack rashly. Dragonstone is just outside Blackwater Bay, and they need to come thousands of miles from Slaver Bay. The advantage is on our side. We need to exchange prisoners with them immediately. Stannis must know the specific strength of these Aslans better than us. As a northerner of Westeros, Eddard Stark admires Stannis, who attaches great importance to honor and abides by the law. Now you are in the north. We need to set off as soon as possible to return to King's Landing." After expressing his opinion, Duke Eddard asked the doubts in his heart. "Why did you close their trading post? Are they smugglers? Pirates?" Robert was silent for a while and sighed. "They pay taxes legally and employ poor people in King's Landing. I just heard that their leader has a dragon. Yes, the kind of dragon that old Nan mentioned about, the Targaryen family. Old gods bless you. You closed down their legal trading post and arrested their people just because of this nonsense rumor." Eddard looked at his fat friend in front of him with his eyes wide open. 7 layers of hell. How do I know they are so powerful? You know I can't control myself as soon as I hear about those damn Targaryens. The most important thing now is that they invaded us," Robert said angrily, who was unhappy with his best friend's eyes. "Okay, you are the king of 7 mirrors. Now we need to set off as soon as possible," Eddard said helplessly. In King's Landing, in a courtyard full of blooming roses, our Lord Justice Renly Baratheon was snuggling with a man and whispering. This man has flowing brown hair, a pair of beautiful golden eyes, a slim figure, and a very handsome face. From the family emblem, 3 blooming golden roses, on the clothes scattered on the ground. It can be seen that he was born in the Tyrell family of Highgarden in the River Bay. And the only handsome Tyrell in King's Landing is our Knight of Flowers, Sir Loras Tyrell. As the youngest son of the Tyrell family, Loras is young, handsome, and skilled in martial arts. In the Reach, where personal martial arts are valued, the young Loras is famous for his superb riding skills. These two, who are regarded as the most desirable marriage partners by most noble women in Westeros, are actually cuddling and lingering like lovers. How sad would those crazy women of the 7 Kingdoms know this? "Loras, that annoying Stannis has been captured, ha-ha," Renly said happily to the people around him. "Ha-ha? Yes, He was captured by the Aslans, and his reputation was swept away by those foreigners. Loras nodded and responded to his lover beside him. Let's see how he can boss me around this time. Defeat the captured Stannis, haha. I can't help but feel happy when I think of him being captured by others. Although they are enemies, I still can't help but want to thank those Aslan people. They helped me teach Stannis a lesson. I really want to see how embarrassed his face that never smiles is now. Renly became more and more excited. Knock, knock! At this time, a gentle knock on the door sounded outside, interrupting the two people's interest, and they looked at each other helplessly. Back! Don't interrupt us to discuss things, Loras shouted loudly. A humble voice sounded outside the door. Sir Loras. Just now, the Maester in the Maester Tower of the Red Castle brought a letter from King Robert from Winterfell, which needs to be delivered to Lord Renly. 7 layers of hell! Can't you not disturb us at this time? Loras complained, and a faint sound of dressing sounded in the room. After a long time, the two dressed neatly and walked out of the room filled with the fragrance of roses. A servant standing respectfully in the shade of a tree in the distance walked quickly towards the two of them, holding a letter sealed with wax in his hand. Renly took the letter from the servant, broke the wax seal on the letter, and took out the letter to read. Robert wants me to find a way to redeem Stannis first, Renly said to Loras jokingly, and handed the letter to Loras beside him, asking him to help him think about it. After Loras took the letter from Renly and read it, he said, There are several Aslans imprisoned in the dungeon. The negotiation letter sent by the Aslans some time ago included a proposal to exchange prisoners. It's not a difficult task. Okay, then arrange some people to send those Aslans in the dungeons to Dragonstone so that these foreigners can feel our sincerity. By the way, bring back our poor Stannis, haha! Renly laughed heartily. He had never been so eager to see his second brother's icy face as he did now, in Peter's secret room in King's Landing. My lord, do we need to kill the Aslans in the dungeons? Most of those in the golden cloaks are ours, and no one will notice that we did it, said a middle-aged man in luxurious clothes. My lord, those Aslans are too hateful. They have squeezed out most of our interests, said another fat man in gorgeous clothes. Petter frowned and pondered. No, we should not do anything now. Those Aslans are not our focus now. According to the spies on Dragonstone, those Aslans have a powerful, mysterious weapon. They easily destroyed Stannis' fleet. Our King Robert has taken our new Prime Minister to the south quickly. The plan is about to begin. There is no need to do anything unplanned now. When we have the power of the 7 kingdoms, those Aslans will bring us wealth. When those high-ranking adults encounter external threats, they will huddle together for warmth. We cannot establish an external threat for them. After listening to Peter's words, everyone in the secret room saluted and said, Yes, my lord! After the meeting, Stannis put down his pride. Maybe it was Charlotte's words that touched him, or maybe it was for his family in the castle. Who knows? With Stannis' surrender, the defenders in the castle put down their weapons and surrendered. Aslan soldiers entered the castle fully armed with helmets and armor, and carefully checked every room to prevent any hidden danger from happening to their lord. Under the close inspection of the soldiers, a secret passage was found at the bottom of the castle dungeon, and the soldiers arranged for people to be stationed there for defense. The craftsmen on the fleet used the blacksmith shop in the castle to build an iron door and install it at the entrance of this secret passage. After confirming that there was no danger, Charlotte, surrounded by everyone, walked into the castle that once belonged to the Targaryen family. This Dragonstone castle was built more than 100 years before the doom of Valyria, about 460 years ago. Outer walls of Dragonstone Castle are distributed in a polygonal shape. The walls and towers are all built with black boulders. The entire castle is integrated with the huge rocks on the cliffs by the sea. It is said that Dragonstone Castle was shaped from rocks by Valyrian magic, and the overall shape looks like a dragon when looking down from a high altitude. The castle occupies a huge space, and the towers inside the city walls are tall and wide. The thick city walls, solid and steep castle fortifications, and dragon sculptures and gargoyle sculptures are everywhere. This reflects the architectural skills of this castle that are very different from other castle buildings in Westeros. The architectural skills of ancient Valyria are indeed extraordinary. After taking control of Dragonstone, Charlotte's men were busy with flags and decorated with emblems. On the top of the main tower of Dragonstone Castle, the red-bottomed black dragon flag replaced the gold-bottomed black-patterned crown stag flag, and the long emblems in each tower were also replaced. When Charlotte stepped into the castle gate, the system prompt sounded, "You destroy the Narrow Sea Fleet and defeat Stannis, and you will be rewarded with honor 2000. You occupy Dragonstone, and you will be rewarded with honor, Charlotte Aslan, Lord of Aslan Castle, Protector of the Free Folks of Outpost, Lord of Harbor City, Dothraki Invincible Khal, Conqueror of Dragonstone. Honor value, 7,000. More than 1,000 honor points were spent on the preparation of this expedition and Valyrian steel raw materials. Military strength, 16,235 system warriors. Special arms, 1,000 musket garrison, 800 artillery, 8,250 fleet soldiers, 4,000 free folk troops, 13,000 Dothraki roaring warriors. With the introduction of Stannis, his wife Selyse Florent and his daughter Shireen Baratheon were already waiting in the main castle hall. After Charlotte walked into the hall and greeted each other. "Will you kill us?" the little girl asked timidly, hiding behind her mother's skirt. "Don't worry, little girl, I promise. You will be very safe." Charlotte smiled kindly at the little girl, whose left face and most of her neck were covered with gray-black dead skin. After getting Charlotte's assurance, the little girl seemed to be much bolder. "Can you let Patchface go? He is my only friend, and the old nanny and the maesters in the castle." "Patchface," Charlotte turned to look at Stannis and his wife. "My lord, Patchface is the jester of the castle. He often plays with Shireen." Selyse Florent answered Charlotte's question. After hearing the answer, Charlotte turned to the little girl and said, "Of course! According to the agreement between me and your father, you will all be very safe and no one will hurt your friends." "My lord, your kindness." After hearing that her friends and those who care about her can all be treated safely, the little girl breathed a sigh of relief and expressed gratitude. After answering the little girl's question, Charlotte turned to Stannis and said, "You and your family will be temporarily guarded by my people. As long as you do not leave the castle, you can move around freely. When King's Landing releases our people, you can leave Dragonstone at any time. According to the shipwrights on our warships, there are still 46 ships in the port of Dragonstone that can be used after repair. I will return these ships to you as a token of our sincerity in forming an alliance." Stannis heard Charlotte's words, and a smile appeared on his cold face. He nodded and said, "I will abide by our agreement." After the conversation, the three of them saluted and prepared to leave. Charlotte could not help but stroke the head of little Shireen, this kind and strong little girl. A person with deep chaos magic infection is found. System. What is a chaos magic infection? There is a chaos magic in the body that adheres to the soul of the infected person. The chaos magic absorbs the host's soul energy at any time, which will bring intense pain to the infected person. Consuming honor points can slowly peel off and erase the chaos magic on the soul of the infected person. When Stannis and his family were about to walk out of the hall, Charlotte called out to the three people, "Wait a minute, maybe I have a way to cure her illness." The three people heard the shout and stared at Charlotte in amazement, their faces full of disbelief. Selyse Florent spoke first with a face full of desire. "My lord, you just said, you have a way to cure little Shireen's grayscale disease." Stannis also looked at Charlotte with a gloomy face. In his opinion, Charlotte wanted to form an alliance hostage, and little Shireen was the best candidate. "Yes, ma'am, maybe we need to give it a try." Charlotte ignored Stannis's gloomy face and said to Selyse Florent, then waved her hand to call the little girl to come to her. Little Shireen walked towards Charlotte with excitement, not caring whether Charlotte was lying to her. Charlotte raised one hand and placed it on the little girl's face covered with gray-black dead skin. She silently chanted a purification energy and spread from Charlotte's body to the part of the little girl's face that was in contact with her. A sharp pain mixed with a warm feeling appeared at the place where she and Charlotte touched. The gray-black dead skin on little Shireen's face dissipated visibly, and a touch of white and tender skin appeared after the dead skin dissipated. The little girl's sweat dripped down like soybeans, and her tightly pursed lips turned white. It was painful to peel off the chaotic magic, but the little girl gritted her teeth and persisted. She could feel that the disease that troubled her could be cured by the big brother in front of her. After the gray-black dead skin on little Shireen's face disappeared, Charlotte put down her hand. "Take her down to rest. She has been ill for too long to be cured immediately. She will continue the treatment after a week of rest," Charlotte said to the two people with joy on their faces. The miracle was unfolding before their eyes. Stannis had already put away his gloomy expression, and his face was filled with gratitude and shame. After occupying Dragonstone for nearly a month, the Aslan trading station personnel who were imprisoned in the dungeon of King's Landing have also arrived safely on Dragonstone. Charlotte rewarded and comforted these skinny captured personnel. The fleet doctor examined their bodies and said that as long as they took good care of their bodies, they would all recover. The families of those who died were also properly compensated. There were also some poor people from King's Landing who followed them to Dragonstone. These people were originally hired personnel in the trading station. After Renly released the people in the dungeon, these employees who were close to Aslan trading station asked to follow them again. After King Robert ordered the closure of the trading post, all the hired workers of Aslan were unemployed. After spending all their savings, they had to move back to the flea pit of King's Landing. After experiencing hope and being ruthlessly deprived of it, these people no longer trusted their king. Perhaps they never trusted their king. After the arrested people of Aslan returned to Dragonstone, Stannis led his men away from Dragonstone, leaving his wife and daughter behind temporarily. That's right, Stannis' wife, Selyse Florent, no longer believed in the Red God or lore. She is now a devout believer in the God of Creation. As for this God of Creation, yes, this is the name of the system by the system warriors and the people of the system. Stannis took the remaining manpower, a total of more than 5,000 soldiers and sailors, and drove 46 repaired warships fully loaded with cargo towards the stormlands of Westeros. Hiss, roar. The roar of the dragon sounded on the high platform of Dragonstone. The three dragons, Solemn, Fire of Life, and Ancient Green, followed the supply ships carrying gunpowder and other supplies and arrived at Dragonstone a day ago. Along with the supply ships came the forged Valyrian steel weapons. I looked through the letter sent by Anya. A total of 200 tang swords, 300 spearheads, 20 daggers, and 9 half-length breastplates were forged from Valyrian steel weapons. The Valyrian steel tang sword has a single-sided blade, which is good for chopping and stabbing. The cold blade is 1 meter long, and the black leather-wrapped handle is 20 centimeters long. The cold blade is 3 fingers wide for an adult. The blood groove on the back of the blade makes this weapon sharper. The round, gold-plated, hollow-carved knife guard and the brass-wrapped handle are engraved with dragon patterns. Clang! When the blade was pulled out of the scabbard, a crisp knife sound surrounded my ears. These knives are like works of art, which our Lord cannot put down. 30 Valyrian steel tang swords, 50 Valyrian steel spears, and 3 half-length breastplates were sent with the ship this time. These 80 Valyrian steel weapons were distributed to the elite land warriors, guards, and generals who came with them. The half-length breastplate was made according to the upper body size of Charlotte, Cohero, and Gian Matteo. The emblem pattern on the breastplate was squeezed into shape with a mold before the Valyrian steel cooled down. The emblem pattern on the armor surface depicts the red and black glaze, which is very gorgeous. After the 3 dragons came to Dragonstone to rest for a night, the 3 got up early and came to the dragon cave where the 3 dragons rested. After more than 100 years, Dragonstone once again welcomed the figure of flying dragons. The Fire of Life and Ancient Green beside Sumu were lying quietly in the dragon cave of Dragonstone Island. The 3 dragons were like a goshawk and 2 quails in size. Fire of Life and Ancient Green could only barely carry Cohero and the other 2 to fly for a short time, which made them very excited. Charlotte rode Sumu to patrol Dragonstone Island. The entire island covers an area of about 8,000 square kilometers. Looking down from the sky, the island is in a regular barbell shape, large in the north and small in the south, slightly elongated in the middle, and steep cliffs are all around the island. There are 2 mountain ranges on both sides of the island, and the terrain in the middle is flat. Lush vegetation covers the entire island, covering the black soil formed after the volcanic eruption. On the larger island in the north, there is a round concave peak with a huge lake in the concave. The clear lake water pours down from the gap in the north of the peak to form a waterfall. The turbulent lake water flows into the narrow sea along the river channel that has been washed out for many years. A small fishing village is located here. This is also the only village on Dragonstone Island, with only a few hundred people. On the right side of the island, facing the narrow sea, there is a mountain range that runs through the entire Dragonstone Island. Starting from the peak of the notch, it extends along the coastline all the way to the Dragonstone Castle in the south. It was named Windward Coast by Charlotte. The mountain range on the left side of the island is shorter and divided into 2 sections, north and south, and was named Blackwater Coast by Charlotte. Charlotte drove the dragon to survey the lake formed after the volcanic eruption. If the gap of the waterfall is blocked, a hole will be dug in the south of the notch to let the lake water flow into the island. With the abundant rain brought by the warm and humid airflow on the narrow sea and the fertile soil formed by volcanic ash after the eruption of the Dragonstone Island volcano. As long as the water conservancy is repaired and arable land is opened up, this Dragonstone Island will definitely be a good place to produce grain. Charlotte, who has engraved the farming gene into his soul, always thinks about how to farm. Dragonstone is located at the mouth of the Southern Bay, at the tail of the Windward Coast mountain range that runs through the entire island. The entire island is located in a natural harbor in the southern Dragonstone Bay. Other places are either steep cliffs or reefs along the coast. Charlotte, who does what he says, arranged a ship to King's Landing to recruit people after inspecting the entire Dragonstone Island. The good reputation of Aslan Trading Station before has won the trust of a large number of grassroots people. There are a large number of bankrupt farmers around King's Landing, gathering in King's Landing and struggling. This time, all the recruits are those poor people with families. Under the guidance of the gold dragon coins, those gold robes collectively ignored and didn't care about these poor people who boarded the ship and left. What can these few adult men and a large number of old, weak women and children do? Those Aslan people are really sick in their brains. The gold robes who received the hush money of the golden dragon and silver deer laughed at the little cutie in Mosuo's hand. In the territory of Westeros, a large number of bankrupt and poor farmers brought their families on board the ships to Dragonstone, which greatly improved the public security in the city. Of course, those who can run are all free people, and those serfs should not think about it. If the serfs are caught escaping, the nobles will hang them to deter other serfs. Under the command of the craftsmen, the poor people from King's Landing took up various tools and dug an artificial lake and an artificial river that runs through the entire island on the plain in the middle of Dragonstone. In the port of Dragonstone, ships come in and out in an endless stream. Some go to the free cities to buy food, farm tools, and livestock, etc., and some transport the poor from King's Landing. The entire Dragonstone has become a large construction site. With the help of Charlotte's universal cutter, the artificial lake and artificial river were dug smoothly. A month later, the people on Dragonstone gathered in the mountains of the Windward Coast to watch the opening of the Notch Lake blasting. According to the calculations of the craftsmen on the ship, Charlotte used the cutter to dig out several weak points, put in gunpowder wrapped in oil paper, and connected the fuse. After Charlotte lit the fuse, he quickly rode on the dragon and flew away. Tens of thousands of eyes stared at the matchlock, and the flame slowly burned into the stone cave where the gunpowder was placed. Boom, boom. After several loud noises, flying stones and smoke scattered. The clear water in the concave lake gushed out towards the gap that was blown open, and the water line gathered in the artificial lake dug at the foot of the mountain. As time passed, the water level of the artificial lake gradually rose and flowed to the entire plain area through the artificial river of Dragonstone Island and the canal along the river. Aslan! 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 Looking at this great power that split the world, thinking about the better life in the future, the civilians standing on the windward mountains cheered collectively. Woof woof, oh oh! The hazy night outside the small window is about to usher in the dawn. It is the darkest moment of the day. The sound of chickens and dogs outside the thatched house conveys the annoying sound of dreams. God of creation! These damned beasts are making noises. Kent cursed inwardly and covered his mouth with his rough left hand to prevent the sound of yawning. He was afraid of waking up the little daughter who slept with him and his wife last night. Kent gently stretched his stiff waist, carefully lifted the quilt covering his body, and explored the straw sandals placed at the corner of the bed last night. Looking around Kent's hut, his wife Mary was not in the house. The 8-year-old Kent and the 6-year-old William were smacking their lips and sleeping soundly on the thatched bed not far from him. Little Kent and little William curled up on both sides of the thatched bed, mumbling something from time to time on their ruddy little faces. Through the small window supported by wooden sticks on the mud wall of the hut, he looked at the simple and narrow kitchen opposite. It was called a kitchen, but it was also a thatched hut built with thatch and mud. There was an oil lamp made of clay in the kitchen hut, and the bean-like flame was jumping on the wick. Obviously, this oil lamp was lit by Kent's wife Mary. She was squatting on the ground, fanning a cylindrical stove made of clay with a fan made of broad leaves in her hand. As Mary fanned, a bright flame came out of the stove. "Thank you, kind Lord." The stove he gave her made cooking easier for Mary. According to the village chief, this stove was invented by the great Lord. The name seems to be called right. It is called Beacon Nest Coal Stove. This stove does not burn wood and leaves. This strange stove burns honeycomb coal. The method of making honeycomb coal is also not simple. It is a kind of stone called coal. These black stones are crushed and mixed with mud. The two are mixed with water and then pressed into a mold and dried. Kent walked out the door while thinking about the strange stove. He will be very busy today. He needs to clean up the 50 acres of farmland rented to him and plant wheat, barley, and oats. Wheat is for paying taxes, barley is for brewing beer, and oats are not good in taste and are mainly used to feed livestock. The growth cycle of wheat and barley takes more than 6 months, and the growth cycle of oats takes 3 months. The Windward Mountains and Blackwater Mountains on Dragonstone block the hurricanes from the sea. The temperature on the island is kept between 18 and 26 all year round, and there are rivers and canals opened on the island. The suitable temperature, sufficient irrigation water, and the hurricanes are blocked by the mountains. These conditions are very suitable for grain growth. Kent is very sure that there will be a bumper harvest after planting wheat. After the wheat is harvested, he only needs to pay 30% of the taxes to the Lord, 10% for the rental of farm tools and livestock, and the remaining 60% is all his. As a former employee of Aslan Trading Station, Kent has a blind trust and admiration for Lord Aslan. He believes that the Lord will not be as greedy as the nobles in Westeros. You should know that he used to rent the land of those Westeros nobles, and they would charge 7% tax just for the land rental fee. In addition to the land rent tax, there are also various strange tax items such as fire tax, marriage tax, birth tax, window tax, etc. Kent knows that these numerous taxes are the excuses for the adults to turn his family into serfs. As long as he can't pay it back, he can only become the slaves of those nobles forever. The reason why Kent is a freeman is because he has ancestral farming skills. Farming in an agricultural society is not a simple matter. It is necessary to master a lot of farming knowledge passed down from generation to generation. The freemen on the continent of Westeros all have special skills passed down by their ancestors. For these people, becoming a noble serf is absolutely unacceptable, except for those whose families were captured because of the war. They had to become serfs for the safety of their families. Otherwise, no freeman would be willing to do so. Some people would rather starve to death than agree. Touching the iron farm tools in his hand, Kent unconsciously grinned with a happy smile. The black soil was loose, and it was very easy and quick to cultivate it with iron farm tools. Kent was going to present the method of dividing the cultivated land into 3 plots for planting to the great and kind Lord. This method was a top-secret skill passed down from his ancestors. Kent wanted to repay the Lord who saved his family. However, the agricultural instructors from Dragonstone told Kent that the soil on the island was formed by volcanic eruptions and was called volcanic ash soil. It was very fertile, and there was no need to use the 3-plot system for the time being. The instructors would tell them when they needed it. It turns out that the secret of our ancestors' farming has a name. Lord Aslan has known it for a long time. Kent couldn't help but feel a little disappointed after hearing the answers of the agricultural instructors. In addition to the cultivated land, the Lord allowed capable families to graze livestock. These livestock had to pay 1/10 of the amount to the Lord every year, or convert it into money according to the market price and pay it to the Lord. The food and livestock in the hands of the people could not be traded with other merchants, but only with the food storage warehouse at the port of Dragonstone. There was also a grocery store in each village to facilitate the people to purchase daily necessities. A market town has now been built in Longshi Bay, not far from Longshi Castle, and an artificial river passes by the market town. The paddle boats on the river can easily reach the Notch Peak from the market town, making the transportation of goods much more convenient without the need for so many horse-drawn carriages. The port market town is temporarily inhabited by merchants from all over the country. Every day, a large amount of goods need to be transported, and there are many courtyards and towers under construction. Kent thought that after the land is reclaimed and grains are planted, he can go to the market town to work and earn some pocket money. Kent looked at Mary's thick waist, her fat buttocks when she squatted, and her brown hair draped on her back, and his heart was warmed. Maybe he could have another child after the harvest next year. The arable area of the Dragonstone Plain accounts for about 35% of the total area of the island. Each household is allocated 50 acres of land. The ideal maximum allocation can accommodate 90,000 households. Of course, this is impossible. The island's carrying capacity cannot bear so many people. After the full development of Dragonstone Island, it can only carry 24,000 households and more than 100,000 people at most. As time passed, the eastern sky began to glow with the morning light, and the haze lingered in the windward mountains. A new day began. Looking at the half-slope of the 2 mountains in the distance, ryegrass and purple alfalfa grew on it. The green carpet-like ryegrass and purple alfalfa spread down from the hillside to the village. The villagers drove the livestock to the pasture on the hillside. The pasture on the hillside belonged to the villagers collectively. Every year, every family in the village with livestock grazing needs to send someone to plant pasture. The Kent family also rented livestock, 50 fine wool sheep whose wool can be sheared twice a year, and the textile processing factory at the port will purchase the wool. Usually, Kent's 2 sons herd these sheep, and it is obvious that they all got up late today. "Little Kent, little William, get up!" A loud voice came out of Mary's mouth. Mary, who heard no movement in her own pasture, stood in the kitchen and shouted at her 2 sons, who were sleeping in the hut. "If you don't get up and feed the sheep, I'll deal with you," Mary threatened, with her hands on her hips, seeing that the 2 boys were still not moving. "Mom, I'm up. It's William who won't get up," little Kent shouted out the window. "Little Kent is lying. I'm up too. I'm not lying in bed," little William also shouted out the window. Amid a quarrel, the 2 brothers pushed and ran out of the thatched hut where they were sleeping. "Good morning, Dad. Mom, we're going to herd the sheep." The 2 brothers greeted Kent, who was sharpening farm tools, and shouted into the kitchen again. The 2 picked up 2 long wooden sticks placed beside the sheep pen, opened the sheep pen fence, and drove the sheep toward the hillside. "Kent is gone!" George, who lived next door to Kent, carried farm tools and led 2 draft horses, and shouted to Kent at the door. Kent looked up and saw George coming. He stood up and patted the dust off his pants, and shouted to Mary in the kitchen, "Mary, I'm going to the fields." Kent and George joined the other 8 male members of the village. 10 people carried farm tools and drove 5 draft horses, chatting and laughing with each other as they walked towards the farmland in the distance. There were 50 families living in Kent's village, and they were divided into 5 groups to cultivate their farmland together. Because there was a shortage of draft horses, each group could only allocate 5, so when encountering large volcanic rocks, draft horses and manpower were needed to work together to move them out of the farmland. A few days ago, the farmland was set on fire, and all the weeds on it had been burned. Now it was necessary to rake away the small stones on the soil with a rake, remove the grass roots in the soil, and then level the land and turn it over before sowing wheat seeds. Since there were no extra draft horses, they could only use hoes to cultivate the land bit by bit, so everyone's speed was not very fast. Kent calculated that it would take about a month to barely clean up his 50 acres of land, which means that it would take another 8 months before the wheat matured. Lord, be merciful. Interest-free leasing of food and money to each family, although it can last for 8 months, but the shadow of debt still makes him uneasy. Kent plans to plant some fast-growing vegetables on the reclaimed land and sell them to towns or military camps. The grain reserve warehouse only purchases grains and livestock. Vegetables and spices are not within the main trading scope. As long as the tax officer is notified to supervise the collection of taxes and the spice seeds are crushed, they can be traded freely. These spices are also a kind of commodity that Charlotte uses to attract foreign merchants. In fact, smart farmers have already discovered various vegetable and spice seeds in the grocery store and have already cultivated them in the newly reclaimed farmland. Kent went to the town yesterday to inquire about it. Vegetables and spices are now in urgent need of food in the military camp. Kent also found these seeds when he went to the grocery store to buy salt a few days ago. Today, he plans to discuss with the members of the group to raise funds to plant them first. Vegetable seeds include leeks, lettuce, onions, spinach, kale, cabbage, etc. There are also cash crops such as mint, chamomile, fennel, coriander, lettuce, thyme, and other edible herbs. These clever farmers will definitely make a fortune. In the busyness, the sun is hanging in the sky. A group of women with strong waists, each carrying a pottery jar, are walking towards the cultivated land. These women are obviously family members of Kent's 10-person group. The sweaty men put down their farm tools, washed their hands in the ditch, took the pottery jars from the women, and began to eat them. Burp. After eating the food in the pottery jar, Kent burped for a long time. Mary took over the work on the ground while he was eating, bending her back and holding a hoe to work. Looking at Mary's back, I can't help but think of when I just got married 10 years ago. At that time, Mary was slim, with a straight buttocks and round and slender legs. She spoke in a crisp and shy voice, with a few freckles on her fair and lovely face, and thick and soft brown hair. The two wore the most beautiful clothes they had ever worn in their lives, and swore to be husband and wife in front of the 7 monks under the blessing of their relatives and friends. Thinking about it, it seems like it happened yesterday. 10 years have passed in the blink of an eye. Mary has grown from a girl to a mother of 3 children. Her waist has also grown more than a circle under the years, and her figure is no longer slender. But Kent's love for Mary is growing day by day, as rich and fragrant as a pot of aged rum. As if she felt someone was watching her, Mary turned her head in confusion and saw Kent staring at her in a daze with fiery eyes and an obsessed face. She secretly spit, "Old bastard," and glared at her husband again. Seeing that he didn't respond, she ignored Kent, who was lost in his memories, and continued to busy herself with the work in her hands. The other 9 people around him also finished the food in the pottery pot. Burp! Kent came back to his mind in a series of burps. Seeing everyone half lying in the shade of the tree after finishing their meal, chatting with each other in dirty jokes, and laughing from time to time. "Ahem, everyone, be quiet! I have something to say!" Kent coughed and said. The 9 people turned their heads to look at Kent with puzzled faces. George spoke first. "What's the matter? You tell me." Kent told everyone his thoughts. "Yesterday I went to the town that was just built at the port. Everyone knows it, right?" "Yes. Didn't you say you were going to the port to inquire about some news?" "What exactly is the news?" George asked puzzledly. Kent stopped keeping the secret and said directly, I found some seeds of vegetables and spices in the grocery store in the village a few days ago. There are foreign merchants in the military camp at the port, and they all need vegetables and spices. I think we can pool our funds to plant them together, and we will definitely make a lot of money. What do you think? I think it's okay. Kent, you are the smartest here, so I support you, George said first. Then the two looked at the remaining 8 people. Boss Kent, we all listened to you. It was you who took us to work at the Aslan trading station and found a way to make a living for us. We trust you. If we lose, it's everyone's fault and no one should blame you. Yes, Boss Kent, we listen to you. That's right. We will all follow you after. Talking a lot, everyone reached a consensus. Everyone trusts me. I will definitely not let you suffer a loss. But you keep it a secret for now. Don't tell people from other groups in the village. Let's make this money first and then tell everyone. Do you agree? Kent urged. Everyone nodded their heads at the same time and promised. Boss Kent, we will keep it secret. We swear in the name of the Creator God, we will definitely not tell anyone else. Kent nodded and smiled with satisfaction after listening to everyone's oath. On the wide and straight King's Road outside the Gate of the Gods in King's Landing, King Robert's younger brother, who is the guardian of the 7 kingdoms, was leading a group of nobles dressed in luxurious clothes and with arrogant demeanor to gather outside the city gate. This group of noble adults have been waiting here since early morning, respectfully waiting for King Robert Baratheon Friss, who has been away from the capital for more than 3 months. The goods and civilians entering and leaving the Gate of the Gods were blocked by these noble adults. The goods and civilians gathered together could only stand quietly in the distance, anxiously waiting for this welcoming ceremony to end quickly so that they could pass through the Gate of the Gods and enter the city. Merchants are eager to earn those lovely gold and silver coins, and civilians are even more eager to earn food to fill their stomachs today. Some impatient merchants or civilians bypassed the Gate of the Gods and entered or exited from other gates of King's Landing. The Gate of the Gods, whether it was the Iron Gate or the door, was carved with extremely detailed stone sculptures of human faces. The eyes carved out of these stone sculptures seemed to follow you and look at you. On the tall and wide aisle of the Gate of the Gods, 2 teams of people in well-armored and gorgeous golden robes were neatly lined up on both sides. The King's Road runs through the Gate of the Gods. It stretches from the Black Castle of the Wall in the north to the Storm's End in the Storm in the south. It is nearly 3,200 kilometers long. The road passes through the Gate of the Gods and runs straight and diagonally through the entire King's Landing, connecting to the Red Castle, the king's residence in the city. When the sun was high in the sky, boom, boom, the roar of galloping horses came from the King's Road in the distance, and the vibration caused by the horseshoes stepping on the earth gradually approached. The family flags of various colors first appeared in everyone's eyes. As the sound of horse hooves approached, teams of riders in distinctive armor, carrying lion flags, deer flags, wolf flags, etc., passed by the crowd in an orderly manner. Following the passage left by the golden robes, they entered the Gate of the Gods. After the knights, carriages appeared one after another, with various emblems and family crests carved on them, and colorful curtains covering the 4 sides of the carriages. 2 tall draft horses in front of each carriage pulled the carriage forward, and the wheels made a rumbling sound as they rolled over the road. Prince Joffrey Baratheon, wearing gorgeous armor, rode in front of the carriage, followed by a tall and burly rider with half of his face burned by flames. Joffrey nodded to the crowd outside the Gate of the Gods and went straight through the gate into the city. Following closely behind were the Kingsguard, who were wearing fine and gorgeous armor and white cloaks behind them. Seeing this group of Kingsguard passing by, everyone knew that the protagonist of today had arrived. King Robert, the guardian of the 7 mirrors, came late with a huge beer belly, riding a horse with black hair and a taller body than the surrounding war horses. Seeing the king coming, Renly and the nobles knelt on one knee to salute. 7 gods, finally back. You follow the Red Castle to discuss matters, Robert said, waving his hand while sitting on horseback. Robert's fat face with thick steel beard showed the fatigue after a long journey. He said no more and tapped his horse's belly lightly as he rode along the king's road to the Red Castle. Riders and carriages following the king passed through the Gate of the Gods in an endless stream. In the huge Iron Throne Hall of the Red Castle, the nobles in King's Landing were divided into 2 rows along the red carpet in the middle, standing facing the Iron Throne. The royal guards, wearing helmets and armor and white robes, stood on the steps under the high platform of the Iron Throne, facing the crowd. Robert stroked the Prime Minister's badge back and forth in his hand, sat on the Iron Throne covered with sharp swords, looked around at the people under the high platform and said, "In the name of the Andals, the Roynar, and the Keeper of the Mirror, I appoint Eddard Stark, Duke of the North, as the hand of the king." After announcing the appointment, Robert threw the Prime Minister's badge in his hand to Eddard Stark. Eddard took the Prime Minister's badge and knelt on one knee and said, "I swear in the name of the old and new gods that I will be loyal to the 7 mirrors and protect Robert Baratheon once." Robert raised his hand to signal Eddard Stark to stand up, turned to the Minister of Intelligence Varys and asked, "Those damned Aslans, have they taken any further action after occupying Dragonstone? And where did that bastard Stannis go? Didn't the Aslans release him?" Varys walked out of the queue and came to the red carpet in the hall and said, "Your Majesty, the Aslan fleet has not made any other extraordinary actions for the time being. According to intelligence, Lord Stannis is active in the Stormlands with 41 warships." "What is this bastard doing in the Stormlands? Stannis, this incompetent guy, let the narrow sea fleet be destroyed so easily by those Aslans. He dared not to come to King's Landing to apologize. If he is not my blood relative, I will definitely order this cowardly and incompetent guy to be hanged." Robert's hair and beard were all erected, and he was angrily spraying Stannis. "Your Majesty, according to the intelligence forwarded by the spies on Dragonstone, those Aslans have a powerful weapon that can easily destroy our warships," Varys added. "What do you think of this, Prime Minister?" Robert turned to ask Eddard Stark. "Your Majesty, since those foreigners have weapons that can easily destroy our fleet, and after occupying Dragonstone they did not immediately attack King's Landing but sent a letter of peace, their intention to negotiate is obvious. Perhaps we can negotiate with them first. After all, it takes time for our fleets from other parts of the 7 kingdoms to gather." Eddard Stark made his own suggestion. As soon as the new Prime Minister finished speaking, the Minister of Finance Petter Baelish, who was standing in the crowd, stepped forward and nodded to Eddard Stark. After greeting him, he said to Robert, who was sitting on the Iron Throne, "Your Majesty, I agree with Lord Eddard's proposal. I am willing to serve as an envoy of the Red Keep to Dragonstone." Robert saw that no one else objected, and he was satisfied and told the captain of the Kingsguard, Sir Barristan Selmy, beside him, "You select a team of people to escort Baelish to Dragonstone to negotiate with those damned Aslan people." "Yes, Your Majesty!" Barristan Selmy stepped out and saluted. Barristan was tall and had a head full of white hair. He did not look old at all at his age. His figure was still strong and elegant, and he was called fearless by the people of the 7 kingdoms. He was once a Kingsguard of the Mad King Aerys II, and chose to be loyal to Robert Baratheon after Aerys's. Now he is the captain of the Kingsguard. He is upright, brave, and skilled in martial arts. He adheres to the chivalry spirit that seems to be out of this era. After discussing government affairs, King Robert smiled with a steel beard on his face and said, "To celebrate the appointment of the new Prime Minister of the 7 Kingdoms, I am going to hold a grand tournament. Ned, the king is responsible for enjoying, and the hand of the king is responsible for letting the king enjoy. The rest of you will assist the hand of the king in hosting this tournament. 7 layers of hell. The troubles are finally over. Those little beauties need me now. Ha-ha." Robert said to everyone in the hall and left the Iron Throne Hall with a big laugh. In fact, Robert Baratheon has his own unique political skills under his foolish appearance. If you really think he is a foolish and incompetent king and despise him, then danger will be very close to you. He is definitely a master of playing politics. He overthrew the founding monarch who previously protected the Targaryen family in the 7 kingdoms. Robert was pot-bellied, loved drinking, liked playing with women, liked to hold tournaments. The country was heavily in debt, and even humiliated the Queen in front of Jaime Lannister, the twin brother of the Queen's Kingsguard. All these factors mixed together can lead to a conclusion. Robert was a tyrant. It's interesting when you consider the problem from the perspective of a feudal ruler like Robert. The governance of the Seven Kingdoms is under the responsibility of Robert's adoptive father, Jon Arryn, an old fox. If he doesn't eat, drink, and have fun, does he have to go out and snatch the power of the king's hand, who is already old and weak and loyal to him? Humiliating Jaime Lannister is to make the people of the Seven Kingdoms eliminate the impression of him as a usurper and turn the spearhead to the impression of Jaime Lannister as a kingslayer. You will find that on the continent of Westeros, in addition to the Targaryen family, the Martell family, the rulers of Dorne, who suffered the most damage when King's Landing was captured, only put their hatred on the Lannister family. Everyone says that it was the Lannisters who killed the Dornish princess, but who knows? When Robert saw the bodies of the two children born to Elia Martell and Rhaegar Targaryen, the perverted smile from the bottom of his heart. Who can believe that there is no power transaction in this? And everyone in the Seven Kingdoms called Jaime Lannister a kingslayer, but few people called Robert a usurper. Robert had a firm grasp on the reputation. In the Baratheon family affairs, he gave the Stormlands to Renly, who was less capable than Stannis, and gave the barren island of Dragonstone to Stannis. Politically, he married the Lannister family to suppress the Riverlands, the richest territory in the Seven Kingdoms, so that there were no potential enemies in the four directions of the King's Land, the east, west, south, and north, that could threaten his safety. After Jon Arryn's death, he immediately found Eddard Stark, the Duke of the North, to be his king's hand. He was preparing to marry the Wolf family in the north, to make the rule of the Baratheon family more solid. Unfortunately, there is always someone better than you. He was defeated by Cersei Lannister. In revenge for Robert's neglect of her, she strangled her first child with Robert. This vicious woman committed incest with his twin brother and gave birth to 3 children. The revenge of a woman is terrible. This made King Robert's 3 legitimate children not his own. Petyr Baelish finally set foot on Dragonstone after 3 days of bumpy sea. Standing on the bow, Baelish was slightly lost in thought as he watched the busy merchant ships coming in and out of Dragonstone Harbor. In fact, he came here because he received a secret report that a giant dragon appeared on Dragonstone. This made him see another way. Maybe he could cooperate with this foreigner, just like the conqueror Aegon Targaryen and Orys Baratheon cooperated to conquer the Seven Kingdoms 300 years ago. Whether it can be successful or not is another matter. Seizing every opportunity is the most important thing. It is this belief that made him rise from a small nobleman to the current Minister of Finance of the Seven Kingdoms. After entering the port, what caught his attention was the 6-horned ship docked alone on the bridge away from the merchant ships, with its tall masts piercing the sky. It seems that this is the invincible warship of the Aslan people, Baelish thought to himself. Under the tow of the small boat, Baelish's ship slowly approached the shore. The town under construction at the port was full of dust, and dense figures were busy with their work in the town. It seemed chaotic, but was actually in order. After reporting the purpose of the visit to the armored soldiers patrolling the port, Baelish and his party followed the patrol personnel to Dragonstone Castle under the guard of the armored soldiers around. Baelish carefully observed the armored soldiers along the way and concluded that this is a group of extremely well-trained soldiers. The uniform dress, sophisticated armor and weapons, tall and burly figure, the fierce look in their eyes, as well as their steps and demeanor when standing guard and patrolling, and the short and powerful commands, all made Baelish believe that these people are definitely the elite among the elite. Although Baelish didn't have much knowledge about military affairs, he knew that King Robert's Kingsguard was definitely not as good as these elite soldiers. Because he found that the team of Kingsguard responsible for protecting him was suppressed by the momentum of these soldiers. Baelish followed the patrol through the long defensive corridor of Dragonstone. The Kingsguard was blocked outside the castle gate, and Baelish entered the castle alone. Although this was not Baelish's first time to Dragonstone, the experience this time was completely different from the past. The flags, decorations, and cloth emblems hanging everywhere were no longer Stannis's golden background, flaming heart, crown, and stag emblem. The patrol soldiers took Baelish to the main hall and reported to the guards standing outside the hall. After waiting for a while, the guards took Baelish to the reception hall. After entering the hall, the light from the narrow windows on both sides made the hall look a little dim. Two generals in gorgeous armor stood on the left and right of the steps. A handsome man with black hair and black eyes sat on the stone chair with a backrest in the middle. Charlotte was wearing a slim-fitting suit, quietly watching Baelish walk into the hall with a faint smile on his face. Cohero and Gianmatteo stood on both sides of the stone chair. Baelish looked at Charlotte and saluted, saying, "Meet Lord Aslan. I am Petter Baelish." "It's a pleasure to meet you, Sir Baelish. What is your purpose here?" Charlotte asked with a faint smile. Baelish took out a piece of parchment from his sleeve and read, "In accordance with the order and authorization of His Majesty Robert Baratheon Wes, I would like to propose the following terms to you as the representative of the Seven Mirrors of Westeros. The requirements of King's Landing are generally 2 points. First, the two sides should cease fire. Dragonstone is the inherent territory of Westeros, and Aslan's army needs to withdraw from Dragonstone. Second, compensation for the destruction of the Narrow Sea Fleet and the lives of sailors in the war, with a total of 8 million gold dragon coins." Baelish spoke in a dignified manner and carefully observed the expression of his opponent, intending to stop speaking immediately when the other party was angry. After all, his purpose of coming here was not to anger the Aslan people. He found that the expression on the face of this Lord Aslan was very calm, without a trace of contempt or anger. He always had a faint smile on his face, which made him look very educated. This Lord Aslan, he must be from an ancient noble family in a foreign country, Baelish thought to himself. The two guards standing on the left and right sides of the stone chair had serious expressions, but occasionally the corners of their mouths slightly raised revealed their true attitudes. Baelish was very sure that it was naked contempt, and he didn't find it strange at all. After Baelish finished reading the contents of the parchment in his hand, Charlotte glanced at Gianmatteo next to him. "We know your intention. You just said that Dragonstone is the inherent territory of Westeros. As far as we know, this island is the home of the Targaryen family." Gianmatteo understood and said, pausing for a moment, "You have made demands, and now we also make our demands. First, recognize that Dragonstone belongs to Aslan. Second, compensate for attacking our trading post without reason and torturing and killing our personnel, with a total of 100,000 pounds of gold." After listening to this, Baelish shrugged and said, "My lord, I am just a representative responsible for conveying the will, and I cannot decide these." At a secluded fishing spot on the coast not far from the castle, the cloth curtain pergola blocked the afternoon sun. Charlotte and Baelish sat on 2 cloth chairs with 2 fishing rods at their feet. After the meeting, Charlotte invited Baelish to go fishing and tasting wine at the seaside. "My lord, you have managed Dragonstone from a barren island to such a prosperous island in such a short time." Baelish complimented respectfully, then skillfully lifted the fishing rod at his feet, and a small sea fish was caught on the hook. "It seems that you are lucky, and you have a harvest so soon." Charlotte raised her hand to pick up the wineglass placed on the small round table, tapped Baelish's wineglass and smiled. "It's just a small fish, my lord." Baelish put the small fish on the hook into the fish basket beside him and wiped the water stains on his hands with a rag. He hung the bait again, cast the long rod and threw the fishing line into the water, took a sip of the wineglass and answered irrelevantly, "Harvest is harvest. It has nothing to do with size," Charlotte said, and with Charlotte's huge strength, the fishing line with a brown-spotted sea fish in the water was thrown ashore. "It seems that I am also lucky," Charlotte turned to Baelish and said. Hiss, roar. As the two were talking, a roar of a giant beast came from the sky. Baelish looked up in the direction of the roar and saw a red and black dragon in the sky, with hideous bone spurs protruding. The dragon's wings were spread out, blocking the sunlight in the sky, leaving a shadow along the way. The rumor is true. He really has a dragon. Baelish stared blankly at the distance. Seeing Baelish shocked by the dragon's posture, Charlotte suddenly had a bad idea in his mind. Sumu, fly towards me and scare the people around me. Charlotte calmly communicated his thoughts through telepathy with the dragon. The dragon, sensing Charlotte's telepathic communication, suddenly turned around and flew towards the two people who were fishing. As the dragon flew closer, its huge body, the gorgeous and strange color of its scales, the hideous bone spurs on its body, and the sharp fangs in its huge mouth were clearly revealed in Baelish's eyes. Boom, boom! The vibration of the dragon's footsteps on the ground made Baelish shudder. Baelish, sweating all over his head, carefully glanced at Charlotte's expression beside him. Our lord sat on the cloth chair with a calm face, not paying any attention to the dragon coming towards the two of them. Hiss roar. A long roar came from the dragon's mouth, and the smell of sulfur filled Baelish's nose. The dragon stared at Baelish with huge dark gold vertical pupils. A sense of oppression of a high-level carnivore about to hunt herbivores rose around Baelish. Cold sweat continued to pour out of Baelish's body, and a large piece of his clothes was instantly wet. Go back solemnly, Charlotte gave a short order. The dragon heard Charlotte's order, glanced at Baelish again, and flew high into the sky with the help of the shaking ground. Under the dragon's gaze for a short time, Baelish felt like a piece of fat meat, naked in front of the dragon. I'm sorry, Sir Baelish, I frightened you. Don't worry, this dragon is my mount. It won't attack humans for no reason. It's just curious about the people around me. Charlotte, feeling the success of this prank, said in a kind manner, as if the voice came from a distant time and space, our Minister of Finance of the Seven Kingdoms came back to his senses. I'm sorry, great Lord Aslan. My ugliness is revealed in front of you. Your dragon is really impressive. I have only heard of dragons from the old nanny. This is the first time I have felt it so close. Its posture is so beautiful. I have seen the white bones of the Targaryen dragon in the Dragon Cave bunker in King's Landing. Although the bones of those giant beasts are amazing, it is the first time I have seen a living dragon in front of me. I admire you for being able to drive it, Baelish said incoherently. Seeing the frightened Baelish, Charlotte raised his glass and said, Maybe you need to drink some red wine. These red wines are brewed by our Aslan territory. I feel that the taste is similar to the red wine of your Qingting Island. Baelish finally calmed down slowly under Charlotte's calm voice. He picked up the wine glass in his hand and took a sip of the wine in the glass as if to avenge himself for being timid just now. The wine flowed from the corner of his mouth into his collar, and the red wine stains were stained on his clothes. At this time, Baelish was so rude without the elegance, calmness, and composure of the past. My lord, please forgive my rashness. Please allow me to change clothes. Baelish saluted after drinking the red wine in the glass. Well, Sir Baelish, please go ahead, Charlotte waved her hand. After getting Charlotte's answer, Baelish lifted his weak legs and hurried away. In the courtyard garden of Illyrio in Pentos, the governor, who was covered in luxurious accessories, said to Viserys, who was flirting with the maid, Your Majesty, according to the information sent by the merchant ships bound for Dragonstone, the Aslan people destroyed the narrow sea fleet and have successfully occupied Dragonstone. How is it possible? Don't they have only 60-odd warships? The narrow sea fleet has more than 200 ships, Viserys asked doubtfully. My Majesty, it is said that they have a mysterious weapon that can easily destroy ships. After hearing Illyrio's answer, Viserys hesitated for a moment and said, My future Prime Minister of the Seven Kingdoms, I have decided on the marriage you mentioned. I agree to let Daenerys marry that Aslan man, as long as he can send troops to help me take back the Iron Throne. Your Majesty, with the help of those Aslan people, you will be able to take back the Iron Throne that belongs to you. Viserys showed a hint of ruthlessness and said, I will torture that shameless usurper and make him die in wailing, and those damn Golden Group mercenaries, I will take revenge for their insults and contempt for me. Illyrio, when I take back the Iron Throne, you will get the power and wealth you deserve, and historians will record that this is the moment I put on the crown again, Viserys said excitedly. Yes, your majesty, please allow me to withdraw first and prepare gifts for the envoy to Dragonstone. After Illyrio saluted respectfully, a sweet smile appeared on his face covered with oil stains of beard. A royal meeting that gave the new Prime Minister a headache was being held in the Prime Minister's Tower of the Red Keep in King's Landing. The king is responsible for enjoying himself, and the hand of the king is responsible for making the king enjoy himself. Eddard Stark now finally understood the meaning of this sentence when Robert appointed him as Prime Minister. What did his best friend do in the past few years as king that the country's debt reached 6 million gold dragons? Eddard Stark, the Duke of the North, could not imagine it at all. To hold this night competition to welcome the new Prime Minister, it would cost up to 80,000 gold dragons just to reward the winner. Old gods! How many years can the North spend so many gold dragons? The Minister of Finance of King's Landing went to Dragonstone, and the lack of Baelish, a master of borrowing money, left Eddard Stark helpless at this royal meeting. Soon, Baelish changed his clothes and calmed down. He appeared in front of Charlotte with his elegant and calm appearance. Charlotte raised his glass to Baelish and said, "Sir Baelish, I have heard your name and deeds from the merchants who come and go." Baelish smiled gracefully and said, "I hope it is not something that upsets you. It is remarkable that you have come from a low-level noble to where you are now in King's Landing, which is full of lies and betrayal." Charlotte slowly guided Baelish's rhythm of speaking. He had heard this sentence when he was on Blue Star. If you want to know what a person lacks in his heart, don't look at anything else. Just look at what he shows off. If you want to know what a person is inferior to, don't look at anything else. Just look at what he conceals. Our Lord wants to know whether this famous trickster in the 7 kingdoms can reveal to him the voice hidden deep in his heart. Baelish was very pleased to hear Charlotte's compliments. He bowed solemnly and said, as if recalling, "Sir, I once fought for a woman I still love deeply. I drew my sword to challenge a knight with great martial arts skills. Obviously, my swordsmanship made me a laughingstock in that duel, like a clown that was mocked by others. You know what I learned from the failure of the duel. In that way, I knew I would never win. That's their game, and it belongs to their rules. I learned not to confront them head-on. I will kill them from a place they don't expect. This is who I am, my true nature. Only when people accept their roles can they get what they want." Quietly listening to the inner words of Baelish, who is famous for his conspiracy and intrigue in the 7 kingdoms of Westeros, Charlotte shook the red wine glass in her hand, sniffed the fragrant aroma, nodded, and agreed in a chanting tone, "Everyone has his own strengths, and many people will only follow the rules given by the public. Congratulations, Sir Baelish. You have found your skills to survive in this world. There is a saying in my hometown that the so-called loyalty is just because the chips for betrayal are not enough." Charlotte gently picked up the wineglass and touched the glass in Baelish's hand. When he was in a state of complacency, he suddenly asked, "Sir Baelish, what bargaining chips do you need? I want to take revenge on those who despise me. I want to get the most honorable seat in the 7 kingdoms, and I want to make what I have lost come back to me." Baelish blurted out the ambition hidden deep in his heart. Baelish spoke his mind subconsciously. Beads of sweat poured down his forehead, and he looked at Charlotte in front of him with fear, who was staring at him. "My lord, please forgive me." Baelish faced the man in front of him who could elicit his inner voice. He felt more frightened than facing the dragon just now. He stammered and wanted to say something, but his mind was blank in his confusion. Charlotte retracted his gaze and smiled, saying, "Sir Baelish, you don't need to explain anything to me. I occupied Dragonstone only to prevent my trading station and my men from being easily attacked by some self-righteous people, that's all." Our Lord said sincerely that even he would not believe it. After a pause, he said, "Maybe we can cooperate. I only care about those little cuties shining with golden light. As for the chair full of iron swords, I don't care who sits on it." After being frightened twice by Charlotte, Baelish said exhaustedly, "Thank you for your support. Lord Aslan, it is my honor to work with you. I am really tired. Please allow me to step down and rest." Charlotte smiled kindly and waved, "Please help yourself, Sir Baelish." "My lord, have a nice day." Baelish saluted and left in a hurry without looking back. Charlotte looked at Baelish's back as he walked away quickly. A meaningful smile appeared on her face. "I thought he just wanted to get a certain guardian position in the Seven Kingdoms, but I didn't expect that what he really wanted was the Iron Throne." After Baelish left, Charlotte put down his fishing rod and turned to walk towards Dragonstone. Today, Deputy Rodrigo of Harbor City came to Dragonstone with a letter. The deputy was about to report the results of Rodrigo's establishment of a bank when he was interrupted by Baelish's visit. A horrific murder case occurred in Winterfell in the north of Westeros. The assassin, holding a priceless Valyrian steel dagger, stabbed a little boy who fell from a high tower and was unconscious. The little boy was Bran Stark, the son of Eddard Stark, the Duke of the North. Duchess Catelyn Tully summoned Maester Luwin, Master Steward Sir Roderick, eldest son Robb Stark, and adopted son Theon Greyjoy to the Godswood in Winterfell. Catelyn Tully said to the four people, "What I am going to tell you now must not be spread outside. I am sure that Bran did not fall from the building accidentally, but was thrown down." Maester Luwin turned around and said, "Bran has never been in trouble before." Catelyn Tully said seriously, "Someone tried to take Bran's life twice. Why would he attack an innocent child unless he saw something he shouldn't have seen?" Adopted son Theon Greyjoy hurriedly asked, "What? What did Bran see?" "I don't know, but I dare to bet my life. This is related to the Lannisters. We already have reason to doubt their loyalty to the king." "I need to go to King's Landing secretly," Catelyn Tully said while gritting her teeth, holding a strand of long golden hair in her hand. In the Black Castle, the headquarters of the Night's Watch at the Wall, Jon Snow was in a daze in the hayroom. He felt deceived. The Night's Watch was not glorious. There were only a group of farmers, people who could not pay their debts, poachers, rapists, thieves, and illegitimate children here. He could not find anything that could bring him glory here. There was only cold and hunger here. His father knew the situation here. His uncle knew the situation here. Everyone knew the situation here. Only he didn't know. The Night's Watch around him was full of rejection of him, and he didn't know what he had done wrong. The depressing environment here was almost driving him crazy. In fact, he didn't know that his real identity was the nephew of Duke Eddard. His mother was Lyanna Stark, the biological sister of Eddard Stark, and his father was Rhaegar Targaryen, the former prince of the Seven Kingdoms. Yes! In order to protect him, his uncle Eddard Stark declared that he was his illegitimate son. In the Round Table Hall of the Stone Drum Tower of Dragonstone Castle, Charlotte looked back and forth, examining the coins placed on the black velvet cloth on the wooden tray, as well as some colorful papers. The front and back of these round coins were engraved with exquisite and clear patterns, and the outer circle was covered with serrated contours. The front depicted Charlotte's profile image, and the back outlined a simple drawing of Aslan Castle. "Mills, are these gold, silver, and copper coins minted in the mint in Harbor City?" Charlotte asked a thin man standing in front of him, with a shrewd light in his eyes. The man's name was Mills Aslan. Under the order of Rodrigo, the mayor of the port city, he reported to Charlotte on the work status of the newly established Aslan Bank. As Charlotte's territory and population increased, the gold, silver, and copper coins used in the Aslan territory were very messy, and it lacked a currency of its own. In order to facilitate the daily transactions of the people and the bulk trade of the territory, Charlotte ordered Rodrigo to establish a bank and mint a complete set of currency, unique to the Aslan territory. Mills saluted Charlotte with reverence and said, "Your Excellency is wise. You instructed Mayor Rodrigo to prepare for banking affairs. In the past, we used a variety of gold, silver, and copper coins, and transactions were all calculated by weight. However, the gold and silver content of those coins was different, which made them very inconvenient to circulate and use. After Lord Rodrigo opened the Aslan Bank and Mint in Harbor City, he melted all the gold and silver coins from different places in our vault to remove impurities and cast them into our own currency in Aslan. After smelting and purification, the gold reserves exceed 8 tons and the white eye reserves exceed 30 tons. When I was ordered to board the sailboat, about 300,000 gold coins, 1.8 million silver coins, and a large number of copper coins had been cast as subsidiary coins. Will we suffer losses if the impurities are melted away from these gold and silver coins? Charlotte asked. Don't worry, my lord. We add appropriate amounts of copper and other metal auxiliary materials to these recast gold and silver coins. Mills smiled proudly and said, My lord, because of your kindness. Although the lives of our Aslan citizens are much richer than those in other city-states, the value of gold coins is still too high for ordinary citizens. They usually use silver and copper coins as their daily currency. Mayor Rodrigo has built 3 bank buildings in Harbor City, Outpost City, and Aslan Castle. In the grazing camp outside the Lakazadan River, only an exchange point is set up because of the need to change the camp frequently. After Charlotte put down the gold and silver coins in his hand, he picked up the banknotes with various patterns and asked, Do those city-state merchants have any objection to our gold and silver coins and banknotes as settlement currency? As our Aslan's various commodities are highly sought after in major city-states, a large trade deficit is generated every year. Those merchants who have trade relations with us have no objection to using our currency as settlement currency. Mills paused and said with admiration, My lord, your wisdom is like a god. The paper money exchange business you proposed has directly increased our profits a lot. There are also Aslan trading posts opened in major coastal cities on the Essos continent. There is a gold and silver coin exchange point inside these trading posts. Maritime merchants deposit gold and silver coins at the trading post exchange points and exchange them for paper money to go to the port city for trade, or carry these paper money back to their respective cities and exchange them for gold and silver coins. It is safer and more convenient than carrying heavy gold and silver coins directly. There are also many unique anti-counterfeiting methods on these banknotes to facilitate the identification of authenticity. We charge a 5% handling fee for each exchange business. Those merchants who trade with us are very happy to accept this new payment method. Charlotte nodded with satisfaction and appointed, Dragonstone is an important trading node for us in the future. I appoint you as the president of Aslan Bank on Dragonstone. Mills saluted respectfully and said, Yes, I am willing to dedicate my all to you. At the Dragonstone Bay Pier, Baelish urged the sailors around him anxiously. Hurry up, you idiots, we have to leave here quickly. Lord Baelish, didn't we just arrive at Dragonstone? Why are we leaving so soon? The captain of the ship asked in confusion with a mouthful of alcohol. Hearing that someone dared to question his decision, Baelish stared at the captain in front of him with cold eyes. The elegant smile on his face had long disappeared, and the coldness in his eyes was as indifferent as if the person in front of him was a dead animal. Under the pressure of Baelish's eyes, the drunken captain felt a chill running from the tail of his spine to the top of his head, and the alcohol disappeared instantly. With a plop, he knelt on the deck with both knees. My lord, spare me, I shouldn't talk too much. My lord, please let your humble servant go. Along with the pleading voice and the sound of dong dong kowtow, he kept begging for Baelish's forgiveness. At the captain's kowtow request, Baelish retracted his cold eyes and kicked the captain, saying, I will only forgive you once. Next time you will see the stranger in advance. Then Baelish began to urge, Hurry up and command those idiots. We have to leave here quickly. Leave this damn Dragonstone. Leave those damn Aslan people. Under Baelish's constant urging, the ship finally left the bay driven by the sails and headed towards King's Landing. The guards outside the Round Table Hall walked in quickly and reported, My lord, the negotiation envoy of King's Landing has just left Dragonstone by boat. Charlotte smiled and said, It seems. This cunning brothel owner is unwilling to cooperate with us. Notify them. The fleet should pay attention to sea patrols during this period. Cogiero, who had been listening in the hall, asked in confusion, Sir, since he is not a friend, then he is an enemy. Why did you let him leave Dragonstone so easily? Charlotte looked at everyone in the hall without saying a word. Instead, he turned to Gian Matteo and said, Gian Matteo, you answer Cogiello's question. Gian Matteo stood up from the bench placed beside the round table, saluted to Charlotte, and said to everyone in the hall, Right now, King's Landing in Westeros is like a powder keg. It needs such ambitious people to be the spark that ignites this powder keg. As long as we restrain ourselves and do not show our attitude of attacking King's Landing, this barrel of gunpowder is destined to explode under the conspiracy of those ambitious people. With our Sea Emperor fleet, those Westeros people can't even set foot on Dragonstone, and Dragonstone belongs to the direct fiefdom of the King of Westeros. As long as we don't attack their capital, the great nobles on the Westeros continent will not care. We only have 3,500 army soldiers on Dragonstone. If we capture King's Landing now, we will face a large number of enemies on the Westeros continent, which will not be good for us. As long as they start civil strife, no matter what happens to Westeros, it will be a favorable situation for us. After hearing Gian Matteo's explanation, Kogero touched his head and grinned. "Oh, sir, you are so cunning! Heh." Gian Matteo rolled his eyes at Kogero and said, "What do you mean by cunning? This is called foresight. If you don't understand, don't talk nonsense. Yes, foresight. Sir is indeed smart." Jacoro flattered him with his thumbs up. Charlotte said helplessly to everyone, "It's easy to attack, but how to govern? Do we still have to implement their way of doing things? If we directly deny their way of ruling, we will face ubiquitous rebellion on this continent. The entire Westeros continent is more than 10 million square kilometers, and there are only a few of us. We can only cut it slowly like cutting sausages, change their social structure bit by bit, and win enough support from the civilian masses. Only in this way can we truly rule this continent." In a brothel in King's Landing, King Robert was hugging a plump woman and teasing her, and was about to do something. Knock, knock, there was a soft knock on the door. "Seven hell! You idiots! Don't you know I'm busy? If there is no reasonable explanation, I will twist your head off and stick it on the end of a spear for people in King's Landing to see which idiot disturbed the king when he was doing his work." King Robert's shouting and cursing rang out in the room. His interest was suddenly interrupted, which filled his roar with anger and resentment. The one knocking on the door was King Robert's servant, Lancel Lannister. This young man from the Lannister family was frightened by Robert's scolding. He stammered with a trembling voice and said to the inside of the door, "Your Majesty, Finance. The Minister of Finance is back from his mission to Dragonstone, and he has something urgent to report to you." "Damn it! Can't you let me enjoy it?" "Let him go to the council room first and notify the Chief Minister to convene a royal meeting." After that, a rapid crackling sound was heard in the room. In the Iron Throne Hall of the Red Keep, Petter Baelish, who had just returned from a mission to Dragonstone, was staring blankly at the throne full of iron swords. A sweet voice suddenly sounded behind him. "Lord Baelish, your diligence is really admirable." "Varys, you are really silent." Baelish knew who was behind him without looking back. "For us, we all need some special skills, don't we?" Varys walked forward slowly with his hands in his hands. Baelish smiled elegantly at Varys in front of him and said jokingly, "You look a little lonely today. Do you want to go to my brothel tonight? There are new boys recently." Baelish's insulting words directly hit Varys's sore spot, which made Varys show a trace of anger on his face, but he quickly concealed it. The sweet voice said with a little coldness, "I'm afraid I'm not interested in this, but I heard that there is a secret room in King's Landing. Before the death of the former Prime Minister, Lord John Arryn, his wife often went in and out of there." "Really? What does that mean?" "Did the little birds chirping in your ears every day tell you? They are such cute little things. Don't worry, I can arrange all kinds of entertainment for them," Baelish said with a smug smile. Varys raised his hands hidden in his sleeves and said in a smooth voice, "Thank you for your teachings, Lord Baelish. I'll trouble you to help deal with those incompetent little things." At this time, Renly Baratheon walked into the throne room and saw the two people staring at each other, saying, "Hey, what are you doing? The royal meeting is not held here." After saying that, he hurried to a side corridor connecting to the throne room. Baelish, who won the verbal battle, saluted Varys gracefully, turned around and followed Renly's footsteps to the corridor. Varys's hands hidden in his sleeves were clenched, and his cold eyes followed Baelish's back. After Baelish disappeared into the doorway, Varys's face returned to his gentle look, and he slowly walked towards the corridor. The ministers of the royal court arrived in the meeting room one after another, and they sat down around the round table, leaving the main seat waiting for King Robert's arrival. After waiting for a long time, the fat King Robert came to the main seat panting and sat down. "Baelish, I hope the news you bring is not so bad," Robert said to Baelish with a hint of irritation on his fat face. Baelish shrugged helplessly and said, "Your Majesty, I'm afraid I'm disappointed you." He took out a parchment scroll from his sleeve and handed it to King Robert. Robert took the scroll, spread it flat, and looked at the content on it. "Ha, these damn Aslans! They are going to occupy Dragonstone and want to claim compensation from us. How many troops do they have on Dragonstone?" Robert laughed angrily as he looked at the information above. After reading the terms on the parchment, he handed it to Eddard Stark. Without waiting for King Robert to speak again, Baelish said to everyone in the hall with a gloomy face, "Your Majesty, the rumors are true. The leader of Aslan does have a dragon, just like the dragons in the legends of the Targaryen family." Hearing Baelish's words, the ministers in the royal meeting hall were shocked. Renly was the first to lose his temper and asked, "Sir Baelish, are you telling the truth? Do the Aslans really have dragons? Did you see it with your own eyes?" "I swear on the honor of the Baelish family. Everything I said is true under the gaze of the seven gods," Baelish said solemnly. "Impossible. After the fall of the Valyrian Empire, only the Targaryen family and the Valerian family, who are related to them, have the ability to tame dragons in the known world." "But the dragons of both the Targaryen family and the Valerian family were all extinct more than 100 years ago," Renly shouted in disbelief. Grand Maester Pycelle of the Red Keep, with his face covered with age spots, asked intermittently and weakly, "Sir Baelish, are you sure you didn't see it wrong?" Captain Barristan Selmy of the Kingsguard said seriously, "Whether those Aslans really have dragons or not, the problem now is that they have occupied Dragonstone, and we can't let the war horses rush to Dragonstone on the sea," Varys suggested. "Perhaps we can hire the faceless men or the regretters to assassinate." The voices of everyone talking made the royal meeting buzz. "Bang, bang, silence! Silence!" King Robert slammed the table and shouted. Robert turned his head to Eddard Stark, who had not spoken, and said, "Ned, tell me what you think." Eddard Stark glanced at everyone in the hall and said, "I oppose this despicable act of assassination. This will not solve the problem. Your Majesty, Sir Barristan is right. We must have warships if we want to retake Dragonstone." The remaining narrow sea fleet that is currently directly under the Iron Throne was taken to the Stormlands by Stannis. Only the Iron Islands fleet and the Arbor fleet are left in Westeros. These two fleets are comparable to the Narrow Sea Fleet. "Your Majesty, you can order the Greyjoy family of the Iron Islands and the Tyrell family of the River Reach to send out warships to join Stannis' remaining fleet and jointly attack the Aslans on Dragonstone." Baelish heard Eddard Stark's speech and directly objected. "Prime Minister, maybe it's not that easy. The fleets of these two families are not so easy to mobilize." "What else can we do? Varys, you are the Minister of Intelligence. Those damn Aslan people, what weapons did they use to destroy our warships?" Robert asked Varys, who was in charge of intelligence. "Your Majesty, please forgive my incompetence. I still need time. Those Aslan people are very vigilant. My spies can't get close to their warships at present. I only know that their weapon is a round iron pipe. The specific weapon is not yet certain." Varys lowered his head and said, "Since you all have no way, I will tell you my way. Hire assassins to deal with the damn Aslan leader. Varys, you implement the suggestion you put forward. Baelish, you mobilize the Golden Dragon to cooperate with Varys." Robert looked at the people in the Parliament Hall and made the final decision. The weather at sea changes color at any time. A sudden thunderstorm in the afternoon blew away the heat in the air. The wet ground, the grass and trees covered with water droplets, and the brand new buildings filled the air with a fresh smell. The continuous construction of towers and roads in Longshiwan Town in recent times has caused dust to fly in the air. This afternoon thunderstorm easily eliminated the dust everywhere in the town. After the rain, the sky cleared up and colorful ribbons hung high in the blue sky and white clouds. Flocks of birds flew over the sea and mudflats from time to time in the harbor, and their sharp claws brought gifts from the sea. On the open-air platform of Longxi Castle, Charlotte sat leisurely on a lounge chair, sipping the fine wine in his hand and admiring the colorful clouds in the sky, humming a tune without a melody from time to time. Just as Charlotte was leisurely, a guard walked towards Charlotte from the corridor door connecting the platform and the tower. "My lord, Illyrio Mopatis, the governor of Pentos, wants to visit you." Charlotte slowly swirled the red liquid in the wine glass. "Is he alone?" "My lord, he is accompanied by 2 hooded men, and he introduced that their surname is Targaryen." This profiteer who sells intelligence can't wait any longer. You go and inform Gian Matteo and the others." Charlotte drank the remaining wine in the glass in one gulp. Not long after, Gian Matteo and Cojero came to the platform and saluted. "My lord." "Well, let's go and meet that cunning profiteer." Charlotte stood up from the recliner and said. Illyrio, Viserys and Daenerys were standing quietly in front of the dragonstone carving door of Dragon Castle, followed by a group of servants holding several sealed gift boxes. The long wait made Viserys a little impatient. Afraid that the 2 soldiers standing guard at the gate of the castle would hear it, he complained to Illyrio beside him in a low voice. "These damn Aslan people really don't have the slightest noble demeanor. They actually made us wait at the gate for so long. Your Majesty, we will come directly to visit after getting off the ship. They have now occupied Dragonstone. Lord Aslan is a shrewd man. We must be more patient and show respect and courtesy." Illyrio helplessly persuaded Viserys beside him. Viserys was a little impatient with Illyrio's advice and frowned, saying, "7 gods! Illyrio, can you stop repeating this set of words? You have said it no less than 100 times along the way. By the way, are you sure he will agree to the marriage and help me regain the Iron Throne?" Viserys asked uncertainly. Illyrio's face, which was covered by a thick beard, showed a meaningful smile and said, "Your Majesty, the Aslans may or may not, only the gods in the sky know, but we need to try our best to win their support. Our enemy is the usurper who now sits on the Iron Throne. The Aslans have a common enemy with us, Kalahala Pada." Just as Illyrio was answering questions to Viserys, 2 teams of guards in gorgeous and bright armor lined up in the gate of Dragon Castle. The warriors marched in neat steps accompanied by the sound of armor and weapons rubbing against each other, standing in front of the castle gate with one hand on the hilt. The captain of the guards, who followed the guard team, looked at the 3 people standing in front of the castle gate and said indifferently, "My lord, I agree to summon you." Without waiting for the 3 people to answer, he turned around and led the guards back to the castle. Illyrio waved his hand and led the way into Dragon Castle when the captain of the guard ignored his indifferent words. "Damn Aslan people," Viserys cursed inwardly, and then turned to Daenerys, who was bending over and looking down like an ostrich and trying to hide herself, and shouted angrily, "Hold your head high, and don't lose the face of the Targaryen family." Daenerys, who was frowning, heard Viserys' roar, and raised her head, which was shrunk in front of her chest as if by reflex, and begged Viserys, "Viserys, can you please not marry me to Chief Aslan? Let's go home. I beg you, I'm scared." Hearing Daenerys' plea, nameless anger emerged in Viserys' chest, and he said coldly in Daenerys' ear, "Go home. Go back to where? Where is our home? This Dragon Keep is the former home of our Targaryens, and the Red Keep in King's Landing is our home. As long as you marry the Aslan people and help me ascend the Iron Throne, I will mark it in the historians' biographies in the future. Today is the beginning of my ascension to the Iron Throne." As the words squeezed out from between his teeth fell, Viserys no longer paid attention to Daenerys and followed Illyrio's footsteps into the Dragon Keep. Led by the guards, the crowd passed through corridors. The giant dragon carvings in Dragonstone Castle, this familiar yet unfamiliar environment made Viserys unconsciously fall into memories. On that stormy night, on that night of lightning and thunder, the shrill screams of women mixed with the whistling of the wind echoed everywhere in Dragonstone Castle. On the blood-stained bed, a pale woman lay quietly on the blood-stained bed. The woman on the bed was Viserys' biological mother, Rhaella Targaryen. On that stormy night, Queen Rhaella of the last Targaryen family dynasty died of dystocia in this Dragonstone Castle. These scenes flashed in Viserys's mind as if they happened not long ago. He thought he had forgotten these tragic scenes from long ago, but today when he stepped into this castle again, these memories hidden deep in his heart emerged like a flood. The bloody memories made Viserys tremble unconsciously. Under the emotional thinking, he wanted to escape from here at all costs, escape from the helplessness of the past, escape from the despair of the past. But the rational thinking forced him to step into this fortress made of black boulders. In his mind, where memories and reality collided alternately, Viserys gasped for breath like a drowning fish, and the precious silk clothes on his body were wet with sweat stains. With trembling hands, he unconsciously stirred the corners of his clothes. His lifeless eyes were empty, and he followed the crowd mechanically towards the Hall of Dragonstone. "We're here," the captain of the guards said in a short voice. This voice, like the sound of a bronze bell ringing in a temple, instantly made Viserys come back to his senses from his memories. Charlotte glanced at the people under the platform with a smile. "Blessings from the gods, Lord Aslan." Illyrio took the lead in greeting. "Lord Aslan, this is His Majesty Viserys Targaryen, the legitimate ruler of the Seven Kingdoms. This is Princess Daenerys Targaryen." Illyrio introduced to the two behind him. Charlotte nodded to the two and waved to the maid behind him, saying, "We don't have the ceremony of your guest power. We only have wine for friends and sharp swords for enemies. When in Rome, follow the customs. I will prepare salt and bread for you according to your tradition." The maids carried the tray with salt and bread to the three people. Hearing Charlotte's words, the three picked up a small piece of bread on the maid's tray, dipped it in a little white fine salt, put it in their mouths, chewed it slowly and swallowed it. After eating the bread and salt, Illyrio put one hand on his chest and saluted, saying, "Respected Lord Aslan, thank you for your reception." "Meet Lord Aslan." Viserys straightened his back and raised his head to greet Charlotte. Daenerys was staring blankly at Charlotte on the platform and was awakened by the greetings of the two people beside her. She hurriedly lifted her skirt and performed a lady's greeting. "I am Viserys Targaryen, the legitimate ruler of the Seven Kingdoms of Westeros, son of Aerys Targaryen II and Queen Rhaella Targaryen. Our Targaryen family has ruled the Seven Kingdoms for 300 years, and the blood of the noble dragon king of ancient Valyria flows in our bodies." Viserys couldn't wait to introduce himself. "The Iron Throne is now occupied by a shameless usurper. As long as you are willing to help me take back the throne, I am willing to marry you, my sister Daenerys Targaryen, who also has noble blood in her body. As long as you send troops to help me capture King's Landing, there are countless families in the Seven Kingdoms who are loyal to our Targaryen family. As long as I lead the soldiers to set foot on the land of Westeros, they will abide by the ancient oaths their ancestors once made and immediately respond to my call. When I take back the Iron Throne, I will grant you any land in the Seven Kingdoms that you want. I will also make you the minister of the court." While Viserys was talking endlessly about the beautiful vision of taking back the Iron Throne, puff! A suppressed laugh suddenly sounded, interrupting Viserys' words. Everyone turned their heads to look at the place where the laughter came from. Cohero was a little embarrassed by the gazes of everyone in the hall, scratched his chin and said, "Ahem, sorry, I suddenly thought of a joke. You continue." Viserys, who was interrupted by Jaqoro, was instantly furious. He shouted at Charlotte on the stone chair, "Lord Aslan, your men were rude for no reason in such a serious occasion. This insulted me and you. Please chop off his head?" Charlotte was stunned by Viserys. What kind of brain circuit could make such a statement? Maybe this is the way of dealing with things by feudal nobles. "Viserys, Jaqoro is not only my loyal general, but also my brother in life and death, and we Aslan people will not let the blood of brothers stain our hands at will. I apologize to you for my rude behavior just now. If you feel that you are offended by Jaqoro, I allow you to draw the long sword on your waist and fight him to the death. According to your tradition of Westeros, the duel will be decided under the gaze of the gods," Charlotte said coldly to Viserys with a gloomy face. As Charlotte's words fell, the reception hall fell into silence in an instant. "Aslan?" Viserys was about to burst out in anger after getting Charlotte's answer. Illyrio saw that Viserys was about to mess up, and couldn't help but interrupt Viserys' angry words. "Haha, respected Lord Aslan. We came to Dragonstone from Pentos with friendly intentions. I deeply apologize for my rude behavior just now." "Your Majesty Viserys." Maybe the warrior just now just accidentally remembered something funny, and he didn't mean to laugh at you. "Yes, the governor is right. I just thought of something funny and couldn't help it." Chikoro nodded and laughed. Viserys didn't follow the steps given by everyone, and directly sarcastically said, "The city where I live, most of the men there are gamblers and drunkards, and most of the women there are prostitutes. Only these lowly people will laugh for no reason." "Oh, really? Then are you a drunkard or a gambler?" Gian Matteo replied faintly. Gian Matteo's naked sarcasm left Viserys speechless, and he lost his mind and cursed. "You dirty and lowly Aslan people! I will kill you. You are offending the great bloodline of dragons and the legitimate rulers of the Seven Kingdoms. If you don't apologize for what I said just now, I will. You will experience the wrath of the sleeping dragon." When Viserys was about to make a threatening statement, he suddenly realized that he had nothing that could threaten these Aslan people. "Ha! The wrath of the sleeping dragon? Ha!" Charlotte couldn't help laughing at Viserys' amusement, and seeing Charlotte laughing, Chikoro and Gian Matteo no longer tried to hold back their laughter. "Lord Aslan, we come here with sincerity. As a lord with noble character, you can laugh at our current predicament. But you cannot wantonly insult the Targaryen family with a long history. The Dragonstone you are now occupying was once our home castle." A weak voice suddenly sounded when Charlotte and the other two laughed. At these cowardly words, with a hint of stubbornness, Charlotte and the other two stopped their wanton laughter. Charlotte stared straight at Daenerys, who was hiding behind Viserys and Illyrio. A pair of purple eyes looked directly into Charlotte's eyes like a frightened deer. "A smart and stubborn little girl," Charlotte commented. After Charlotte stopped laughing and looked at Daenerys, the only sound in the Hall of Dragonstone was the violent panting of Viserys, who could not suppress his shame and anger. Illyrio thought that he could not let Viserys' ignorant behavior ruin the alliance between the two sides. He quickly moved his fat body to reveal Daenerys, who was hiding behind him, so that Charlotte could clearly see the little girl behind him. "Great Lord Aslan, this is Princess Daenerys Targaryen. She has already had her first period. Look at her eyes and her hair. This is the noble blood inherited from the ancient Valyrian Empire. With your union with her, she can give birth to healthy and noble blood for you." Illyrio flattered and enthusiastically promoted the little girl beside him. Daenerys felt like she was being hawked and sold like an animal. The courage she had just mustered up disappeared in an instant. She looked at Charlotte unconsciously and lowered her eyes to avoid him. Charlotte waved her hand to signal Illyrio to stop. Charlotte withdrew her gaze from Daenerys and looked at the fat governor and said, "Nobility does not exist in blood, but comes from the noble qualities in the heart. Illyrio, if you don't even have the insight of a little girl, then our conversation today can end." Illyrio saw that Charlotte was not so easy to fool, so he changed the subject and said, "Lord Aslan, your wisdom is admirable. I have some news about you and I want to give it to you for free." News," Charlotte said with a nasal tone without comment. Illyrio did not keep him in suspense and said directly, "My lord, I have just received intelligence that the usurper of King's Landing spent a huge amount of gold dragons to mobilize the faceless men in the Black and White School of Braavos to assassinate you. The faceless men have a magical ability to change their appearance at will. It is said that as long as they are hired, those who are targeted by them will die without exception." After hearing what Illyrio said, Charlotte straightened up. He had a system map and was not afraid of the enemy's assassination, but his men did not have. "Thank you for the news, Governor Illyrio. I need to consider your proposal. You can go down and rest now." "Please come in, Lord Aslan. Please seriously consider our alliance." Illyrio led the salute. Charlotte waved his hand, and the servants and maids standing in the hall led the three out of the reception hall. After the three walked out of the reception hall of Dragonstone, Charlotte stretched and said to the two people beside him, "Let's go! To the garden." Charlotte said to the servants in the hall, Notify Admiral Alessandro to come to the garden. It seems that the fat king of King's Landing is not prepared to live in peace with us. My lord, please forgive, just now, you said something to that Targaryen little girl. Sister Anya, Jocoro said hesitantly. Charlotte looked at the burly Jocoro with a weird look and said to Gian Matteo beside him, Look, even Jocoro has learned to play tricks. After saying that, he turned to the cautious Jocoro and said, You said she was just a little girl. Hearing Charlotte's answer, Jocoro bent down, lowered his brows and smiled flatteringly. Heh, my little thoughts were seen through by you at a glance. Illyrio and the other two were taken by the guards to the guest lounge of Dragonstone to rest. After the servants closed the door, Viserys said angrily to Governor Illyrio with a ferocious face, Those damn Aslan people don't have the slightest respect for me. They don't have the slightest desire to form an alliance with me. We shouldn't come here. Angry roars accompanied by heavy gasps continued to come out of Viserys' mouth. Illyrio ignored Viserys' anger at all and looked at Daenerys hiding in the corner again. Today in the reception hall of Dragonstone, Daenerys' performance towards Charlotte overturned his perception of this Targaryen girl. Years ago, when Illyrio first saw Daenerys, he was shocked by the stunning beauty of this little girl. For the governor who had seen countless women, he was very sure that when this little girl shed her immaturity, her beauty would definitely shock the entire continent. This made him want to get rid of Viserys, the idiot, and occupy this beautiful and attractive little girl who also had the noble blood of the Dragon King of the ancient Valyrian Empire. But later, he felt that Dany was too timid and shy, and she was always worried and frightened. Illyrio, who loved pleasure, felt that combining with her might not bring him any fun and benefits, so he gave up the idea. Illyrio's hands full of luxurious gems rubbed back and forth on his convex and fat belly, shaking his oily yellow forked beard from time to time, and his dark yellow eyes stared straight at the little girl not far away. In the half-year at Pentos Manor, Daenerys gradually blossomed from a displaced little girl to a flower with the fragrance of a woman. Her beautiful face, petite body and fair skin, her round buttocks, her silver gold hair that was as loose as molten gold, her deep purple eyes with misty water vapor. Let Daenerys become my wife, and let the descendants of the Mopatis family also have noble blood. Illyrio now has only this idea. Illyrio, who has had 2 wives, still has no offspring. The first wife was the cousin of the Prince of Pentos, whom he married for power, and the second wife was named Sira, a prostitute that Illyrio found in a brothel. Sira has blue eyes and light golden hair dotted with silver threads. Sira has a unique style and charm that makes Illyrio intoxicated. The time spent with Scylla was the happiest moment in Illyrio's life. Unfortunately, a plague took Scylla's life. After her death, the sad Illyrio treasured her hands and a silver pendant box containing Scylla's painted portrait. Since Scylla's death, Illyrio has never married again. Because of his best friend Varys, he has always regarded little Aegon as his own offspring and has been doing his best to help. But today, in the reception hall of Dragonstone, Illyrio saw a different little girl, and the idea that he had once dispelled resurfaced. The woman's sixth sense made her clearly feel that someone was looking at her, and the trembling Daenerys stole a glance with the corner of her eye. What came into view was Illyrio's dark yellow eyes, staring at her greedily like a carnivore. Illyrio! Illyrio! Your king is talking to you, you damn guy! Viserys, who was filled with anger, did not notice Illyrio's abnormality. Disturbed by Viserys' call, Illyrio withdrew his eyes from looking at his prey. Your Majesty, we need patience now. Any great cause will not be smooth sailing, nor can it be accomplished overnight. You need to understand that you are now creating your own dynasty, which is different from the crown inherited from your ancestors by Aegon the Conqueror. This crown belongs to you alone. Illyrio stared at Viserys' eyes and said in a cold and serious tone. Viserys, who was re-inspired by Illyrio's words, flushed as if he had been injected with chicken blood and nodded in agreement. Illyrio, my future hand of the king, you are right. All of this is a test from the gods for me to regain the Iron Throne. When the day comes that I have the Iron Guard, these damn Aslans and those who have humiliated me. Seeing that the person in front of him was about to speak words of revenge, the fat governor, who didn't know if he was being monitored, hurriedly whispered to Viserys, "Your Majesty, we are not in Pentos now. We are now in Dragonstone, the Dragonstone castle that belongs to the Aslans." Hearing Illyrio's advice, Viserys suppressed his emotions, turned and walked towards Daenerys, who was curled up in the corner, stretched out his right hand and kept pinching and pinching the trembling Daenerys, saying, "Why did you speak in the hall just now? Don't you know that will anger the Aslans? You bitch! Don't think you can get out of my control." Daenerys, who was constantly pinching the soft flesh under her dress by Viserys, groaned in pain and begged, "Viserys, I don't dare anymore. I have never thought of leaving you. You are my only relative." In the guest lounge, Illyrio quietly watched Viserys, who was venting his anger by bullying the little girl. A hint of coldness flashed in his dark yellow eyes. "As long as this idiot who is in the way is removed, this girl will be mine." The fat governor thought about the plan calmly. The Dragonstone Garden is located at the tail of the dragon-shaped castle. There are tracts of black pine forests in the garden. On the thick and rugged brown trunks, cracks spread everywhere. The pine crowns are stacked one after another, and the dense pine needles are lush and dark green. The breeze blew past, and the sound of rustling followed. Waves of fresh pine fragrance came into everyone's nose, making people unconsciously want to take a deep breath of this natural smell. There is a layer of moss on the black pine forest, and wild roses grow on the green carpet. The bright red, pink, white wild roses are blooming wantonly. On the nearby muddy grass, patches of short creeping vines spread everywhere, and the red fruits hung among the green leaves, so bright and attractive. Charlotte and others sat in the pavilion in the garden, breathing in the scent of pine, tasting the red wine in the glass, and occasionally picking up a red cranberry and putting it in their mouths. The sweet and sour taste of the juicy cranberry chewed by the lips and teeth, combined with the red liquid in the glass, added a flavor. "My lord, since Robert Baratheon hired the faceless men to assassinate you, my lord, we can't just not react," Gian Matteo said to Charlotte, who was intoxicated by the wonderful taste of red wine and red fruits. "My lord, perhaps sending out a fleet to bombard King's Landing directly would make them behave themselves," said Alessandro, sipping the wine flask hanging on his waist. Amid the rustling sound of the black pine forest, Charlotte shook his wine glass and asked the three people, "How many cities in Westeros have a large permanent population? How many great nobles, secondary feudal nobles, and wealthy knight families have a civilian population, and what is their economic structure like?" Gian Matteo and the other two looked at each other, not understanding why Lord Charlotte suddenly changed the subject. "My lord, this doesn't seem to have anything to do with the fat king of King's Landing hiring someone to assassinate you," Cogero asked puzzledly. Charlotte picked up the big-bellied glass decanter on the table and poured wine for the three people, while saying, "It's not related, but it is a little related. We need to make one thing clear. Do we want to occupy the continent of Westeros? If it is just for revenge, we can directly bombard their cities, but will it be good for us?" Charlotte pointed the map of Westeros and said, "Directly bombarding their capital with warships will not bring us any benefits. The Seven Kingdoms are no longer what they were when the Targaryen family conquered the Seven Kingdoms. 300 years ago, Westeros was divided into 7 countries. Those kings fought each other for their own interests all year round. This allowed the conqueror Aegon Targaryen to rely on the dragon to defeat these countries one by one, divide and win them over, and promise them benefits, and it was relatively easy to rule the 7 kingdoms. What about us? To the people of Westeros, we are foreigners from a distant land." Cogello couldn't help but interrupt and asked, "But the Targaryens, they are not Westeros either." The Targaryens had been rooted in Dragonstone for several generations before Aegon Targaryen conquered Westeros. According to records, the then Storm King Argilac Durrandon even tried to marry Aegon Targaryen. To the kings, nobles, or civilians of Westeros at that time, the Targaryens also belonged to Westeros. To them, Aegon Targaryen was not an invader. But we are different from the Targaryens. The 7 kingdoms are now a complete country. To the entire Westeros, if we directly attack King's Landing by force, we are invaders. Beep, beep, Charlotte snapped his fingers twice at the servants in the garden. After receiving Charlotte's signal, the servant who was waiting in the distance hurried forward and handed over the blueprint that had been rolled up in his hand. Charlotte took the blueprint and spread it out on the stone table. Gian Matteo, Jacoro, and Alessandro hurried forward. Charlotte pointed to the map of Westeros and said, "Look at the 7 cities: King's Landing, White Harbor in the north, Gulltown in the valley, Lannisport in the west, Old Town in the reach. King's Landing is located at the mouth of the Blackwater River. It is said to have a city population of 500,000. Old Town is located on the Mead River and has a city population of about 200,000. Charlotte gestured at each city along the map. You can see that most of these cities are major trading port cities on the continent of Westeros. For Westeros under the feudal system, the great nobles live in castles built in ancient times and remotely lead the lesser nobles, and the lesser nobles lead the property-owning knights. The continent of Westeros is a typical manor economy. Most of the castles, manors, and rural areas throughout the continent are self-sufficient. Except for necessities that cannot be produced, such as salt, which need to be obtained through transactions in the market towns outside the castle, those rural farmers will never leave where they live in their lives. The numerous guilds in the city control the commodity and economic circulation between the city and the market towns. Charlotte paused, took a sip of the wine in the glass to moisten his throat, and then said, "If we want to conquer a country, we must know them well enough." According to incomplete estimates, the area of Westeros exceeds 10 million square kilometers, and the population is approximately between 15 million and 35 million. Such a huge place and such a sparse population has a lot to do with the backward farming and weird weather of the continent of Westeros. You see, King's Landing, as the capital of the 7 kingdoms, may have a permanent population of more than 500,000. So many people who have left agricultural producers must have more agricultural population to provide grain for this city. Charlotte gestured to the surroundings of King's Landing on the map and said, "King's Landing is close to the mouth of the Blackwater River. There is also the King's Road connecting the Riverlands and the Stormlands, the Golden Road connecting the Westerlands, and the Rose Road connecting